she was married off to a powerful man, trapped in a life of secrets and control. Her husband thought she was weak, but she carried a dangerous truth within her. What happens when a woman meant to be a pawn turns out to be the most dangerous player in the game? Crown of Salt and Vows, a web novel, dark romance. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The carriage smelled of salt and old incense, and the white dress they had put her in still carried the laundry soap from Sant'Iliarli. Mireya pressed her palm flat against the seat cushion and counted the turns, the changes in road surface, the moments when the wheels gripped cobblestone instead of gravel. 23 years of learning to map every room before she opened her eyes in it. The woman across from her, Maria Belmonte, her aunt, though the word had never meant much, had not spoken since they left the convent gate. She watched the window with the stillness of someone who had already done her bargaining and wanted no part of what came next. Mireya kept her breathing even. She had been trained for obedience, not for surrender, and the difference mattered. The carriage stopped inside a courtyard where the fog met the harbor wind and the stone walls rose high enough to block the sky. A man in a dark coat opened the door and offered his hand. Mireya took it, because refusal was not a choice she had been given, and stepped out into the air of Ravan, which tasted of iron and brine, and something older, something kept hidden. She did not have time to look at the house. Inside, the light was filtered through leaded glass, and the floors were polished to a gleam that caught every shadow. She was handed through rooms she could not have described later, past faces that blurred at the edges of her vision, until she stood in a chamber where the windows faced the sea, and a man she had never met waited beside a table spread with papers. He was younger than she had expected, tall, lean, with dark hair cut close at the sides and eyes the color of winter water. He did not smile when she entered, but he looked at her with a focus that made the room feel smaller. He looked at her like she was a problem he had been ordered to solve. Lucan Drazen, she thought. The heir. "You understand what is happening today," he said, not a question. "I understand that I am being married," she said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "The details beyond that have not been shared with me." Something flickered in his expression, not quite surprise, a reassessment. "The contract is standard," he said. "You will sign." He placed the paper before her. The ink was black and dense, the clauses small and tight, the language legal and layered with meanings she could not parse in the time she was given. The pen was already laid beside it. A servant held the inkwell. Mireya looked at the signatures already in place. Donald Drazen, in a hand that pressed hard into the paper. Maria Belmonte, in the same neat script Mireya had seen on convent donation ledgers. Two witnesses with names she did not recognize. "I have not read it," she said. "You will not be given time to read it." Lucan Drazen's voice was level, not cruel. He was not pretending this was a choice. "Sign it, and we proceed. Delay it, and the consequences fall on the convent, not on me." She understood the shape of the threat even if she could not name its edges. She signed. The ink was still wet when the priest was brought in. The wedding took less than 15 minutes. The vows were in the old rite, formal and cold, and Mireya repeated them without stumbling, because she had been trained to memorize before she could question. Lucan's voice was steady beside her, matching hers syllable for syllable, and when the priest declared them bound, no one in the room so much as exhaled with relief. It was not a celebration. It was a transaction completed. The wedding meal was laid in a dining room that could have held 40 people, but only 6 sat at the table. Donald Drazen at the head, iron-gray eyes tracking every movement. Itzel Drazen at his left, her smile polished and her gaze sharper than any knife on the table. Mireya seated so far from Mireya that they might as well have been in different rooms, and Lucan beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers when he reached for his glass. The servants moved like water, silent and constant. Mireya ate what was on her plate because she had seen it brought from the kitchen and watched the steward taste it first, but she noticed the pauses. The way the serving girl lingered half a beat too long when setting down the wine. The way the footman at the sideboard angled his head when she reached for bread. The way their eyes tracked not the table, not the conversation, but her. Every bite she took, every time she set down her fork, every glance toward the windows. They were counting her. "The house has its rhythms," Donald said, as if reading her thoughts from across the table. "You will learn them. In time, they will feel natural." Mireya lowered her gaze. She had learned long ago when to make herself small, but she counted them too. 4 servants within her sightline, 2 at the sideboard, 1 at the door, and 1 more who slipped through the far archway every few minutes, as if reporting. She memorized their faces. When the meal ended and the servants cleared the plates, Lucan rose and offered his hand. "I will show you to your rooms." She took it again because the alternative was staying seated in a room where every person was waiting to see what she would do. The corridors of St. Mercy House were long and lined with portraits of men who looked like Lucan and women who looked like they had learned the same lessons Mireya had. The windows faced the harbor, and through the glass she could see the ships, the lights, the city beyond the walls. "The estate is secure," Lucan said as they walked. "The gates are manned at all hours. The compound is patrolled. You have no reason to be afraid." She stopped walking. He stopped with her, turned. His winter water eyes were unreadable. "I am not afraid," she said. It was not entirely true, but it was true enough for this conversation. "I am asking what happens if I want to leave." A pause. The silence stretched. "For your safety," he said carefully, "you will not leave the estate unescorted." The words settled around her like a lock, clicking shut. She had known. Some part of her had known since the carriage left Santa Leary, since Mireya would not meet her eyes, since she signed a contract she could not read. But hearing it spoken forced the shape into her chest, cold and final. She was not married into peace. She was installed inside a cage. The cage had sea views, silk sheets, and an heir who spoke of safety like it was a kindness. But the lock was still there, and she had not been given the key. Mireya looked past Lucan, down the corridor where a servant stood at the far end, watching them. She smiled. It was not a happy smile. "Thank you for explaining," she said. "I understand perfectly." She let him lead her the rest of the way, counting every step, every door, every guard she passed. By the time they reached her new rooms, she had the floor plan memorized and the beginnings of a strategy pressed tight behind her teeth. The room was large, well-appointed, and had a lock on the inside of the door she had not been told about. She would test it later. She would test everything. Lucan paused at the threshold. "My mother was brought to this house the same way. She learned to make it her own." Mireya looked at him. "Is that supposed to comfort me?" "It is supposed to tell you that you are not the first woman to survive this, and you will not be the last." He left her at the door, and the servant closed it behind him. Mireya stood in the center of the room, surrounded by furniture she had not chosen, and walls she had not seen until today, and let herself breathe exactly once. Then she began her inventory. The windows could open, but the drop was 3 stories to stone. The doors had a latch on her side, no key, but she could wedge something under the frame. The dressers were empty. The bed was made with hospital corners. The wardrobe contained dresses that fit her and had been purchased without her measurements by someone who had studied her body. And the maid who entered without knocking, carrying a tray of tea, was the same one who had lingered at the sideboard during the meal. Mireya marked her immediately. "Pulama," the girl said, dipping her head. "I am assigned to you, madam." Mireya looked at the tea. The steam rose in a thin, straight column. She did not touch it. "Tell me, Paloma, who do you report to?" The girl's eyes widened. The performance of surprise was convincing, almost too convincing. "Everyone, madam. The house requires coordination." A careful answer, a practiced answer. Mireya smiled again, the same smile she had given Lucan in the corridor. It felt like the first muscle she had exercised in years that was not the one that held her still. "Good," she said. "Then you can start by telling them I am very tired and will not be needing anything else tonight." Paloma hesitated. Mireya watched the girl recalculate, weighing which instruction to follow. In the end, she dipped her head again and left. Mireya waited until the door clicked shut. Then she crossed to the window, pressed her palm to the cold glass, and looked out at the city she had been brought to. The harbor she could see but could not reach. The water that would take her anywhere if she could only find a way past the walls. She had been trained for obedience, but she had also been trained to wait, to watch, to weigh. Santa Lilari had given her a catechism and a prayer book and the habit of stillness. It had not taught her how to endure this, but it had taught her how to survive, and survival was a language she spoke fluently. She turned from the window. Somewhere in the house, footsteps passed in the corridor, soft, measured, counting the same rhythms she was. Mireya touched the scar at her hairline, the faded mark she had been told was a childhood accident. She had never believed that story. Tonight, she let herself wonder why. Beyond the walls, the harbor bells rang the hour. She began to count the seconds between the sounds. Chapter 2. She crossed to the door and tested the latch. It moved freely. No lock on her side, just the one on the outside the servant had used to close her in. Mireya pressed her palm flat against the wood, feeling the grain, the weight, the absence of any mechanism she could control. The room behind her held its silence. The tea had cooled on the tray. The wardrobe doors stood open like waiting mouths. She turned in a slow circle, cataloging. The windows she had already measured. The bed was too large, too soft, too obviously selected for someone else's comfort. The painting above the fireplace showed a harbor scene, but the angle was wrong, the perspective distorted, as if the artist had painted it from memory rather than sight. Someone had designed this room to contain a woman, not to house one. A knock came at the door. 3 taps, measured and unhurried. Mireya did not answer. She watched the handle, waiting to see if it would turn without permission. It did not. "Mireya," Lucan's voice, low through the wood, "I need to speak with you." She considered the lock she did not control, the corridor beyond, the house full of watchers who had already reported her bites and her silences and the direction of her gaze. "The door is not locked on my side," she said. "You already know that." A pause. Then the handle turned, and Lucan stepped inside. He had removed his jacket. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow and his forearms caught the lamplight as he closed the door behind him without latching it. Mireya marked that. He had left the door unsealed, which meant he did not intend to stay long, or he wanted her to believe he did not. "The household retires early," he said. "I wanted to clarify expectations before morning." "Expectations?" "Yours and mine." He crossed to the window, putting deliberate distance between them. The gesture was so precise, she almost smiled. He was performing non-threat, showing her his empty hands, his turned back, the careful space he chose to occupy. She had done the same thing 100 times at Santa Lilari, presenting herself as smaller, softer, less dangerous than she was. "My expectations are simple," Mireya said. "I want a door I can lock from this side. I want to know, before I am led into any room, who will be watching me and why. And I want to sleep alone." Lucan turned from the window. His face was unreadable, winter water and carved stone. "The locks can be changed by morning. I will have Nicanor see to it personally." She had expected argument. She had prepared counter-arguments, layers of reasoning, the patient resistance that had kept her alive through a dozen convent negotiations with women who held real power over her body. She had not expected agreement. "And the rest?" she asked. "The house has rhythms. You will learn them, and you will be told before any public appearance requires your presence. That is reasonable." "That is not what I asked. I asked for control over when and how I am shown." Lucan studied her for a long moment. "The treaty requires you to be seen. It does not require you to be surprised." She let that settle, searching for the trap in his phrasing. There was always a trap. The women at Santa Lilari had taught her that every concession carried a hidden cost, every kindness a ledger entry waiting to be called due. "And touching?" she said. The word hung between them, sharp as a blade. "I will not touch you without your permission," Lucan said. "Not tonight, not any night. When we are in public, I will place my hand at your back or your elbow when the situation demands a show of unity. I will warn you before I do. In private, I will not touch you at all unless you tell me I may." Mireya felt the floor shift beneath her feet. She had braced for negotiation. She had braced for demands, for the cold pragmatism of a man who had purchased her and expected to collect. She had not braced for precision, for a list of terms that matched almost exactly the list she had carried in her head since the wedding meal. "Why?" she asked. Lucan's jaw tightened, just slightly, a flicker of tension that told her the question had landed somewhere he had not armored. "Because I do not take what is not offered," he said, "and because my father's methods are not mine." Mireya heard the distinction he was drawing, the careful line he was placing between himself and Lucan Drazen. She did not trust it. She did not trust him. But she believed in that moment that he meant what he said. That might have been more dangerous. "The locks by morning," she said, "and I will hold you to the rest. I expect you will." Lucan moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the frame. He did not turn around. "My mother spent 12 years in this house before she learned to call it her own," he said. "She never asked for a locked door. She never asked for terms. She endured, and she called that survival." He turned his head, just enough to show the line of his jaw. "You asked. That is different. That is something." He left the door open behind him. Mireya stood in the center of the room, listening to his footsteps retreat down the corridor, counting the seconds until they faded into the house's deeper silence. Then she crossed to the door and pushed it closed. It had no lock on her side, not yet. But she had been promised one by morning, and she believed Lucan Drazen kept his promises. The question was what those promises cost. Again unflows capsity, a slat are chelting a trips, willing to make it valish to a fice. I am like, oftenly is my valigated as I just stepping as the follower ties lucking with the shout of this gruth cust. He still asked where he create clittle traffics and extranutions so to leave me to bore. They washed her own lives. Hasn't make me found about care passions. The most postful history, but she had been entirely witness away from this bee's spelieven articles. The question was, what those promises cost. She pressed her back against the door and let her eyes adjust to the dim light. The painting above the fireplace still showed the wrong harbor. The bed still waited, too large, too soft, too clearly a trap disguised as comfort. She would not sleep in it tonight. She would sleep in the chair by the window, where she could watch the door and the corridor beyond in the first gray light of a morning she had not yet learned to survive. But as she settled into the chair, pulling her knees to her chest in a posture the convent had trained into her bones, she found herself replaying his words. She endured, and she called that survival. You asked. That is different. Mireya touched the scar at her hairline, the faded coronet she had been told was nothing. She did not know what she was yet, but she was beginning to suspect that the women who had raised her had not told her the whole truth. And the man who had married her, who had granted her terms with unsettling ease, might be the one who helped her find the rest, or the one who buried it deeper. Outside, the harbor bells rang the half-hour. Mireya closed her eyes and began to build her map. Every corridor, every guard, every servant who looked too long, and every door that locked from the wrong side. Morning would bring new locks, and she would be ready to test every one. Chapter 3. Gray light slipped through the curtain crack, thin and salt-stained, and Mireya opened her eyes to a room she did not recognize. The chair had held her through the night. Her neck ached from the angle she had kept, her spine locked in the upright position the convent had drilled into every hour of prayer. But she had slept. Not deeply, never deeply, but enough to stay sharp. She rose and crossed to the door. The lock was there. Brass, new, set into the wood above the old latch. She ran her finger along its edge, felt the clean machining, the lack of wear. Lucan Drazen had kept his first promise. She turned the bolt. The mechanism slid home with a solid click that sounded more like a declaration than a courtesy. Mireya pressed her forehead to the wood and let herself breathe once, slow and deliberate. One thing that went as promised. She dressed in the gray dress she had worn the day before, the only garment that felt like hers among the rows of silk and wool that had appeared in her wardrobe without her knowledge. The fabric was coarse, familiar, convent issue. It anchored her. A soft knock came at the door, 3 taps, spaced evenly, the rhythm of someone who had been trained to announce herself. "Madam Drazen?" Paloma. Mireya opened the door. The maid stood in the corridor with a tray of bread, dried figs, and a pitcher of water so clear she could see the bottom of the glass. No tea, no coffee, nothing that could have been tampered with in ways she could not detect. "I brought breakfast," Paloma said. Her eyes flicked to the new lock, then away. "Mr. Xe installed it before dawn. He said to tell you it is tested and the only key is on your side." "Where is the second key?" Paloma's pause lasted half a heartbeat too long. "There is no second key, madam. Mr. Xe was specific." Mireya took the tray and set it on the small table by the window. She did not invite Paloma inside. She did not close the door either. She wanted the maid visible, framed in the doorway where she could see every micro-expression. "You have been assigned to me, permanently?" "Yes, madame." "And who assigned you?" Paloma's hands folded at her waist, the posture of a servant accustomed to scrutiny. "Lady Itzel arranged the household staffing. She placed me in this corridor before you arrived." "Before you arrived, not after. Before." Mireya broke a piece of bread and examined the crumb structure. Fine, dense, baked fresh. She did not eat it. "You told me yesterday that you report to the housekeeper," she said. "Is that true?" "Yes, madame." "And is there anyone else who expects reports from you?" Paloma's composure flickered, just a shift in the set of her mouth, a fractional tightening that Mireya might have missed if she had not spent 12 years reading the faces of women who smiled while they measured her. "Everyone expects reports, madame," Paloma said. "It is a question of which reports reach which ears." Mireya set the bread down. That answer had been too careful, too aware of the game being played. Paloma knew exactly what she was saying, and exactly what she was not saying. "Leave the tray," Mireya said. "I will find my own way to the dining room." "Madam, I am to escort." "You are to assist me when I require assistance. I do not require it now." She held Paloma's gaze until the maid lowered her eyes and stepped back. "As you wish, madame." Mireya waited until Paloma's footsteps faded, then she turned to the door and tested the new lock again. It held. She ate standing at the window, watching the harbor below. Boats moved through the morning fog, ferries and cargo ships and smaller vessels she could not identify. Men shouted on the docks, smoke rose from chimneys. The world continued outside the walls of St. Mercy House, indifferent to the woman who watched it from a cage with a new lock on the inside. She finished the bread and the figs, drank half the water and set the tray aside. Then she opened her door and stepped into the corridor. The house was awake. Mireya walked slowly, deliberately, letting her footsteps echo on the stone floor. She passed a servant carrying linens. The woman pressed herself against the wall and did not meet her eyes. Afraid of me, or afraid of being seen with me. She turned a corner and found a corridor that ended in a locked door. Not a lock on her side. A bolt on the outside slid home from the other direction. She memorized its location and continued. The morning light fell through high windows, casting long rectangles across the floors. Mireya counted steps, turns, intersections. She mapped the route to the dining room, noted the secondary stairwell that bypassed the main hall, catalogued the positions of 3 servants, 2 guards, and a man in a dark coat who stood at the end of a gallery and watched her without pretending otherwise. She reached the dining room and found Itzel already seated. Lucan's sister looked up from a cup of tea with the polished smile of a woman who had been waiting for exactly this moment. "Good morning, sister." The word landed like a test. "I trust you slept well." Mireya took the chair across from her, not beside her, and arranged her hands on the table where they could be seen. "I slept adequately," she said. "The new lock was a comfort." Itzel's smile did not waver, but something shifted behind her eyes. Interest. "Lucan mentioned he had granted you requests. I was surprised he moved so quickly. He keeps his promises." "He does." Itzel set her cup down and studied Mireya with the same assessing gaze she had worn at the wedding meal. "He is reliable that way. You will find that useful, as long as you remain within the terms he considers reasonable." A threat wrapped in a compliment. Mireya recognized the architecture of the sentence. She had heard similar constructions from Mother Sorel when she was being warned without being accused. "And what terms does he consider unreasonable?" Itzel's smile sharpened at the edges. "Those are the ones you discover when you test them." She rose, smoothed her skirt, and crossed to the door. At the threshold she paused, hand on the frame, in a gesture that mirrored Lucan's from the night before. "The household will watch you today. Every servant, every guard, every man who brings coal or cleans the windows. They are all deciding what you are." She glanced back. "I would advise you to decide first." She left. Mireya sat alone in the dining room, the remains of Itzel's breakfast still warm on the table. She did not touch the food. Decide first. She was still weighing the shape of that warning when footsteps approached from the main hall, heavier than a servant's, measured with the authority of someone who did not expect to be challenged. Nicanor Exi appeared in the doorway. He did not enter. He stood at the threshold, arms loose at his sides, and studied her the way a man studied a door he was about to breach. "Madame Drazen." His voice was flat, professional, stripped of courtesy. "The lock is satisfactory?" "It is." "Good. I will be inspecting your rooms daily. Security protocol. Anything that should not be there." The silence stretched. Mireya felt the weight of his assessment, the calculation behind his stillness. He did not trust her. He did not consider her a person in need of protection. He considered her a variable, and he was measuring whether she would destabilize his operation. "Mr. Exi," she said, "who do you report to?" His jaw shifted. "Mr. Drazen, Lucan Drazen." "Directly?" "Directly." "And if you found something in my rooms that concerned you, who would you tell first?" The question landed like a stone in still water. Nicanor's expression did not change, but the pause before his answer told her everything. "I would tell Mr. Drazen," he said. "He is my primary." "Primary, not only." Mireya nodded slowly. "Thank you for the lock, Mr. Exi. It is well made." He held her gaze a moment longer, then turned and walked away without acknowledgement. Mireya sat in the silent dining room, and she began to build her new map, not of corridors and doors, of loyalties. Lucan held the lock. Nicanor held security, with a primary that might not be exclusive. Paloma moved information through the house, and she had already hinted that she knew which ears received which reports. Ixel was watching for weakness, either to exploit or to use. And Donald Drazen, somewhere in the depths of St. Mercy House, was the architect of every wall she had not yet seen. Mireya touched the scar at her hairline. "Decide first." She pushed back from the table and walked to the window that faced the harbor. The fog was lifting. The boats were moving. The city breathed beyond the glass. She did not know yet what she was willing to do to reach it, but she was beginning to understand what it would cost not to try. Chapter 4. Breakfast appeared at 7, carried in by servants who moved with the precision of a tide they had been trained to read. Mireya arrived before the food did. She had watched from the corridor, timing her approach between the kitchen delivery and the family's descent. The dining room was empty when she stepped inside, and she took the seat that let her see both windows and doors. The table was long enough to separate without isolating. Donald's place at the head was marked by a silver tray stand and a carafe that caught the morning light. Lucan's chair stood to his father's left, Itzel's to his right. Mireya's own place had been set beside Lucan, the mirror of the wedding meal, but she chose the chair across from her assigned seat instead. A small displacement, a test of who noticed. The first to arrive was Itzel. She wore gray today, soft as fog, and her hair was pinned in a style that took time Mireya knew she had spent in front of a mirror, choosing which version of herself to present. Itzel paused at the threshold, noted Soroya's position, and said nothing. She took her usual seat and unfolded her napkin with the unhurried care of a woman who had never once been late to her own life. "You are an early riser," Itzel said. "I prefer to see the morning before it sees me." Itzel's mouth curved. "A convent habit. A survival habit." The answer landed exactly as Soroya intended. Itzel's smile did not waver, but something in her posture shifted, a fractional realignment that Soroya catalogued and filed. Donal entered before she could press further. He filled the doorway the way a tide filled a cove, without hurry, without apology, without room for anything else. His eyes swept the table, found Soroya in the displaced seat, and registered the choice in a flicker that might have been approval, or might have been judgment. "Good morning, Soroya." He took his place at the head and signaled the servants forward. "I trust the lock served its purpose." "It did, thank you." "Lucan mentioned he had granted your requests. I was not consulted, but I see no harm in a woman feeling secure in her own rooms." The words were gracious, the tone was not. It was the tone of a man who had been informed of a decision after it was made, and who was still deciding whether to override it. Lucan entered behind his father and took his seat without looking at Soroya. His hair was damp at the temples, as if he had washed before the meal, and his sleeves were rolled precisely to the same point on each forearm. He did not apologize for his father's greeting. He did not reinforce it either. He simply sat, and the servants began to pour. Breakfast was served in courses, fruit first, then bread and preserved fish, then eggs in a sauce that smelled of saffron and something sharper beneath. Soroya watched each dish arrive and waited until Donal had eaten from each before she touched her own plate. The habit was not subtle, Donal noticed. "You check for poison," he said. "I check for intent." He laughed, a sound as polished as his smile. "I would not poison you, Soroya. You are worth more to me healthy than harmed." Worth. Not dear, not safe. She was a number on a ledger, and he had just told her the current valuation. "Father." Lucan's voice was flat, a warning delivered without heat. "She is at the table. She is your daughter now. You might speak to her as one." "I am speaking to her precisely as she is." Donal's eyes stayed on Soroya. "A woman who married into this house yesterday and is already testing which chairs she can take without permission. That is intelligence, not rudeness. I respect intelligence." The compliment felt heavier than an insult. Itzel set down her fork. "The Harbor Gala is in 6 days. Has Lucan informed you of your role?" The question was directed at Soroya, but the look Itzel gave was for Lucan, sharp and measuring. "He has not," Soroya said. "Then I will save him the trouble." Itzel's voice was pleasant, conversational, edged with the patience of someone explaining a rule to a child who should already know it. "You will stand beside him for 2 hours. You will smile at everyone and commit to nothing. The press will photograph you. The port union heads will test your knowledge. Donal's rivals will try to put you off balance with personal questions. You will answer nothing that cannot be verified by the treaty transcript." "And if I refuse?" The silence that followed was not long, but it was deep. Itzel's smile returned, slower this time. "Then you will learn what the word reasonable means inside this house." Soroya felt Lucan's attention settle on her, a weight she did not turn to meet. She kept her hands folded, her breath even, her face as unreadable as the women at Santa Lilari had taught her. "I have no intention of refusing," she said. "I only wanted to hear the consequence stated aloud." Donal laughed again, a sound that scraped against the morning quiet. "You chose well, Lucan. She will survive here." The meal continued. The conversation moved to port schedules and parliamentary votes, and the cost of a customs dispute that Soroya did not fully follow. She listened anyway, filing names and numbers, and the way Donal's voice softened when he discussed leverage and hardened when he discussed people. When breakfast ended, Donal rose first. He paused beside Soroya's chair, close enough that she caught the scent of him, wool and ink and something metallic she could not place. "You will find this house easier to navigate once you understand that resistance is optional but pointless. He said it quietly, for her ears only. "The gates are not locked, Soroya, but every road beyond them belongs to me." He left. Itzel followed, brushing past without acknowledgement. Lucan stayed. He did not speak. He stood at the window that faced the harbor, his back to her, and watched the boats move through the morning fog. The silence was not hostile. It was waiting. "He is not wrong," Soroya said. "The roads, the gates, the harbor." No. Lucan did not turn. "But he is not complete either. What does he leave out?" Lucan turned then, and his eyes met hers. Winter water, pale, unreadable. "He leaves out that the man who owns every road is not necessarily the man who decides where they lead." He left the room before she could answer. Soroya sat alone at the cleared table, the scent of coffee and saffron fading around her. She touched the scar at her hairline. "Decide first." She pushed back from the table and walked toward her room. The corridor was empty. The morning light fell in long panels across the stone floor. She counted her steps, memorized the placement of every door, and noted which servants passed her with their eyes down and which met her gaze before looking away. She reached her door and stopped. The latch was not fully closed. She had left it sealed, she was certain. Soroya stood in the corridor, her hand inches from the wood, and listened. No sound from inside, no movement. But the latch sat at an angle, the bolt not quite seated in the plate, as if someone had closed it in a hurry and not pressed it home. She pushed the door open. The room was empty. The windows were closed. The bed was untouched. But the trunk at the foot of the bed, the sealed trunk from Santa Ilari that she had not yet opened, had been shifted 3 inches from the wall. Enough to be visible if you were looking, enough to be invisible if you were not. Soroya crossed to the trunk and crouched. The seal was intact. The lock was undisturbed. But the dust at the base, a thin film she had noticed on the floorboards that morning, had been disturbed in a pattern that made no sense for a trunk that had not been moved. Someone had lifted it, set it down, lifted it again. She straightened and turned in a slow circle, scanning the room for anything else displaced, anything else touched. The wardrobe doors were closed. The desk drawers were flush. The chair she had slept in was exactly where she had left it. But the painting on the wall, the distorted harbor scene with its wrong proportions and impossible angles, was hanging crooked. Soroya had not touched it since yesterday. She had not even looked at it closely. She crossed to the painting and straightened it. Behind the frame, the wall felt different, slightly recessed, as if the panel behind the painting did not match the wall around it. She did not investigate further. She stepped back, sat in the chair, and began to think. Someone had entered her room while she was at breakfast. They had searched the trunk, checked the painting, and left everything almost exactly as they found it. Close enough that a careless observer would notice nothing. Precise enough that a careful observer would notice everything. The question was who? Paloma could have done it, ordered or willing. Nicanor could have done it, justifying it as security. Itzel could have done it herself, curious about what the convent bride had brought into her brother's house. But the question that mattered was not who. It was what they were looking for. Soroya did not know yet, but she understood that the search meant her arrival had already unsettled someone enough to take the risk of entering her locked room. That was leverage. She sat in the morning light, the crooked painting behind her, and she began to build a different kind of map. Not of corridors or loyalties, of vulnerabilities. And one name, the one that was watching her closest, came into focus. Itzel. Soroya did not know what Itzel wanted, but she knew how to find out. She would not confront. She would not accuse. She would plant something worth finding. And she would wait to see who came looking. Chapter 5. Soroya spent the morning arranging her room with deliberate care. She unfolded the dresses from the wardrobe, refolded them, placed them back in a different order. She opened the trunk from Sant'Ilari, lifted each item, examined it, returned it. She made enough noise to be heard from the corridor, enough movement to be reported. Paloma arrived at midday with a tray of bread and cold meat. "You can set it by the window," Soroya said without turning. "I am not hungry yet." Paloma placed the tray on the small table near the chair. She did not leave. She stood with her hands clasped, waiting. Soroya continued folding. A linen shift, a wool shawl, a leather-bound prayer book she had not opened since Sant'Iliri. "Is there something you need?" Soroya asked. "No, Signora. I only wished to know if you required anything else." Soroya turned, the prayer book in her hands. She held it a moment, then placed it on the windowsill, as if setting it aside for later. "I will eat soon. You may go." Paloma dipped her head and left. Soroya waited until the footsteps faded, then crossed to the door and pressed her ear to the wood. Silence. She counted to 60. Then she opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The chapel was at the east end of the house, past the main hall and through a narrow stone passage Soroya had noted during her morning exploration. The door was not locked. She pushed it open and stepped inside. The air smelled of beeswax and old incense. A single window above the altar let in pale light that fell across worn wooden pews. The walls were bare stone, unadorned except for a small wooden crucifix above the altar. Soroya walked to the left wall and ran her fingers along the edge where the stone met the wooden paneling. The molding was loose in one section, a narrow gap behind the trim just wide enough to conceal a folded piece of paper. She did not hide anything there. She pulled the molding slightly farther from the wall so that a careful eye would notice it had been disturbed. Then she stepped back, examined the effect, and nodded. She returned to her room, sat in the chair, and waited. The afternoon passed in slow increments of light across the floor. Soroya ate the bread and cold meat. She drank water from the pitcher. She watched the harbor through the window and counted the boats. At the 4th hour, she heard footsteps in the corridor. She did not move. She remained in the chair, her back to the door, her breathing steady. The footsteps paused outside her door, a soft rustle of fabric. Then they continued past, toward the east end of the house. Soroya counted to 100. Then she rose and walked to the door. She opened it a crack and looked into the corridor. It was empty. But the housekeeper, the gray-haired woman who had overseen the wedding meal, was walking back from the direction of the chapel. Her hands were empty. Her face was composed. She did not look at Soroya's door as she passed. Soroya closed the door and returned to the chair. 1. The housekeeper would report to someone. The someone would wait until dark, or until the house was quiet, to check the molding. At the 6th hour, the dinner bell rang. Soroya changed her dress. She pinned her hair. She walked to the dining room and took the seat she had taken that morning, displaced from the head of the table, close to the window. Lucan was not there. Itzel was not there. Donald Drazen sat alone at the head of the table, reading a newspaper. He did not look up when she entered. "Your husband is at the harbor," he said. "Tradie business." Soroya sat. A servant placed a bowl of soup before her. She waited for Donald to lift his spoon before she touched hers. "You were in the chapel this afternoon," Donald said. Soroya's hand paused over the spoon. She did not look up. "I wanted to pray," she said. "The chapel is available to you at any hour. You do not need permission." "Thank you." Silence. Donald turned a page of his newspaper. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Soroya lifted her spoon. The soup was fish, clean and simple. "I was not looking for anything," she said. "I was praying." Donald made a sound that might have been amusement. He did not press further. The meal ended without additional conversation. Soroya excused herself and returned to her room. The corridor was dark. The lamps had been lit, casting long shadows across the stone floor. She reached her door, unlocked it, stepped inside. The room was as she had left it. The trunk, the bed, the chair. The painting was still crooked. She crossed to it and straightened it. Her fingers brushed the wall behind the frame. The recessed panel was still there, still undisturbed. She stood in the center of the room and listened. Nothing. She sat in the chair and waited. The hours passed. The house settled into the quiet of evening. Servants' footsteps faded. Doors closed. The light outside the window deepened from gray to black. Soroya did not light a lamp. She sat in the dark, her eyes adjusted, her breath slow. At the 9th hour, she heard it. A soft footstep in the corridor. Not heavy like a guard, not light like a servant. Deliberate, careful, pausing at her door. She did not move. The pause lengthened. Then the footsteps continued past, toward the east end of the house. Mireya rose. She moved to the door, opened it a crack, and looked into the corridor. A figure was walking away from her, toward the chapel passage, tall, male, dressed in dark clothing that did not catch the lamplight. Nicanor. She watched him until he disappeared around the corner. Then she closed the door and leaned against it. Nicanor had taken the bait, or he had been sent to check. She waited. 20 minutes passed, then 30. Then footsteps returned, faster this time, and she heard the chapel door close. A knock came at her door. Mireya did not open it. "Señora?" Paloma's voice, low and urgent. "Señora, are you awake?" Mireya crossed to the door and opened it. Paloma stood in the corridor, her face pale, her hands clasped tight. "What is it?" "The chapel," Paloma said. "Someone was in the chapel tonight. The housekeeper found the molding disturbed. She sent a guard to check." "Did he find anything?" Paloma shook her head. "Nothing. The molding was loose, but there was nothing behind it." Mireya kept her face still. "That is strange." "Señora." Paloma hesitated. Her gaze dropped. "The housekeeper told Lady Itzel. Lady Itzel asked who had been in the chapel today. The housekeeper said you." Mireya waited. "Lady Itzel said nothing, but she sent a message to the harbor, to a man who is not on Lord Lucan's staff." "What man?" Paloma's voice dropped so low Mireya barely caught it. "Her private secretary, a man named Alvaro. He came through the kitchen entrance an hour ago. He went straight to the chapel." Mireya's pulse did not change. Her face did not move. But something cold settled in her chest. Ixal had a private secretary. A man named Alvaro had come through the kitchen entrance. He had gone to the chapel. Itzal had sent someone to check. Which meant Itzal was the one who had searched her room. Itzal was the one watching her closest. Itzal had her own network inside the house, separate from Donald's, separate from Lucan's. And Itzal had a private secretary who entered through the kitchen, unseen, untracked. "Thank you, Paloma," Mireya said. "That will be all." Paloma hesitated. Her mouth opened as if to say something else. "Go," Mireya said. Paloma went. Mireya closed the door and stood in the dark. She had planted a false letter. She had watched the housekeeper, Nicanor, and now Alvaro chase it. She had exposed 3 informants in a single day. But the name on Paloma's list had startled her. Itzel. Not the housekeeper, not Donald, not Lucan. Gilded Drazen, who had sat at breakfast in gray silk, who had warned Mireya about the gala, who had said, "Decide first what you are." Gilded Drazen, who had a private secretary who came through the kitchen. Mireya touched the scar at her hairline. Itzel was not the one she needed to fear. Itzel was the one she needed to understand. Chapter 6. Morning came gray through the window, the harbor sky the color of old pewter. Mireya had not slept. She had sat in the chair through the hours, her mind moving through the shape of what Paloma had told her, naming every piece she now knew. Itzel had a secretary, Alvaro. He came through the kitchen. He went to the chapel. 3 informants in one day. But knowledge without action was just another form of waiting, and waiting was what the convent had trained her for. She was done waiting. She washed her face in the basin, pinned her hair back, and dressed in the gray dress that hung plainest in the wardrobe. No jewelry, no concessions. She wanted to look like someone who had not slept, someone who had nothing left to hide. When Paloma arrived with the breakfast tray, Mireya did not dismiss her. "Sit," Mireya said. Paloma froze. Her hand hovered over the tray. "Señora?" "Sit. The food can wait." Paloma set the tray down. She did not sit. Mireya watched her. The girl was young, younger than Mireya had let herself notice. 19, perhaps. Her hands were rough from work. Her eyes moved too fast, trained to read rooms before she entered them. "You came to me last night," Mireya said, "with information about Alvaro, about Lady Itzel." Paloma's throat moved. "Yes. Why? I told you. I thought you should know." "That is not a reason." Paloma's gaze dropped to the floor. She said nothing. Mireya let the silence stretch. She had learned at Santa Lirare that silence was a door most people could not stand to leave open. After a count of 12, Paloma's fingers twitched at her skirt. "You did not report me," Paloma said. "You could have. When I told you about the housekeeper, about the reports, you kept it. Kept it from whom? For Lord Lucan, from Nicanor, from anyone who would have made me pay for telling you." Paloma's voice dropped. "The last girl who spoke out of turn was sent to the harbor kitchens. She came back with burns on both hands." Soroya's chest tightened. She kept her face still. "I am not Lord Lucan," she said, "and I am not Donald Drazen, but I am someone who remembers what she owes." She crossed to the trunk from Santa Lilare and opened it. Inside lay her few possessions: a wool shawl, a worn psalter, a comb carved from dark wood. She lifted the shawl and held it out to Paloma. Paloma stared at it. "It is cold in the corridors at night," Soroya said. "You will need it." "Senora, I cannot." "You can. You will." Paloma took the shawl. Her fingers closed around the wool. She did not put it on. She held it against her chest like a thing too valuable to wear. "Thank you," she said. Soroya nodded. "Now sit." This time, Paloma sat. Soroya took the chair across from her. She poured tea into both cups and pushed one toward Paloma. The girl wrapped her hands around it but did not drink. "Tell me how messages move in this house," Soroya said. Paloma's eyes flicked toward the door. The morning light slanted through the window. The corridor was quiet. "The housekeeper takes the breakfast trays down herself," Paloma said. "She reads the plates before she clears them." "Reads them? What is eaten, what is left, where the knife is placed. She reports all of it." Soroya remembered the wedding meal, the way the servants had watched her push her food around the plate. She had assumed they were watching her for signs of poison. They had been reading her appetite as a map of intention. "What else?" "Notes," Paloma said. "The servants pass notes through the laundry. The kitchen girls hide them in the linen fold. The housekeeper collects them before the wash." "Who do they report to?" "Lady Ixel, mostly. Some to Nicanor. A few go straight to Lord Donald, but those do not go through the laundry." "Where do those go?" Paloma's hands tightened around the cup. "There is a woman who comes from the harbor, twice a week. She delivers bread to the kitchen. She takes nothing out. But the housekeeper leaves reports in the bread basket, and the woman carries them out under the loaves." Soroya's pulse moved faster. She kept her voice flat. "The bread woman reports to Donald directly?" "Yes." "Does Lord Lucan know?" Paloma hesitated. "I do not think he knows about the bread woman. I think he believes the housekeeper reports to him. She does, sometimes, but she reports to Lord Donald first." Soroya set her cup down. She sat very still. Lucan had installed a lock. He had given her terms. He had told her his father's methods were not his. But a woman carried reports from the kitchen to the harbor twice a week, and Lucan did not know, which meant Donald was watching her through a channel Lucan could not see. Lucan was jailer, yes, but he was not sole architect. "Paloma," she said, "the bread woman. When does she come next?" "Tomorrow, before noon." "Does she speak to anyone besides the housekeeper?" "She takes the basket. She leaves. She never stays." Soroya nodded. She filed the information away. A bread basket, a harbor woman, a twice-weekly leak. "One more thing," she said. "The recessed panel behind the painting in my room. Do you know what is in it?" Paloma's face went pale. She looked at the painted harbor on the wall, then back at Soroya. "No," she said, "but I know who had it built." "Who?" "Lord Donald, 5 years ago, after the old mistress died." "The old mistress, Lucan's mother." Soroya's skin went cold. "What was it built for?" Paloma shook her head. "No one knows. The workmen were brought from outside the city. They were gone the same night. The room was locked for a month afterward." Soroya looked at the painting, at the crooked frame she had straightened a dozen times, at the wall behind it. 5 years ago, after Lucan's mother died. Donald had built a hidden compartment in the room where his son's treaty bride would sleep. He had planned this before he knew her name. "Thank you, Paloma." Paloma rose. She held the shawl against her chest. At the door, she stopped. "Signora," she said, "the woman who comes with the bread. Her name is Gata. She has a scar on her left hand, the same shape as yours." She left. Mireya sat alone in the room. The tea had gone cold. The harbor light had shifted from pewter to pale gold. She touched the scar at her hairline. The same shape. A bread woman who reported to Donald. A woman with a coronet-shaped scar. She did not know what it meant, but she knew it was not an accident. She stood and crossed to the painting. She lifted it from the wall and set it aside. The recessed panel stared back at her, smooth and unmarked. She pressed her fingertips to its edge. It did not give. She needed a tool, a blade, something thin enough to find the seam. But she did not have one. Yet. She replaced the painting and stepped back. Tomorrow, the bread woman would come, and Mireya would find a way to meet her. Chapter 7. She did not sleep. The chair by the window held her through the dark hours, her knees drawn up, her back against the carved wood. Below, the harbor lights blinked against black water. Somewhere out there, a woman named Gata was loading bread loaves into a basket, carrying reports under the crust, bearing a scar that matched her own. Mireya touched her hairline. The skin was warm, unremarkable, a mark she had been told was a childhood fall, a stone step, a misjudged leap. She did not believe that anymore. Morning came gray and damp. She washed in cold water, pinned her hair back with practiced precision, and dressed in the plainest gown the wardrobe offered. Dark wool, high collar, no ornament. She would not meet the bread woman looking like a display piece. She was reaching for the door when the knock came. Not Paloma. The rhythm was wrong. 3 short raps, deliberate, spaced. She opened it. Lucan stood in the corridor, dressed in charcoal and silver, his hair still damp at the edges. He looked at her gown, her pinned hair, the absence of jewelry, and something flickered in his winter water eyes. Not surprise, assessment. "You are dressed for travel," he said. "I am dressed for utility." A pause. He took her in again, slower this time, and she let him. She had nothing to hide this morning. She was not baiting a trap. She was simply ready. "I need you to accompany me today," he said. "A harbor charity luncheon at the exchange hall. It is part of the treaty image." She did not move. Define the treaty image. Public alignment, a united front. The Drazens and the Belmontes standing together, stable, invested in the city. How long? 2 hours, possibly 3. Who will be there? He listed them flatly. Port Union chairs, 2 parliamentarians, a church delegate from the harbor diocese, and the wives of all 3. The press will be outside, not inside. No photographers at the tables. She filed the details. Wives, not women. Wives. That meant surveillance in silk, questions wrapped in compliments, assessments of her manners and her waistline, and the way she held her glass. "What are the rules of engagement?" He frowned. "What am I allowed to say?" She clarified. "What must I not say? Who will be watching for slips and reporting them to whom?" Understanding moved across his face. He stepped into the room without asking, and she did not stop him. He closed the door behind him. "You may speak freely about the convent. You may express admiration for the harbor. You may be polite and vague about your family. You may not answer any question about your marriage, your husband, your plans, or your feelings about the treaty. And if someone presses, you smile and turn to me. I will handle the price." She studied him. The calm authority, the way he had the answers ready before she asked. He had briefed for this. He had prepared for her resistance. "What else?" she said. "You will have an exit route. I will arrange it with Nicanor. If you signal me, I will get you out within 2 minutes. "Signal?" "Touch your ear, like you are adjusting your hair." She filed that away. A private code, a promise of extraction. "One more thing," he said. "There will be a woman there, older, gray hair, gold earrings, a blue brooch at her throat. She is a courier for the port archives. She will not approach you. She will not speak to you. But she will watch you." "Why?" "Because she knows what you are." The room went very still. Mireya felt the words settle in her chest, heavy and sharp. He did not say Auric. He did not say true blood. but he had spoken the sentence like a man who knew exactly what it meant. "How do you know what I am?" "I read the treaty before I signed it." "You read it, and you married me anyway." "I married you because my father told me to. But I read it, and I understood what he was buying." She stared at him. The winter water eyes held hers. He was not apologizing. He was not confessing. He was stating a fact, the way he had stated the luncheon details and the signal code. He had known. From the beginning, he had known what the treaty cost her, and he had done it anyway. "You said your father's methods were not yours," she said. "They are not. But you stand in his house. You wear his name. You trade in the commodity he purchased." Something hardened in his jaw. "I am trying to decide whether that is an accusation or a question." "It is a fact. I am asking what you intend to do about it." He was quiet for a long moment. The harbor light shifted. The chapel bell chimed in the distance. "I intend to get you through this luncheon without incident," he said. "And afterward, I intend to keep learning what kind of man my father actually is." "That is not an answer." "It is the one I have." She held his gaze. He did not look away. "All right," she said. "I will come. But I will be watching you as closely as I watched the courier with the blue brooch." He did not smile, but something in his face loosened, just slightly, like a man who had been bracing for a blow that did not land. "Fair," he said. He opened the door and stepped into the corridor. She followed. The carriage was black, unmarked, with curtains drawn. Lucan sat across from her, not beside her, an arrangement she had not requested, but appreciated. The distance let her breathe. The exchange hall was a limestone building at the harbor's edge, its columns stained by salt and time. Servants in starched collars opened the doors before the carriage stopped. Mireya stepped out into the salt air, and the sea wind pulled at her pinned hair. She did not touch her ear. Not yet. But she noted the exits. The service door to the left, the kitchen passage, the stairwell leading up instead of down. She noted the press. 2 men with notebooks leaning against a lamppost. They straightened when they saw her. One lifted a pencil. She did not look at them. Lucan offered his elbow and she took it. His arm was solid, warm through the wool. He did not squeeze, did not claim. He waited for her to settle her hand, and then he walked forward. The doors swung open. Inside, the hall gleamed. Chandeliers, white tablecloths, crystal catching the harbor light. A dozen faces turned toward her. Women in silk, men in tailored wool, servants with trays of champagne. Mireya smiled. She had been trained at Santa Ilari to smile through surveillance. She had done it at every meal, every chapel service, every visit from the nuns who measured her obedience like a thread count. She could do this. She turned her head slightly, scanning the room, and found the woman with the blue brooch, gray hair, gold earrings, eyes that did not blink. The woman raised her glass. Mireya did not raise hers. She released Lucan's arm and walked toward the first table, letting the room watch her move, letting them wonder what she would do. Behind her, she heard Lucan's footsteps follow, but he did not catch up. He let her lead. And that, more than any signal, told her he was watching for something too. Chapter 8. The first table held a woman in oyster silk, whose smile did not reach her cheekbones. "You must be the bride," the woman said. "We wondered when Drazens would start producing something worth looking at." The woman beside her laughed, a practiced sound. Mireya smiled. "I wonder how long you practiced that line, or whether it came naturally." The oyster silk woman's smile flickered. Mireya moved past her, past the next table, past the cluster of men in dark wool who watched her like she was a ship they had not seen coming. She counted exits as she walked. The service door to the left, propped open with a crate. The kitchen passage, visible through a half-open door. The stairwell at the rear, narrow, leading up. She noted the faces that tracked her, and the faces that refused to. A man with a heavy jaw and a shipping badge on his lapel watched her hands, not her face. Another man, older, with a watch chain across his vest, was the one who did not look at her at all. He looked at the space she had just left as if measuring where she had been. She marked him. The room hummed with the particular energy of people who knew they were being watched and wanted to be seen watching the correct person. Lucan appeared at her elbow. "You are making them nervous," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "Good." That was not a criticism. She glanced at him. His face was composed, pleasant, the face of a man who had been trained to smile through treaty dinners. But his eyes were moving, scanning the same exits she had counted. "The man with the watch chain," she said. "Who is he?" "Parliamentary secretary to the port committee. He votes with my father." He did not look at me. "That means he is thinking about you." She filed that away. Watch the ones who refused to look. A server appeared with a tray of champagne. Mireya took a glass but did not drink. She held it at the correct angle, the correct height, the correct distance from her body, the way she had been taught at Santa Lyra to hold a prop. Lucan guided her toward the head table, his hand settling at the small of her back. The touch was correct, proper, public. But his fingers did not press, did not claim. They rested there, light, waiting for her to move away. She did not move away. She let him guide her, but she chose the pace. The head table was set with white linen and silver that caught the harbor light. Place cards in fine script, water glasses already poured, a centerpiece of pale roses that smelled like a funeral. Mireya found her seat and took it without waiting for someone to pull her chair. The woman beside her had gray hair pinned in a coronet of braids, and a blue brooch at her throat. Gold earrings. The archivist courier. The woman did not introduce herself. She did not turn. She simply sat, hands folded on the tablecloth, eyes fixed on the centerpiece. But Mireya saw the woman's fingers move. A small tap, once, twice, on the linen. A rhythm that did not match the music. A signal, or a nervous habit, or a test. Mireya did not tap back. She placed her hands flat on the table, palms down, still as stone, and waited. The luncheon began with a blessing from the church delegate, a bald man in a collar who spoke of charity and civic duty and the generosity of the Drazen family. Mireya watched his eyes. They flicked to Donal, who sat at the far end of the table, twice during the blessing, once to the archivist courier, never to her. She noted that too. The meal was served in courses, fish in cream sauce, asparagus, potatoes carved into perfect spheres. Mireya ate only what she saw the archivist eat first. The woman took a bite of fish. Mireya took a bite. The woman touched her water glass. Mireya did not. She was learning how the house ate, and she was using it. Halfway through the second course, a woman across the table leaned forward. The parliamentarian's wife. Diamond earrings. A smile that had been polished by years of watching her husband's back. "You must find Ravan so different from the convent," the woman said. "All this noise, all this light." Mireya set down her fork. "I find it instructive." "Instructive? I have learned more about politics in 2 days than I learned in 23 years at Santa Lyra." The woman's smile tightened. "I am sure the nuns taught you other things. They taught me to watch." "Watch what?" "Who speaks," Mireya said, "and who is spoken about." The woman's eyes widened just slightly. Beside her, the archivist courier's fingers tapped again. Once, twice. Mireya did not acknowledge it. The conversation shifted. The woman turned to her neighbor, and the thread was broken. But Mireya had seen something, a flicker in the woman's expression when she mentioned the convent, a hesitation that was not innocent. She tucked it away. The main course arrived. Lamb, pink at the center. Mireya waited for the archivist to take the first bite. The woman did not. She merely pushed the meat around her plate, sculpting it without eating. Mireya did not eat either. The afternoon stretched, one course after another, the conversation eddying around her. She answered questions about her dress, her hair, her opinion of the harbor. She gave nothing back that could be used, but she watched. She watched the way Lucan's shoulders tightened when a man with a scarred hand asked about shipping routes. She watched the way Donal's eyes tracked every server who passed behind his chair. She watched the archivist courier's hands, still as bone on the table, not touching the napkin, not reaching for the glass. She watched the parliamentarian's wife glance at her scar. Once, twice, 3 times. The woman thought she was subtle. She was not. When the third course arrived, Mireya turned her head to speak to Lucan. The movement shifted the light across her hairline. The coronet-shaped scar caught the chandelier glow. The parliamentarian's wife looked again. This time, her eyes went sharp, focused, hungry. Mireya did not flinch. She did not hide. She held still and let the woman look because she wanted to know who would flinch first. The woman did not flinch. She smiled, a thin, knowing thing, and said, "I have always admired those old crown features, the ones that cannot be hidden, no matter how far you run." The words landed in Mireya's chest like a stone dropped into still water. Old crown features, the woman knew. She did not know everything, or she would not have been this careless, but she knew enough. She had seen the scar. She had recognized it. Mireya returned the smile, cold and glassy. "I did not know you were a historian. I am not, but I have lived long enough to recognize a relic when I see one. A relic." She was calling her a relic. No. She was calling what she carried a relic. The blood, the lineage, the claim that someone, somewhere, still wanted. Mireya looked down at her plate. The lamb was untouched. The vegetables had congealed in their butter. She had been valuable before the marriage. She had been valuable before the treaty. The woman with the blue brooch had known, the archivist, the courier. Her value predated this marriage by decades. And that meant Donald Drazen had not created her worth. He had only tried to own it. She lifted her head, met the woman's eyes, and said, "Some relics are not meant to be collected. Some are meant to be shattered." The woman's expression flickered, uncertainty, then recovery. "I am sure the Drazens will take excellent care of their investment." Mireya smiled again, wider, showing teeth. "I am sure they will try." She did not eat another bite. She sat through the rest of the luncheon with her hands flat on the table, her spine straight, her eyes scanning the room. When the servers cleared the final course and the guests began to rise, she stood without waiting for Lucan to offer his chair. The archivist courier did not move. She stayed seated, hands folded, watching the tablecloth. Mireya walked past her, close enough to smell lavender and old paper, and whispered, "I know what I am." The woman did not react, but her fingers moved again. One tap, two, three. A message. Mireya did not wait to decode it. She walked toward the exit, her pulse steady, her face calm, and her mind already turning over the woman's words like stones. Old crown features, a relic, the scar that could not be hidden. She touched her hairline as she stepped through the doors. The coronet mark was warm under her fingertips. Lucan caught up with her in the portico, his expression unreadable. "The woman with the blue brooch," he said. "What did you say to her?" "I told her I knew what I was." His face went still. Then he said, "Did you?" Mireya looked past him, at the harbor where the ships were docked, their masts swaying, their lines creaking in the salt wind. "I am starting to," she said, "and I do not think I am going to like what I find." Chapter 9. The porta, air hid her face, salt and stone and the distant clatter of harbor winches. Mireya stood still, letting the wind pull at her hair, letting herself feel the chill after the suffocating warmth of the luncheon hall. Lucan had not followed her out. He stood in the doorway, watching her with that unreadable winter water gaze, and she knew he was weighing whether to press further or let her breathe. She gave him nothing to read. She turned her back and walked toward the steps. That was when Nicanor Texu materialized at her elbow, silent as a draft, his dark clothing absorbing the afternoon light. "Lady Drazen." She did not startle. She had seen him standing against the wall during the final course, still as furniture, watching her with that clinical stillness she was learning to recognize. "Texu." He fell into step beside her, matching her pace exactly, close enough that anyone watching would see a security escort and nothing more. "Your luncheon performance was adequate." Adequate. High praise from a man who treated words like ammunition. "I was not performing," she said. "No, that is what made it adequate. You were being observed, and you did not pretend to be something you are not. That is uncommon in this house." She stopped at the bottom of the steps, turning to face him fully. The harbor spread behind her, gray water and stacked hulls, the masts swaying in the rising wind. Is there a point to this observation, Etcher? Or are you simply cataloging my behavior for your report? His expression did not change, but his eyes moved, scanning the street, the windows, the roofline, before settling back on her. I have a question, Lady Drazen. I would like you to answer it directly. I am not required to answer your questions. No, he said. You are not, but the answer will determine how I do my job, and my job keeps you alive. She waited. He stepped closer, dropping his voice so that even the wind could not carry it. Did the Belmontes plant you? The question landed clean, surgical, without malice. He was not accusing her. He was asking. If you mean did my Aunt Mireya train me for years, deliver me to this house, and expect me to act in Belmonte interests once inside, she said. The answer is no. She did not prepare me for anything. She signed the contract and stopped speaking to me in the carriage. And yet you watched the house the way a knife watches a throat. She met his stare. I was raised by women who taught me that silence is survival. That does not make me a blade. It makes me someone who learned early that the people who feed you may also be the people who trade you. Nicanor held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a fraction of an inch, and stepped back. I believe you. That is generous. It is not generosity. It is pattern recognition. If you were planted, you would have acted by now. You would have fed information to someone outside, or positioned yourself closer to Donald, or attempted to compromise a guard. He paused. Instead, you sit in corners, you pray in empty chapels, and you learn the names of servants. Mireya said nothing. That is not the behavior of an operative. That is the behavior of a woman trying to survive a house that wants to use her. He tilted his head, studying her. You are also the first person in this compound to notice that the East Terrace access is not covered at night. She blinked. The East Terrace, she said slowly. There is no guard posted at the service stair. Correct. And no alarm on the garden door. Correct. There is a drain pipe that runs from the terrace to the lower courtyard. A man could climb it in under a minute. Nicanor's expression shifted. It was not surprise. It was something closer to recalibration, as if he was moving her from one mental file to another. You noticed that in 3 days. The first night, she said. I could not sleep. I counted the patrol intervals from my window. The east side has a gap of approximately 4 minutes between the last foot patrol and the next. He stared at her. Sometime tonight, she said, you should check whether that drain pipe has been tampered with. If I can see it from my window, so can someone who wants inside. The air between them changed. The suspicion did not vanish, but it shifted, making room for something else. Respect. New. A nice. The beginnings of a reckoning. A shout rang out from the harbor below. Both of them turned. A man was running along the dock, weaving between cargo crates, his coat flapping behind him. 2 of Donald's harbor men were chasing him, their boots hammering the wooden planks. He was heading straight for the service stair, the east terrace, the drain pipe. Nicanor moved before she could speak, his hand going to his belt, his body pivoting toward the stairs. But he looked back at her, just once, his eyes catching hers. There is no gap, he said. Cover it. He was gone, running, calling out to the nearest guard in a voice that cracked through the afternoon like a whip. Mireya stood alone at the bottom of the portico steps, the wind pulling at her pinned hair, the coronet scar cold against her temple. The man on the dock was almost at the service stair, and there was no one between him and the east terrace but her. She did not have a weapon. She did not have a guard. She had 4 minutes if Nicanor's patrols ran true, and a drain pipe that should have been watched, but was not. She turned and walked toward the east wing, her heels clicking against the stone, her pulse steady as a drum. Behind her, the shouting grew louder. Chapter 10. The east wing corridor stretched ahead, empty and silent, the lamps unlit at this hour. Mireya walked without hurry, her heels marking a steady rhythm against the stone, her ears tuned to the harbor noise behind her. The shouting had stopped. She reached the corner that led to the terrace door and stopped, pressing herself flat against the wall. No running footsteps, no whistle from the guard post, nothing but the distant lap of water against the dock and the cry of gulls wheeling above the warehouse roofs. She counted to 60. When she stepped around the corner, the terrace door was closed, the drainpipe undisturbed, and the garden stood empty in the gray afternoon light. Nicanor had reached him first, or the harbor men had, or the man had changed his mind and slipped back into the alleys. She would not know which until someone told her, and no one would tell her unless she asked in a way that did not sound like asking. She turned back. In her room, she sat at the window and watched the harbor until the light bled from the sky and the lamps came on along the keep. The man on the dock had been heading for the east terrace. That meant someone outside knew about the gap. That meant the gap was no longer a vulnerability she could keep in reserve. She had given it to Nicanor, and Nicanor had run to close it, and now the house would seal itself tighter, and her options would shrink by one. She touched the scar at her hairline. A soft knock came at her door. 3 short beats, spaced apart, deliberate, the rhythm she had come to recognize over the past days. Lucan's knock, the one that waited. She crossed the room, slid the lock back, and opened the door. He stood in the corridor, his coat off, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, his hair still damp at the temples. Behind him, the house was quiet. "I heard about the dock," he said. "Did you?" "Nicanor told me you saw him first, the man on the run. I saw what anyone at the portico would have seen. You also told him about the drainpipe." She did not answer. He studied her for a moment, then stepped back, leaving the doorway open between them. "Come downstairs," he said. "I have ordered dinner in the small dining room, just the 2 of us." She should refuse. She should plead fatigue, claim headache, retreat behind the lock, and spend the night pressing her ear to the walls, learning the house's rhythms without a witness. Instead, she followed him. The small dining room was nothing like the hall where Donald held court. It was a narrow chamber on the ground floor, paneled in dark wood, with a single table set near the fireplace and windows that looked out onto the inner courtyard. The flames cast moving shadows across the ceiling, and the plates were already laid. 2 settings only, close enough that she would not have to raise her voice to be heard. Lucan pulled out her chair. She took it, and he sat across from her, close enough that his knee almost brushed hers under the table. The first course arrived, carried by a servant she did not recognize. Mireya watched the girl set the plates down, watched her retreat, listened to the door click shut behind her. "No one is listening," Lucan said. She looked at him. "The paneling in this room is original. No gaps, no vents, no hidden ears. My grandfather built it for private negotiations. Sound stays inside the wood." He picked up his fork. "You can speak freely here." She considered the claim, tested it against everything she had learned about the Drazens. Itzel's network, Dano's breadwoman, the housekeeper who read plates. A room with no ears seemed unlikely, but the offer of it, the naming of it, was something. "Why are we eating alone?" "Because I wanted to talk to you without an audience." "About what?" "The gala." He set the fork down. 6 days, the harbor gala. You will be watched by everyone who matters in this city, and by several people who do not matter but will sell their observations to those who do. I need to know you can stand it." "I can stand it." "That is not the same as surviving it." She picked up her own fork, tested the fish on her plate, waited until he had taken a bite before she did. The habit was so ingrained now that she barely thought about it. "You are afraid of crowds," he said. She stilled. It was not a question. He was not asking. He was telling her something he had observed, and the observation struck close enough to make her fingers tighten on the fork. "I am not afraid of crowds. You tense when the room is full. You scan doors. You stop eating when people move behind you." He said it without judgment, the same flat precision he used to discuss shipping schedules and treaty clauses. "At the exchange hall, you counted every fire exit before you sat down. I watched you do it." She set the fork down. "If you knew that," she said, "why did you ask?" "Because I wanted to hear you say it." "Say what?" "That I was raised in a convent where silence was the only currency and crowds meant scrutiny, and scrutiny meant danger. that the first time I understood the word asset was when a nun measured my body for a dress I never saw, that I learned to read rooms the way other children learn to read books, because the room could kill you if you misread it. The words came faster than she had intended, spilling out into the firelight, and she stopped herself, pressing her palm flat against the table's edge. Lucan did not look away. "I am not asking you to tell me your history," he said. "I am asking what you need to get through the gala without breaking." The question landed in the space between them, unfamiliar, shaped like an offer, but not quite one. She turned it over, looking for the hook, the hidden cost, the clause buried in the phrasing. "If I tell you," she said, "will you give it to me?" "That depends on what it is." "I need to know the exits before I enter. Every door, every servant passage, every window that opens onto a street. I need to memorize them before the crowd arrives." "Done." "I need to be able to leave without explanation. No performance of fatigue, no staged headache. If I signal you, I leave, and you do not follow." He considered it. "The press will notice. The press will write what they write. I will still be alive to read it." A pause. Then, "Done." She watched him, searching for the catch, the reservation, the place where he would qualify his agreement into meaninglessness. She did not find one. "There is one more thing." He waited. "Do not touch me without warning. Not my arm, not my shoulder, not my hand. If you need to guide me through a crowd, tell me first. If you need me to stand closer, say it. I cannot be touched without preparation." The fire popped in the silence. "That is not a small request," he said. "It is not a small fear." He looked at her for a long moment, winter water eyes catching the flame light, and she saw something shift in his face, not softening exactly, but opening, the controlled mask thinning at the edges. "When I was 12, he said, "my father took me to the harbor to watch a man be dealt with. Man had stolen from a shipment. The punishment was public, intended to teach me what authority looked like when it was exercised without hesitation. I stood beside my father and watched, and I did not look away." She said nothing. "That was the lesson," he continued. "That control prevents chaos. That feeling has no place in governance. That a man who lets sentiment soften his decisions will drown the people who depend on him." He picked up his wineglass, turned it in his fingers. "I believed that for a long time. I still believe most of it. But I am beginning to wonder whether the lesson was also a warning. Whether my father taught me that because he needed me to believe it, not because it was true." The admission hung in the air, raw and unguarded in a way she had not expected from him. She could use this. She could store it, catalog it, deploy it later when she needed leverage. That was what the convent had taught her. That was what survival required. But she did not. Instead, she said, "What changed?" He looked at her. The firelight traced the line of his jaw, the set of his mouth, the faint tension in his shoulders that he could not quite hide. "You did." She had not expected that either. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with everything they were not saying, every calculation, every careful distance, every moment of measured mistrust that had brought them to this table. She broke the silence first. "The gala," she said. "I will attend. I will stand beside you. I will smile at the people who need smiling at and ignore the ones who need ignoring. And if I signal you, we leave." "Yes. And in the meantime, I will learn every exit in St. Mercy House, including the ones you think I do not know about." Something flickered in his eyes. Not anger, approval. "I would expect nothing less." He raised his glass, and after a moment, she raised hers. They drank. Outside the window, a shadow passed across the courtyard wall, too fast for a guard on regular patrol, too low for a bird in flight. Mireya saw it. Lucan did not. She said nothing. The gala was 6 days away. The house was still watching. And the man who had just promised her exits and warnings and freedom from touch, the man who had called her the reason his beliefs were cracking, he did not know yet that someone had just moved through the garden in a way no guard moved. She kept that knowledge folded inside her like a blade she was not ready to draw. But she would be. Chapter 11. The air in the gala hall was thick as harbor smoke, pressed tight with silk and old grudges. Mireya stood at the edge of the receiving line and counted the exits before she took her first step onto the marble floor. 4 doors, 2 servant passages, a window at the far end that opened onto a balcony she could drop from if she had to. The numbers locked into place behind her eyes like a prayer she had been born knowing. Lucan's hand hovered near her lower back, not touching, but there, a promise of guidance she had agreed to. "Ready?" he asked. No, but she had never been ready for any of this. She nodded. They moved into the light together, and the room turned to watch. The chandeliers were cut crystal, throwing prismatic fire across faces she had memorized from files. The Port Union chairman with the missing tooth, the parliamentary secretary who voted with Donnell, the one who never met her eyes, the church delegate who had blessed the marriage contract without reading it. They all stared, measuring, cataloging, deciding what she was worth now that she stood in the open. Mireya smiled the smile the convent had taught her, the one that gave nothing away. A woman in sapphire silk approached, diamonds at her throat catching the light as she moved. "Mrs. Drazen, how lovely to see you outside the house at last." The words were warm, the eyes were not. "It is lovely to be seen," Mireya said, and let the ambiguity hang. The woman's smile thinned at the edges. She drifted away, replaced by another, then another, a parade of polished faces offering greetings that tasted of interrogation. Mireya answered each one with the same measured courtesy, giving them nothing they could use, nothing they could twist. She felt Lucan beside her, solid and watchful, his presence a shield she had not asked for but was learning to stand behind. The music swelled from the string ensemble near the far wall, a waltz she recognized, the notes curling through the crowd like smoke through silk. "The press is by the 3rd pillar," Lucan murmured, his lips barely moving. "The one in gray is from the Harbor Standard. She will ask about the treaty. I will tell her it is working beautifully. That will be a lie. It will be the lie she expects." He glanced at her, and she caught the ghost of something in his expression, not quite approval, but close. The Harbor Standard woman approached, and Mireya fielded the questions with the precision of a woman who had been trained to speak without saying anything. Yes, the treaty was working. Yes, the transition had been smooth. Yes, she was grateful for the Drazen family's hospitality. She did not say what kind of hospitality required locked doors and surveillance and a bed she refused to sleep in. The woman scribbled notes, smiled, and withdrew. Mireya exhaled. The crowd shifted, and Drazen appeared at her elbow, polished in bronze silk, her dark hair swept up in a knot that exposed the sharp line of her jaw. She did not smile. "You are performing adequately," Itzel said. "Better than I expected." "I have had practice. At the convent, yes, they teach obedience well there." Mireya did not react to the barb. She had been trained for needles like this one. Itzel leaned closer, close enough that her breath brushed Mireya's ear. "The cage is prettiest when the crowd is watching. Do not mistake the chandeliers for freedom." Before Mireya could answer, Itzel was gone, swallowed by the crowd like she had never been there at all. The music changed. A faster piece now, something with a driving rhythm that pushed the dancers into tighter turns. Mireya scanned the room again. The parliamentary secretary was speaking with a man in a dark coat near the 4th pillar. The church delegate was refilling his glass. The woman in sapphire silk was watching her from across the floor, not smiling anymore. And near the main entrance, a figure stood half in shadow, gray hair catching the light, a blue brooch pinned at her collar. The archivist courier. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. The old woman did not nod, did not smile, did not give any indication that they had ever spoken. But her fingers moved at her side, a quick tap-tap against the fabric of her skirt. Once, twice, pause. The same rhythm from the luncheon. Before Mireya could decide how to respond, the figure was gone, as if she had never been there. A servant passed with a tray of wine glasses. Mireya took one, did not drink, held it as a prop while she continued scanning the room. Lucan appeared beside her again. "You look like you are mapping a battlefield." "I am," he did not argue. The atmosphere thickened as the evening wore on, the conversations growing louder, the laughter more brittle. Mireya caught fragments of talk as she moved through the room, pieces of the city's politics delivered in snippets she stored away for later. The Belmontes will not accept this. Donal has too much control over the port commission. Someone is moving money through the eastern docks. Someone is planning something. The last one made her pause. She turned, trying to trace the source of the voice, but the crowd had shifted, the words absorbed into the general noise. A hand touched her arm. She flinched before she could stop herself and looked up to find Lucan watching her with something like concern. "You are tensing," he said. "What did you hear?" "Nothing I can prove." "Tell me anyway." She opened her mouth to answer, but before she could speak, the music stopped. Mid-measure. No warning. The final chord hung in the air like a scream that had been cut short. The dancers froze, arms still raised, faces turning toward the main entrance. Silence. The kind that fills a room like water, pressing against every ear. Then shouting. From outside the hall, distant at first, then closer, a voice rising in fury or panic, the words indistinguishable but the tone unmistakable. Someone was running toward the entrance. The crowd rippled, bodies shifting, faces turning toward the sound. The door burst open, and a man stumbled through, his coat torn, his face streaked with something dark. Blood, running from his hairline down his cheek. He pointed toward the harbor. "Fire!" he gasped. "The docks! Someone set the warehouses alight!" The room erupted. Voices crashed over each other. Questions and demands and accusations tangling into chaos. The press surged forward. The union men pushed toward the door. Servants scattered. Mireya stood frozen in the center of it all, the wine glass still in her hand, her heart hammering against her ribs. Lucan's hand found her elbow, light but firm. "We need to leave." "The exits. I know them. Stay with me." He began moving, pulling her through the crowd, and she followed because following was the only option that did not end with her trampled or worse. They pushed through the servant passage near the fourth pillar, the one she had noted earlier, and the noise of the hall faded behind them as they moved into the darker corridor beyond. But the shouting did not stop. It followed them, chasing their footsteps through the narrow passage, and Mireya knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her stomach, that the fire was not an accident, and whoever had set it was not done. Chapter 12. The servant passage was dark and narrow, stone walls pressing in from both sides, the sounds of the gala fading behind them. Mireya's breath came fast, her heart slamming against her ribs as Lucan's hand stayed firm on her elbow, guiding her forward through the dim corridor. "Almost there," he said, his voice low and steady. "There is a service kitchen at the end. We can exit through the delivery bay." She nodded, not trusting her voice. The passage turned left, then right, and the shouting behind them grew louder, closer. Someone had followed them into the servant corridors. More than one someone. She could hear feet pounding on stone, voices calling out in panic and anger. Lucan pulled her faster, his grip tightening as they rounded another corner. A door appeared ahead, light spilling from beneath it. He pushed it open, and they emerged into a narrow service kitchen, empty of staff, pots hanging from hooks above cold stoves. He crossed to the far door, tested it, and swore under his breath. "Locked. We need the key." "Where?" "On the board by the pantry." He was already moving, scanning hooks and shelves. Mireya stood in the center of the kitchen, trying to slow her breathing, trying to think past the roar in her ears. The room was small, too small. No windows except a high slit near the ceiling. One door behind her, one door ahead, both closed. The shouting in the corridor grew louder. Lucan found a ring of keys, tested one in the lock. It did not fit. He tried another. The metal scraped against the mechanism, and the shouting was closer now, right outside the door she had entered through. "Lucan! Almost!" The third key turned. The lock clicked open. He pulled the door wide, and cold air rushed in. Night air, harbor air, salt and smoke, and the distant crackle of fire. But before she could follow him through, the door behind her burst open. The crowd surged in like water through a broken dam. Bodies, pressing, pushing, faces twisted with fear and panic, and Mireya was caught in the crush before she could move, shoved sideways against the counter, the edge of the stone digging into her ribs. Hands grasped at her. Someone's shoulder caught her cheek. She could not see Lucan. She could not see anything except bodies, pressing, the walls shrinking, the ceiling lowering, the air turning thick and hot and wrong. Her chest seized. She could not breathe. The convent walls, the narrow cell, the door that locked from the outside, the darkness she could not escape no matter how she clawed at it. She was back there. She was trapped. The air was gone. Lucan. Her voice was a whisper, lost in the noise. A hand closed around her wrist. She flinched, twisted, tried to pull away. Mireya, it is me. Lucan's voice, low and steady, cutting through the chaos. He had forced his way back through the crowd, his body between her and the press of others, his arms around her, shielding her. I have you. Do not fight me. She could not stop fighting. Her lungs were burning, her vision narrowing to a dark tunnel, and she was going to die in this room, in this house, in this cage, and no one would ever know that she had wanted to see the sea. He lifted her, one arm under her knees, the other bracing her back, and he carried her through the service door, out into the cold night air, away from the shouting, away from the bodies, away from the walls. The noise faded as he moved, his steps fast and sure, carrying her through a narrow alley between buildings, then into a smaller courtyard she had never seen before. He stopped at a wooden door, kicked it open, and carried her inside. Darkness. Quiet. The smell of old stone and dust. He set her down gently on a surface that was soft, a couch or a stack of cushions, and stepped back. She curled forward, her hands on her knees, her body shaking as she tried to pull air into her lungs. It would not come. The walls were still pressing, the cell still closing, and she could not. Breathe with me. His voice, close but not touching. In through your nose. Hold. Out through your mouth. She tried, failed. Again. She tried again. This time, a small breath found its way past the tightness in her chest. Good. Again. She followed his rhythm, counting in her head, the darkness slowly receding as the air reached her lungs. After a long moment, she straightened, her hands still shaking, her face wet with tears she had not realized she was crying. Lucan sat a few feet away, his elbows on his knees, his eyes on the floor, not watching her, giving her space. The silence stretched. I am sorry, she said, her voice rough. Do not apologize. I cannot. She stopped, swallowed. I cannot be in crowds like that. In small rooms. I thought I could, but You survived. He looked up then, his pale gray-blue eyes meeting hers. That is all that matters. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, and the motion caught light from somewhere, a candle or a lamp she had not noticed. The flickering glow caught his sleeve, and she saw it. Blood, dark and wet, spreading across the white fabric of his cuff. Lucan! Her voice sharpened. You are bleeding. He looked down at his arm as if he had forgotten it existed. It is not mine. She stared at him. The crowd, he said. Someone was cut in the crush. I do not know who. It is not my blood. She wanted to believe him. But the stain was too dark, too fresh, and the riot had been too convenient, too perfectly timed to the fire. She looked at his face, looking for the lie. He met her gaze without flinching. I did not start the fire, he said quietly, and I did not hurt anyone to get to you. She held his eyes for a long moment. Then she nodded, because she wanted it to be true, and because she had nothing left tonight except the choice to trust him. He moved to the door, tested the lock, and turned back to her. We are safe here for now. The crowd will disperse, and I will get you back to your room before dawn, but we need to wait until the noise settles. She nodded again and pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. In the darkness of the unknown room, with the fire still burning somewhere beyond the walls and the city sliding toward chaos, she sat across from her husband, and neither of them spoke. But in the silence, she noticed something she had not seen before. The cuff of his other sleeve, the one that was not bloody, was torn. Not a clean rip, but a jagged tear, as if something had caught it and pulled hard. A fingernail, a watch chain, a blade. She filed the detail away, adding it to the growing map of questions she carried with her, and she waited for the dawn to come. Chapter 13. The room was cold. Not the sharp cold of stone, but the damp kind that settled into fabric and skin and stayed. Mireya sat with her knees drawn up, her back against a wall that might have been plaster once. The couch beneath her smelled of dust and salt, and somewhere beyond the thick walls, the city was still burning. She could feel it in the distant shift of light through the single high window, a flicker of orange that pulsed and faded, pulsed and faded. Lucan had not moved. He sat on the floor 3 feet away, his back against a wooden cabinet, his legs stretched out in front of him. His head was tilted back, his eyes closed, but she did not think he was sleeping. The rhythm of his breathing was too deliberate, too controlled, like a man counting seconds in his head. The torn cuff caught the light again. She had memorized the shape of the tear by now, a jagged line running from the wrist seam halfway to his elbow, as if a blade had glanced off bone or a nail had caught and pulled hard. The blood on the other cuff had dried to a dark brown stain, crusted at the edges, no longer wet. He had said it was not his. She wanted to believe him. She had chosen to believe him in the moment, because the alternative was too large to hold in the dark with her lungs still burning. But the choice sat unevenly now, like a meal she had not properly swallowed. The orange flicker through the window died. A moment later it flared again, brighter this time, and she saw his eyes open. He turned his head, tracking the same light she had been watching, and a muscle in his jaw tightened. "It is spreading," he said. "The fire. Someone wants it to." She said nothing. The words hung between them, heavy with implication, and she watched his profile in the shifting dark. "The warehouses," she said slowly. "The ones that burned. That is where the harbor records are kept. Shipping manifests, customs ledgers, port authority contracts." He turned to look at her. "You noticed." "I notice everything." She paused. "That is what the convent taught me, to watch, to remember, to never assume anything is what it seems." A long silence stretched between them. The fire flickered again, and a distant shout echoed through the streets, muffled by distance and stone. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small flask. He unscrewed the cap, took a swallow, then held it out to her. She did not reach for it. "It is water," he said. "I did not ask what it was." He looked at her for a moment, then set the flask on the floor between them, an arm's length from each, and leaned back against the cabinet. "You do not have to drink it," he said, "but it is there if you want it." The choice. He was giving her the choice, not pressing it into her hand, not urging her to take it, not watching her with expectation, just leaving it on the floor between them, an offering without demand. She stared at the flask. The gesture was so small, so ordinary, and yet it cracked something open inside her, because he could have brought it to her. He could have touched her hand, urged her, insisted. He could have used the tenderness as leverage, a debt she would owe later. He had done none of those things. She reached out and took the flask. The water was cool and clean, and she drank 3 swallows before lowering it. The tightness in her throat eased, and she realized she had not realized how thirsty she was. "Thank you," she said. He nodded. She set the flask back on the floor, exactly where it had been, and watched him not pick it up. "You did not have to come back for me," she said. "Yes, I did. The contract does not require you to risk your life for a treaty bride." He looked at her then, his pale eyes steady in the dim light. "I did not come back because of the contract." She held his gaze. "Then why?" He did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, filled by the distant crackle of fire and the whisper of wind through the high window. She counted 3 breaths. 4. 5. "Because when I saw you pressed against that counter, the crowd closing in and your face white as salt, I could not breathe." She felt the words hit her chest like stones dropped into still water. "That is not an answer," she said. "That is a description of a physical reaction." "It is the only one I have." She looked at the torn cuff on his sleeve. "Then tell me," she said slowly, "whose blood is on your other arm?" He did not flinch, did not look away. "I told you." "It is not mine." "That is not what I asked." She watched him search for an answer, saw the calculation behind his eyes, the weighing of how much to give, how much to hold back. "I passed a man in the servant passage," he said. "He was holding a knife. He was running toward the main hall, not away from it." "Who was he?" "I do not know." "Did you stop him?" He was silent. "Lucan." Her voice came out harder than she intended. "Did you stop him?" "I hit him." The words were flat. "He fell. I kept moving. The blood on my cuff, it came from his hand when I grabbed his wrist." She stared at him, seeing the image form in her mind like a painting emerging from shadow. He had passed an armed man running toward the chaos, had disarmed him, and had not stopped to see what came next. He had kept moving. Toward her. "You left him there," she said. "He was alive when I left him. And if he was not, then I will answer for it when the sun rises." He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped. "But I was not going to let him reach the hall before I reached you." The words settled around her like a cloak she had not asked for, heavy and warm and dangerous. She did not know what to do with them, so she looked away, at the high window where the orange glow was beginning to fade. The fire was dying, or being contained, and the silence outside was thickening as the shouting faded. "We should go back," she said, "before someone notices we are gone." He did not argue. He stood, tested his weight on his feet, and held out his hand to help her up. She looked at his open palm, the fingers extended, the offer waiting, and she reached out and took it. His grip was firm and warm, and he pulled her to her feet without pulling her closer. He released her the moment she was standing, his hand dropping back to his side. The restraint was more disorienting than any demand could have been. She followed him through the narrow corridors, past the servant entrances and empty kitchens, back into the main house where the silence had already reconstituted itself. The chaos of an hour ago was sealed behind closed doors and dimmed lamps, as if it had never happened. When they reached her door, he stopped. He did not try to open it. He turned to her, and in the half-light of the corridor, his face was unreadable. "The gala is over," he said, "but the questions are just beginning." She felt the weight of that statement, the future pressing against the frame of this fragile night. "I know." He looked at her for a long moment, then stepped back. "Lock the door behind you?" She did, and as she stood in the darkness of her room, listening to his footsteps fade down the corridor, she pressed her hand to a chest where her heart was still beating too fast, and she wondered when the tenderness had become more dangerous than the cage. Chapter 14. Dawn came gray and salt-stained through the window, and Mireya watched it arrive the way she had watched the night leave, sitting upright in the chair with her back against the wall and her fingers laced together in her lap. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the crowd closing in, heard the roar of the fire, felt the weight of bodies pressing her against the counter until her lungs forgot how to expand. But she had also seen Lucan's face when he admitted he could not breathe without her. She pressed her palm flat against her chest and counted her heartbeats until they slowed. Then she stood, splashed cold water on her face from the basin, and pinned her hair back with hands that did not tremble. The house was quiet. Not the settled quiet of a household at rest, but the held breath quiet of a place waiting to learn what the night had cost. She heard no footsteps in the corridor, no clatter from the kitchens, no distant voices calling orders through the service stairs. She opened her door and stepped into the hallway. The lamp at the far end was still burning, and the air carried the faint smell of smoke that had traveled up from the harbor and settled into the plaster. She walked toward the chapel. Paloma had told her about the side door, the one that opened onto the narrow passage behind the nave where the older records were kept. Parish registers, baptismal ledgers, death notices, all the careful paperwork of souls that no one thought to guard because no one imagined a convent bride would know how to read them. She found the door unlocked. The passage was dark, and she moved through it by memory, her fingertips brushing the wall to count the turns. 3 paces past the alcove where the votive candles were stored, then a right turn, then a left. The record room was smaller than she expected. A single high window let in pale morning light, and the shelves ran floor to ceiling on 3 walls, filled with ledgers bound in faded leather. Dust motes floated in the stillness, undisturbed by any recent hand. She started with the nearest shelf, pulling volumes at random and scanning their contents. Birth records, marriage licenses, land transfers tied to church endowments. Nothing that would tell her what Paloma had hinted at. Nothing that would explain why a convent-raised bride needed to find erased names. She worked methodically, replacing each ledger exactly where it had been, leaving no trace of her presence. 20 minutes passed, 30. The light through the high window shifted from gray to pale gold, and she was beginning to think the records she needed did not exist here, when her fingers caught on a volume pushed farther back than the others, its spine wedged against the shelf's edge. She pulled it free. The leather was darker, older, the binding cracked along the spine. The title was stamped in gold letters, so faded she had to angle it toward the light to read. Auric Succession and Confirmation Register, 4th century of the Republic. Her hands went cold. She opened it at the first page, and the handwriting was careful, formal, the ink gone brown with age. Names and dates arranged in columns, each entry marked with a small coronet drawn beside the ink. She turned the pages slowly. Each page held fewer names than the one before it. The dates grew closer together, the years compressing as the bloodline narrowed. And then she reached a page where the names stopped. The handwriting changed, became tighter, faster, as if the writer had been in a hurry or afraid. There were 3 entries on the page, each one crossed through with a single line of darker ink. Below them, a note in the margin, written in script so small she had to lean close to read it. Lines terminated by treaty. Remaining claimants transferred to neutral registry under seal of Santa Ilari, to be recorded without coronet mark for protection of the blood. She stared at the words until they blurred. Remaining claimants transferred to neutral registry, to be recorded without coronet mark. She touched her hairline, her fingers tracing the faded scar that had always been there, that she had been told was an accident, a childhood fall, a story that never quite fit the shape of the mark. And then she looked back at the page and saw the symbol drawn at the bottom of the note, a coronet. The same shape, the same 3 points, the same curve at the base, like a crown drawn by a hand that knew exactly what it was depicting. She closed the book. Her hands were shaking. She opened it again, forcing herself to read the entire page, every name, every date, every crossed line. There were baptismal records here, sealed by the church's own authority, births that had been recorded and then erased, names that had been struck through but not fully removed. And at the bottom of the 3rd page, a single line written in a different hand, the ink fresher, the letters sharper. The child was delivered to Santa Ilari in the 23rd year of the Republic. She bears the mark. She does not yet know what she is. She did not know how long she stood there. The light shifted from gold to white, the dust motes swirling in the stillness. Somewhere in the house, a door opened and closed, and footsteps began moving through the corridors. She tucked the ledger into the folds of her skirt and turned toward the door. But before she could reach it, a shadow filled the doorway. She looked up. Gilded Drazen stood in the frame, her dark hair pinned in its usual elaborate coil, her face unreadable. She was dressed in gray, the same gray she had worn on the day of Soroya's arrival, and her hands were folded in front of her as if she had been waiting for this moment all along. "Mother Sorel never told you," Gilded said. It was not a question. Soroya did not answer. Gilded stepped into the room, her movements unhurried, her eyes fixed on the ledger Soroya held against her chest. "She was supposed to tell you," Gilded continued, "after the wedding was signed and sealed. Donal arranged it. He wanted you to know only when you could not leave, when the knowledge would bind you, not free you." "Did you know?" Soroya's voice came out flat, empty. "I suspected, and you did nothing. I did what I could." Gilded's eyes flickered to the ledger. "I had the door to this room unlocked. I made sure Paloma knew where the key was kept. I could not give you the knowledge, Soroya, but I could make sure it was here when you came looking for it." Soroya felt the words settle into her chest like stones dropped into deep water. "Why?" Gilded looked at her for a long moment, and something shifted in her face. A crack in the polished surface, a flicker of something that might have been grief. "Because no one told me either," she said. "And I spent 12 years in this house wondering who I could have been if I had known." She turned and walked out, her footsteps fading down the corridor. Mireya stood alone in the silence, the ledger pressed against her chest, the shape of a coronet burning behind her eyes. She looked down at the cover. Auric Succession and Confirmation Register. She touched the scar at her hairline, and she knew, with a certainty that turned her blood to salt water, that the convent had lied to her, that the church had hidden her, that Donald Drazen had purchased not just a treaty bride, but the last living claimant to a throne that everyone had tried to bury. The footsteps in the corridor grew louder. She tucked the ledger deeper into her skirt, stepped past the doorway, and walked back toward the main house with her spine straight and her face composed, carrying a secret that felt like a crown made of broken glass. Behind her, in the dim light of the record room, the ledger's empty space on the shelf waited like a wound that had not yet begun to bleed, and from the hallway beyond, she heard the housekeeper's voice, sharp and insistent, calling for someone to seal the chapel wing until Donald returned from the harbor. She had perhaps an hour before they noticed what was missing. Perhaps less. She walked faster. Chapter 15. The corridor stretched long and empty ahead of her, the ledger pressed hard against her ribs through the fabric of her skirt. Mireya moved without hurry, without hesitation, the way she had been taught at Santa Lilari. A woman who walks quickly in a house that does not belong to her is a woman running from something. A woman who walks slowly is a woman who belongs there. She walked slowly. The housekeeper's voice faded behind her, swallowed by stone and distance, but the shape of the words stayed sharp. Seal the chapel wing. She had heard that tone before, in the convent, when Mother Sorel ordered the archives locked after a visiting judge made unexpected inquiries. She reached her door, turned the brass key, and stepped inside. The room looked exactly as she had left it. The chair by the window, the untouched bed. The painting hung slightly crooked, the recessed panel still hidden behind it. She crossed to the trunk from Santa Lilari. It sat at the foot of the bed, its leather surface worn at the corners, the brass clasps polished by years of handling. She had not opened it since her arrival. She had been too afraid of what she might find, and then too busy learning to read the house. Now she knelt and worked the clasps with steady hands. The lid rose. Inside, folded with the precise geometry of convent training, lay the remnants of a life she no longer recognized. 3 gray wool dresses, a worn leather belt, a wooden rosary with beads smooth from years of prayer, a single candle stub wrapped in brown paper, a small tin of salve for the cracked hands that came from scrubbing stone floors, and at the bottom, beneath everything, a thin envelope sealed with a drop of red wax. No name, no address, just the wax, dark as dried blood. She picked it up. The seal bore no crest, no symbol she recognized, just a smooth circle that might have been anything before the wax cooled and hardened. She worked her fingernail under the edge and broke it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper, folded twice. The handwriting was Mother Sorel's. She knew it immediately. The sharp slant of the letters, the way the ink pressed harder at the end of each line, as if the words cost something to write. Patience, child. Salt remembers what stone forgets. The child must never be named where judges can hear, but the mark cannot be hidden from those who know how to read it. They will come for you when the treaty is signed. Let them. The cage is not the end. The cage is the place where you learn what you are willing to break. I have kept the truth longer than I had the right, but the truth was never mine to give. It was always yours. Do not look for me when you understand this. I will be where I have always been, watching the water. There is a woman at the harbor who bears the same mark. Find her if you can. Tell her the salt remembers. Mireya read the letter twice. The words did not surprise her. They confirmed what she already knew, what the register had told her, what the scar at her hairline had been trying to say for 23 years. But confirmation was not the same as comfort. It was a door closing behind her, a door she had not known existed until she was already through it. A woman at the harbor who bears the same mark. Gata, the bread woman with the scar on her hand. She folded the letter and slipped it into her pocket beside the ledger. Then she reached into the trunk again and felt along the inner seam where the lining met the wood. Her fingers found something. A second envelope, smaller, tucked into a slit that had been cut into the lining with a blade. She pulled it out. This one held no letter, only a single strand of hair, pale gold, coiled inside like a thread of light. It was not hers. Her hair was dark, almost black. This was the color of wheat at harvest, the color of a woman who had not stood in the sun for a long time. She stared at it. There was no note, no explanation, nothing to tell her whose hair this was or why Mother Sorel had hidden it inside a trunk that would travel with Mireya to a house where she would be searched and watched and catalogued like property. But she knew. She did not know how she knew, but she knew. This hair belonged to a woman who had been erased, a woman whose name had been struck from records, whose existence had been buried beneath treaties and silence and the careful architecture of dynastic control. This hair belonged to the woman who should have raised her. A knock at the door. Mireya's hands moved before her mind caught up, closing the trunk, sliding the envelope into her pocket, rising to her feet with her face composed and her breathing even. "Come in." The door opened. Paloma stood in the frame, her face pale, her eyes too wide, her hands twisting the fabric of her apron. "Signora," she said, and her voice was barely a whisper. "You need to hide whatever you found." Mireya did not move. "Donald's man came through the kitchen. He told the housekeeper to have your trunk ready for inspection at dawn. They are going to search everything. Every seam, every lining, every page." The words landed like stones in still water. Mireya thought of the ledger hidden in her skirt, the letter in her pocket, the strand of hair that might be the only proof that she had ever had a mother. She looked at the trunk. Then she looked at the painting on the wall, the one that hung crooked, the one that hid a panel built by a man who had been preparing for her arrival for years. The cage is the place where you learn what you are willing to break. She crossed to the wall and lifted the painting from its hook before she could think about the consequences. Behind it, the panel waited, seamless, invisible to anyone who did not know it was there. She pressed her palm against the wood and felt for the catch. It gave. The panel swung open on silent hinges, revealing a space just deep enough to hold a ledger, a letter, and a strand of hair coiled like a thread of memory. She placed them inside. Then she closed the panel, hung the painting, and turned to face Paloma, whose face had gone the color of ash. "Signora," the maid whispered. "That panel was built by the old man. He knows every inch of this house. He will look there first." Mireya looked at the painting, at the cricket harbor scene that had been watching her since the day she arrived. He will look there first. She had nowhere else to go. And somewhere beyond the walls, in the dark of the harbor, a woman with a scar on her hand was loading bread into a basket for the morning delivery. Chapter 16. Mireya stood before the crooked painting with her hands empty and her mind moving faster than her pulse. The panel behind the canvas was a dead end. Donald had built it. Donald knew it existed. If she left the ledger, the letter, the strand of hair inside, he would find them before the sun cleared the harbor wall. She lifted the painting again. Her fingers found the catch. The panel swung open. She reached inside and pulled out the three objects. The ledger was too large to hide on her body, the hair strand too delicate to risk. The letter was the only thing she could move without being seen carrying it. "What are you doing?" Paloma's voice cracked from the doorway. He will find nothing." Mireya turned. "Because nothing will be here." She crossed to her trunk, opened the lid, and pressed the ledger flat beneath the wool dresses. Not hidden, just placed. Donald's men would find it there, but finding it there meant they would stop looking everywhere else. Paloma's breath caught. "Signora, no. They need to find something." Mireya did not look up. "Something that looks like a girl hoarding papers she does not understand. Something that confirms their suspicion that I am frightened and foolish and keeping secrets I am too naive to protect." She slid Mother Sorel's letter into her pocket beside the strand of pale gold hair. "But the ledger is all they get. Not the letter, not the hair, not the name of the woman at the harbor." Paloma stood frozen, her rough hands gripping the doorframe. "They will question you. They will want to know where you found it." "Then I will tell them." Mireya straightened. "I found it in the chapel. I was curious. I took it. I did not know what it was." "And the letter?" Mireya looked at the maid. at the young woman who had come to warn her at risk of her own hands. "The letter leaves this room tonight." She crossed to the writing desk and pulled out a single sheet of blank paper. She wrote nothing on it. Then she took Mother Sorrel's letter from her pocket, folded it once, and placed it inside the blank sheet like a husk around a seed. "Your laundry route," she said, "the one you told me about. Can you move this to someone who will deliver it before dawn?" Paloma's face went through a series of changes. Fear first, then calculation, then something that looked almost like respect. "The head laundress sleeps in the east attic. She owes me a favor from before I was assigned to this corridor. If I tell her it is medicine for a sick child at the harbor gate, she will pass it to the night cook, and the cook will hand it to the bread cart before first light." "Not the harbor." Soroya's voice was quiet. "To Lucan." Paloma's eyes widened. "Senora, I cannot." "You can." Soroya pressed the folded packet into her hands. "You know who moves notes in this house. You told me yourself. The laundry, the kitchen, the bread cart. Every channel runs through your knowledge. He will ask who sent it. Let him." Paloma stared at the packet. Her fingers trembled, but she did not drop it. "I will be in the hall outside his study when he reads it," Soroya said. "Tell your people to move fast." The maid nodded once, swallowed, and vanished into the dark corridor. Soroya closed the door. She stood in the silence of her room with the crooked painting and the trunk that held the ledger she had just offered to Donald's men. The strand of pale gold hair burned against her ribs where she had tucked it into her bodice. The letter was gone now, moving through servant passages she had never walked, carried by hands she had never seen. She sat in the chair by the window and watched the sky lighten. Dawn came gray and cold, the fog rolling off the harbor in sheets. Soroya did not wait for the knock. She walked out of her room before the housekeeper reached her door, passed the woman in the corridor without acknowledgement, and descended the main staircase with her hair pinned and her spine straight. Lucan's study was on the ground floor, east wing, the room with the windows facing the sea where the morning light came first. The door was open. He stood inside with his back to the doorway, reading something in his hand. The letter. She watched him read it, watched his shoulders change, watched the paper tremble once in his grip before he set it down on the desk and turned. His eyes were winter water and something else underneath. "What is this?" he asked. "Proof." She stepped into the room. "Your father ordered my trunk searched at dawn, every seam, every lining, every page. I found the ledger this morning. He wants it back." Lucan's jaw tightened. "Who told you about the search?" "Paloma, one of your servants, one of the ones your father does not own." She watched his face as she said it, watched him decide whether to defend the house or admit the truth. He did neither. He walked to the door, stepped past her into the corridor, and called for Nicanor in a voice that carried through the stone. The security chief appeared within seconds, his dark clothing catching the gray morning light. "The search of the east wing," Lucan said. "Call it off." Nicanor did not blink. "Your father's men are already moving toward the mezzanine. Then move faster." Nicanor held his gaze for a beat, then turned and disappeared down the corridor. Lucan stood in the doorway with his hands at his sides and his back to Soroya. She watched his breathing, measured, controlled. A man who had been trained to never show the fracture, but she saw it anyway. "Tell me one thing," she said. He did not turn. "Tell me if you knew." The silence stretched, the fog pressed against the windows. Somewhere in the house, footsteps stopped moving. "No," he said finally. "I did not know." He turned to face her, and the look in his eyes was not the controlled neutrality of a Drazen heir. It was something raw, something still forming. "But I am beginning to understand how much I do not know." The words hung between them. Soroya thought of the strand of pale gold hair pressed against her ribs, the woman at the harbor with the same mark she bore, the mother whose name had been erased from every record except a strand of hair hidden in a trunk. "Your father built that panel 5 years ago," she said, "after your mother died." Lucan's face went still. "The same year he first knew he would need a bride with auric blood." Soroya took a step toward him. He has been preparing for me since before I knew I existed. The color drained from his face, and in the silence that followed, she watched him understand that the man who raised him had been lying for years, maybe about everything. Somewhere beyond the walls, a bell rang, the harbor waking, the bread carts beginning their morning rounds, and in the dark of the kitchen passage, a packet with a letter inside was passing from one hand to another, moving toward the one person in this house who might still believe the truth could set either of them free. Chapter 17. The bread carts had been rolling for an hour by the time Paloma found her. Mireya stood at the window in the corridor outside Lucan's study, watching the fog thin over the harbor. She had not moved since Lucan walked past her toward the mezzanine, his boots steady on the stone, his voice flat when he told Nicanor to seal the east wing entirely. No one entered. No one left. The house held its breath. Paloma came up the service stair with a basket over her arm and a flush high on her cheeks. "The letter reached him," she said, low. "The night cook passed it to the bread cart before dawn. He read it before your father's men reached the mezzanine." Mireya did not turn from the window. "I know. I was there." "Then you know he called it off. The whole search. Your father's man tried to argue, and Nicanor told him the order came from the Heir. They backed down." The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Lucan had stopped his father's search. Not delayed it, not questioned it. Stopped it. "There is someone else," Paloma said. "Someone who needs to see what you carry." Mireya turned. Paloma's hands were tight on the basket handle. Her eyes moved too fast, trained to read rooms, trained to know when the walls had ears. "A lawyer. Works out of the old court archives. He knows the laws they buried." She swallowed. "He will meet you in the annex off Fleet Street, the one with the green shutters that has not been used since the fire. I can get you through the kitchen passage and out the delivery gate before the housekeeper finishes the morning count." Mireya studied her. The flush on her cheeks was not fear. It was the heat of someone who had already decided to burn a bridge and did not care who watched. "How long?" 20 minutes before anyone notices you are gone. Maybe 30 if the housekeeper is slow." Mireya thought of the strand of pale gold hair tucked into her bodice, the letter Lucan now held, the ledger sitting in her trunk as a decoy for Donal's men. "Show me the way." The kitchen passage was dark and smelled of old grease and lye. Paloma moved ahead of her, past the night cook's empty station, past the laundry door where steam still rose from the morning boil, past a narrow window that looked out onto the delivery yard. She stopped at a door Mireya had never seen, bolted from the inside, the iron rusted at the hinges. "Wait here," Paloma whispered. She unbolted the door, slipped through, and came back 30 seconds later with a nod. The delivery yard was empty. The gate stood open. Beyond it, the street was still gray with morning fog. Mireya stepped through. The archive annex stood at the end of a narrow lane where the cobbles turned to dirt and the buildings leaned toward each other like tired old men. The green shutters were closed. The door was painted the color of dried blood. Paloma knocked twice, paused, knocked once. The door opened. The man inside was younger than she had expected, late 30s, maybe 40, with ink-stained fingers and spectacles pushed up into dark hair that needed cutting. He wore a coat that had been good once and had not been replaced since. He looked at Mireya, then at Paloma, then back at Mireya. "You should not be here." "I know." Mireya stepped past him into the dark. The annex was one room. Shelves lined every wall, packed with ledgers and scroll boxes and folders tied with crumbling twine. A single lamp burned on a desk in the center, throwing long shadows across the floor. He closed the door and bolted it behind her. "I am Tariq Messena," he said. "Plamega told me you found the register." Mireya said nothing. She had not survived this long by trusting men who started talking before she had seen the exits. Tariq watched her. Then he pulled the folder from the nearest shelf and laid it open on the desk. "There is a statute," he said, "buried in the 4th century records, never repealed, only forgotten by design. The True Blood Statute. It says that a verified Auric claimant can void any oath, any compact, any treaty sworn under the old crown. Marriage contracts, inheritance claims, war settlements, all of it. Mireya looked at the folder. The pages were yellow, the ink faded, but the words were clear. Why would anyone forget a law like that? Because the people who remembered buried it. Tariq's voice was flat. After the Auric line fell, the houses that took power had every reason to make sure no true blood claimant ever learned what they could legally do. They did not burn the records. That would have drawn attention. They simply stopped teaching the law. Let the language become old and strange. Let the statute sleep. But it is still law. It is still law. Mireya looked up from the folder. His face was pale in the lamplight, his jaw tight. You have seen the register, he said. You know what the mark means. She did not answer. He stepped closer. The movement was careful, deliberate, the way a man approaches something he is not sure will not bite. I need to see it. See what? The mark, the coronet. His voice dropped. Paloma told me you bear it, but I need to see it with my own eyes before I risk the next step. The silence stretched. Mireya reached up and pulled the pins from her hair. The dark mass fell forward and she parted it at the hairline, exposing the faded scar that had lived against her skin since before she could remember. Tariq went pale. He stood frozen for a long moment, his hands at his sides, his breath shallow. That is not an old injury, he said. That was made, at birth, with ink and silver. They pressed the coronet into your skin before the treaty was even written, so you would carry the mark even if the records vanished. Mireya lowered her hair. Who did it? I do not know, but I know who can tell you. He moved to the desk and began writing on a scrap of paper, his hand unsteady. There is a woman at the harbor, works the bread carts. I know her. Then you know she carries the same mark. She was born to the same line, not a claimant, a witness. Her blood was sealed into the record so the claim could never be fully erased. He held out the paper. She has access to the sealed records, the ones the church keeps in the vault under the old courthouse. If she confirms your name, the statute becomes live. Mireya took the paper. A name, an address, a code freeze. Once the statute is live, she said, what happens? Tariq's face tightened. Then you can void every oath that binds you, the marriage, the treaty, the claims on your blood. Every agreement Donald Drazen built on the lie that you were a peace offering instead of a royal heir. The lamp flickered. The houses will not accept it quietly, he said. When you invoke the statute, you are not just freeing yourself. You are collapsing the legal foundation of every bargain that has held this city together since the war. There will be violence. Mireya looked at the paper in her hand, the name, the address, the key to a door that could not be unopened. Where do I find these sealed records? The old courthouse vault, but you cannot go alone. The vault is warded by churchmen who answer to Donald's coin. You will need someone on the inside to get you past the first gate. Who? Tariq opened his mouth. The door shuddered. Someone was forcing it from the outside. Chapter 18. The door shuddered again. Wood groaned against the frame. Mireya's hand went to her bodice, where the strand of pale gold hair lay against her ribs. The paper Tariq had given her was still in her palm. Side window, Tariq said, already moving. There is a drop into the alley. He pulled at the casement. It did not move. Paint had sealed the frame years ago. The door rattled harder. Someone was using a shoulder now. Tariq, Mireya's voice was flat. Who is on the other side of that door? Could be anyone. Donald's men, church wardens, the archive watch. He threw his weight against the casement. It groaned, but held. The old courthouse vault is not going to help me if I am caught in this room. She crossed to the desk and blew out the lamp. Darkness swallowed the shelves, the ledgers, Tariq's pale face. The door splintered. A hand reached through the gap. Mireya dropped into a crouch behind the desk. Her fingers found the edge of the folder Tariq had shown her, the true blood statute, and she folded it into her skirt, tight against the hair strand. The door gave. Light from the hallway spilled across the floor. A figure filled the frame. Tall, dark coat, boots that stopped exactly at the threshold. Mireya did not breathe. "The woman is coming with me," Lucan's voice, flat, familiar. "And the archive will be sealed until I say otherwise." Tariq made a sound that might have been relief or fear. "Drazen, you will keep your mouth shut about what you showed her. If I hear one whisper about buried statues or court vaults, I will have the city council revoke your license before breakfast." Lucan stepped into the room. His eyes found Mireya behind the desk. "Get up. We have 3 minutes before Nikanor's men reach this street." Mireya rose. Her legs were steady. She did not look at Tariq. Lucan held the door open. The hallway behind him was empty. She walked past him into the corridor. He did not touch her. He did not need to. The space between them was narrower than it had been before, and they both felt it. The carriage waited at the end of the alley, horses stamping in the fog. Lucan handed her up without a word. The door closed. The driver cracked the reins, and they were moving before Mireya had found her seat. The interior was dark, the curtains drawn. They sat facing each other, the space between them filled with things neither had said. Mireya waited. Lucan watched her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Mother, Sorel's letter." "You read it?" Mireya said. "I read it." He held it out. "And I stopped my father's men from searching the east wing. I expect that will cost me something before the week is out." She took the letter. The red wax seal was broken. The pages had been refolded carefully, as if someone had handled them with more care than urgency. "That is not all I found," she said. "I assumed as much." His voice was quiet. "You did not climb out a pantry window and cross half of Ravan to discuss garden plans with a disgraced archive lawyer." Mireya looked at him. The carriage lamps were low, but she could see his face. His jaw was tight. His hands were still on his knees, palms flat, the posture of a man forcing himself to stillness. "There is a law," she said, "buried in the 4th century records, never repealed. It says a verified auric claimant can void any oath sworn under the old crown." Lucan went very still. "Marriage contracts," she continued, "treaties, inheritance claims, everything Donald built on the lie that I was a peace offering instead of a blood heir." The carriage bumped over a cobbled stretch. Neither of them moved. "You're telling me that my father bought a woman who can legally dismantle his entire empire?" Mireya held his gaze. "Yes." The silence stretched. The horse's hooves counted the seconds. "Say you believe me," she said, "or say you do not. But do not sit there and pretend you are hearing this for the first time." Lucan exhaled. The sound was rough, almost broken. "I knew you were politically valuable before the wedding," he said. "I told you that the night of the treaty reading. I knew your bloodline was old enough to matter to certain factions, but I did not know it could legally unmake every contract signed since the war." Mireya watched him. "But you do not look surprised." "I am not surprised." He met her eyes. "I am horrified. There is a difference." He shifted in his seat, and for a moment he looked younger, stripped of the composure he wore like armor. "My father does not prepare for contingencies. He prepares for certainties. If he married you because he knew what your blood could do, then everything he has told me about peace, stability, the treaty, was a scaffold for the cage." Mireya spoke softly. "I know. I have lived in it my whole life." Lucan looked away. His hands tightened on his knees. "I called off the search," he said. "But that is not protection. That is a delay. Once my father returns from the harbor and learns the East Wing was sealed, he will start pulling threads. He will find the archive. He will find Tariq. Then I need to reach the vault before he does. The vault is warded. Churchmen. Donald's coin. You told me yourself. The records under the old courthouse." Mireya touched the paper Tariq had given her. The name, the address, the code phrase. "There is a woman at the harbor," she said. "Gata. She carries the same mark I do. She is a witness to my bloodline. She can access the sealed records." Lucan's expression changed. Something flickered. Recognition, perhaps, or memory. "The bread vendor. You know her." "I know she has delivered bread to St. Mercy House twice a week for as long as I can remember." His voice dropped. "I did not know she carried a mark." Mireya held his gaze. "Now you do." The carriage slowed. They were approaching the estate gates. Beyond them, St. Mercy House loomed through the fog, lights burning in the upper windows. Lucan leaned forward. His voice was low, urgent. "If you go to the harbor, you will be seen. Gata is watched. My father knows every person who passes through those docks. Then I need someone who is not watched. You need someone who can move through the harbor without drawing attention." Lucan's jaw worked. "I have a man, customs agent. He owes me a favor from before the treaty. If anyone can get you to Gata without Donald's network flagging it, he can." Saroya studied him. "And you would do that. Help me reach a woman who can confirm a claim that will destroy your family." Lucan's eyes met hers. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he spoke, and his voice was quiet, stripped of politics. "You asked me once what I was willing to break. I told you I did not know yet." He paused. "I am starting to find out." The carriage stopped at the gate. Saroya sat in the dark, the paper burning against her palm. She had a name, a contact, a route to the vault, and the man who could have stopped her had just handed her the key. Chapter 19. The room smelled of candle wax and sea salt. Saroya sat on the edge of the chair by the window. The true blood statute spread across her knees, and the strand of pale gold hair coiled beside it like a question she had not yet learned to ask. The carriage ride was still in her bones. Lucan's voice, his hands on his knees. "I am starting to find out what I am willing to break." She reached up and touched the scar at her hairline. For 23 years it had been a childhood accident, a fall in the convent courtyard. Mother Sorel's gentle hands cleaning the wound. "You were careless, child. You will have a mark forever." The memory had always been soft at the edges, the way convent memories were soft. Incense, stone, the smell of boiled linen. But now she saw it differently. Now she saw Mother Sorel's hands pressing too carefully, the way she had held Saroya's face still, tilting it toward the light. The way she had said, "You will have a mark forever," not with regret, but with something that sounded like confirmation. Saroya rose and crossed to the mirror above the washstand. The glass was old, the silver backing clouded at the edges, but the image was clear enough. She pulled her hair back from her face, exposing the faded coronet shape at her hairline. 5 points, a curve at the base, the same symbol she had seen in the auric register, the same shape that marked Gata's hand. She had never looked at it this long before. She had never needed to. Saroya set down her hair and stood very still. Memory reordered itself without her permission. Mother Sorel, always choosing the right side of her head to brush, fingers that lingered at the hairline a moment too long. There, child. Presentable. Sister Marguerite, who had never touched her at all, watching from the doorway whenever Saroya's hair was pinned. Counting, cataloging, making sure the mark was covered. The girl in the next cot, the one who had been taken away after she asked too many questions about her own scars. No one had spoken her name after that. Saroya's hand dropped from her hairline. The room was quiet. The candle flame stood straight in the still air. She walked to the bed where she had laid out the archive sketches Tariq had given her, the coronet symbol, traced from the old records, the ink and silver method, the ritual of pressing the pattern into a newborn skin before the treaty could be written around them. "They marked you before you could choose," Tariq had said, "so that even if every document burned, your body would still carry the truth." Her body had carried the truth for 23 years, and every woman who had brushed her hair, pinned her collar, checked her reflection before meals, had known exactly what they were hiding. Saroya folded the sketches and slid them beneath the true blood statute. The pale gold hair went back into her bodice, against her ribs, where it had lived since she took it from the trunk. She sat down in the chair again. She did not cry. Santa Lilari had trained her out of crying the way it trained her out of asking questions. But something in her chest had shifted. A wall she had not known she built, and the air on the other side was colder than she expected. A knock at the door. Saroya's hand went to the paper before her mind caught up. She folded it, pressed it flat against her thigh, and said, "Enter." Paloma slipped through the gap. Her face was pale, her rough hands clasped together. "I am sorry to disturb you, miss." "You are not disturbing me." Paloma hesitated. Her eyes moved too fast, trained to read rooms, and Saroya saw her register the candle, the mirror, the foldee paper. "There is a message," Paloma said. From the gate. A message. Not written. A verbal request. Paloma swallowed. Maria Belmonte is asking for a private visit. She is at the Harbor Hotel and wishes to see you tomorrow. Soroya's fingers went still against the paper. Maria. The woman who had ridden beside her in the carriage without speaking, who had signed the marriage contract and then vanished into silence as though Soroya had already ceased to matter. She knows, Soroya thought. She knows what I am. She knows what she sold. When did the message arrive? Just now. The gatekeeper brought it to the kitchen, and the cook passed it to me. Does Lucan know? Paloma shook her head. The message came through the servant entrance. Gatekeeper said it was for your ears only. Soroya looked at the candle flame. Maria wanted to see her now, not after the wedding, not after the treaty was cold. Now, when Soroya had the statute, the sketches, the strand of hair that might have belonged to the mother she never knew. She is afraid, Soroya realized. She heard what happened at the archive. She knows I am close to the truth. Tell the gatekeeper I will receive her. Paloma's eyes widened. Miss, your aunt is the one who... I know what she did. Then why? Because she knows things I need to know. Soroya met Paloma's gaze. And because she came to me instead of running, that means she has something to trade. Paloma held her gaze for a moment longer, then nodded and slipped back through the door. The candle flickered in the draft. Soroya sat alone with the statute against her thigh and the strand of hair against her ribs. The scar at her hairline felt different now, not like a mark of injury, but like a brand, and for the first time since the carriage had brought her through St. Mercy's gates, she was not afraid of what the morning would bring. She was hungry for it. Chapter 20. The morning came gray and still. The harbor fog pressed against the window like a held breath. Soroya had not slept. She had sat in the chair with the true blood statute folded beneath her hands, and the strand of pale gold hair tucked against her ribs, watching the light change from black to pearl to the cold white of full day. When Paloma knocked, she was already dressed. She is here, miss. The gatekeeper brought her through the side entrance. She is waiting in the small parlor on the ground floor. Soroya stood. The paper rustled against her palm as she folded it smaller, until it was a tight square she could slide into her skirt pocket. Does anyone else know? Only the gatekeeper and the cook. I told them it was a private matter between women. Soroya looked at Paloma. The maid's hands were clasped, her eyes moving too fast as they always did, reading the rue for threats Soroya might have missed. Thank you. It is not thanks I want, miss. It is for you to be careful. I am always careful. That is what worries me. Soroya followed Paloma through the corridors. The house was awake but not yet fully alive, servants moving in the lower passages with the hushed precision of a ship at anchor. She counted steps, turns, doors. The small parlor was at the end of a narrow hall she had not explored, a room built for meetings no one wanted to acknowledge. Paloma opened the door and stepped aside. Mireya Belmonte stood by the window. She looked older than Soroya remembered. The carriage ride from Santa Ilari had been less than 2 weeks ago, but the woman at the window had aged years in that time. Her hair, once the same dark brown as Soroya's, was threaded with new gray. The lines around her mouth had deepened. She turned when the door closed. Soroya. Aunt. The word tasted like ash. Soroya did not move from the door. Mireya's hands worked at the clasp of her bag, a nervous gesture Soroya had never seen her make. You look well. Do I? I know you are angry. Angry? Soroya let the word sit in the air. Is that what you think I feel? I do not know what you feel. I have not known for a long time. Mireya's voice cracked on the last word. That was the arrangement. I was not supposed to know. You were supposed to be my aunt. I was supposed to keep you alive. The words hung between them, flat and final. Soroya walked to the table at the center of the room. 3 chairs, a vase with a single wilting flower, a tray with cups and a pitcher of water that had gone warm. She did not sit. Start at the beginning. Mireya's laugh was brittle, a sound with no joy in it. There is no beginning. There are only the places where we decided to stop telling the truth. Then tell me where you stopped. I stopped the day I signed the contract. Mireya's hand went to her throat. The day I watched you walk into St. Mercy House and did not call you back. Why did you not call me back? Because if I had, they would have killed you. Soroya's breath caught. She had expected lies, half-truths, careful evasions. Not this. Who would have killed me? Any of them. Mireya's voice dropped. The Drazens, the Belmontes who still remember the old wars, the churchmen who buried the statute, the court traditionalists who want a figurehead to rally around. You were a danger to everyone the moment you were born. The only way to keep you safe was to make you invisible. You made me invisible by selling me. I made you invisible by hiding you at Santa Lilari. The marriage was... Minera stopped. The marriage was supposed to be a formality, a way to bind you to a powerful house so no one else could use you. Mother Sorella knew. Mother Sorella knew everything. She was the one who marked you. Soroya's hand went to her hairline before she could stop it. The scar. The ink and silver brand pressed into her skin before the treaty was written. She told me it was an accident. She told you what you needed to believe to survive. We both did. Mireya's eyes were wet. Do you think I wanted to hand you to Donald Drazen? Do you think I wanted to watch you ride away without a word? Then why did you not speak? Because speaking would have undone everything we built to protect you. The convent, the secrecy, the lies about your parents, all of it was built to keep you breathing. One word in that carriage and the whole scaffold would have collapsed. Soroya's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. Who were my parents? Mireya's face closed. I cannot tell you that. You can. You choose not to. I choose to keep you alive. You have already made that choice for me. Soroya's voice rose, the first crack in her control. Everyone has made choices for me. Mother Sorel chose the lie. The nuns chose the silence. You chose the contract. Donald chose the cage. When does anyone ask me what I want? Mireya stared at her. I want to know who I am. Soroya's voice dropped. I want to know why my mother's hair is pale gold and why her name was erased from every record. I want to know why a woman at the harbor carries the same mark I do. I want to know what Donald Drazen is so afraid of that he built a panel in my room 5 years before I arrived. Mireya's face went white. The panel, she whispered. You know about the panel. I found it. You should not have found it. Then someone should have told me the truth before I had to tear apart my own room to discover it. Mireya crossed the room in 3 quick steps. Her hands gripped Soroya's arms, fingers digging in with surprising strengths. You do not understand what you are walking into. Donald Drazen has been planning this since before you were born. He has allies in the church, in parliament, in every port from here to the Eastern Sea. If you try to invoke that statute before you are ready, he will bury you so deep no one will remember your name. Then help me get ready. I cannot. You can. You chose not to. Mireya released her, stepped back. The lines around her mouth were deep trenches. I loved your mother. The words were so quiet, Soroya almost missed them. She was the bravest woman I ever knew, and Donald Drazen had her killed. The room went cold. Soroya's hands went still against her thighs. What? She tried to fight. She tried to keep you out of the treaty. She thought if she could reach the right people, expose the records, she could break the deal before it was sealed. Mireya's voice was raw. She was found in her rooms 3 days later. The coroner called it a seizure. The church called it divine judgment. I called it murder. Soroya's throat was closed. She could not breathe. She gave her life trying to give you a choice, and I threw that choice away by delivering you to the same man who killed her. The strand of hair. Mireya blinked. What? In my trunk. A strand of pale gold hair hidden in the lining. Mireya's hand went to her mouth. She asked me to cut it before they took her body. She said you would need something of hers when you were old enough to understand. Soroya reached into her bodice. The strand of hair was still there, wound around her finger, a talisman she had carried without knowing why. She held it out. Mireya looked at it. A tear slipped down her cheek. I am sorry, she whispered. I am so sorry I was not brave enough to tell you sooner. Bravery does not matter now. Soroya tucked the hair back against her ribs. What matters is what I do next. Donald's patience has an end date. I know. He is finalizing something at the harbor. I do not know what, but I know it changes the timeline. You have days, Soroya, perhaps less. Then I will use them. Mireya looked at her. Something shifted in her face, a recognition Soroya did not fully understand. You are her daughter, she said. I see it now. That look, that refusal to bend. I am not her. I am myself. Then prove it. Mireya picked up her bag. Find Gata, open the vault, read what they tried to burn, and when you have the truth, use it to burn them instead. She walked to the door, her hand paused on the handle. I do not expect forgiveness. No. Soroya's voice was steady. You should not. Mireya left. The door clicked shut. Soroya stood alone in the small parlor with the wilting flower and the warm water and the weight of her mother's hair against her ribs. She had days, perhaps less. She pulled the folded statute from her pocket and laid it flat on the table. The harbor map Lucan had given her was in her room, marked with the route to the customs house and the name of the man who could get her to Gata unnoticed. She had days, and she was done being invisible. Chapter 21. The parlor still smelled of Mireya's perfume, something floral trying to cover rot. Soroya stood at the table with the statute spread flat, her mother's hair pressed against her ribs, and the harbor map Lucan had given her burning in her memory. Days, perhaps less. She folded the statute with careful hands, tucked it into her pocket, walked out of the parlor and up the main staircase without a single glance back. The servants watched her pass. She let them report that the bride was moving with purpose, let Donald's informants note the set of her shoulders and the speed of her steps. She was done being quiet, done being invisible. Lucan's study door was closed. She knocked once and entered before he answered. He looked up from his desk, papers spread across the surface, a half-empty glass at his elbow. His sleeves were rolled, and the tendons in his forearms stood sharp as wire. He had not slept either. Mireya was here. Not a question. He had heard. She told me my mother died trying to keep me out of the treaty. Soroya closed the door behind her. She told me Donald killed her. Lucan's face went still. The color did not drain. He was too controlled for that, but something behind his eyes shifted. A door closing on a room he did not want her to see. I did not know that. I believe you. She walked to the desk, pulled the statute from her pocket, and laid it beside his papers. But I need to know what you did know before the wedding. What your father told you I was. He looked at the statute, at the faded ink, the ecclesiastical seals, the weight of a law that could undo everything his family had built. He told me your bloodline carried political value, that a marriage between our houses would stabilize the ports and end the Belmonte claims on inland routes. He said the old families would accept the treaty because you were the last of a line they respected. That was all? Lucan's jaw tightened. He told me there were records, documents that could be used against us if they fell into the wrong hands. He said the marriage would protect you as much as it protected us. Soroya laughed. The sound was dry and sharp as a blade. Protect me. He built a hidden panel in my room 5 years before I arrived. He buried the church register that proves my bloodline. He killed my mother because she tried to expose the truth. Her voice stayed low, even. That is not protection. That is inventory management. Lucan rose from his chair. The movement was slow, deliberate, like a man trying not to startle an animal. I did not know about the panel. I did not know about your mother. I did not know the true blood statute existed until you showed it to me. You knew I was valuable. Yes. You knew your father had been planning this for years. Yes. Then you knew enough to ask questions you chose not to ask. The silence stretched. Lucan's hands were flat on the desk, knuckles white. Yes, he said. I chose not to ask. Soroya had expected denial, defensiveness, a wall of Drazen control closing like a gate. His honesty caught her off guard. I told myself it did not matter, he said. That the treaty was signed, the marriage was binding, and whatever my father had arranged was in the past. I told myself you would be safe here, and safe was enough. His voice dropped. I was wrong. Yes, you were. Then tell me what you need from me now. Not what you think I want to hear, what you need. Mireya studied him. The winter water eyes, the controlled stillness, the man who had carried her through a riot and given her a key to the front gate and told her she could leave. She did not trust him, but she was starting to trust the cracks in him. I need to reach Gata before Donald finishes whatever he is finalizing at the harbor. I need the vault opened. I need the records your father tried to burn. Then we go tonight. I did not ask you to come. Then I am telling you I will. He held her gaze. You do not have to trust me, but you will not get past the harbor security alone. The customs contact I gave you can get you to Gata, but he needs someone with my authority to approve the transfer. If I am not there, he will not move. And if I go alone anyway? Then you will reach the harbor, find Gata, and hit a door that requires Drazen clearance before you can open it. He did not look away. I am not trying to control you. I am trying to give you what you actually need to succeed. Mireya felt the statute against her ribs, the hair strand against her heart, the weight of her mother's choice pressing like a second pulse. Tonight, she said, before Donald returns. Lucan nodded. I will have a car ready at the delivery gate. Paloma can cover your absence for 2 hours if we move fast enough. You have this planned already. I have been planning it since I read the letter. She should have felt used, manipulated, like a piece being moved on a board she could not see. Instead, she felt something she had not expected. Relief. The door opened before she could name it. Nicanor stood in the frame, his dark coat still damp from harbor fog. His face was unreadable, but his shoulders carried tension she had learned to recognize. There is a problem. Lucan straightened. What kind of problem? Donald has scheduled a formal dinner for tomorrow evening. Parliamentary allies, church delegates, the port committee chairs. Nicanor's eyes flicked to Mireya, then back to Lucan. He has already confirmed the guest list, including Councilman Reyes. Mireya saw Lucan's face change, a flicker of something she could not read. Reyes has been threatening to audit the Drazen customs exemptions for months, Nicanor continued. If he sits at your father's table and something happens to him, the investigation points straight at the house. Lucan's hands went still on the desk. The dinner is mandatory attendance, Nicanor added. Both of you. Mireya looked at the statute, at the harbor map, at the clock on Lucan's desk counting down the hours until midnight. They had tonight, but tomorrow she would have to walk into a room full of Donald's allies, smile, and pretend she was still property. And if the poison that had already killed her mother found her before she reached the vault, none of it would matter. Chapter 22. The dining room was too warm. Mireya noticed at the moment she stepped through the door, the heat pressing against her skin like a second dress, the candles burning low in their sconces, the air thick with roast meat and wine, and the particular silence of men waiting for a signal. 7 guests already seated. Councilman Reyes at the far end, his face the color of old paper. Church Delegate Vasquez beside him, hands folded over his belt. Port committee chairs, a woman Mireya did not recognize, and 2 men whose names Lucan had whispered in the carriage. She took her assigned seat 3 places from Lucan's right, far enough to be seen, close enough to be watched. The first course arrived before anyone spoke. Mireya watched the servers move. 4 of them, all in Drazen livery, all moving with the practiced rhythm of men who had done this 100 times. They placed plates, filled glasses, stepped back without meeting anyone's eyes. She did not touch her wine. The conversation began around her: customs exemptions, harbor tariffs, the cost of maintaining the eastern docks through winter storms. Councilman Reyes spoke in short, clipped sentences. Lucan answered in the same measured tone she had heard him use with his father. Mireya listened. She watched Reyes's cup service. The same glass as everyone else, the same wine poured from the same decanter, but the server who filled it hesitated 2 beats longer than the others, his hand hovering over the rim before he set the bottle down. She filed it. Course 2 arrived. Fish in a cream sauce she recognized from the kitchen layout Paloma had shown her. She waited for the older woman across the table to take the first bite. The woman ate. Mireya ate. Course 3. Roast fowl, glazed root vegetables, a sauce so dark it looked like ink. Reyes was speaking now about audit schedules, his voice growing louder as the wine took hold. Lucan responded with the patience of a man who had learned to hold his temper in public. The server approached Reyes's glass. Mireya saw it. The switch was clean, Glass from the tray replacing glass from the table, a movement so fluid it looked like a refill, not a substitution. But the server's eyes flecked left before he made the exchange, checking something Mireya could not see. 2 seats too early. The protocol she had learned at Santa Lilari. Poison was delivered in the second glass, not the first. The victim had to be seen drinking safely before the switch. But this server had swapped Rhea's glass before the toast, before the ritual, before the pattern. She reached under the table and touched Lucan's thigh. 1 tap, 2, 3. His hand found hers, still, questioning. She pressed his fingers toward Rhea's direction, then drew her hand back. Lucan's body did not change, his face did not shift. But she saw his jaw tighten once, a flicker of muscle beneath the bone, and knew he had understood. The toast came. Councilman Reyes raised his glass. The other guests followed. Church Delegate Vasquez, the port committee chairs, the women Mireya did not recognize. Lucan lifted his own wine but did not drink. "To the ports," Reyes said, "and the peace that keeps them open." He drank. Mireya watched his throat move as the wine went down, watched him set the glass back on the table, watched his hand settle beside the plate, fingers still curled around the stem. Nothing happened. 5 seconds. 10. Lucan set his wine down untouched. Mireya kept her breathing even, her hands flat on the tablecloth, her eyes on Rhea's face. The councilman blinked, once, twice. His hand went to his collar, tugging at the fabric as though the room had suddenly grown hotter. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. "Councilman?" Vasquez leaned forward. "Are you—" Rhea's eyes rolled back. He fell forward, his chest hitting the table, his arm dragging the glass with him. It shattered against the floor, the wine spreading across the stone in a dark bloom. The room erupted. The port committee chairwoman screamed. Vasquez was on his feet, knocking his chair backward, shouting for a doctor. The 2 men at the far end of the table rose in unison, hands going to their jackets. Mireya stayed seated. She watched the servants, watched which ones ran and which ones stayed still, watched the server who had made the switch step backward toward the kitchen door, his face blank, his hands empty. Lucan was already moving. He crossed the room in 3 strides, crouching beside Reyes's body, pressing fingers to the councilman's throat. "He is alive. Get a doctor, now." The room did not settle. It fractured further, voices overlapping, chairs scraping, someone calling for water, someone calling for the guards. Then a new voice cut through. Mireya turned. A maid stood in the doorway to the service kitchen, her face white, her hands shaking. She was pointing at Mireya. "I saw her. I saw her touch the decanter before the toast. She touched it when no one was watching." Every eye in the room followed that finger. Mireya did not move. She kept her hands flat on the table where everyone could see them, kept her breathing even, kept her face empty. "I did not touch the decanter. She did." The maid's voice cracked. "I saw her, before the dinner. She was alone with it for a count of 10, and then she stepped back and pretended nothing happened." Lucan straightened. "You saw her?" "Yes." "And you did nothing?" The maid hesitated, just long enough for Mireya to see the calculation behind her eyes. "I did not think. You did not think." Lucan's voice was ice. "You watched my wife approach a decanter, watched her touch it, and said nothing until a man collapsed in front of witnesses." The room had gone silent. Mireya could hear her own heartbeat, could feel the weight of every gaze pressing against her skin, could see the shape of the trap now, not the poison, not the collapse, but the accusation that followed. Donald had not waited for the vault. He had moved tonight. Lucan's eyes found hers across the table, a question in them, not of guilt, but of survival. She gave him nothing. Because if she spoke now, everything she said would be used. If she moved, every gesture would be read as confession. If she ran, she would be caught before she reached the door. So she sat and waited. The guards entered before Lucan could answer, Nicanor at their head, his face unreadable, his hand resting on the grip of his sidearm. "Secure the room," he said. "No one leaves." His eyes found Mireya. He did not look away. Chapter 23. The room held still. Mireya kept her hands on the tablecloth. The wine from Reyes's shattered glass had stopped spreading, a dark stain with a single visible rim. Someone was weeping. The Port Committee chairwoman pressed against the far wall. Nicanor did not look away from Mireya. "Search her," he said. 2 guards moved toward her. Lucan stepped between them before she could breathe. No. The word did not rise. It did not argue. It sat in the air like a door that had just been locked from the inside. Nicanor's jaw tightened. "There is a procedure. There is a maid who watched my wife and said nothing until a man collapsed." Lucan did not raise his voice. "That is not procedure. That is a script." The guards had stopped. They looked at Nicanor. Nicanor looked at Lucan. "Your father left orders. My father is not here." The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Mireya watched Lucan's back, the line of his shoulders, the way he had not moved since stepping between her and the guards. He had not touched her, had not claimed her, had simply stood where they would have to go through him to reach her. The service kitchen door opened. A man in a black coat stepped through, someone Mireya did not recognize, clean-shaven, carrying a leather folder. He crossed the room without looking at anyone and stopped before Lucan. "From Donald Drazen, to be opened in the event of an incident at tonight's dinner." Lucan took the folder, did not open it. "Did you know what was in this when you carried it here?" The man's face did not change. "I carry messages. I do not read them." "You carried it before anyone collapsed." Silence. Lucan broke the seal. He read standing, his body angled so Mireya could not see the paper, but she could see the shift in his posture, the way his spine straightened by a fraction, the way his free hand closed at his side. He read to the end. Then he looked up at the room. "My father has designated Mireya Drazen a foreign security risk under Port Authority statute. He has requested that she be confined to the East Wing, pending formal review by Parliamentary Committee." No one moved. Church Delegate Vasquez found his voice first. That is standard procedure for a house threat, surely." "No!" Lucan's voice was calm in a way that felt worse than shouting. "This letter was written before the dinner began, before anyone touched the decanter, before Councilman Reyes fell." He held up the paper. "This is not a response. This is a plan." Nicanor's face had gone unreadable, but his hand had stopped resting on his sidearm. It hung at his side now, still. "Lucan." Low, careful. "You are standing in front of a room full of witnesses whose friend just collapsed. Think about what you are saying. I mean, I can't see or something do it. I am saying my father manufactured a poisoning to have my wife removed." The room fractured. Vasquez made a sound that was not quite a word. The chairwoman stopped weeping and stared. The 2 men at the far end of the table exchanged a look that Mireya could not read. Nicanor stepped closer to Lucan, close enough that his voice would not carry. "You do not get to unstay that." "I know. If you are wrong, I am not." Nicanor held his gaze for a long moment, then he turned to the guards. "Clear the room, everyone except the household." The chairwoman protested. Vasquez demanded to stay. The 2 men at the far end were already moving toward the door, their faces careful and empty. Mireya watched them go, watched the alliance in their silence. It would carry what they had seen out into the city before dawn. Nicanor waited until the door closed, then he turned back to Lucan. "You are disobeying a direct order from your father in front of parliamentary witnesses. Do you understand what that means?" "Yes." "It means he will move against you. Not tomorrow, not next week, tonight." Lucan did not answer. Mireya watched his hands. They were still holding the letter, not crushing it, not folding it, holding it the way you hold something you have already decided to burn. "Where is my father?" "Harbor," Nicanor said. He was expected back before midnight. That was before the letter was opened. Lucan turned to look at Mireya for the first time since the accusation. "Come." He said it like a door opening, not an order, an invitation. She rose. The guards did not stop her. Nicanor did not suffer. The maid had disappeared back into the service kitchen, and the room felt larger now, emptier, the stain on the floor the only evidence of what had happened. Lucan took her elbow as they passed through the dining room doors. Light pressure, guiding, not gripping. "You have 2 hours," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "Maybe less, before he knows what I did." The vault, the vault. They moved through the corridor, past the portraits, past the servants who pressed themselves against the walls to let them pass. Mireya could feel the house shifting around her, the balance tilting, the air changing the way it does before a storm breaks. At the side door, Paloma was waiting with a coat and a set of keys. "The customs man is at the harbor gate," she said, not looking at Lucan. "He will wait until dawn. After that, he was never here." Lucan took the keys. Mireya stepped into the night. The air smelled of salt and iron. Somewhere below the hill, the harbor lights burned against the dark water, and Gato was waiting, and the vault was waiting, and Donald was coming home to a house that no longer answered him the way it had when he left. Mireya did not look back. She heard the door close behind them, and the lock turn, and the sound of Lucan's breathing beside her as they walked down toward the water. Chapter 24. The path down from St. Mercy House cut through terraced gardens Mireya had never seen in darkness. Olive trees bent away from the sea wind, their leaves silver on the undersides, and the gravel crutched beneath her boots in a rhythm that matched Lucan's stride. He did not speak. She did not ask. The harbor lights spread below them, a scatter of amber and white against black water, and somewhere beyond the last pier, the customs man was waiting. Paloma had said dawn. The night still felt endless. Lucan led her past the gardener's shed, past a collapsed wall she had not noticed from above, to a wooden gate she had never seen unlatched. He lifted the bars and held it. "Through here." She stepped past him into a lane so narrow her shoulders brushed both walls. The stones beneath her feet were wet, and the smell shifted from garden earth to salt and iodine and the rot of old nets. The lane opened onto a slip of beach no wider than a room. A boat waited, low and dark, painted the color of shadow. Lucan gestured. She climbed in without asking whose boat it was or how he had arranged it. The hull rocked beneath her weight, and she sat on the forward bench, her hands gripping the edge, the statute still folded against her ribs. Lucan pushed them off and took the oars. He rowed the way he moved through the house, efficient, measured, wasting nothing. The blades broke the water without splashing, and the shore receded behind them. St. Mercy House shrinking to a single lit window, then a point of light no different from any other. The boat slid past the harbor mouth, past the customs pier where a man in a dark coat stood at the end of the dock with his hands in his pockets. He did not turn. He did not watch them pass. Lucan rowed another quarter-mile, then turned toward a jut of land Mireya had not noticed, a spine of rock that broke the waves and hid a narrow inlet behind it. A house sat at the water's edge. It was not large, 2 stories, salt gray wood, a single lamp burning in an upper window. No fence, no gate, no guard. Lucan beached the boat on a strip of pebbled sand and stepped out, holding the hull steady for her to climb. She stood on the shore, the water sucking at the pebbles beneath her boots, and looked at the house. "What is this place?" "Breakwater House." He pulled the boat higher onto the beach. "It belonged to my mother's family." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. She followed him up the path. The door was not locked. He turned the handle and pushed it open, and the lamp inside cast a warm pool across a floor of worn pine boards. A kitchen to the left, a sitting room with a cold fireplace, stairs leading up into shadow. Lucan crossed to a table near the window and set down a set of keys. "Front door, back door, your room." He separated one key from the rest and placed it alone. "There's a phone in the desk drawer. The code is the year my mother was born. You can call anyone. There is money in the envelope beside it, enough for passage on a cargo boat out of the western harbor. The boat runs at dawn and dusk." Mireya stared at the key. It sat on the wooden surface like a simple object, the teeth catching the lamplight, the brass dull and unremarkable. "You are giving me a way out." "Yes. After everything. After the letter, after the accusation, after you stood in front of witnesses and called your father a murderer." "Yes." She picked up the key. It was warm from the lamp, heavy. Why? Lucan did not answer immediately. He walked to the window and looked out at the water, his back to her, his shoulders carrying a tension that had nothing to do with the rowing. Because if I keep you here the way he kept you there, I am not different from him. I am just younger. The words hung in the salt air. Mireya closed her hand around the key. You said you were beginning to learn what you were willing to break? Yes. Is this the rest of it? He turned. I do not know what the rest of it looks like yet. I only know how it starts. She held his gaze. The lamp flickered. Somewhere outside, the waves pulled against the shore in a rhythm that had nothing to do with treaties or traps or the weight of a name she had never been allowed to claim. Show me the room. He led her up the stairs, the second door on the left. She turned the key in the lock, heard the bolt slide home, and opened it. The room was small, a bed with white linen, a window that faced the sea, a desk with a lamp and a phone, an envelope with the corner of a banknote visible through the paper. She walked to the window and looked out at the dark water, at the faint line where the sea met the sky in a seam of deeper black. You could have taken me anywhere. This is the only place he does not own. She turned. Lucan stood in the doorway, his hand on the frame, his face half in shadow. The phone works, the gate opens, the boat runs. He paused. If you are still here in the morning, I will answer any question you ask. He pulled the door closed behind him. She heard his footsteps retreat down the stairs, then the creak of a chair in the room below, then silence, except for the waves. Mireya sat on the edge of the bed. The key was still in her hand. The envelope was on the desk. The window was unbarred. She could walk out right now, down the stairs, through the front door, across the beach. The boat was light enough to launch alone, and she knew which way the western harbor lay. She did not move. The strand of pale gold hair was still tucked against her ribs, tucked against her heart, and the statute was still folded in her skirt. She had the means to leave. She had the means to burn everything. And for the first time since the carriage ride from Santa Lirari, she did not know which one she wanted more. The sound of a pen scratching reached her from below. Lucan was writing something. A letter, maybe. A confession. A map. She rose from the bed and walked to the door. Her hand hovered over the lock. Then the phone on the desk rang. Once. Twice. A sound too sharp for this quiet house. She crossed the room and picked it up. A woman's voice, low and urgent. Do not trust the safe house. He buried his mother there. Chapter 25. She opened every drawer in the house before the lamp burned low. Not for anything she needed, for the shape of him she found inside each one. The kitchen cupboard held tinned fish, dry beans, salt in a paper sack, and a knife sharpened so often the blade had worn thin at the center. The desk drawer contained a map of the coastline with 3 routes marked in pencil, each one numbered in the same hand that had written the phone code. The closet by the front door held oilskin coats in 2 sizes, boots with the salt still crusted on the leather, and a cardboard box of candles. No photographs, no letters, no trace of the woman who had once lived here. Mireya closed the closet and stood in the narrow hallway, the floorboards cold through her stockings. The house was small. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 upstairs, a bathroom added sometime after the original build, the pipes visible along the wall where someone had not bothered to hide them. Everything about it said temporary. Everything about it said prepared. She climbed the stairs again and stopped at the top. Lucan had not moved from the sitting room. She could hear the scratch of his pen against paper, the pause, the scratch again. He was still writing whatever he had started before the phone rang. The phone. She crossed to the bedroom and picked up the receiver again, but the line was dead now. The woman's voice had not called back. Mireya pressed the cradle twice, listened to the hollow hum of a working line, and set it down. Do not trust the safe house. He buried his mother there. She looked at the window. The sea stretched dark and endless, the horizon swallowed by cloud. The boat was still on the beach. The key was still in her hand. She had not thrown it away. She had not used it either. The scratching stopped. Footsteps crossed the floor below, then the creak of the stair. Mireya did not turn. She heard him stop in the doorway, felt the weight of his presence settle behind her. There is coffee. he said. "And bread. I brought supplies 3 days ago, before the dinner." 3 days ago. Before I knew what my father planned, but after I knew I might need a place to go. She turned. Lucan stood with his hand on the door frame, the same position he had taken when he left her here. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow, and she saw the pale line of a scar along his forearm, one she had never noticed in the dim light of St. Mercy House. "You planned for this?" "I planned for something." He met her eyes. "I did not know what, but I knew that if I waited until I understood the shape of it, I would be too late." Mireya held the key up between them. Was this part of the plan, or did you add it when you realized I might actually use it?" Lucan did not look away. "I added it when I realized you should." The words sat between them like a second object, heavier than the brass in her hand. "You said you would answer any question if I stayed until morning." "Yes, it is still tonight." He waited. Mireya stepped closer, close enough to see the shadow under his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his hand gripped the doorframe like he was holding himself in place. "Your mother," she said. "Did you bury her here?" The question hit him like a physical blow. She saw it in the way his breath stopped, the way his fingers tightened on the wood. "No." "Then what does it mean? The woman on the phone said you buried her here." Lucan's throat worked. He looked past her, at the window, at the dark water, at something she could not see. "She died in this house." Mireya waited. "I was 12. I found her in the kitchen. She had taken something. Poison, the doctor said. But there was no note, no warning, no reason anyone could give me that made sense." He paused. "My father said she was weak, that she could not carry what the family needed her to carry. He said it like it was an explanation." "And you buried her here?" "Not her body. That went to the Drazen plot, under the chapel, beside strangers she had never met." His voice dropped. "But I buried what she left me, her letters, her jewelry, the things she wanted me to have that my father would have burned. I buried them in the garden, behind the rosemary, because I did not know who else to trust with them." The air in the room changed. Mireya lowered the key. "You were 12. Yes. And you have been carrying this alone for 15 years. He met her eyes. "I am telling you because you asked, and because if you are going to decide whether to stay or leave, you should know what kind of man keeps a grave in his mother's garden instead of letting her speak." Mireya did not move. She thought of the strand of pale gold hair against her ribs, the letter in her skirt, the statute that could burn 2 empires to ash. She thought of Lucan, 12 years old, burying his mother's secrets in the dirt because there was no one else. "Show me," she said. He looked at her. "Show me the grave." He led her down the stairs and out the back door. The garden was small, overgrown with herbs gone to seed, and the rosemary had grown wild into a bush nearly waist-high. He knelt and parted the branches, and she saw the stone. No name, no date, just a single word carved into the surface. Enough. "She wrote it herself," Lucan said. "She carved it years before she died. I found it in her drawer after the funeral, wrapped in cloth, and I knew where she wanted it to go." Mireya knelt beside him. The stone was warm from the day's heat, still holding the sun even after dark. She traced the letters with her finger. "What was her name?" "Ilara. Ilara." She said it aloud, letting the syllables settle in the salt air. "She had your eyes? Lighter, like winter ice." He paused. "She used to say the Drezens did not know what to do with women who saw too clearly, that they preferred the kind who looked down." Mireya laughed. It came out rough, unexpected, a sound she had not made in weeks. "Sounds familiar." Lucan's mouth curved, just barely. "I thought it might." They stayed there, kneeling in the overgrown rosemary, until the wind shifted and the cold came off the water. Mireya rose first. She held out her hand. He took it. They walked back to the house in silence, and when they reached the door, Mireya did not let go. "Tomorrow," she said. "You answer the rest of my questions. Tomorrow." She climbed the stairs alone, closed the bedroom door, and sat on the edge of the bed with the key still warm in her palm. She did not use it. The phone rang again. She snatched it before the second ring could wake the house. "Paloma," the voice said, breathless and low. "Listen, someone is already hunting the archive trail. They went through Tariq's office tonight. They took his notes, his sketches, everything he had on the vault." Soroya's blood went cold. Is he alive? He was not there. He is running. But they know about Gata. They know about the statute. A pause. They know about Breakwater House. Soroya looked at the window, the sea, the dark. How? I do not know. But whoever told them, they are not guessing. They are following the same path you took. Paloma's voice dropped to a whisper. And they are closer than you think. Chapter 26. The phone went dead in her hand. Soroya stood in the dark bedroom, the receiver still pressed to her ear, listening to the silence where Paloma's voice had been. The sea pushed against the rocks below the window. The wind moved through the rosemary. She set the phone down slowly. They were closer than she thought. She crossed to the door and opened it. The hallway was dark. The house settled into its bones, but a thin line of light bled from the bottom of the stairs. Lucan was still awake. She found him in the kitchen, sitting at the small table with a glass of water untouched before him. He looked up when she entered, and something in his face shifted. Not surprise, but recognition. He had been waiting for her. "Paloma," she said. "I heard the phone. Someone raided Tariq's office tonight. They took his VAT notes, his sketches, everything. They know about Gata, the statute, this house." Lucan's jaw tightened. He did not ask how. He did not ask who. He simply nodded, the way a man does when he has been expecting bad news and it finally arrives. "How close?" She did not know, but she said they are following the same path we took. He stood and walked to the window. The glass reflected the room, his face a pale overlay on the dark water. "Then we move faster. Dawn. We go to the vault before they seal it. Or before they find us here first." He turned. The lamplight caught the side of his face, the shadow under his cheekbone. "Yes." She sat down at the table, across from his empty chair. The glass of water sat between them, untouched, a small truce neither of them had named. "You stalked this house 3 days before the dinner," she said. "Before you knew what your father planned. You were already preparing to run." He did not deny it. "I was taught to see threats before they arrived," he said. "To categorize risk before it became personal. That was my training from the time I could walk. Every person, every situation, every alliance. I was taught to ask what it could cost before I asked what it was worth." "And me?" He met her eyes. "You were the first risk I refused to categorize." The words hung between them. Soroya let them settle, feeling the shape of them. She thought of the convent, of Mother Sorel's hands pinning her hair to cover the scar, of the lessons in stillness, in silence, in becoming small enough to survive. "I learned the opposite," she said. "I learned to become invisible, to make myself so small that no one would think to ask what I was worth. Obedience became the only shelter I knew." She picked up the glass, turned it in her fingers, set it down again. "I could watch a room for hours and tell you who was afraid, who was hungry, who was lying. But I could not tell you what I wanted. I had never been asked." Lucan moved from the window. He did not sit across from her. He sat beside her, 2 chairs away, far enough that she could breathe. "What do you want now?" The question was quiet, no demand in it, no pressure. She looked at him, the line of his shoulder, the way his hand rested on the table, palm up, open. "I want to stop running," she said. "I want to walk into that vault and take what belongs to me. I want to say my name out loud and watch it burn everything they built on my silence." She paused. "And I want to know if there is anything left of me after the burning." Lucan's breath moved through him, slow and long. "I asked my mother once, before she died, if she had ever wanted anything for herself. She said she had stopped asking because the answer only made the cage smaller." Soroya's chest tightened. What did she want? She wanted to be seen without being used. His voice dropped. She wanted to be enough, not because she gave something, but because she existed. The word on the stone, enough. Soroya did not look away. They sat in the silence, the clock ticking somewhere in the house, the sea grinding against the rocks. The distance between them felt thinner than the two chairs. She wanted to move closer. She wanted to tell him that she understood. She wanted to press her hand to his chest and feel if his heart was racing the way hers was. He turned. Their faces were close enough that she could see the flecks in his eyes, the exact shade of winter water catching lamplight. He did not lean in. He waited. She could feel the choice in the air, the same way she had felt the weight of the key in her palm. She could stay in the space between. She could let this be a conversation that ended with good night, or she could close the distance. She started to lean. His hand moved, not to touch, but to hover near her jaw. A question, not a demand. She stopped. He stopped. The air between them was sharp with salt and breath and something neither of them had named. "I cannot," she whispered. He pulled his hand back, slowly, deliberately. "I know." She looked at him, at the way his throat moved when he swallowed, at the patience in his eyes that cost him more than she could measure. "You gave me a choice," she said. "I am not ready to stop having one." Lucan held her gaze. "Then you still have it." A sound cut through the quiet, a scrape, outside, near the back of the house. They both turned. The window showed nothing but darkness. Lucan was on his feet. "Stay here." He crossed the kitchen in 3 strides, pulled a knife from a drawer, and moved toward the back door, his body low, his breath silent. Mireya stayed where she was. The scrape came again, closer, and then a knock, slow, deliberate, 3 taps, a signal. Lucan did not lower the knife. He unlocked the door. Tariq Messena stood in the dark, coat torn, ink-stained fingers trembling, his spectacles cracked down one lens. "You need to come with me," he said. "Now, before they find this place." Behind him, a light moved through the trees. Chapter 27. The light in the trees moved again, closer, bobbing as whoever carried it picked their way through the underbrush. Lucan grabbed Tariq's torn coat and pulled him inside. He slammed the door, threw the bolt, and pressed his back against the frame. "How many?" Tariq's chest heaved. His cracked spectacles caught the kitchen light at a wrong angle, splitting his face into pieces. "I do not know. I ran before I counted." Lucan crossed to the window, flattened himself against the wall, and looked out at the slice of visible yard. 1 lantern. Could be a guard. Could be the first of a line. Mireya moved before she thought. She was at the table, clearing space, pushing glasses and the map aside. "Show me what you brought." Tariq's hands were shaking. The ink-stained fingers fumbled at the inside of his coat, and for a moment she thought he might have dropped it, lost it in the dark, come empty-handed, and ruined. Then he pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth, bound with twine, the knots pulled tight enough to whiten his knuckles. "Copied pages," he said. "Not the originals. I did not have time for the originals." He set the bundle on the table. The oilcloth was damp. Sea air or sweat, she could not tell. Lucan stayed at the window. "How much did they take?" "Everything on the vault. Every note I had on the statute, on Gata, on Breakwater house." Tariq's voice cracked. "They knew what they were looking for. They did not rifle through my desk. They went straight to the locked drawer and took the file." Mireya's fingers found the knots. She worked them loose, the twine burning her skin, and unfolded the oilcloth. Inside were pages, dozens of them, hand-copied in Tariq's cramped script, some in ink, some in charcoal, with marginal notes and crossed-out lines and symbols she did not recognize. She lifted the first page, an ecclesiastical seal, red wax, cracked, pressed with a crest she had never seen. Beneath it, a list of names in a hand that predated her birth by centuries. "These are from the vault?" she asked. "The side vault, the one the church keeps separate from the courthouse records." Tariq wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I have been copying them for months, piece by piece. I knew someone would come for them eventually." She turned to the second page, a partial lineage map, names connected by lines that branched and narrowed, and finally converged on a single entry at the bottom. "Auric bloodline," it read, registered under the Treaty of Salt and Seal. Below it, a name she did not recognize, a child, removed under false kinship after the fall. The line beside it read, "Transported to neutral custody, identity sealed." Mireya's breath stopped. "That is not my name." Tariq shook his head. That is the name they gave the church. The registry name. The one they used to bury you inside Santa Lilari. She looked at the page again. The child's name was not hers. It was a stranger's name, a fiction written in careful clerical script, designed to erase whatever had come before. She set the page down. Her hands were steady. Inside her chest, something was burning. Lucan spoke from the window. They are not moving toward the house. They are circling, trying to see how many of us are here. Tariq's face went gray. Then they know I came here. They know you ran, Lucan said. They do not know where yet, or they would have already breached the door. Mireya turned back to the pages. The third sheet was a copy of an older document. The ink faded to brown, the parchment edge crumbling even in reproduction. She recognized the script from the chapel record room, Auric succession and confirmation register. She had held the original in her hands. She had carried it against her ribs. This was the same text, copied in Tariq's hand, line for line. But at the bottom, where the original had ended with her transfer to Santa Liri, Tariq's copy continued. A marginal note in a different hand, smaller, pressed into the corner like an afterthought. Child removed by order of Donald Drazen. Registry sealed by ecclesiastical authority. Mother eliminated per treaty protocol. She read it 3 times. Eliminated. The word was quiet, clinical. A bureaucrat's word for a woman's death. Tariq's voice was barely audible. Your mother's name was not recorded. They erased her first. The light outside the window steadied. It was no longer moving. Someone was standing at the edge of the trees, watching the house. Lucan turned from the window. We have minutes. Mireya looked at the pages spread across the table. Dozens of them. Names, seals, dates, erasures. An entire lineage reduced to ink and paper in the careful hand of a man who had risked his life to copy them. Where's the authentication? She asked. Tariq's face did not change. That is the problem. She waited. He pulled the folded page from his trouser pocket, the paper creased and damp, and handed it to her. A seal impression. Not wax, not original, not witnessed. A copy of a copy. This is what is inside the main vault, he said. The original authentication, the one that binds the registry to the treaty and proves the lineage is unbroken. She looked at the seal impression. A coronet, the same shape as her scar. Where is the original? Tariq's throat moved when he swallowed. Locked in the church vault, under church protocol. The Abbess holds the only key. Lucan went still. Mother Sorrel. Tariq nodded. She has been holding it since the day Mireya was signed into the treaty. She never told anyone. She never used it. She kept it so that if the claimant ever came forward, the church could verify the bloodline without handing the proof to either dynasty. Mireya stared at the seal impression. Mother Sorrel. The woman who had pinned her hair to hide the scar. The woman who had written the letter telling her to find Gata. The woman who had stood at the altar and watched her sign a contract she did not understand. The same woman who held the key to everything. She folded the seal impression carefully, precisely, and placed it inside the oilcloth. Then we go to her. Lucan's voice was flat. She is inside Donald's jurisdiction. If we go back to the city, we walk into his hand. Then we do not go back the way we left. She turned to Tariq. Can you reach her without using the Drazen channels? Tariq hesitated. There is a way, but it requires going through the harbor, and the harbor is where Donald's men are looking for you. Mireya looked at Lucan. The light in the trees had stopped moving, but it had not gone out, and she understood with cold certainty that the hunters knew exactly where Tariq had run. They were waiting for the right moment to close. Lucan met her eyes. The boat is at dawn. She shook her head. We're not running. She gathered the oilcloth, the pages, the seal impression, and pressed the bundle against her chest. We are going to walk into the church and take what belongs to me. The light in the trees shifted. It moved forward, and the first knock came at the door. Chapter 28. The knock came again, harder. Mireya pressed the oilcloth bundle against her chest and looked at Lucan. His hand was on the knife at his belt, but he was not moving toward the door. How many did you see? She asked. One light. Could be more in the dark. Tariq had backed against the wall, his cracked spectacles catching the low lamp glow. They followed me. I led them straight here. You led them to a house with no guards and an unbarred window, Mireya said. That is not your fault. That is the house we chose. Lucan's jaw tightened. He did not argue. The knock came a third time, slower, measured. A voice followed, low, familiar. Drazen, it is Exis, alone. Lucan crossed to the door in 3 strides, pressed his palm flat against the wood, and did not open it. How did you find this house? I did not follow Tariq. I traced the pattern round the frame-up. A pause. I know what your father planned. I know what he wrote in that letter before Reyes touched the decanter. And I know you walked out of St. Mercy House with the bride instead of handing her over. Mireya's pulse beat against her ribs. She looked at Lucan. He was still, his hand on the door, his face unreadable. You are supposed to be on the harbor road, Lucan said. I am supposed to be loyal to Donald Drazen. The voice came through the wood, flat and clinical. I have spent tonight deciding whether I still am. The silence stretched. Mireya shifted the oilcloth under her arm and spoke. Let him in. Lucan turned his head. His eyes met hers. He could be carrying a weapon. He could be carrying an army. But he is standing at the door asking to be let in alone, which means he does not know if he will be welcomed. That is not the posture of a man who came to take us. Lucan held her gaze for a long moment. Then he unbolted the door. Ninganor Ixi stood in the gap. No coat, no visible weapon. His dark clothing absorbed the moonlight the way it always did, making him look like a piece of the night that had detached and walked forward. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. His eyes moved across the room in a single, practiced sweep. Tariq against the wall, Mireya with the oilcloth, Lucan with his hand still on the knife. You have the pages, Nicanor said. It was not a question. Mireya did not answer. Nicanor's gaze settled on the oilcloth. The authentication is in the church vault. Mother Sorel holds the key. You cannot reach her through any channel Donald does not watch. We know, Lucan said. Then you also know your father has men at every approach to the cathedral, the archive annex, and the harbor gate. He expects you to run for the vault. He has already sealed the eastern registry corridor. Mireya's chest tightened. How do you know that? Because I helped him do it. The words landed like stone. Nicanor did not look away. I was ordered to secure the perimeter 2 hours after you left the dining room. I placed men at the church, the old courthouse, and the customs dock. I did not know then what I know now. And what do you know now? Mireya asked. He turned to face her fully. The lamplight caught the hard lines of his face. I know your father's death was not a political execution. I know Donald Drazen has been preparing contingencies for a claimant he never intended to let live past the treaty's first validation. And I know the men I stationed at the church are loyal to me, not to him. Mireya felt the words settle into her bones. You are offering to help us. I am offering to stop being useful to a man who would burn the harbor to keep his ledgers clean. Nicanor's voice did not rise. That is not loyalty. That is arithmetic. Lucan stepped forward. And what do you want in return? Nothing you cannot give. Nicanor's gaze shifted to Mireya. When you invoke the statute, I want to be standing where I can see Donald's face when he realizes he cannot touch you. The room was very quiet. Mireya looked at the oilcloth in her arms, at the pages that held her mother's erasure, her own false name, and the proof of a lineage that could shatter an empire. She looked at Nicanor. Then you will stand at my back. He inclined his head. Not a bow, an acknowledgement. The church vault is warded by a double lock, he said. One key with Mother Sorel, one with the parish registrar. The registrar answers to the church council, not to Donald, but he will not open the vault without the abbess's seal. Then we get both, Mireya said. The registrar sleeps in the cathedral rectory. Mother Sorel is confined to the Santa Leary guest house under Drazen guard. Lucan's voice was sharp. She is a prisoner. She is a guest who cannot leave, Nicanor said. Donald does not trust her. He never has. But he cannot kill an abbess without losing the church's blessing, so he keeps her where he can count her breaths. Mireya's mind was already moving. The guest house is inside the cathedral grounds? Eastern wall, separate entrance, 1 guard at the door, 2 more on rotation. And the registrar? Unarmed, single room above the rectory kitchen. no guard. Soroya turned to Lucan. We take the registrar first. He is the softer target. We get his key, then we use it to pressure Mother Sorel. Lucan's eyes held hers. You are planning this like a raid. I am planning it like something I cannot afford to leave in anyone else's hands. He did not argue. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a narrow key, brass, worn at the edges. The customs channel I told you about. It leads to a tunnel under the old mint, 2 blocks from the cathedral. No guards, no lamps. Soroya took the key. It was warm from his pocket. Then we go tonight. Nicanor moved toward the door. I have a horse at the tree line. I can get you to the mint entrance before the harbor bells ring. Tariq pushed off the wall. What do I do? Soroya looked at him. Ink-stained fingers, cracked spectacles, a coat that had been good once and would not survive another night in the wet. You stay here, she said. Copy everything you have not copied yet. If we do not come back, the pages need to exist somewhere Donald cannot burn them. Tariq's face went pale, but he nodded. Lucan extinguished the lamp. The room went dark. And Soroya stepped through the door into the night, the brass key cold in her palm, the oilcloth pressed against her ribs, and the weight of a choice she had never been allowed to make before. Chapter 29. The night air hit Soroya's face as she stepped through the door, the brass key cold in her palm. Nicanor moved ahead, a shadow among shadows, and she followed without speaking. The tree line swallowed them. Branches scraped her shoulders, roots caught at her feet. But she kept moving, the oilcloth pressed against her ribs, the weight of the copied pages a second heartbeat. Nicanor stopped at a horse, dark-coated, standing patient between 2 pines. He swung up and offered his hand. Soroya did not hesitate. She took his wrist. He pulled her onto the saddle behind him, and then they were moving, fast, the wind pulling at her pinned hair. Lucan ran beside them for the first 50 yards, then vanished into the dark. Soroya did not ask where he had gone. She trusted that he would meet her at the mint entrance, or he would not. Nicanor rode hard. The harbor bells rang twice, then stopped. The streets were empty, wet with sea fog, the lamps few and far between. Soroya counted turns, landmarks, the angle of the moon. When they reached the mint wall, Nicanor pulled the horse to a stop and slid off. He helped her down without ceremony, his hands impersonal, efficient. The entrance is behind the 3rd buttress, he said, pointing. There is a grate. Lucan's key opens it. You are not coming. I am drawing the perimeter. He met her eyes. If Donald's men find the entrance before you are through, you need someone above ground who knows where you are. Soroya studied his face in the dim light, hard lines. A man who had spent years reading threat patterns and never learned to read comfort. Why are you really doing this? She asked. Nicanor did not look away. Because I spent 12 years believing order was the same as justice. His voice was flat, clinical. It is not, and I am old enough to know the difference before I die. He turned and walked back toward the horse. Soroya watched him go, then moved to the 3rd buttress, counting stones until her fingers found iron. The grate was rusted, the lock ancient. She slid Lucan's brass key into the mechanism. It turned with a scrape that sounded too loud in the empty street. She pulled the grate open. Darkness, damp stone, the smell of salt and old copper. She stepped inside. The tunnel was narrow, low-ceilinged, the walls sweating moisture. Water pooled on the stone floor. Soroya moved by touch, one hand on the wall, the other holding the oilcloth against her chest. She counted her steps. 50, 100, 200. At 230, she heard footsteps ahead. She stopped. Soroya, Lucan's voice, low, controlled. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. I am here, she said. His shape emerged from the dark. He was carrying a small lantern. The flame turned low, barely enough to see 3 feet ahead. The tunnel ends at the cathedral crypt, he said. From there, we go up through the sacristy steps. The registrar's room is above the rectory kitchen. How do you know the crypt? He paused. I mapped every church in Ravan when I was 16. My father told me the old crown loyalists would come through the altars if they ever moved against us. Soroya looked at him in the dim light. And you believed him? I believed I needed to know where the exits were. He met her eyes. I was right, just not about who would need them. They moved on. The tunnel curved, then rose. Steps appeared, worn stone, slick with age. Lucan led, his hand brushing the wall, the lantern casting shadows that crawled ahead of them. At the top of the steps, a wooden door. Lucan pressed his ear to it, listened. Empty, he pushed it open. They emerged into a small chamber, dust and incense and the smell of old wax. A crypt. Rows of stone sarcophagi lined the walls, their surfaces carved with names and dates that had worn smooth. Mireya did not look at them. She followed Lucan up a spiral staircase, the steps narrow, the walls close. The sacristy was dark. They crossed it in silence, past vestments hanging like hollow bodies, past a basin of water that caught the faint light. Lucan paused at a second door, listened again. Then he opened it. A narrow corridor, a single lamp burning at the far end. The smell of cooking oil and wood smoke. The rectory kitchen. Lucan pointed to a wooden staircase against the wall. Above, second door. Mireya moved first. She climbed the stairs, counting each step, feeling the old wood shift under her weight. At the landing, she stopped for the second door. She knocked. A long pause, then a voice, sleepy and weary. "Who is there?" "Someone who needs the parish registrar's key," Mireya said. Another pause, longer. The door opened a crack. A man's face appeared, middle-aged, gray stubble, eyes that had seen too many midnight disturbances. "I know who you are," he said. "The Drazen bride." "I am not a Drazen bride," Mireya held his gaze. "I am the last Auric claimant, and I need your key to prove it." The registrar stared at her. Then he opened the door. The room was small, neat, a bed in one corner, a desk covered in papers, a crucifix on the wall. The registrar moved to the desk without speaking, unlocked a drawer, and pulled out a brass key identical to the one Lucan had given her. "You will not find what you expect in that vault," he said. "I am not looking for what I expect." Mireya took the key. "I am looking for the truth." The registrar's hand trembled as he let her take it. "Nala Sorel will not give you the second key," he said. "Not without a fight." "She does not need to fight." Mireya closed her fingers around the brass. "She needs to remember whose side she is really on." She turned to leave. "Wait!" She stopped. The registrar's voice was low, almost a whisper. "The Abbess is not the only one who was ordered to keep your secret. I was there when they sealed the Auric records. I copied the treaty clause myself." Mireya turned back. "Then you know what Donald did." "I know what he ordered." The registrar's eyes met hers. "I also know who tried to stop him." "Who?" The man swallowed. "Your mother." He paused. "And the woman who helped her hide you." Mireya's pulse stuttered. "Mother Sorel?" she said. "Mother Sorel had my mother hide me." The registrar nodded once. "And then she signed the treaty that arrested me. She signed it to keep you alive." The registrar's voice cracked. "She believed the cage was the only way to keep you breathing until you were old enough to open it yourself." Mireya stood in the small room, the key cold in her palm, the weight of a choice she had never been allowed to make before pressing down on her chest. She looked at the registrar. "Then it is time to prove her wrong." She walked out the door. Lucan was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He saw her face and did not ask. He only nodded, once, and led her back through the dark. They had the first key, now they needed the second. And Mother Sorel was waiting behind Drazen guards. Chapter 30. The sacristy clock struck 3/4, and Mireya pressed the registrar's key against her palm until the teeth left marks. Lucan stood at the door, one hand on the frame, watching the corridor beyond. "Paloma's timing said the restoration crew leaves the north transept at past. They will be at the vault corridor for 15 minutes. And the guards? Nicanor pulled the east watch rotation an hour ago. The new men do not know the vault has a lock worth guarding." He looked at her. "We have maybe 20 minutes before someone notices the wrong faces are in the right uniforms." Mireya tied a canvas apron over her dress, the coarse fabric smelling of lime dust and old plaster. A scarf covered her hair, hiding the coronet scar. She had practiced the walk in her room at Breakwater House. Not too fast, not too careful. The gait of a woman who had done restoration work for years and had no reason to rush. Lucan adjusted his own collar, the jacket of a church maintenance supervisor, the badge pinned crooked so it looked like he had been wearing it for years. "You look like you belong," she said. "I mapped these corridors. I memorized which doors groan and which floorboards squeak." He met her eyes. "I did not memorize what I would do if you did not come back out. Then do not let the guards catch you waiting." She stepped past him into the corridor. The church at night smelled different, incense and old wax, and the cold breath of stone that had absorbed centuries of prayer. Mireya walked with her head down, counting her steps, feeling the weight of the key in her apron pocket. The vault corridor was narrow, lit by a single gas lamp turned low. Two men stood at the far end, Drazen uniforms, Nikanar's rotation. They glanced at her, saw the apron, the scarf, the dust on her sleeves, and looked away. She reached the vault door. It was iron, black, set into a stone arch that had been there since the old crown. Two keyholes, side by side, each requiring a different turn sequence. She inserted the registrar's key. The lock turned with a sound like a bone settling. She waited. The guards did not move. She pulled the second key from her apron, the one Lucan had given her. The customs tunnel key that Nikanar had confirmed would fit the church vault's secondary lock. It slid home. She turned it. The mechanism groaned, then clicked. Mireya pushed the door open. The vault was small. Not the grand chamber she had imagined, just a stone room with shelves built into the walls, each shelf stacked with ledgers, scrolls, and boxes bound in faded ribbon. Dust lay thick on every surface, undisturbed for years. She stepped inside. The door swung shut behind her, the lock engaging with a soft, final sound. Mireya stood in the silence and let her eyes adjust. The sylph marked Auric Succession, original seals, was at eye level, labeled in a hand she recognized from the parish register, the same careful script that had recorded her false name. She pulled the ledger. It was bound in leather that had once been red, now faded to the color of dried blood. She opened it to the first page. Names, dates, seals. The Auric line, recorded generation by generation, births and deaths and marriages. The old crown's bloodline laid out like a map of power that had been buried for 50 years. She turned the pages. Her hand shook. There, halfway through the ledger, an entry marked with a silver seal she had never seen before. Child born, Auric true blood. Date, 6 Kalends of Autumn, year of the treaty. Mother, Elara Drazen, née Auric. Father, unknown, sealed by ecclesiastical authority. Name, blank. Disposition, removed, to neutral custody per treaty protocol. Identity, sealed. Registry name assigned, Mireya Belmonte. She read the line again. Mother, Elara Drazen, née Auric. Elara, Lucan's mother. The woman who had died at Breakwater House, who had carved the word enough into a stone and swallowed poison because the answer only made the cage smaller. Her mother. Mireya's legs gave. She caught herself on the shelf, the ledger still in her hands, the dust rising around her like the breath of a grave. Elara Drazen was her mother. Elara, who had been married to Donald Drazen, which meant Donald Drazen was... She stopped the thought before it finished. The entry continued. Child transferred per order of Donald Drazen, Patriarch, Drazen Dynasty. Seal affixed by Mother Sorel, Abbess, Santa Ilari. Witness, Parish Registrar, Ravan Cathedral. Mother Sorel's signature. Not just a witness, a signatory. The woman who had hidden her, marked her, lied to her for 23 years, had also signed the order that erased her from the Auric line. Mireya stared at the ink, the letters blurring. Then she heard it. Footsteps in the corridor, multiple sets, heavy, not the unhurried pace of guards on rotation. She looked at the ledger in her hands. She could take the whole volume, carry it out, hide it, use it as proof, but it would be missed within hours and Donald would know exactly what she had found. Or she could tear the page, just the entry, just the proof of her birth, her mother's name, the signatures that bound her to the treaty. Her hand moved to the edge of the page. The footsteps stopped outside the vault door. A voice she did not recognize said, "She is in there. Seal the corridor." Soroya's blood turned cold. She looked at the ledger. Then she made a choice. She tore the page, not the whole entry, just the signature line. The line that showed Mother Sorel's name beside the transfer order. She folded it, pressed it into her bodice, and closed the ledger. The lock on the vault door began to turn. Chapter 31. The lock on the vault door turned. Soroya stood motionless, the torn page pressed against her ribs, the closed ledger still in her hands. The mechanism clicked once, twice, a dead bolt sliding home. She was sealed inside. The corridor beyond the iron door had gone quiet. No more footsteps, no voices, just the guards breathing on the other side, waiting. She looked at the shelf before her, the auric ledger, the other records beside it, dozens of volumes, each holding the buried history of a bloodline someone had tried to erase. She had one page, one signature line. Not enough. Soroya moved. She grabbed the next volume on the shelf, older, bound in cracked black leather. She opened it and scanned. Annuities, land grants, the will of some auric countess written in copperplate. Not what she needed. The third volume was smaller, kept apart from the others, wrapped in oilcloth that had dried and split. She pulled it free. The cloth fell away in pieces. Inside was a sheaf of loose pages, handwritten, held together with a ribbon that had once been gold and was now the color of old bone. The handwriting matched the registrar's copy. Treaty of Salt and Seal, true copy, ecclesiastical seal affixed. She did not read it. She did not have time. She folded the sheaf into her apron, the loose pages crackling against her chest. The vault door shifted, someone fitting a key. She looked around. No hiding place. No shadows deep enough. The shelves were built into the stone, leaving no gap for a body to disappear. The key turned. Soroya pulled off her scarf. She wrapped the ledger page and the treaty copy inside it, knotting the cloth at the corners. The bundle pressed flat against her stomach beneath the apron. The door opened. A guard stood in the gap, lamp raised. Behind him, two more filled the corridor. He saw her. His mouth opened. Soroya said, "The lock jammed. I thought I would have to sleep in here." The guard blinked. She stepped toward him, her voice even, calm, the same tone she had used 1,000 times at Santa Lauri when a sister found her somewhere she was not supposed to be. "I need to report the mechanism to the restoration supervisor. He will have to oil it before morning." The guard hesitated. She did not. She walked past him, straight into the corridor, her steps measured, unhurried. The other two guards parted without thinking, trained to let a workman pass when they had no reason to stop. She did not look back. The corridor bent to the left. She followed it, past the alcove where the guards had been standing, past the door to the crypt stairs, into the sacristy where the air smelled of old wax and colder stone. Lucan was not there. She stopped. The sacristy was empty. The vestment press stood open. A single candle burned on the side altar, its flame steady. She'd been inside the vault for 5 minutes, maybe 7. He was supposed to be waiting at the sacristy door. A sound came from the crypt below, low, a scrape of boot leather on stone. Soroya moved to the stairwell and looked down. Lucan stood at the bottom, a guard slumped against the wall beside him, unconscious. Lucan looked up, saw her, said nothing. She came down the stairs. "The vault is opened," she said. "I have what I needed. They know someone was inside. They know a restoration worker had a jammed lock. They do not know about the page." Lucan's eyes held hers. "The corridor was sealed before you emerged. Someone gave the order before they saw you." The cold in her stomach deepened. "Who?" "I do not know, but the order came from outside the church." He did not say Donald's name. He did not have to. They moved through the crypt in silence, past the columns and the sealed doors, to the iron grate where the tunnel entrance waited. Lucan pulled it open. Soroya went first, the bundle pressed against her ribs, the darkness closing around her. She did not count steps this time. She followed the sound of his breathing, the scrape of his boots, the weight of what she had found pressing against her skin. Breakwater House stood dark when they reached it. No lights in the windows, no smoke from the chimney. The door was bolted from inside, as they had left it. Mireya knocked in the pattern they had agreed with Tariq. 3. Quick. Pause. 2. The bolt slid back. Tariq stood in the gap, his spectacles pushed up into his hair, ink still wet on his fingers. "You are alive," he said. "Barely." Mireya stepped past him, into the kitchen, where the lamp was turned low and the copied pages were spread across the table like a map of everything buried. Lucan closed the door behind them, bolted it. Mireya pulled the knot open. The scarf fell away, and the page with Mother Sorel's signature landed on the table beside the treaty copy. She stared at them, and then it came. Not a scream, not a word, a sound that was barely a sound, a breath forced through clenched teeth, her hands pressing flat against the table as if holding herself upright required every muscle she had. "She signed it." Tariq did not ask who. "She did not witness it," Mireya said. "She signed it. The order to erase me, to remove me, to bury the truth under a false name." Her voice rose, then dropped, the control cracking and sealing again like ice over moving water. "She was in the room." Lucan said nothing. Mireya looked at him, her face white, her dark eyes burning. "She was in the room when my mother's death was written down as protocol. She did not stop it. She signed it." "I know." "You do not. You were raised with a name and a family and a mother who held you until she could not. I was given a false register and a scar that marked me as property before I could speak." He did not flinch. "I know," he said again, "and I am sorry." She turned away. Her hands moved to the treaty copy, the loose pages, and she held them like they were the only proof she had that any of it had happened. "Mireya knew. Mother Sorel knew. Every woman who touched my hair and told me silence was safety knew I had been curated like a church relic." The word hung in the air. Curated. She laughed, short and bitter. "I was not traded. I was erased, shelved, displayed only when the treaty required proof of life." "You were curated," Lucan said. She looked at him. He did not apologize again. He did not defend Mireya or Mother Sorel or the women who had called it mercy. He simply said the word like it was a stone he was setting down between them, the truth of it heavier than any apology. "Your life was designed," he said. "Every door, every silence, every sister who taught you to watch instead of ask. They built a cage with bars you could not see." Mireya stood very still. "And you?" she said. "What did you build?" He met her eyes. "I was the lock on the door. I did not know it until after I turned the key." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she looked down at the papers on the table, the proof of everything designed, and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until the darkness behind the lids was absolute. "I cannot be here tonight." "Then do not stay." She looked at him. "I mean it," he said. "Take what you need, the boat at dawn, the keys. I will not hold you." The words hung between them, quiet and absolute. She did not move toward the door. She did not move toward him. She stood in the middle of the kitchen, the salt air pressing against the windows, her mother's name in her blood and Sorel's signature in her hand. And every choice she had ever been given had been someone else's decision dressed up as safety. The lamp flickered. Tariq looked down at his ink-stained hands. Lucan did not look away from her. And somewhere in the dark outside Breakwater house, the next set of hunters took their positions. Chapter 32. The kitchen held its breath. Mireya stood with her palms flat on the table, the torn ledger page beneath her right hand, the treaty copy beneath her left. Mother Sorel's signature curved across the paper like a knife wound that had healed wrong. She had not moved toward the door. She had not moved toward Lucan. She had not moved at all. Lucan watched her from the other side of the table, his hands still at his sides, his voice low when he spoke. "You do not have to decide tonight." She laughed. The sound scraped out of her throat, dry and broken. "I have never decided anything. Not one thing. Not where I slept, not what I ate, not whose name I carried." She looked up at him. "And now you stand there and tell me I can walk out the door at dawn, and I do not know if that is real or if it is another cage dressed up as kindness." Lucan reached into his pocket. He pulled out 3 keys on a brass ring, a folded slip of paper, and a worn leather wallet. He set them on the table between them, one by one, like a man laying down weapons before a surrender. The house keys to Breakwater, the key to the boat shed at the western jetty, the key to a safety deposit box at the mercantile exchange, registered under a name that is not Drazen and not Belmonte. He tapped the folded paper. The account code for the money in that box, enough to live on for 2 years if you are careful, 3 if you are smarter. The wallet. A paper set. New name, new history, new country. The portmaster at Cress will stamp it without questions if you show him the harbor medallion inside. He straightened. Paloma's customs man will be at the jetty until the tide turns at dawn. After that, he is gone, and the offer goes with him. Mireya stared at the objects on the table. They were small, ordinary. A ring of brass, a slip of paper worn at the folds, a wallet so thin it could fit inside a pocket without a bulge. They were also everything. "You planned this," she said. "Before the vault, before the church, before any of it." "I planned the exit before I understood what I was giving you an exit from." "And now?" He met her eyes. "Now I know the difference between a locked door and a door you choose to walk through." The words landed like stones in still water. Mireya's hands came off the table. She wrapped her arms across her chest, a gesture that looked like holding herself together but felt more like holding herself back. "You told me I could leave," she said. "You meant it." "I meant it. And if I go, if I take the boat and the papers and the money and I never look back, what happens to you?" He did not hesitate. "I find out what I am without you." She flinched, not at the words themselves, but at the absence of anything else in them. No guilt, no manipulation, no hidden price tag. He was not asking her to stay. He was not asking her to forgive. He was handing her the keys and stepping back far enough that she could not mistake his shadow for a cage. "You could have told me to stay," she said. "You could have made it a condition." "I could have." "Why did not you?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Because if I have to own you to keep you," he said, "I am no better than the treaty that put you in that dress." The lamp flickered. The salt air pressed against the windows. Tariq had not moved. He sat at the far end of the table, ink still wet on his fingers, his eyes fixed on the papers in front of him as if he had not heard any of it, as if giving them privacy in a room too small for privacy was the only gift he could offer. Mireya's hands unclenched. She reached out and touched the keys, not to take them, to feel the weight of them, the cool metal, the shape of freedom pressed into brass. "It would be easier," she said, "if you were cruel." "I know." "It would be easier if I could hate you." "I know." "It would be easier if the lock on the door had never been turned by hands that held me afterward." Something broke in his expression, not the composure that held, lean and controlled, but something beneath it, a crack in the foundation that let her see the man standing on the other side of it. "I cannot undo what I was," he said. "I cannot go back to the morning they brought you through the gate and choose differently. But I can stand here now, with the door open, and let you decide if there is anything left worth staying for." She looked at the keys, the boat shed key, the house key, the deposit box key. One of them could take her to a harbor that did not know her name, a country that did not know her scars, a life where she was no one, which meant she could be anyone. She looked at him. He was not watching the keys. He was watching her, not with hope, not with desperation, but with the steady patience of a man who had already accepted whatever answer she gave. "Do you want me to stay?" The question landed between them. He could have lied. He could have said no, to make it easier. He could have said yes, to make it harder. He said, "I want you to choose, and I will live with whatever you choose." She picked up the keys. They were warm from his pocket, warm from his body, warm from the hands that had carried them all the way from Breakwater to the church and back again, knowing he might hand them over and watch her walk away. She closed her fingers around them. "No." The word was quiet. Lucan did not move. "No," she said again. "I will not take your keys and your papers and your escape route so I can disappear into a country that does not know my mother's name." She set the keys back on the table. I am done being curated, shelved, handed off to the next set of hands that promise safety in exchange for silence. She stepped around the table. She did not walk toward the door. She walked toward him. I am done being given choices that are really exits. She stopped in front of him, close enough to see the pulse in his throat, close enough to feel the heat of his body through the inches of air between them. Tell me again that you will not hold me. I will not hold you. Tell me again that I can leave. You can leave. At dawn, at noon, in a year. You can leave every day for the rest of your life and I will not stop you. And if I stay? He did not answer. She reached up. Her hand touched his jaw. The muscle jumped beneath her fingers. The tension of a man who had spent years learning to hold himself still, to never show what he wanted. I am not choosing you because you gave me a way out, she said. I am choosing you because you gave me a way out and then stood there willing to watch me take it. His breath came uneven. Mireya, I am not finished. She moved closer. I do not know if I can forgive what you were. I do not know if I can forget the lock on the door or the years I spent in a cage so well designed I called it home. Her thumb traced the line of his jaw. But I know what I want for the first time in my life, and I want to want it without running. She pressed her forehead against his. I want to stay. The words broke something in him. His hands came up, slow, careful, as if she were made of glass and he had never been trusted with anything so fragile. He did not grab. He did not hold. He cupped her face like she was something he had spent his whole life learning not to reach for. You do not have to decide tonight, he said again, but his voice was rough now, the composure cracking at the edges. I already decided. She kissed him. It was not soft, it was not tender. It was the collision of two people who had spent weeks circling each other in a cage, testing the bars, learning the locks, and finally finding the door open on both sides. His hands slid into her hair. She pressed closer. The lamp flickered, and somewhere in the dark outside Breakwater house, the next set of hunters moved through the trees. Chapter 33. The lamp flickered once, twice, then steadied. Mireya kept her forehead pressed against his, her breath shallow, her hands still cupping his jaw. The kiss had ended, but something else had started. A current she could feel moving beneath her skin, unfamiliar and sharp. I do not know how to do this, she said. Lucan's thumb traced the curve of her cheekbone. Neither do I. That is not reassuring. It is honest. She pulled back enough to see his face. The composure was gone, stripped away by the kiss and the confession that had led to it. What remained was raw, uncertain, a man who had spent his life learning to control everything and had just realized he controlled nothing at all. The hunters are still outside, she said. Yes. Your father is still alive. Yes. The treaty is still in pieces across Tariq's table. Yes. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Then there is no good time for this, no safe moment, no night when the world is not pressing against the door. You could wait. I have waited my whole life. She touched his chest, felt the heartbeat beneath her palm, fast and uneven. I am tired of waiting for safety that never comes. His hand covered hers. Mireya, if we do this, I need you to be certain. Not because I am giving you permission, but because I need to know that I am not taking something you are not ready to give. The words landed. They could have been a demand dressed as courtesy. She had heard that before. Men who offered a choice but meant a test. But his hand was still, his pulse jumping under her palm, and he watched her with the same patient acceptance he had shown when he laid the keys on the table. I am certain, she said. Then tell me. Tell you what? Say it. Say what you want, not what you will accept, not what you think I need to hear, what you want. The question hung between them. She had never been asked that, not once. Not by the nuns who trained her in stillness and silence, not by Mireya who delivered her like cargo, not by Mother Sorel who signed the orders that erased her name. No one had ever wanted to know what she wanted. She wanted his hands in her hair. She wanted to stop thinking about exits and traps and treaties. She wanted one night where her body was not a bargaining chip or a vessel or a cage. I want you to touch me, she said. I want to be the one who decides when it stops. His breath caught. That is all I needed to hear. He lifted her hand from his chest and pressed his lips to her palm. The gesture was reverent, almost ceremonial, as if he were making a vow he did not trust himself to speak aloud. Then he stood and offered her his hand. She took it. He led her up the narrow stairs to the bedroom, a room of salt-stained windows and simple furnishings, nothing like the gilded chambers of St. Mercy House. The bed was narrow, the sheets rough, the lamp throwing shadows that climbed the walls like living things. He stopped at the foot of the bed. Tell me if you want to stop. Lucan, I mean it. At any moment, for any reason, say the word and I stop. She reached for the collar of his shirt. I know. She undid the first button, then the second. His hands came up, covering hers, his voice low and careful. You do not have to earn this. You do not have to prove anything. You are already enough. The word hit like a blade. Enough. The word his mother had carved into stone before she swallowed poison in this same house. The word Mireya had never once believed applied to her. She looked up at him. I know I do not have to earn it. That is why I want it. She pulled his shirt open. The fabric fell away, revealing the lean lines of his chest, the scarred ridge running along his ribs. She traced it with her fingers, felt him shiver. Who gave you this? He did not answer. His hand came up, covering hers again, not to stop her, but to hold her there. Another time. Tonight, I want to know nothing but you. She did not argue. She let him undress her, piece by piece, until the cold air touched her skin and she stood bare before him. He did not look at her like a map to be read or a territory to be claimed. He looked at her like something he had never expected to hold. You are beautiful, he said. I do not need you to say that. I know. I am saying it because it is true, not because you need to hear it. She stepped closer. The first touch of skin against skin sent a shock through her, something electric and terrifying and welcome. His hands found her waist, light, asking permission. Yes, she said. He lifted her onto the bed. The sheets were rough against her back. He moved over her, his weight a presence she chose rather than endured. Every pause, every careful adjustment of his hands, every time he stopped to meet her eyes, he asked without words. She answered without words. When her breath quickened, he slowed. When her fingers dug into his shoulders, he held still. When she said his name for the first time without fear in her voice, he broke. Afterward, they lay tangled in the salt-stained sheets, her head on his chest, his hand tracing lazy patterns on her shoulder. The lamp had burned low, casting the room in amber. I did not know it could be like that, she said. His arm tightened around her. Neither did I. She lifted her head. You did not consummate the marriage on the wedding night. You could have. The contract gave you the right. I did not want a right. I wanted a choice. And now? He turned to face her, his hand cradling her jaw. Now I have one, and I am choosing you. Not because the treaty demands it, not because my father ordered it, because I cannot imagine choosing anyone else. She should have felt trapped by the words. A declaration that large should have been a cage, walls built of expectation and possession. Instead, she felt the door swing open. If I wanted to leave, she said, tomorrow, at dawn, would you let me go? His jaw tightened. Yes. Even after this? Especially after this. He touched her face. If I keep you because I touched you, then I did not earn you. I stole you, and I will not be the man who steals you. She kissed him, slow and deep. Neither of them heard the phone until the third ring. Mireya pulled away, heart still pounding, and looked at the bedside table. The phone Lucan had given her, the one with his mother's birth year as the code. She reached for it. The voice on the other end was Paloma, breathless, barely above a whisper. Mireya, you need to come back. Donal has summoned the full family convocation. He is calling every witness, every alliance man, every church delegate with a signature on the treaty. He means to do it in the hall of St. Mercy House, under the painted saints. Mireya's blood chilled. When? 2 days, maybe less. He is already sending the summons. Can you get us inside? A pause. I can try. Try. She hung up. Lucan was already reaching for his clothes. The convocation. He means to finish it there, in front of everyone. She sat up, the sheets pooling around her waist. He is not waiting for the vault. He is not waiting for the hunters. He is going to force the issue in public, under family law, where he can claim legitimacy. Lucan's face hardened into something she had not seen before. Not the controlled composure of the Heir, not the raw vulnerability of the man who had just held her. Something colder. Then we give him what he asked for, he said. We walk into St. Mercy House, and we burn his empire down around him. The lamp guttered and died. Outside, through the salt-streaked window, the first gray hint of dawn touched the water. Chapter 34. Dawn came gray through the salt-streaked glass, the harbor sound muffled as though the fog had swallowed the water whole. Mireya stood at the kitchen table with the treaty copy spread before her, its ecclesiastical seal catching the weak light. Beside it lay the torn signature line, Mother Sorrel's name still visible in the crease where the ledger page had been folded against her skin through the tunnel and the crypt and the flight back to Breakwater House. She had not slept, neither had Lucan. He moved behind her, pulling on a shirt she remembered his hands sliding from the night before. The memory sat strangely in her chest, not guilt, not regret, but something that made her breathe slower. The convocation changes the timeline, he said. 2 days is not enough to run. I am not running. I know. He came to the table, stood beside her, did not touch her. But if we walk into St. Mercy House, we need more than a torn page and a treaty copy. We need witnesses who will speak before they break. Tariq appeared at the bottom of the stairs, ink still smudged across his fingers, spectacles pushed into his hair. He had not slept either. I have been thinking about the witness list, he said. The Alliance men who heard Lucan accuse Donald at the dinner, the church delegate Vasquez, the chairwoman from the port committee. They saw a poisoning, Mireya said. They saw a woman framed. That does not mean they will stand against Donald when he calls the convocation to order. No, Tariq admitted, but they saw Lucan choose you over his father. That is harder to unsee than a signature. Lucan's jaw tightened. Vasquez will fold. He owes the church, not the Drazens, and the church has not decided which way the power will fall. Then we need someone who has already decided. The voice came from the doorway. Nicanor stood there, still wearing the same dark clothes from the night before, his face carrying the flat exhaustion of a man who had not allowed himself to stop moving. He held a leather folder. The perimeter is clear, he said. For now. I redistributed the East Watch before dawn. Anyone loyal to me will hold their post. Anyone loyal to Donald will not know I am gone until I choose to be found. Mireya studied him. You came back. I told you. I am old enough to know the difference before I die. He stepped into the kitchen, laid the folder on the table. These are the guard rotations for the convocation. Every man who will be at the doors, every man on the hall perimeter, every man who answers to Donald directly and will act without thinking. Lucan opened the folder, scanned the pages. This is everything. It is everything I have. Nicanor met Mireya's eyes. It may not be enough. Donald has been planning this longer than I have been watching. Mireya touched the treaty copy, her fingers tracing the edge of the ecclesiastical seal. Then we plan around what he does not know we have. She began to sort the evidence. The torn signature line, the treaty copy, the vault pages Tariq had copied before the raid on his office, the map of St. Mercy House she had drawn from memory during her first week inside the compound. She laid each piece in a line, cold and deliberate, the way she had once arranged her few possessions at Santa Lizari. Tariq, she said, you carry the treaty copy. You are the historian. If we are separated, you make sure the right people see it. His face went pale. If we are separated, I may not reach the right people before Donald's men reach me. Then do not get caught. It came out harder than she intended. She did not soften it. Lucan watched her. And me? You are the Heir. You stand beside me in the hall, but you do not speak for me. She looked at him, held his gaze. If Donald tries to use you as my interpreter, my keeper, my voice, you refuse, in front of everyone. That will split the room. That is the point. Nicanor exhaled slowly. The Alliance men will not know which side to take. The church delegates will wait to see which way the wind blows. Vasquez will sweat. Donald will have the opening he wants. No, Soroya said. Donald will have the opening he thinks he wants. And when he steps into it, we close it behind him. She felt the weight of the room on her words. 3 men who had each risked everything to stand in this salt-stained kitchen, waiting for her to tell them what came next. She did not know if she was ready, but she had never been ready for anything in her life, and she had survived anyway. The phone rang. Soroya reached for it, her hand steady despite the pulse beating at her throat. Itzel, Paloma's voice said, clipped and urgent. She wants to meet you. Before the convocation. Soroya's grip tightened. Why? She would not tell me. She said to tell you she is not offering loyalty. She is not offering apology. She is offering a meeting and the promise that if Donald means to erase you, he will do it through family law before he uses bullets. Soroya looked at Lucan. His face had gone still, the way it did when he was calculating angles she could not see. Ixel knows the house better than anyone, he said slowly. She has been watching Donald longer than I have. If she is reaching out now, she has seen something we have not. Or she is baiting a trap, Nicanor said. Or both. Soroya looked down at the evidence spread across the table. The torn signature, the treaty copy, the guard rotations, the map of a house that had been her cage for weeks and was about to become her battlefield. When does she want to meet? Tonight, Paloma said. At the old chapel wing, the one they sealed after you left. The sealed wing, where the records had been hidden, where Itzel had first appeared to Soroya, cold and measuring, telling her to decide what she was before someone decided for her. Tell her I will come. Soroya, Lucan started. She is offering information. I am going to take it. Soroya set the phone down, turned to face him. If it is a trap, I will know before I step inside. And if it is not, I will have something Donald does not expect. Lucan held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded. We go together, he said. You do not walk into that house alone. The fog had begun to thin beyond the window, the first threads of morning light cutting through the gray. Soroya gathered the evidence, folded it into the oilcloth, and pressed it against her ribs. 2 days until the convocation, and a sister who had spent 12 years watching the cage from the inside. Chapter 35. The old chapel wing smelled of dust and sealing wax, the air so still it felt held in stone. Soroya moved through the arched doorway ahead of Lucan, her steps careful on the flagstones where years of disuse had ground grit into prayer. A single lamp burned at the far end, near what had once been the confessional niche. Itzel stood beside it, dressed in gray, her hair pinned tight, her hands empty and visible. She did not greet them. She simply watched as Soroya walked the length of the nave, Lucan a shadow at her shoulder, until the distance between the 3 of them closed to speaking range. I expected you to bring Nicanor, Itzel said. Soroya made the call, Lucan answered. Not me. Itzel's mouth moved, almost a smile, almost a wince. Good. That is the first thing I needed to see. She reached into her sleeve and drew out a folded document, the paper crisp and new, the crease sharp as if it had been pressed flat by a desk that morning. Donald prepared this 3 days ago, before the dinner, before Reyes, before any of it. She held it out. Soroya took it. The seal was family law, ecclesiastical registry, and the Port Authority's commercial stamp. 3 jurisdictions, 3 forms of legal weight stacked on a single page. She opened the fold and read. Petition for marital guardianship and custodial administration of dependent assets. The terms were precise. Donald was not claiming to own her. He was claiming she required protection from her own instability, that the treaty marriage had exposed a woman unfit to manage her own affairs, and that under family law, guardianship passed to the senior male of the household until such time as a natural heir and successor could be secured. Natural heir. Soroya's stomach turned cold. The timetable is at the bottom, Itzel said. He had a physician draft projections. Conception within 3 months of the petition's approval. Full-term delivery within 12. If the child is male, guardianship extends until the heir reaches majority. If female, the petition is reassessed. Mireya read the medical language. Clinical, sterile, a calendar of a body she did not consent to lend. When does he file this? The moment the convocation opens. He will present it as a protective measure. The church delegates will approve because they fear chaos. The port committee will approve because they want stability. The alliance men will approve because they have already been paid. Lucan's voice cut through the silence. And you? Itzel met his gaze without flinching. I have spent 12 years being passed over, managed, and dismissed as the daughter who could not inherit because the law prefers a man who did not earn it. You think I want another woman reduced to the same arithmetic? You helped him before. I helped myself survive. Itzel's composure cracked, just once, a fissure so brief Mireya almost missed it. I told Mireya to decide what she was before someone decided for her. Do you remember? Mireya nodded. I meant it. I meant it the night I unlocked the archive door and let her find the truth. I meant it when I made sure Paloma knew where the key was. I have been trying to hand you a weapon since the day you arrived, and you are only now steady enough to hold it. The words landed like stones in still water. Mireya looked at the petition again. This document is already witnessed and sealed. Filing is a formality. If Donald intended to use it at the convocation, he would have prepared a dossier of supporting evidence. Medical evaluations, behavioral observations, witness statements from the household staff who saw me eating nothing I did not see prepared. Itzel finished, sleeping in a chair, reciting liturgy under my breath, counting exits before I entered a room. I know exactly what the dossier says. I helped compile it. The admission hung between them. Why? Mireya asked. Because if I refused, Donald would have known I was no longer useful. And a daughter who is no longer useful to Lucan Drazen does not live to see the next season. The confessional niche behind Itzel held shadows that did not move. Mireya folded the petition, slid it into her own sleeve. You are giving me this now because the convocation is tomorrow. I am giving it to you now because tomorrow will be too late. Itzel stepped closer, her voice dropping. Donald expects Lucan to stand with blood. He expects you to be isolated, frightened, and managed. He has planned for every argument you might make, every witness you might call, every page of evidence you might produce. Including the treaty copy, Mireya thought. Including the torn signature line. She did not say it aloud. But there is one thing he has not planned for, Itzel said, which is a woman who refuses to be what he expects. Itzel's eyes moved to Lucan, then back to Mireya, her expression unreadable. He assumes you will fight alone. He assumes Lucan will eventually side with the dynasty, because he always has. He assumes that when the room turns, you will fold. Mireya held the older woman's gaze. He is wrong. Itzel let out a breath she had been holding since the conversation began. Then prove it. She turned to go, then paused, her hand on the doorframe. One more thing. Donald has a second document. I do not know where he keeps it, but I know it exists. It names the medical examiner who will certify you unfit and the ecclesiastical judge who will sign the guardianship order before the convocation adjourns. They are already paid. They are already waiting. Who are they? I do not have names, but I know the judge is someone Sorrel trained, the same school, the same silence. The old chapel wing seemed to contract around them, the walls pressing closer. Itzel stepped through the doorway. Mireya. The name stopped her. Whatever you do tomorrow, do not let him separate you from Lucan. The moment you are apart, the petition becomes his only narrative. Together, you are a contradiction he cannot control. She vanished into the dark corridor beyond. Mireya stood in the lamplight, the folded paper cold against her wrist, and listened to the silence settle back into the stones. Lucan's hand found hers. We should go, he said, before someone finds us here. She nodded, but her feet did not move. That judge, she said slowly. If Itzel is right, if the judge was trained at Saint-Hilaire, then Soleil knows. She may have arranged it. Mireya's throat tightened. Another thread, another layer of the cage she had not seen. She let Lucan guide her out of the chapel wing, back through the corridor she had once memorized as a prisoner, the petition pressed against her skin like a brand. The convocation was tomorrow, and Donal had already written the ending he expected. She would have to write a different one. Chapter 36. The Hall of Witnesses filled like a tide pool at low water, each faction settling into its designated quarter before the painted saints. Mireya stood at the threshold and counted them as she had counted every room since childhood. Church delegates in pressed black, 3 of them, seated near the dais where Donal would preside. Port committee representatives with ledgers open on their knees, ready to record whatever outcome the dynasty demanded. Alliance men she recognized from the gala and the dinner, their faces carefully blank. Parliamentary intermediaries who had come to witness, not to intervene, and the Drazens. Itzel sat in the second row, her hands folded, her gaze fixed on the altar painting as though she had never seen it before. She did not look at Mireya. Lucan stood at her side, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers. He had not let go of her hand since they entered the gates of St. Mercy House. "Do not this," he said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "I know." She had chosen this. She had chosen him. She had chosen to walk back into the house that had been her cage and face the man who had built it. That did not make her lungs any less tight. Donal rose from his chair at the center of the dais. He wore a coat of iron-gray wool, the same color as his eyes, and the signet ring on his finger caught the light as he spread his hands in welcome. "Thank you for coming," he said. "I know the summons was short. I know many of you traveled through the night, but what I have to share concerns the future of every house, every contract, and every oath represented in this room." His gaze moved across the assembled witnesses, pausing on each face as though acknowledging a debt. When it reached Mireya, it did not pause at all. It slid past her like she was not there. She had expected that. She had prepared for it. It still made her blood cold. "The marriage agreement between the Drazen dynasty and the Belmonte house was signed in good faith," Donal continued. "It ended a generation of violence. It stabilized the ports. It gave this city a peace it had not known in 20 years. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. But peace requires maintenance. And maintenance sometimes requires measures that appear harsh to those who do not carry the weight of governance." He paused, letting the words settle. Mireya felt Lucan shift beside her, a coil of tension running through his arm. 3 days ago, an attempt was made on the life of Councilman Reyes during a formal dinner at this house. The poison was delivered through a decanter that passed through the hands of my son's wife. The room went still. Mireya did not flinch. She had known this was coming. She had watched Donal lay the narrative weeks ago, each thread placed with surgical precision. "Circumstantial evidence points to her involvement," Donal said, his tone regretful. "I do not believe my son was aware of her actions, but I cannot ignore the pattern. Erratic behavior, refusal to eat in company, constant vigilance that borders on paranoia. Documents from her upbringing confirm she was difficult to manage even at Santa Lilari." A church delegate leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "What documents?" "A dossier of behavioral observations compiled by the sisters who raised her." Donal produced a folder from the table beside him, its edges worn. "Including testimony that she was prone to manipulation, secrecy, and episodes of unreasoning fear that made her a danger to herself and those around her." Mireya's throat closed. The dossier at Tidal had helped compile. The observations taken from her own survival habits, twisted into evidence of instability. She could feel the room turning, the weight of eyes shifting from Donal to her, measuring her against the portrait he had painted. "Given these concerns, I have prepared a petition for marital guardianship and custodial administration of dependent assets." Donal held up a document Mireya recognized. "It asks this convocation to place Mireya Drazen under temporary family protection until such time as she produces a natural heir, at which point her standing may be reassessed." The words landed like stones in still water. Gasps, whispers. A port committee member half rose from his seat. Donal raised a hand for silence. "This is not punishment," he said, his voice velvet over steel. "This is protection. Protection for my son. Protection for the treaty. Protection for the woman herself, who is clearly not equipped to manage her own affairs in a city that would tear her apart for what she carries." He looked at Mireya then, directly, for the first time. "The petition names me as guardian. The medical examination will be conducted before the convocation adjourns. The ecclesiastical judge is already seated. He gestured to the side of the dais, where a man in dark robes sat with his hands folded, his face familiar in a way that made Soroya's stomach drop. The judge was one of Sorel's. She had seen him once, years ago, at Santa Lilari. He had come to examine a novice who was being transferred. He had looked at the girl the same way Donal looked at Soroya now, as property. "Lucan," Donal's voice softened. "I know this is difficult. I know you have developed an attachment to her. But you must see that this is the only path that keeps everyone safe. The treaty, the dynasty, the woman herself." All eyes turned to Lucan. Soroya felt him draw breath, felt the words gathering in his chest like a storm about to break. And before he could speak, she stepped forward. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Her hands were cold. Her voice, when it came, was steady. "No." The word dropped into the silence like a bell. Donal's eyes narrowed. "Soroya, I said no." She took another step, putting herself between Lucan and the dais. "You have prepared a dossier. You have prepared a petition. You have prepared a judge and a medical examiner and a room full of witnesses who will do what they are told because they have always done what they are told." She turned to face the assembly. "But you forgot to prepare for the possibility that I would speak." The church delegate shifted. The port committee members exchanged glances. Someone in the back row whispered something she could not catch. Donal's smile did not waver. "You are upset," he said. "That is understandable. You have been through an ordeal, the poison attempt, the flight from the house. It is natural that you would be confused, frightened." "I am not frightened," Soroya's voice cut through his. "I have been frightened. I have been silent. I have been obedient and invisible and everything you trained me to be. But I am done." She reached into her sleeve and pulled out the folded document Itzel had given her the night before. "I have a petition of my own." The room erupted. Chapter 37. The paper trembled in Soroya's hand, but her voice did not. The hall noise swelled around her, shouts, scraping chairs, a delegate calling for order, and she let it crest before she spoke again. "My petition is not a request for protection." She unfolded the document. Itzel's handwriting, neat and precise, filled the margins with annotations she had not had time to read. "It is a claim." Donal's smile had not moved, but something behind his eyes had shifted. He was recalculating. She could see him doing it, the way he scanned the room, measured the weight of witnesses, adjusted for the variable she had just introduced. "Soroya." His voice carried patience, the tone of a man explaining something simple to someone who did not want to understand. "Whatever Itzel has given you, I assure you it does not supersede the legal framework that has governed this family for 30 years. It does not need to supersede it." She turned to face the assembly fully. The church delegate, the port committee, the alliance men who had watched her eat, watched her sleep, watched her every breath since she arrived at St. Mercy House. It needs only to sit beside it, and when the room compares the two, the room will see which one was built on a lie. Behind her she heard Lucan draw breath. He did not step forward. He did not reach for her. He let her stand alone, and the absence of his hand on her arm was the most honest thing he had ever given her. "I was brought to St. Mercy House under the terms of the Treaty of Salt and Seal," she said. "I was told the treaty was a peace agreement, a marriage compact that ended a generation of war between the Drazen and Belmonte families." She looked at Donal. "But I was not told that my blood was the treaty's true currency, and I was not told that the woman who birthed me was already dead by the time I signed." A ripple moved through the room. The port committee chairman leaned forward, his face unreadable. "What are you claiming?" he asked. Soroya reached into her sleeve again. This time she pulled out the oilcloth bundle she had carried since the vault. The Treaty of Salt and Seal. True copy, its ecclesiastical seal still intact. "I am claiming that I am the last living heir of the Auric royal line, that my true name was erased from the registry and replaced with a fiction, that the women who raised me, the church that blessed me, and the man who arranged my marriage all conspired to bury that truth so my blood could be used to stabilize an empire I never consented to serve." She laid the treaty copy on the table before the dais. "And I am claiming that under the true blood statute of the 4th century, I have the lawful authority to dissolve every oath, compact, and succession agreement sworn under the old crown, including the treaty that made me a Drazen. The silence that followed was absolute. Then the church delegate rose to his feet. That statute was buried, he said, his voice thin. It was sealed by ecclesiastical decree. It has no standing in modern. The seal was ecclesiastical. Soroya's voice cut across his. The law was not, and the church cannot bury a statute it never had the authority to rescind. She pulled the torn signature line from her bodice, the rough edge where she had ripped it from the vault ledger. The name that proved Mother Sorel had signed the order erasing a child's identity. Mother Sorel signed the transfer order that sent me to Sant'Iliari. She signed it as a signatory, not a witness. She helped bury my name so Donald Drazen could claim my blood without the inconvenience of my consent. She held the paper up. I have proof. I have the registry pages from the vault. I have the treaty copy that matches every word the registrar stored in the parish archive. And I have witnesses who will confirm that the woman who raised me was the same woman who sold me. Donald's composure cracked. Not visibly, his face remained still, his hands resting on the table before him. But Soroya saw the calculations stop. The machinery behind his eyes went quiet, and what replaced it was something colder. You have been given documents, he said, by people who wish to destabilize this family. You have been fed a story that serves. I have been fed nothing. Soroya stepped closer to the dais. I have been starved. Of truth, of choice, of the right to know who I was before you decided who I would be. She turned to the assembly. The True Blood Statute dissolves the Treaty of Salt and Seal. It voids the inheritance compact that binds the Drazen ports to the Belmonte trade routes. It invalidates the wartime claims that both families have used to justify everything from embargoes to assassinations. She let the words land. Every oath sworn under the old crown, every succession agreement built on Auric authority, every compact that used my family's name to legitimize violence. She looked at Donald. Yours included. The room exploded. Voices rose in overlapping waves, the church delegate shouting something about ecclesiastical authority, the port committee chairman demanding to see the documents, alliance men turning to one another with faces gone pale. Someone in the back row called for a lawyer. Someone else called for the guards. Nicanor's men did not move. They stood at the edges of the hall, hands at their sides, watching, waiting. Their loyalty had been redistributed hours ago, and they knew it. Donald raised his hand. The noise did not stop. He raised it again, harder, and the room settled by increments, like water finding level after a stone had been thrown. You are young, he said, and you are angry, and you have been manipulated by people who do not have your best interests at heart. He looked at Lucan. Son, speak to her. Bring her back to reason. Lucan did not move. She is speaking for herself, he said. I will not speak for her. Donald's jaw tightened. You are the heir of this house. You have a duty. I have chosen my duty. Lucan's voice was quiet, but it carried. And it is not to you. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Donald stared at his son. For a long moment, no one breathed. Then Donald nodded, slowly, as if confirming something he had suspected for a long time. Very well. He turned to the ecclesiastical judge. Begin the examination. The judge rose, his robes whispered against the dais. He looked at Soroya the same way he had looked at the novice at Sant'Iliari years ago, as property. Do you have the authenticated registry pages with you? He asked. Soroya's hand tightened on the oilcloth. I do. Then present them. Let the convocation see what you claim. She laid the pages on the table before the dais. The handwriting was still sharp, the seals still intact. The coronet mark beside each Auric name gleamed in the candlelight. The judge leaned forward, and then a voice spoke from the back of the hall. Well, that explains the scar. Every head turned. The woman who had spoken stood near the doors, her gray hair pulled back, gold earrings catching the light. She wore a blue brooch at her collar. The courier from the exchange hall, the one who had watched Soroya without approaching, the one who knew what she was. I was there, the woman said, at Sant'Iliari, the night the child was brought in. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Donald. I saw the scar. I saw the woman who signed the order, and I saw the man who paid for it." She pointed at Donal. "His signature is on file, in the port archives, under a different document, but it is there. He authorized the transfer. He authorized the false registry. He authorized everything." Donal's face went bloodless. "The archives are sealed," he said. "They were." The woman's smile was thin. "I unsealed them 3 days ago, before the vault was locked." She pulled a folded paper from her sleeve. "I have a copy." The room erupted again, and this time, Donal's control shattered. Chapter 38. The gray-haired courier's paper lay on the table between them, Donal's signature visible even from where Mireya stood. The seal was intact. The date matched. Donal did not move. His hand remained raised, the gesture that had once silenced rooms, and for a long beat, nothing happened. The hall held its breath. The delegates exchanged glances. The port committee chairman shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Then Donal lowered his hand. "That document," he said slowly, "is a forgery." The courier did not flinch. "It carries your seal ring," she said, "the one with the Drazen anchor and the old harbor mark. The same ring you were wearing now." Every eye in the room moved to Donal's hand. The heavy signet ring caught the candlelight. "Seals can be copied," Donal said. "They can." The courier nodded. "But the registrar who witnessed your signature is still alive. He is waiting in the courtyard. Shall I bring him in?" The silence that followed was worse than the noise had been. Donal's jaw worked. His gaze moved from the courier to Mireya, and something in his expression shifted. Not defeat. Recalculation. "You have prepared well," he said. "I will give you that." He turned to the assembly. "What you have witnessed today is a carefully staged performance. The girl standing before you was raised at Santa Lilari, trained in obedience, and delivered to this house under treaty. She was given every comfort, every protection. And in return, she has chosen to destabilize the only order that kept this city from tearing itself apart." He stepped down from the dais. "The true blood statute was buried for a reason. It belongs to a time of war, of blood feuds, of crown law that served no one but the old families. The reply of Heir does not recognize it. This convocation does not recognize it." He looked at Mireya. "You are Mireya Drazen. You were married under ecclesiastical authority, witnessed by 7 houses, and bound by contract. Whatever you believe yourself to be, the law sees you as my son's wife. And under family law, a wife does not void treaties without her husband's consent." He turned to Lucan. "Does she have yours?" The room went still. Lucan stood at Mireya's side, his face unreadable. The candlelight carved shadows under his cheekbones. He had not moved since the courier spoke. "She does not need it," he said. Donal's eyes narrowed. "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Lucan stepped forward, not toward his father, but toward the table where the documents lay. He looked at the treaty copy, the torn signature line, the courier's paper. "You asked me to speak for her. I refused. You asked me to claim authority over her. I will not do that either." He looked up. "I am not her guardian." "You asked me to claim authority over her. I will not do that either." He looked up. "I am not her guardian. I am not her master. I am not the instrument through which her rights are validated." He turned to face the assembly. "If the true blood statute stands, it stands on her word, not mine. If the treaty falls, it falls because she proved it was built on a lie. I will not stand between her and what she has claimed, and I will not let this house use my name to take it back." The port committee chairman rose. "This is unprecedented," he said. "If the treaty is void, then every shipping agreement signed under its authority is also void. The harbor contracts, the customs exemptions, the rates negotiated with the eastern ports." "They are," Mireya said. The chairman's face went pale. "That is thousands of people, families, livelihoods. That is what Donal Drazen built on a false foundation." The church delegate stepped forward. "The ecclesiastical seal on your treaty copy is authentic," he said carefully. "I have examined it, but the true blood statute was never ratified by the church council. It has no standing in ecclesiastical law. It predates the council, Mireya said. That does not make it binding. It does not make it void either. The delegate opened his mouth, then closed it. From the second row, Gilded Drazen rose. She did not speak immediately. She stood, smoothed her skirts, and walked to the center of the hall. Every head followed her. The behavioral dossier, she said quietly. The one my father submitted as evidence of instability. She looked at Donal. I helped compile it. Donal's expression did not change, but something in his posture tightened. The records of her sleeplessness, her refusal to eat food prepared by others, her habit of counting exits and watching doorways. Itzel's voice carried no apology. I documented every pattern I observed. I made them sound like symptoms. She turned to Mireya. I also unlocked the archive where you found the first ledger. I made sure Paloma knew where the key was. I left the door unbolted on the nights you needed to move. She looked back at Donal. I have spent 12 years being dismissed as the daughter who was not born first. I will not spend 12 more watching you turn another woman into an asset. The room fractured. Alliance men rose, shouting over one another. The port committee demanded clarification on the harbor contracts. The church delegate called for a recess. Someone in the back row yelled that the convocation had lost its authority. Donal stood at the center of it, motionless. He watched his daughter, his son, the woman who had been his treaty bride. And then he smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the expression of a man who had already planned for this moment, who had prepared for failure because he had always known it was possible. You have made your play, he said. You have brought witnesses, documents, and a dead law back from the grave. You have turned my household against me. He stepped closer to Mireya. But you have not answered the question that matters. He stopped an arm's length from her. What did your mother tell you before she died? Mireya's breath caught. I never knew my mother. No, Donal's voice was almost gentle. You did not, because I made sure of it. He leaned closer. But she knew you. She held you. She named you before I had you erased from every record in the Republic. He paused. And before I ordered her removed, she told me something I have never repeated. Mireya's hands were shaking. She could not stop them. What? She said. Donal's smile widened. She said you would find your way back, that the blood would call to blood, and that when you did, the salt would remember that the crown had buried. He straightened. She was right. The room waited. Donal turned to the ecclesiastical judge. The child was carried by Gilded Drazen, born in secret, registered under a false name. The father was never recorded. He looked back at Mireya. Because I never signed the registry. The silence that followed was absolute. Mireya stared at him. You are not my father, she said. No. Donal's voice was soft. I am not. He turned to the assembly. The child's father was a man I had killed 3 weeks before she was born. A man whose name I buried so deep that even the church could not find it. He looked at Mireya. Your mother loved him, and she hid you from me because she knew I would use you the same way I used every other Auric who crossed my path. He paused. She was right to hide you. She was wrong to think it would matter. From the gallery above, a sound cut through the hall. A single gunshot. Everyone froze. The ecclesiastical judge looked down at his chest. A dark stain spread across his robes. He fell, and from the gallery, a voice spoke. The true blood statute has standing. The room erupted into chaos. Chapter 39. The judge's body hit the stone floor before anyone could move to catch him. Blood spread beneath his robes in a slow, dark bloom. The woman beside the port committee chairman screamed. Someone overturned a chair trying to reach the doors. Mireya did not move. She stood at the center of the hall with the paper still in her hand and the echo of Donal's voice still in her chest, and she watched the room shred itself into armed chaos. Alliance men drew pistols from beneath coats. Church delegates pressed against the rear wall, shouting for sanctuary. The port committee scrambled for the side exit with their papers spilling behind them. From the gallery above, footsteps pounded toward the stairs. Lucan's hand found the small of her back. Stay low, he said. Stay with me. He did not pull her. He did not steer her. He stood at her shoulder and let the pressure of his palm tell her where he was. Nothing more. A second shot cracked from the gallery. The chandelier above the center table exploded into glass and iron. The room plunged into half-dark, lit only by the candles along the walls and the pale winter light through the high windows. Mireya saw Nicanor at the main entrance, his arm extended, blocking 3 armed men from entering. His men had formed a line across the threshold, rifles raised, but not firing. "East corridor!" Nicanor shouted over the noise. "Service stairs, go!" Itzel appeared at Mireya's elbow, her face colorless, but her voice steady. "The door behind the altar painting. It leads to the old vestry passage. I had it unbolted this morning." Mireya looked at her. Itzel did not look away. "I told you I was done watching." Another gunshot, closer now, and Mireya moved. She did not run. She walked, fast and low, with Lucan at her side and Itzel close behind. They cut between the overturned tables and the scattering delegates, past the fallen judge whose blood had begun to pool around the carved feet of the saints. The altar painting was a massive thing, dark and heavy, a depiction of the old harbor dedication rendered in oils that had cracked with age. Itzel reached past Mireya and pressed the frame at its lower right corner. Something clicked. The painting swung inward on hidden hinges. Darkness opened beyond it. 3 flights down, Itzel said. Then, a passage under the street that empties into the customs weighing house. Paloma is waiting with the duplicate records. Mireya stepped through. The passage was narrow and cold, the walls damp with salt. The only light came from a single lamp Itzel had left burning on a ledge. Flagstones sloped downward beneath their feet. Lucan came through behind her. The painting swung shut, cutting off the noise of the hall with a soft, final click. Silence. They stood in the dim corridor, breathing hard. Mireya pressed one hand to the wall to steady herself. The stone was wet. "Paloma has the records," she said. "She took them before the convocation opened." Itzel's voice was barely above a whisper. She knew what Donald would do if the room turned. "And the courier?" "The gray-haired woman." Itzel paused. "She is still in the hall. She would not leave. She said she had one more document to deliver." Mireya closed her eyes. The courier had known. She had walked into that room knowing Donald would collapse the convocation rather than let her live, and she had gone anyway. "Who shot the judge?" Itzel shook her head. "I do not know. The voice claimed the statute has standing, but I do not know whose voice it was." Lucan moved past them, checking the passage ahead. 3 flights down, he repeated. "Then the weighing house. How far after that?" 2 blocks to the old mint, Itzel said. "Paloma will have transport at the customs gate, a fishing boat, small enough to pass the harbor checks. Donald will seal the harbor by nightfall." "I know." Lucan looked at Mireya. "Your call." She met his eyes in the dim light. His face was unreadable, but his hand was still at his side, open, waiting. He was not telling her where to go. He was asking. "We take the passage," Mireya said. "We get Paloma and the records. We decide after we know what the courier had." Lucan nodded. They moved. The stairs were steep and worn, centuries of traffic smoothing the stone into shallow curves. Mireya counted the steps as she descended. 33 to the first landing, 28 to the second, 31 to the third. Each flight took them deeper under the street, away from the convocation hall, away from the judge's body and the shattered chandelier and Donald's cold smile. At the bottom, a narrow wooden door with an iron latch. Itzel pushed it open. The customs weighing house was a low stone building with a single high window that let in gray afternoon light. Scales hung from the ceiling beams, their brass chains motionless. The room smelled of dust and old salt. Paloma stood against the far wall, a leather satchel pressed to her chest. She let out a breath when she saw them. "You are alive." "Barely," Itzel said. Mireya crossed to her. "The records? Everything. The treaty copy, the torn signature line, the vault pages, the courier's document from before she stepped forward." Paloma's hands were shaking. "I copied it while she was speaking. I did not know if she would survive." Mireya took the satchel. It was heavier than she expected. "The courier said she had one more document." "She did." Paloma's voice dropped. "She gave it to me before the convocation opened. Instructions, deliver it only if she did not walk out." Mireya opened the satchel. Inside, on top of the stacked papers, lay a sealed envelope. No name, no mark. She turned it over. On the back, in small, precise handwriting, "For the child I carried from Santa Ilari. Open when you are safe." Mireya stared at the words. The child I carried. She was at Santa Ilari the night I was brought in, Mireya said slowly. Yes. She saw the scar. She saw the woman who signed the order. Yes. She knew what I was before I did. Paloma did not answer. From above, muffled by stone and earth, came the sound of shouting. Then another gunshot, distant but clear. Lucan's hand found her back again. We need to move. Mireya tucked at the envelope inside her bodice, next to the torn signature line she had carried for days. She slung the satchel over her shoulder. The customs gate, she said. 2 blocks. They moved through the weighing house's rear door into a narrow alley that ran between tenement walls. The light was fading, the sky the color of old pewter. The air smelled of salt and wet stone and something burning. Itzel stopped at the alley's mouth. The gate is at the end of this street. Paloma's contact will be waiting with the boat. You are not coming. Itzel looked at Mireya. I cannot. Donald will know it was you. He already knows. Itzel's voice was quiet. I stood in front of the convocation and told him, he will not forget. She paused. But I have spent 12 years building a network inside his house. I know where the hidden accounts are. I know which guards still owe me favors. I can do more damage from inside than I can from a fishing boat. Mireya held her gaze. You could die. I could. Itzel's mouth curved, not quite a smile. But I have been dead to that family for years. At least now I am something Donal cannot predict. She turned and walked back into the weighing house without looking back. The door closed behind her. Paloma shifted the satchel strap on her shoulder. We should go. Mireya looked at the door, then at the street ahead. Lucan stood beside her, his hand open at his side, waiting. She took a breath. Then she heard it. Footsteps, fast and many, coming from the direction of the customs gate. Lucan heard it too. He pulled her back into the shadow of the alley wall, one arm across her chest, his body between her and the street. The footsteps grew louder, and then the first figure appeared at the end of the street, running hard, a pistol in one hand and a Drazen house crest pinned to his coat. He was not running toward them. He was running from something. Behind him, the street exploded into fire. Chapter 40. The Drazen man hit the cobblestones 3 strides from where they stood, his coat already burning. Mireya did not stop to look. The heat hit her face, then the shockwave, a hard punch of air that threw dust and grit against her teeth. She turned and ran with the satchel pressed to her chest, Lucan's hand finding her wrist and pulling her sideways into a service alley that cut behind the weighing house. Paloma was ahead of them, her rough hands catching the edge of a rusted iron ladder bolted to the wall. Up, she said. Service stairs run behind the customs houses all the way to the old harbor watch. Mireya climbed. The rungs bit into her palms. Below her, Lucan followed, and behind him, the alley mouth turned orange with reflected firelight. The service stairs were narrow, built for men carrying ledgers and lamp oil, not fleeing women with satchels of evidence. They rose through the dark in switchbacks, each landing a smaller shadow than the last. Mireya counted them the way she had counted the steps under the chapel, 23 to the first landing, 19 to the second, 15 to the third. The sounds of the street faded. In their place came a different noise, bells, church bells and harbor bells and the thin, sharp bells of courthouse clocks, all ringing at once, overlapping, the city calling itself to alert. They are sealing the districts, Paloma said from above. Parliament will convene before dawn. To do what? Lucan's voice came from behind Mireya, low and hard. Declare a state of emergency. Name a provisional authority. Decide whose signature still means something now that the treaty is void. Mireya reached the top of the stairs and found a wooden door with a single iron bolt. She lifted it. The door swung outward onto a stone platform that overlooked the harbor. The fog had thickened. Below them the water lay flat and gray, the anchored boats reduced to shadows and single lights. The customs gate was still burning, a column of smoke rising straight into the evening air. but the fire had not spread. Someone had contained it. Mireya stepped onto the platform and stopped. A man stood at the far end. He was old, 70 at least, with white hair cut short and a coat that had been expensive decades ago. He held no weapon. His hands were empty at his sides. Behind him, 5 others waited in the fog. All men, all older, all dressed in the same obsolete formality. The white-haired man looked at Mireya. Then he dropped to one knee. The others followed. "Your Highness." The silence stretched. Lucan stepped up beside her, his hand finding the small of her back, not staring, just present. Mireya did not move. "I am not your Highness," she said. The man raised his head. His eyes were pale, the color of harbor ice, and they held a certainty that had survived decades of waiting. "You carry the auric mark. You invoked the true blood statute before witnesses. You are the last living heir of the crown that governed this republic for 4 centuries before the treaty houses buried it." He paused. "You are the crown now, whether you wear it or not. Then I will not wear it." The man did not flinch. "The city is convulsing, Your Highness. Parliament will fracture by morning. Donald Drazen will claim the convocation was illegal and that your evidence was forged. The Belmonte remnants will bargain for your return to their custody, and the Church will declare the statute void unless you accept formal protection under a restoration council. I have heard what every faction wants. Then hear what I offer. Safe passage to the old auric seat inland, armed detection from men who have never served Donald Drazen, a legitimate path to claim what is yours, not through statute tricks but through recognized succession." Mireya looked at the fog, at the harbor lights, at the smoke rising from the customs gate. She thought of Itzal walking back into the weighing house, of Paloma copying documents with shaking hands, of the courier's envelope still pressed against her skin, unopened. She thought of the convent, where obedience had been called safety. She thought of the marriage contract she had signed without reading. She thought of every cage that had been built around her by people who believed they were helping. "No." The white-haired man's expression did not change. "Your Highness. I am not your Highness. I am not a restoration figure. I am not a symbol for men who have been waiting their whole lives to put a crown on someone else's head." Her voice was steady, quieter than the bells still ringing across the city. "The statute voided the treaty. That is all I needed it to do. I will not trade Donald's cage for yours." The man held her gaze. "Then you will be hunted." "I have been hunted since the night I was born." She turned. Lucan was watching her, his winter-water eyes unreadable. She did not ask what he thought. She did not ask if he agreed. She started walking, past the kneeling men, past the fog, toward the harbor stairs that led down to the water's edge. His footsteps followed. They descended together. The stone quay was empty. Fishing boats bobbed at their moorings, their lanterns unlit. The fog had swallowed the far end of the harbor, leaving only the nearest shapes visible. Mireya stopped at the edge of the water. The satchel was heavy against her hip. The courier's envelope pressed against her skin, unopened. She heard the boats before she saw them. Oars, multiple sets, pulling in rhythm, the sound carrying across the flat water. Then the first shape emerged from the fog. A long skiff, low in the water, with 4 men at the oars and a 5th standing in the bow. He wore a Drazen House crest on his coat, but it was not the same crest she had seen inside St. Mercy House. The symbols were reversed, the colors wrong. Behind the first skiff, a second appeared, then a third. The man in the bow of the first boat raised a lantern. Its light caught a flag mounted on the stern. Not Drazen blue, not Belmonte green. Old auric gold. The white-haired man must have lit the signal while she was walking away. Lucan's hand found hers. "Your call," he said. The boats kept coming, their oars pulling in perfect unison, and the fog closed behind them like a door that had already locked. Chapter 41. The fog was thick enough to taste salt and smoke and something chemical from the burning customs gate. The boats kept coming. Lucan's hand was still on hers. The question hung in the air between them. "Your call." 3 skiffs, 18 oars, the gold flag of the old crown catching what little light remained. The white-haired man had lit the signal while she was walking down the stairs. He had not waited for her consent. The Restoration Council did not want her permission. They wanted her blood, her name, the crown-shaped scar at her hairline. Mireya turned. The fog had sealed the harbor mouth, but the quay stretched left past the fish market, past the net sheds, toward the old customs pier where the water ran deeper. She had counted every exit in St. Mercy House. She had mapped every door. The harbor was no different. "Follow me." She started running. Behind her, Lucan's boots hit the stone. The satchel slapped against her hip. The courier's envelope pressed against her ribs, unopened, a promise she had not yet read. The first skiff's lantern swung faster. Someone shouted across the water. She did not look back. The quay curved around the net sheds, wooden barrels stacked against the walls, ropes coiled in loops. A fishing boat tied at the far pier, its mast dark, its hull low and narrow and built for speed through shallow water. Mireya did not slow down. She unlooped the bowline as she hit the pier, the rope wet and cold and slipping once before she caught it. Lucan was already on the boat, his hand reaching for her. She took it. The boat rocked as she landed. The bowline trailed uselessly. Lucan grabbed it, hauled it in, tied it off to nothing because there was nothing to tie it to anymore. "Oars?" she said. He found them at the bottom of the hull. 2 short ones, meant for a single rower. The boat was not built for 2. She took one anyway. They rowed. The first stroke was clumsy. The second found the rhythm. The third pulled them into the current, away from the pier, away from the stone steps, away from the gold-flagged skiffs that were now turning, their oars reversing, their pursuit beginning. The fog opened ahead of them. Mireya rowed with her hands, not her back, the way the fishermen at Sant'Ilari had shown her during the years she was allowed to watch them. She did not know she had remembered until her arms found the motion. Lucan matched her stroke. His breathing was steady, controlled. The same control he had shown at the gala, in the hallway at St. Mercy House, on the wedding night when she had asked for a door he could not unlock. He did not ask where they were going. He just rowed. The first skiff cut through the fog behind them. Lantern light smeared across the water, gold on black. Mireya heard a second set of oars, then a third. 3 skiffs, 18 men, and one white-haired man who had waited decades for a crown. "I need a channel," she said. "Something they cannot follow." Lucan's eyes stayed on the water. "There is a Breakwater channel, the old one from before the customs house was built. The water is low and the stones shift." "Can the boats follow?" "Ours can. Theirs draw deeper." "How far?" 50 yards, maybe 60. There is a gap between the breakwater and the net yard where the channel narrows. If we make it through, we can lose them in the fog on the other side." "Show me." He adjusted his stroke, angling the boat slightly left, toward a wall of fog that swallowed the water like a throat. The shouting behind them grew louder. Then a light cut through the fog. Not a lantern, something brighter, whiter, a chemical burn that left green afterimages on Mireya's retinas. A flare, not Drazen blue, old crown gold. The flare rose, hung, then fell toward the water. They were signaling someone ahead, coordinating the hunt. Mireya's arms burned, her back screamed. The satchel beat against her hip with every stroke, and the unopened envelope was a weight against her skin that she could not ignore. The channel appeared ahead, a gap in the fog so narrow, the breakwater stones scraped the hull on both sides. The water was dark and deep and fast. She pulled. The boat shot forward. Behind them, the flare hit the water with a hiss. The light dimmed, then died. But the shouting did not. The first skiff had found the channel entrance. Its oars adjusted, its hull scraped stone. It was following. The channel narrowed, then the fog broke. They emerged into a wide pool of dark water, ringed by abandoned dock pilings and the skeletal frames of dry docks. The air smelled of rust and dead fish. No flares, no lanterns, no voices. They had lost the pursuit. Mireya stopped rowing. Her arms shook. Her breath came in short, tight pulls. Lucan shipped his oar and let the boat drift. "They will find the channel," he said, "but it will cost them time." "How much?" "Enough." She let the words sit. Then she reached into her dress and pulled out the envelope. "I carried you from Sant'Ilari. Open when you are safe." She was not safe. She opened it anyway. The paper inside was folded twice. The handwriting was the same, but the ink was older, faded, the age of a letter written years ago. The first line made her stop breathing. "You were born with a scar at your hairline. I know because I was the woman who received you from the hands that cut you free. Blood can be traced through salt and paper, and yours was sealed before you drew your first breath." Soroya's fingers were cold. She kept reading. "I did not know what Donald Drazen would become. I did not know he would order your erasure. I only knew that a woman I loved was dying, and her last request was that you survive, even if no one ever knew your true name." The paper trembled. "She asked me to carry you to the convent. She asked me to let them bury your name with hers. She asked me to wait until you were old enough to choose, and then to find you and tell you the truth." Soroya lowered the letter. Lucan was watching her, his pale eyes unreadable, his face half in shadow. Above them, the fog was beginning to thin, and from somewhere behind the dry dock skeletons she heard the creak of oars in their locks. Not one set. Two. The white-haired man had found the channel, or someone else had. Soroya folded the letter without finishing it and tucked it back into her dress. "We need to move." Lucan reached for his oar, then a voice cut through the fog. Low, male, calm. "Downstream. The channel widens at the old rendering yard. There is a boathouse with a motor." Soroya's head snapped toward the sound. A man stood on the nearest dry dock frame, half hidden behind a rusted beam. He wore dark oilskin and a harbor worker's cap, with nothing to mark him as Drazen, Belmonte, or Auric, but his hand rested on the butt of a pistol, and he was not raising it to fire. He was waiting. Lucan's hand found her arm. "Do not trust him." The man did not move. "I am not your enemy," he said, "but the men in those boats are, and there are more of them than you have time to count." The oars creaked closer. Soroya met the man's eyes through the mist. "Who sent you?" He almost smiled. "Your mother asked me to be ready. She did not know when you would come. She only knew you would." The letter burned against Soroya's skin, and behind the dry docks, a second flare ignited, gold against the fog, lighting the man's face for a single heartbeat before it guttered into smoke. Chapter 42. The man did not move from the dry dock frame. His hand stayed on the pistol butt, resting, not drawing. The second flare had died, but its afterlight still burned at the edge of Soroya's vision, green and wrong. Lucan's grip on her arm was steady. "We do not know him. We do not know anyone," she said. The oars behind the dry docks grew closer. 2 sets, maybe 3. The man tilted his head toward the channel. "The rendering yard, 3rd boathouse on the left. The motor is gassed and the starter cord pulls clean." He paused. "Your mother told me you would be smart enough to take the help when it came, not to wait for proof you could not have." Soroya's hand found the folded letter inside her dress. She looked at Lucan. His jaw was set, his pale eyes fixed on the man's silhouette. But he did not stop her when she reached for the oar. "Follow the wall," the man said. "The water is deep enough until the broken piling. After that, you have to push." They pushed. The boat scraped against submerged stone, then caught current. The channel narrowed again, the dry dock skeletons sliding past like rib bones of something dead and beached. Soroya did not look back. She heard no pursuit behind her, which meant the man had either lied about the boats or stopped them, and either answer was trouble she could not solve while rowing. The rendering yard appeared through the thinning fog as a sprawl of collapsed sheds and rusted rails. A sign hung crooked from a chain, letters eaten by salt air. The 3rd boathouse sat half-hidden behind a collapsed loading crane, its door cracked open. Lucan shipped his oar and stepped onto the narrow dock. He reached back for her hand. The boathouse smelled of gasoline, dry rot, and the particular stillness of a place that had been waiting for a long time. A motorboat sat in the slip, its hull patched in 3 places, its engine covered with a tarp. A single lamp burned on a shelf, oil, not electric, as if the building had been deliberately kept off every municipal grid. Lucan checked the motor, pulled the starter cord twice. It caught on the 3rd pull, coughed, then ran. "Your mother," he said quietly, "planned for a great deal." Soroya did not answer. She sat in the bow as he guided the boat out the rear channel into a network of narrow waterways that ran behind the old customs houses. The fog was thinner here, the air smelling of wet stone and coal ash. They passed under a low bridge, then another, until the channel opened into a wide culvert that ran beneath the city itself. He killed the engine and let them drift. Above them, through gaps in the stone ceiling, Mireya could see the first gray light of false dawn. The city was still ringing. Church bells, harbor bells, somewhere a siren, the mechanical kind used for fires, not ceremonies. Lucan tied the boat to a rusted ladder and climbed. At the top, he pushed against a metal hatch. It did not move. He braced his shoulder and pushed again. The hatch groaned, then gave, letting in a wash of pale light and damp air. They emerged into a narrow alley between two shuttered warehouses. The windows were dark. The street was empty. Lucan led her to a door set into the side of the nearer building, its paint weathered to the same gray as the stone. He produced a key from inside his coat, turned it twice, and pushed the door open. The apartment was one room with a high ceiling, a narrow bed against the far wall, a table, 2 chairs, and a telephone on the windowsill. The windows were painted shut, their glass frosted with salt and age. A gas ring sat on a crate, and a tin of matches beside it. Lucan closed the door behind them and bolted it. "No one knows this place," he said. "It was used for customs negotiations during the embargo, off the books, off every record." Mireya set the satchel on the table. Her arms were shaking. The muscles in her back had locked into knots she could not loosen. She saw the blood on his sleeve then, a thin line of it, already drying, running from his wrist down to the cuff of his coat. She had not seen him get hit. She had not seen him flinch. "You are bleeding." He looked at his arm as if surprised. "A graze. The hull. It is nothing." "Sit." He sat. She found a basin behind the crate, filled it from a tap that coughed rust before running clear. The cloth she found was clean, folded inside a drawer with a roll of bandage and a tin of antiseptic that smelled of iodine and old surgery. He watched her as she worked. His eyes were the color of winter water. He said nothing when she peeled his sleeve back, nothing when she pressed the cloth against the wound, nothing when she wound the bandage tight. "You are good at this," he said. "The convent taught us practical skills, in case we were ever worth keeping." It was bitter, and she knew it. But he did not flinch. He only nodded. Then he stood, crossed to the windowsill, and lifted the telephone receiver. "This line," he said, "still answers to my private codes. There are 3 people who know it exists: Paloma, Nicanor, and one other who will never use it unless I am dead." He held the receiver out to her. "You call who you need to call. I will watch the door." She took it. The plastic was warm from his hand. She dialed. The line clicked twice, then rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Then Paloma's voice, low and fast. "Where are you?" "Safe," Mireya said. "For now." "The house is splitting," Paloma said. 3 command chains since midnight. Nicanor holds the east guard and the customs men. Donald's personal detail has sealed the west wing. And there is a 3rd. Mireya's hand tightened on the receiver. "A 3rd chain," she said, "using your name, saying you have accepted the crown and ordered a muster at the old grain exchange. They are rallying armed men to your banner, Mireya, and they are not asking if you want them." The line hummed. Paloma's breath came fast. "I do not know who leads them, but they have your name, and they are moving." Chapter 43. Mireya set the receiver back in its cradle. Her hand stayed on it a moment too long, fingers pressing against the plastic as if she could wring more information from the silence. Lucan had not moved from the door. His bandaged arm hung at his side, the cloth already darkening at the edges where the wound wept through. "3 chains," she said. "I heard. The 3rd one is using my name, rallying men to a crown I refused." He said nothing. He did not need to. The weight of it pressed against the low ceiling filled the narrow room with the smell of salt and iodine and the quiet hum of a city that had not stopped ringing since the judge fell. Mireya pulled the chair from the table and sat. The satchel sat at her feet, the leather still damp from the fog. Inside it were the treaty copy, the torn signature line, the courier's sealed envelope with the letter she had only half read, and the copied records Paloma had risked everything to save. She had the proof. She had the blood. She had the legal authority to void every oath that had ever held her. And none of it meant anything if 3 different factions were already deciding what to do with her before she could speak. A knock at the door. 3 short raps, then 2 more. Lucan crossed the room in 3 strides, his hand going to the pistol he had taken from the boathouse. He did not draw. He stood between Mireya and the door and waited. The knock came again, the same pattern. Lucan unbolted the door and pulled it open. Tariq stood in the gap, his spectacles fogged, his coat soaked through at the shoulders, a sheaf of papers clutched against his chest like a shield. Behind him the alley was empty, the warehouses still dark, the fog rolling in from the harbor in low gray waves. "Let me in," he said, "before someone sees me." Lucan stepped aside. Tariq crossed the threshold in a rush, and Lucan bolted the door behind him. Tariq set his papers on the table, pushing the satchel aside to make room. His hands were shaking. The ink stains on his fingers had smeared into the margins of the top sheet, leaving blurred crescents like half-moons. "I have been walking the streets since midnight," he said, listening, watching. The convocation broke apart before anyone could adjourn it properly. The delegates scattered. The churchmen locked themselves in the cathedral. The port committee held an emergency session in a back room of the exchange hall. He pulled a sheet from the stack and flattened it against the table. "Donnell is claiming the convocation was illegal from the start. He says the True Blood statute has no standing in Republic law because it was never ratified after the crown fell. He is filing a petition with the ecclesiastical courts to have the entire proceeding voided and all testimony sealed." Mireya stared at the paper. It was a printed notice, still wet from the press, the ink smudged along the edges. "He is calling you a fraud," Tariq said. "He is calling the evidence forged. He is calling Lucan compromised by coercion." "That will not hold," Lucan said. "The registrar saw my father's signature. The courier brought it in front of witnesses." "The courier is in hiding," Tariq said. "The registrar left the city within an hour of the shooting. No one knows where. Without them, Donnell's version is the only one standing in the official record." Mireya's fingers found the edge of the treaty copy beneath the stack of papers. The oilcloth was still smooth, the seal still intact. "Parliament will convene at dawn," she said. "Paloma told me. Parliament is already convening. They called a closed session an hour ago. The harbor district is sealed. No one in or out without a writ signed by 3 committee chairs." Lucan moved to the window. He did not open it. He stood beside the painted glass, his shoulder against the frame, his eyes on the narrow slice of alley visible through the salt-crusted pane. "How many men does Nicanor hold?" "East Guard, Customs House, 2 of the 3 harbor gates," Mireya said. "Paloma told me. He is holding. He will not hold forever. Not if Parliament issues a formal detention order in her name." Tariq pulled another sheet from the stack. His fingers left ink marks on the edge. "That is the other thing I came to tell you." He slid the paper across the table. It was a notice from the Office of the Provisional Authority, fresh printed. The ink still carried the chemical smell of the press room. Mireya read it once, then again. "Provisional Detention Order. Issue 1 Mireya Belmonte, also known as Mireya Drazen, also known as unnamed claimant of disputed Auric lineage. Grounds: public endangerment, incitement of unlawful assembly, suspicion of conspiracy against the Republic of Heir." Below it, 3 signatures. 2 port committee chairs, 1 ecclesiastical delegate. No judge. "Parliament sealed the harbor," Tariq said, "and issued this before anyone could challenge the authority of the signatories. They are calling it a temporary measure to preserve public order. But it means any armed man who stops you on the street can claim he is acting on a legal warrant." Mireya set the paper down. "The Belmonte remnants are also claiming they can broker my safety," she said. "That is what Paloma meant. The third chain is not Old Crown. It is Mireya's network. They're using my name to rally men at the grain exchange, presenting themselves as my protectors. Mireya would not do that without knowing where you are. Mireya does not need to know where I am. She only needs to know I am alive and uncaptured. The rest she can manufacture. Tariq removed his spectacles and pressed the heel of his palm against his eyes. So you have 3 claims. Donal claiming legal continuity, Old Crown loyalists claiming you as a restoration figure, Belmonte remnants claiming they can secure your safety, and 3 different armed groups are moving through the city looking for you, each convinced you belong to them. He put his spectacles back on. Which threat matters first? Mireya looked at the papers spread across the table, the treaty copy, the detention order, the notice from the exchange hall, the letter she had folded without finishing, the one that began with her mother's dying words. She looked at Lucan. He had not turned from the window. His profile was hard against the gray light, his jaw set, his hand still resting on the grip of the pistol. She looked at Tariq, ink-stained and exhausted and terrified, but still here, still standing between her and the chaos. All 3 matter, she said, but only one of them is in this room. Tariq frowned. I do not follow. Mireya picked up the treaty copy and held it against her chest. Donal claims the convocation was illegal. He is fighting a legal battle. The Old Crown loyalists claim I am their rightful ruler. They are fighting a dynastic battle. The Belmonte remnants claim they can protect me. They are fighting a possession battle. She stood. But none of them know where I am. None of them control what I have in my hands. None of them have read the full letter my mother left me. She looked at Lucan. Parliament sealed the harbor, but they sealed it from the inside. The water is still open. The rendering yard still has boats, and Nicanor still holds the customs gate. Lucan turned from the window. His eyes met hers. You have a plan. I have a direction. That is more than they have. A knock at the door. 3 short raps, then 2 more. The same pattern. But the rhythm was wrong, faster, tighter. Lucan crossed to the door and pressed his ear against the wood. His hand found the pistol. He did not draw. The knock came again, and then a voice, low and sharp through the wood. It is Nicanor. Open the door. Lucan unbolted it. Nicanor stood in the doorway, his coat dark with rain, his face cut with shadows. Behind him, the alley was no longer empty. 2 of his men stood at the far end, weapons visible but not raised. He stepped inside without waiting for invitation. Parliament has sealed the harbor district, he said. They have issued a provisional detention order in your name. I know, Mireya said. Nicanor's gaze moved from her to Lucan to Tariq. His jaw tightened. Then you also know the order includes a shoot-on-sight directive if you resist. Chapter 44. Nicanor's news changed the room. Mireya stood at the table's edge, the treaty copy still pressed against her chest, the detention order's ink smell clinging to her fingers. 3 signatures. No judge. Shoot on sight. Lucan had not moved from the door. His voice was low. How many know about this apartment? 3, Nicanor said. Now 4. I came alone. No one followed. You are certain? I was certain before I left. I checked twice. I am not new at this, Lucan. Mireya set the treaty copy down and crossed to the window. The alley below was empty. The 2 men Nicanor had brought stood at the far end, their faces shadowed, their weapons lowered but ready. The city beyond them was not the same city she had walked through hours ago. The bells had stopped. The sirens had stopped. The harbor district had gone quiet in the way a room goes quiet when someone is bleeding at the center. She turned from the window. How long until they sweep this street? 2 hours, Nicanor said. Maybe less. Parliament is moving faster than I expected. They are not waiting for morning. Then we do not wait either. Mireya looked at Lucan. His eyes met hers. He did not ask where she was going. He did not tell her to reconsider. He simply waited. She crossed to the satchel Paloma had brought, the one filled with all the records from the convocation, the treaty copy, the torn signature line, the dry dockman's directions, the letter that began with her mother's dying words and was still folded unfinished in her pocket. She took out the letter and held it for a moment, feeling the weight of what she had not yet finished reading. Then she tucked it into the inner pocket of her coat and closed the satchel. We need to move, she said. Nicanor, can you get us past the customs gate without the writ? The gate is sealed. My men are not at the gate. They are the gate. There is a difference. Then we use the rendering yard boats. The harbor man said there was a motorboat prepared. We take that out past the Breakwater and circle around through the old smuggler's channel. The old channel was blocked 5 years ago. Blocked, not destroyed. Boats still use it at low tide. Nikanor's gaze held hers. You know the channel. I read about it in the Vought records, the Auric trade tax exemption maps. They show every hidden approach to the harbor. A beat of silence. Then Nikanor nodded, a single sharp movement. I will have a man at the southern customs post in 40 minutes. He will leave the pedestrian gate unlocked. If you reach the rendering yard before dawn, you can take the boat through the channel before the tide rises. And you? I will be here, making sure no one follows. Lucan moved first. He crossed to the corner where a dock worker's coat hung, the one that had not been touched since the embargo years. He shrugged it on and turned to face Soroya. She understood. They could not go out as Soroya Belmonte and Lucan Drazen. They had to be someone else. Two people moving through a sealed city, unremarkable enough to pass every guard who was looking for a royal claimant and a traitor heir. She pulled her hair from its pins and let it fall loose around her shoulders, then took a dark shawl from the hook by the door. She wrapped it so it covered her throat and the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Tariq watched them from the table, his ink-stained fingers pressed flat against the wood. You cannot walk through the city. The detention order is posted at every street corner by now. Then we do not walk through the city, Soroya said. We walk through the lower streets, the ones the patrols avoid because the lamps do not reach. The lower streets have their own dangers. I know. I have been in a cage for 23 years. I can handle a dark street. Tariq did not argue. He simply pulled a folded paper from his coat and held it out to her. Then take this. It is the old Auric route map, the one I copied from the church archive before it was sealed. It shows every alley, every smuggler's passage, every building with a hidden exit between here and the rendering yard. Soroya took it. The paper was warm from Tariq's body, the ink still faintly damp. You risked your life for this. I risked my life for a cause. This is not a risk. This is a debt. She met his eyes. The exhaustion was there, the fear, the trembling in his hands. But the resolve was there too. What will you do when we leave? Burn everything I cannot carry. Make sure no evidence survives if they find this room. And then? Tariq smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of a man who had already accepted what came next. And then I will find a place to hide until you are out of the city. After that, I will find a way to help you from wherever I am. I am a lawyer historian. I know how to make evidence disappear and reappear in the right hands. Soroya nodded. She did not thank him. She did not say goodbye. She simply tucked the map into her coat and turned to the door. Lucan opened it. The alley was cold. The fog had thinned but not lifted, leaving a damp gray curtain between them and the street. Nikanor's men had withdrawn to the far end, their outlines barely visible. Soroya stepped out. Lucan followed. The door closed behind them, and the bolt slid home from the inside. They walked. The lower streets of Ravan were not a place for widows. They were a place for drunks, for debtors, for men who did not want to be seen, and women who could not afford to be recognized. But it was the only path that did not pass a patrol station. Soroya kept the shawl tight around her face. The cobblestones were slick with fog and the residue of the day's rain. The gutters carried runoff that smelled of fish, tar, and something chemical from the fires that had burned in the harbor district hours earlier. Every sound reached her before she saw its source. The shuffle of a man sleeping in a doorway, the scrape of a cat across a roof, the distant clatter of boots on stone, too far to be a threat but close enough to remind her that the city was awake and hunting. Lucan walked beside her, his dock worker's coat blending with the shadows, his hand resting near his belt where the pistol was hidden but not drawn. They passed a corner where a notice board was plastered with fresh paper. The ink was still wet enough to catch the light. Soroya stopped. The notice carried her face, not a drawing, a printed reproduction, the kind made from a metal plate. Her features were there, the shape of her jaw, the line of her brow, the fall of her dark hair. The image had been taken from somewhere. The convocation, maybe. The harbor gala. Someplace where she had been captured on paper without knowing. Below the image, the text, Wanted, Mireya Belmonte, also known as Lucan Drazen. Wanted for questioning in connection with public endangerment, incitement of unlawful assembly, and suspicion of conspiracy against the Republic. Subject is considered unstable and may be armed. Do not approach. Report immediately to the nearest patrol station. And below that, a line that made her stomach turn cold. Subject was last seen under the protection and authority of Lucan Drazen, heir to the Drazen Port dynasty. Citizen safety is the priority of this command. Do not intervene without authorization. She stared at the words, under the protection and authority of Lucan Drazen. They had not mentioned the old crown. They had not mentioned the Treaty of Salt and Seal. They had reduced her to a woman under male authority, a dependent, a threat only because she had stepped outside the boundaries set for her. Lucan's hand found hers. Keep walking. She did, but the image stayed in her mind. Her own face, printed in ink, nailed to a board, reduced to a public ghost. They would not let her be real. They would not let her be anything except a problem to be managed. She pressed the shawl tighter around her face and walked faster. A street lamp flickered ahead. A patrol stood at the junction, 2 men in the gray coats of the harbor watch. They were not watching the street they were standing on. They were watching the cross street, the one that led toward the customs gate. Mireya slowed. Lucan's grip on her hand tightened. They could not turn back. The alley behind them was too narrow, too open. They could only walk forward. The patrol's eyes swept the street. One of them glanced in her direction. She dropped her gaze, made her steps slower, unsteadier. The walk of a widow who had been crying, who did not want to be seen, who would pass as nothing. The patrol looked away. They passed within 10 feet of the men. Mireya did not breathe. She did not lift her eyes. One of the patrol spoke. The harbor's sealed, no one in or out. You heard the order. Lucan stopped. His voice was low, rough, a dock worker's voice. Just taken my wife home. She is sick, needs rest. The patrol grunted. Get her home quick, curfew in an hour. Yes, sir. They walked on. The alley beyond the patrol opened onto a wider street, one that curved toward the rendering yard. The fog was thinner here, and the smell of salt was stronger. Lucan's hand found hers again. You did well. She did not answer. She was still seeing the notice, her own face reduced to ink and accusation. They reached the rendering yard as the fog began to lift. The boathouse was where the harbor man had said it would be, third from the end, its door hanging loose on a single hinge. Inside, the motorboat waited. Lucan checked the fuel. The harbor man had left it full. Mireya climbed in. The boat rocked under her weight. Lucan pushed them away from the dock, and the motor coughed once before catching. The rendering yard fell behind them. The fog closed again. Mireya looked back at the city, at the lamps still burning in the windows of St. Mercy House, at the shadow of the cathedral where the judge had died, at the streets where her face was nailed to boards and her name carried a shoot-on-sight order. She did not look away. She let the city watch her leave. The motorboat cut through the dark water, and the harbor took them into its silence. Ahead, the old smuggler's channel waited. Behind them, Ravan sharpened its teeth. And somewhere in the city, someone was still printing her face. Chapter 45. The motorboat's engine had been silent for an hour. They had drifted through the old smuggler's channel with the tide, the fog swallowing every sound except the lap of water against the hull. Lucan had not spoken since they cleared the rendering yard. He sat at the stern, one hand resting on the tiller, his eyes moving across the shoreline in a pattern Mireya recognized, counting threats, marking exits. She had done the same thing every morning at St. Mercy House. The ruined chapel appeared through the fog like a bone surfacing from mud. Its roof had collapsed in the center, leaving the walls standing in a broken square. A wooden cross still leaned above the doorway, warped by salt and weather. Lucan cut the engine. They drifted toward a stone jetty half swallowed by reeds. This is the place, she said. He did not ask how she knew. He had stopped asking when she led them through the smuggler's channel without hesitation, reading the tide markers like a woman who had studied them her whole life. Mireya stepped onto the jetty. The stones shifted under her weight, slick with moss. Lucan followed, pulling the boat's rope around a rusted iron ring. "How long?" "However long it takes." His jaw tightened, but he said nothing. He had promised her the decision, and he was keeping it. She walked toward the chapel doorway. The interior smelled of rot and salt and old incense. Pews lay shattered along the walls, their wood warped by decades of damp. The altar had been stripped of its cloth, its stone surface marked by bird droppings and rain. A figure stood before the altar. Woman, old, cloak the color of ash. Mireya stopped at the threshold. The woman turned. Her face was lined, her eyes pale and steady, the kind of eyes that had spent years reading documents in bad light. Her hands were folded at her waist, and the sleeves of her cloak fell over ink-stained fingers. "You came." Mireya did not step forward. "You left the message at the rendering yard." "I did." The woman's voice was low, careful. "I was told you would know the chapel." "By whom?" "Mother Sorrel, before she was confined." Mireya felt Lucan shift behind her, a silent presence at her back. The woman's eyes flicked past Mireya's shoulder, measuring him, then returned to her face. "I am Sister Amara. I served at Santa Lalari for 34 years. I was the archivist before Mother Sorrel took the position." "The archivist?" "Yes." The woman's lips pressed together. "I know what she signed. I know what she buried. And I know she was not the only one who kept records." Mireya's pulse quickened. "Explain." Sister Mana reached into her cloak and produced a leather folder tied with a cord. She held it out, but did not release it when Mireya's fingers closed around the edge. "The order preserved more than one set of Auric records. We knew the church would sell the first if the price was right. So we made a second. A second proof cache. Yes, inland, at the old Auric tax estate near the grain route. It contains the birth registry that was never filed, the original treaty draft before Donald's lawyers amended the clauses, and a letter from your mother, written the night before she died." Mireya's grip tightened on the folder. The nun's eyes held hers. "I will take you there, but you must come alone." Silence. Behind her, Lucan's voice came low. "No." Sister Amara did not look at him. Her gaze stayed fixed on Mireya. "The cache is protected by old church law. If a man enters the room, the seals are voided. The documents become invalid. They cannot be used in any ecclesiastical or civil proceeding." She paused. "That is how it was designed. A woman's proof, guarded by a woman's hands." Mireya's mind moved through the words, testing them for fractures. "Who else knows about this cache?" "Mother Sorrel, and the woman who showed me where to hide it." "Who was that?" Sister Amara's face softened. "The woman who carried you from Santa Litter, the one who loved your mother." "The courier." Mireya's fingers were cold around the folder. "If I go alone, and I am caught, there is no one to bring the proof forward." "No," Sister Amara agreed. "There is not. And if I do not come at all, the cache remains hidden. It remains hidden until the woman who guards it dies. Then the estate passes to the church, and the cache becomes their property." The nun's voice was flat. "Monsieur Raleigh is confined. The courier is in hiding. I am the only one left who knows where the cache is, and I am 71 years old." Mireya looked down at the folder in her hands. The leather was worn, the cord frayed. She did not open it. "Where is the estate?" 3 days inland by the old grain road. There is a village called Salt Ground. The estate sits above it, abandoned for 30 years. 3 days. You can make it in 2 if you push hard and do not stop at night. Lucan stepped forward. His voice was quiet, controlled, but Mireya heard the edge beneath it. "You are asking her to walk into a trap with no backup." Sister Amara's eyes finally moved to him. "I am asking her to decide whether the proof is worth the risk. If she decides it is not, I will walk away, and the cache will stay buried until I die, and then it will belong to the church, and Donald Drazen will have time to seal every archive in the Republic before anyone can open it." She turned back to Mireya. "Your mother died so you could survive, but But survival is not the same as freedom. If you want to live without chains, you need what is in that cache. Mireya held the folder. The weight of it was small, insignificant. A few pages, a letter, a registry. But the weight of what it promised pressed against her ribs like a second breath. "When do we leave?" Sister Amara's eyes flickered. "At dawn. I will meet you at the North Road, where the old aqueduct crosses the marsh." Mireya nodded. The nun turned and walked toward the broken side wall of the chapel. She did not look back. Mireya stood in the ruined space, the folder pressed against her chest, the smell of salt and rot filling her lungs. Lucan's voice came from behind her. "There is a trap in that invitation." She turned. He stood in the doorway, his face half in shadow. She said, "No men, no backup, no one to pull you out if something goes wrong." His jaw tightened. "That is not a test of faith. That is a kill box. She is the only one who knows where the cache is. Or she is the only one who knows where the trap is." Mireya looked down at the folder. She did not open it. Not yet. "The courier told her about the cache. The courier also told her to send you alone." Mireya's fingers tightened on the leather. She thought of her mother's letter, unfinished, folded inside her coat. The words she had only read half of. "I am sorry I could not keep you. I am sorry I could not stay. I asked them to bury my name with me so no one could use it to find you." If Alara had asked the courier to guard the second cache, then the courier had trusted Sister Amara. But trust did not travel through dead women. Mireya looked up at Lucan. "I am going." His face did not change. He had expected the answer. "Then I am coming with you as far as I can." She said no men. She said no men in the cache room. She said nothing about the road. His eyes held hers. "I will wait at the village. If you do not come back by dark, I will burn the estate to the ground and dig through the ashes." Mireya felt something move in her chest, a warmth she did not name. She nodded. The chapel creaked around them, the wind pulling through the broken roof. Mireya turned and walked toward the doorway, the folder pressed against her ribs, her mother's letter folded inside her coat, and the road to salt ground stretching unseen through the dark ahead. Chapter 46. The motorboat drifted in the narrow channel where the old aqueduct crossed the marsh. Dawn had not yet broken. Fog sat low over the water, dense enough that Mireya could not see the bank on either side. Lucan worked at the tiller in silence. She sat in the bow with Sister Amara's leather folder across her knees, watching the ruined chapel recede behind them until it was nothing but a darker shape in the gray. The folder was still unopened. She had carried it through the night, pressed against her ribs, and she had not once cracked the binding. The discipline came from Santa Lilari. Do not read what you cannot act on. Do not act on what you have not verified. But the weight of it burned against her fingers. "You are going to wear through the leather." She looked up. Lucan's eyes were on the folder, not on her. "I am waiting until I can read it somewhere the words cannot be taken from me." "Fair." The motor coughed once, then settled into a lower pitch as he adjusted the throttle. The channel narrowed ahead, choked with reeds and the rusted remains of an old irrigation gate. "We need to get off the water before full light," he said. "There is a staging village 3 miles north. We can hire a cart from there." "And the boat?" "I know a man who will sink it for the copper fittings." Mireya nodded. She had stopped asking how Lucan knew these men. The answer was the same every time. Embargo-era business, customs negotiations, debts that outlived their purpose. The folder pressed against her chest. She thought about Sister Amara standing in the ruined chapel, her ash-colored cloak, her pale, steady eyes. The woman had not lied. Mireya was certain of that much. But certainty and satiety were not the same thing. They reached the staging village before the fog lifted. It was a scatter of stone houses around a dirt square, with a single cart for hire and a woman who sold bread from a window. Lucan paid for the cart with coins that did not pass through any ledger Mireya could see. She sat in the cart bed with the folder in her lap as they rattled north along the old grain road. The land opened around them. Fallow fields, dried stone walls, the occasional copse of twisted oaks. It looked like peace. It felt like exposure. By midday, they stopped at a crossroads where a timber inn sat with its shutters closed against the heat. Lucan helped her down. His hand lingered at her elbow a moment longer than necessary. "We can rest the horses here for an hour. There is a telegraph relay at the back of the inn." Mireya looked at the building. The windows were dark. A single man sat on the porch, whittling a piece of wood, not looking at them. "I need to send a message." Lucan's eyes moved to her face. "To who?" "To everyone." She walked past him into the inn. The interior was dim, smelled of sour ale and old wood. The telegraph operator was a woman with gray-streaked hair and a brass key beside her hand. She looked up when Mireya entered, and her eyes went to the folder under Mireya's arm before settling on her face. "Message or money?" "Message. To the Port Register." The woman's eyebrows rose. "That paper costs." "I am aware." Mireya pulled a coin from her coat and set it on the counter. She did not sit down. "Write this, exactly as I say." The woman dipped a pen. Mireya closed her eyes for a moment, gathering the words. "To the editors of the Port Register. I, Mireya Belmonte, have accepted no crown. I have authorized no faction to speak, act, or assemble in my name. Any claim to my authority is false. Any man who acts on such a claim acts without my consent. This statement is my only voice." She opened her eyes. Signed Mireya Belmonte. Dated this day. The telegraph operator's pen had stopped moving halfway through. She stared at the paper, then at Mireya. "You are her. I am the one who sent the message. Send it." The woman looked at the coin. Then she finished writing, counted the words, tapped the brass key once, and began transmitting. Mireya stood at the counter until the last click faded. She walked back outside into the heat. Lucan was waiting beside the cart, his face unreadable. "It is done," she said. "It will take hours to reach the city, longer to set type. It does not matter. What matters is the record. When the council claims I gave them permission, the register will print the denial." Lucan studied her. "You are drawing a line. I am making it impossible for them to draw one for me." They traveled through the afternoon. The road climbed, the fields gave way to scrub and stone, and the village of Salt Ground remained somewhere ahead, hidden by distance and the haze of heat rising off the earth. Mireya did not open the folder. She sat in the cart bed with her back against the rail, watching the road unspool behind them, thinking about the message traveling along the wires. She had meant every word, but she also knew that words on paper did not stop bullets. The sun was low when they reached the second village. It was larger than the first, a market square, a church with a cracked bell tower, a courthouse with iron bars on the windows. Lucan pulled the cart to a stop outside the courthouse. "Why here?" "Because if we travel past dark, we might miss the Salt Ground turnoff, and because I want to check the relay before we go farther." He climbed down and walked into the courthouse. Mireya stayed in the cart. The folder was warm from the sun. She ran her fingers along the cord binding, tracing the knots. The minutes passed. The light shifted. She looked up when the courthouse door opened. Lucan stepped out. His face was wrong. She was on her feet before he reached the cart. "What happened?" He handed her a slip of paper. Telegraph flimsy, the ink still wet. She read it. "Courthouse runner found dead in Lower Wharf District. Cause of death, single gunshot to the temple. Recovered from body, forged transport order bearing seal of Lucan Drazen. Investigation opened. Warrant expected by morning." The paper trembled in her fingers. "That is not my seal." His voice was flat, controlled. "I have not used it since we left the apartment. Someone has a copy. Someone has made a copy, and they used it to kill a man and leave the body where it would be found." Mireya looked down at the flimsy. Her message would reach the register tomorrow. But this would reach every paper in the city tonight. Lucan Drazen's seal on a forged transport order. A dead courthouse runner. The implication was clean. "Your father," she said. "He does not need to prove the seal is real. He only needs the accusation to stick long enough to put me on a wanted list beside you." Mireya folded the flimsy and pressed it into her coat pocket. "Then we move faster. We move faster, but we move smarter." Lucan's eyes were cold. If I am named in a warrant, I cannot hire transport. I cannot show my face at a relay station. Every road becomes a risk. Then we leave the road. And go where? She looked at the folder on the cart seat. To the cache, before the warrant reaches salt ground. Lucan followed her gaze. His jaw tightened. If the warrant arrives before we do, the village will be watched. The stake will be a trap. Then we have to reach it first. She climbed into the cart and took the reins. Lucan did not argue. He swung up beside her, and they turned off the main road onto a track that ran through the scrub, the village falling away behind them, the light dying in the west. Mireya held the reins with one hand and pressed the other against her coat pocket, where the telegraph flimsy sat beside her mother's unfinished letter. 2 pieces of paper, one that might save her, one that might damn them both. She did not know which was which. Chapter 47. Nicanor moved through the dark like a man who had learned to read shadows. He did not carry a lamp. He did not need one. His hand traced the stone wall ahead of them, finding the joins, the rusted brackets, the places where the tunnel narrowed enough to scrape a shoulder. Mireya followed close behind, one hand on the damp stone, the other pressed against the folder inside her coat. Lucan brought up the rear. She could not see him. She could feel him, the weight of his attention, the way his breathing stayed even when the tunnel sloped downward and the air turned thick with salt and rot. "Whose tunnels?" she asked. "Customs drainage." Nicanor's voice came back soft, barely above a whisper. "Built during the embargo. The men who dug them left no maps. How do you know them?" "I helped dig them." She let that sit, let the implication settle. Nicanor had been inside Donald's operation long enough to have built the infrastructure. He had also been inside it long enough to know where every weakness lay. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber, a cistern with rusted ladders bolted to the walls. Water pooled at the bottom, black and still, reflecting nothing. Nicanor stopped at the far edge and looked up. "There is a grate above us. It opens into the customs house weighing floor. My men should have the corridor secured." "Should have," Lucan said. "They do not know we are coming. I did not tell them." Mireya studied his face in the dim light. "You are testing them?" "I am testing whether they hold when they are not expecting a test." She understood. If Nicanor's men had been turned, if Donald had reached them, the corridor above would be a trap. Nicanor would know before he committed them to the next stage of the escape. He climbed the ladder, worked the grate loose with a twist of his wrist, and lifted it just enough to peer through. The silence stretched. Then he lowered the grate and descended. 3 men at the far end, 2 in the weighing alcove, 1 at the stairwell. "That is not secured," Lucan said. "It is not a kill box either, but it is wrong." Mireya moved past them both and climbed the ladder before anyone could stop her. She pushed the grate up with her shoulder and slid out onto the weighing floor, staying low, keeping her back to the iron counter where the customs scales sat cold and unused. The room was large, high windows, long counters, a door at the far end that led to the stairwell Nicanor had described. She saw the men. 3 at the far end, as he had said, 2 in the alcove, 1 at the stairwell. She also saw the thing Nicanor had not named, the way the man at the stairwell was positioned, the sight line from the alcove window, the angle of the roof outside, just visible through the glass, where a shadow did not move with the wind. She descended the ladder. "It is a kill box," she said. Nicanor's eyes sharpened. "Where?" "The alcove window covers the stairwell approach. The roof opposite has a sight line through the high window. Your 3 men at the far end are bait. If we walk through, we are exposed from 2 directions." "How do you see the roof if you were on the floor for 10 seconds? "I looked at the shadows. One of them did not shift when the others did. Something is on that roof." Nicanor held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Which route?" "Underneath." She pointed at the cistern floor. "If there is an outlet drain on the other side of this chamber, we go under the customs house and surface past the kill box." "There is an outlet drain. It empties into the tidal channel." "Then we go now, before the man on the roof decides we are not coming through the door." Nicanor moved without further argument. He crossed the cistern, found the drain cover by feel, and wrenched it open. The water level dropped as the tunnel swallowed it. He lowered himself into the opening. Mireya followed. The water was cold, knee-deep. It smelled of iron and brine and the underside of the city. She walked blind, one hand on Nicanor's coat, the other holding the folder above the waterline. Lucan was behind her. She could hear his breath, steady and controlled. The tunnel curved, sloped upward. The water shallowed. Then Nicanor stopped. There is a ladder ahead. It leads to a maintenance hatch behind the customs house. If your roof man is watching the front, we come out blind to him. And if he is watching the back, then we come out dead. Mireya considered the odds. He's watching the front. If he knew about this route, he would have positioned for it. He is waiting for what he can see, so we give him nothing to see. She climbed the ladder first. The hatch was rusted. She pushed it open with her shoulder, felt the night air hit her face, and crawled out into a narrow alley between the customs house and a warehouse wall. No shot, no movement. She stayed low and scanned the roofline. The shadow was still there, still watching the front. She turned and signaled. Nicanor came through the hatch, then Lucan. They moved along the alley in silence, keeping to the wall, staying below the sightline of the roof opposite. They reached the corner of the warehouse when the first shot came. It hit the stone 2 inches from Lucan's head. Mireya did not think. She grabbed his coat and pulled him sideways into the gap between 2 crates, her body between him and the shooter. The second shot hit the crate above her. Then Nicanor moved. He fired twice, no hesitation, into the gap between 2 warehouse roofs where the muzzle flash had been. Silence. Then a body hit the ground on the far side of the alley. Nicanor circled around and came back holding a shell casing. He held it out to Mireya. Belmonte ammunition. She looked at the brass casing in his palm. The mark was clear. The same mark she had seen on crates in the Drazen warehouses, on invoices Tariq had copied, on the wrappers of the bullets meant for the old border contracts. Belmonte. Mireya's network. Your aunt just tried to kill your husband, Nicanor said. Mireya looked at the casing, then at the roof where the shooter had fallen. Is that what happened? Either that, or someone wants you to think it did. She felt Lucan step up beside her. His hand found the small of her back, light but present. Mireya would not send one shooter. No, Mireya agreed, but she would send one shooter to make it look like she sent one shooter, so that when the ammunition is found, the question is not who fired, but who wants you to believe she did. Nicanor looked at her. You are learning. I was always learning. She slipped the casing into her coat pocket. I was just not allowed to show it. They moved on. The alley opened onto the old grain road, empty under the moon, the village of Saltground somewhere ahead in the dark. Mireya walked with the shell casing pressing against her ribs and her mother's letter against her heart, and she did not know any more which faction was hunting them and which was trying to save them. She only knew that the night was not done with them yet. Chapter 48. The grain road stretched empty under the moon, dust rising in pale clouds behind their boots. Mireya walked with her hand in her coat pocket, the shell casing pressing against her palm like a second heartbeat. Belmonte ammunition. Mireya's mark. But Mireya would not send one shooter, unless the one shooter was meant to be found. Nicanor led them off the road before the first village, cutting through a dry creek bed where the banks cast deep shadows. He moved like a man who had spent his life reading terrain, never looking back to check if they followed. They reached a tenement at the edge of a hamlet called Thorn Ford, 3 stories of warped timber and a roof that sagged in the middle. The windows were dark. The door was unlatched. Miano pushed it open and stepped aside. Safe for the night. No one knows this place. Mireya crossed the threshold and stopped. Gilded Drazen was sitting at a table in the center of the room, a ledger open in front of her, a single lamp burning low enough to hide the flame from the street. She looked up. You took the low route. Mireya did not answer. She stood in the doorway, water still drying on her boots, the shell casing still in her pocket. Gilded's gaze moved past her to Lucan, held there. Brother. Gilded. The silence stretched. Nicanor closed the door and bolted it. He did not sit. "How did you find us?" "I did not find you." Itzel closed the ledger. "I knew you would need what I have, so I came to the place where the road splits, and I waited." "You waited for 3 days?" "I waited for the night you arrived." Mireya moved to the table. She did not sit either. "You have something to trade?" Itzel smiled. It was not a warm expression. "I have a ledger of emergency accounts, Drazen family accounts that Donald does not know exist. Accounts I built during the embargo, using names that died before the treaty was signed. Enough money to keep 2 people alive and mobile for 2 years, maybe 3, if they are careful. In exchange for what?" Itzel leaned back. The lamplight caught the lines around her mouth, the shadows under her eyes. She looked older than she had at the convocation. "Immunity. When this is over, when Donald is dead or destroyed or irrelevant, I want your public word that I am not an enemy, that I helped you." Mireya watched her. "You already helped me. At the convocation, in the archives. You said you were done watching." "I was." Ixel's voice flattened. "But Donald is not done with me. He knows I turned. He knows I helped you escape. And he has no use for a daughter who betrays him, only for one he can still control." The words hung in the lamplight. Mireya pulled out the chair across from Itzel and sat. "Tell me what else you know." Itzel opened a ledger. She turned it to face Mireya. The pages were filled with dates, amounts, and initials. Each account had a note in the margin. Which harbor master would honor it, which customs clerk would look the other way, which neutral bank would cash the draft without questions. "It is complete," Itzel said. "Every route I could map in 3 days. You will not starve. You will not be trapped by a closed port." Mireya looked at the pages. Then she looked at Itzel. "Why now?" "Because Donald left St. Mercy House tonight. He took a private car with no driver log and no destination filed. He told no one where he was going." The room went still. Lucan stepped forward. "He left the estate?" "An hour after the warrant was issued for you. He walked past the West Wing guards, got into a black sedan, and vanished. No one knows where he is. No one knows who he is meeting." Mireya's hand stayed on the ledger, for her mind was already running. Donald did not flee. Donald did not hide. Donald moved to strike. And if he had left St. Mercy House without telling his own household, it meant he was going somewhere no one could follow. Who did he take? His personal driver. No guards, no Nicanor's men. Nicanor made a sound low in his throat. "That is not a retreat. That is a meeting." "Yes," Ixel said. "And I do not know who he is meeting, but I know someone who might." She reached into her coat and pulled out a second envelope. It was sealed with red wax, no mark. "This came for you at the house an hour after he left. The courier who delivered it was not registered. The seal is not Drazen. I brought it because I am betting that whatever is inside tells you where he went." Itzel slid the envelope across the table. Mireya looked at it. The wax was plain, no crest, no initial, nothing to identify the sender. She did not touch it. "Who delivered it?" "A woman, gray cloak, hood up." She handed it to the gate guard and said, "For the one who walked out of the hall." Then she left. The courier, the woman who had carried her from Santa Liri. Mireya picked up the envelope. She turned it over. The seal was unbroken. She looked at Itzel. "If this is a trap, it is not. But if you do not open it, you will never know why Donald left his own house in the dark, and you will be running blind when he finds you." Mireya held the envelope. The wax was cool against her thumb. She could feel the weight of it, the shape of whatever was folded inside, the promise of a name or a direction or a truth that would either save them or bury them deeper. Lucan moved to her side. His hand found her shoulder. "Your call." She looked at him. Then she broke the seal. Chapter 49. The wax cracked cleanly. No loose fragments, no hidden fibers. Whoever had sealed this envelope knew how to do it without leaving traces. Mireya unfolded the paper inside. 1 page, handwritten. Feminine hand, narrow and slanting, the ink slightly faded as if written weeks ago and carried since. "Child of Alara." If you are reading this, I am likely dead or gone to ground. Do not look for me. I have left what I carried where Sister Amara showed me. The cache at Salt Ground holds more than records. It holds your father's name, written in Alara's hand, sealed with the old crown ring she kept hidden in her sleeve through the night she died. Donald does not know about the ring. He thinks he found everything when he had her room stripped. He did not, but he is learning. He left St. Mercy House because someone told him about Salt Ground. I do not know who. I only know he is going there to burn what he cannot control. Go before him. Go alone if you must, but do not let him reach it first. The woman who carried you, no signature, no mark. Mireya read it twice. The third time she read it aloud, for Lucan, for Itzel, for Nicanor, standing silent by the door. When she finished, the room held nothing but the sound of the lamp flame. Lucan spoke first. How long has Donald been gone? Itzel checked her watch. 3 hours, maybe 4. Then he has a lead. He has a driver and a destination he did not file. Itzel's voice was flat. But he does not know about the ring. The courier hid that from him for 23 years. He is chasing records he can burn. He does not know he is also chasing proof of who the father was. Mireya folded the letter. She pressed it flat against her ribs, next to the shell casing she still carried, next to her mother's unfinished letter, next to every scrap of proof she had collected since the night she landed in St. Mercy House. Then we move faster. She looked at Itzel. The ledger. How liquid are those accounts? Itzel opened the book. The first 3 are cash drafts, no questions, no delays. The 4th and 5th are port credits, good for fuel, food, dock fees. The 6th is a bribe account. I built it for emergencies Donald never anticipated. Mireya traced her finger down the column. How much is in the bribe account? Enough to buy a customs official, or a harbor patrol, or a priest who owes the church more than he should. Mireya looked up. Then we use that first. Itzel's mouth tightened. You are not going to ask if I am trapping you. I am not going to give you time to change your mind. She turned to Paloma, who had been standing at the edge of the lamplight, silent, watching. What do you know about the guards? Paloma's rough hands twisted at her apron edge. East wing is still Nicanor's. West wing is split. Donald took his personal detail with him, but he left the house guards in place. They do not know he is gone yet. The story is he is meeting with port committee chairs in private chambers. They will learn the truth by morning. Yes, and when they do, they will choose. Mireya looked at Nicanor. How many of your men hold? Nicanor's face was unreadable. East Guard, Customs House, 2 harbor gates. The men who held the corridor tonight were not mine. Someone turned them between when I left and when you arrived. You have a leak. I have a leak. His voice was hard, and I will find it. But between now and Salt Ground, you need to assume every road, every village, every port has eyes that answer to someone else. Mireya absorbed that. She turned back to the ledger. Then we do not use the roads. We use the grain route Sister Amara marked. The grain route is 3 days on foot if you push. We will push. Lucan moved to the table. He did not sit. He stood beside her, shoulders squared, winter eyes fixed on the columns of numbers. The bribe account, he said. Who holds the authorization? Itzel looked at him. I do. Alone. Donald never knew it existed. Then you authorize a freeze on the main Drazen shipping account. Itzel went still. That is not an emergency account. That is the operating account. The one that pays the harbor unions, the customs bonds, the mercenary contracts Donald keeps off the books. I know what it is. If I freeze it, Donald will know someone inside the family turned against him. He already knows you turned. You said it yourself. He left because someone told him about Salt Ground. That same someone will tell him you gave us the ledger. Itzel's jaw tightened. Then I am dead either way. Yes. Lucan's voice was cold. But if you freeze the account now, he cannot pay the mercenaries guarding the inland route to Salt Ground. He will have to pull men from the city or delay. That gives us time. Mireya watched him. She had seen Lucan negotiate, threaten, and yield. She had seen him hand her keys and say, your call. She had seen him burn his father's authority in public and walk away from the only inheritance he had ever known. She had never seen him sound like this. Clinical, precise, unhurried. The same tone he had used on their wedding night to explain the terms of her cage. Itzel stared at him. "You are asking me to destroy the last thing Donald values more than power. I am giving you the chance to make sure he cannot buy the men who will kill her." The words landed. Mireya felt them land. Itzel looked at the ledger, at the lamp, at the letter still folded against Mireya's ribs. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a stamped authorization slip. She laid it on the table. "I had this ready, in case you asked." Mireya looked at the slip. It was already signed, already dated, already witnessed by a name she did not recognize. "You prepared this before I arrived. I prepared it the night Donald left." Itzel's voice was quiet. "I did not know if I would have the courage to use it, but I wanted it ready." Lucan picked up the slip. He read it once. Then he looked at Mireya. "Your call." She felt the weight of it. The same phrase he had used at the customs gate, at the apartment, at every threshold where power could shift. He gave her the choice. He did not take it. But he had made the weapon. He had known exactly which account to freeze, exactly which lever to pull, exactly how to cut Donald's legs out from under him before the first shot was fired. She looked at him, and for a moment she saw the man he would have become if she had never arrived. The heir who could freeze a shipping account without blinking. The son who could cripple his father's mercenary network with a single authorization. The strategist who had spent his whole life learning how to make people move by controlling what they needed. That man was still there. She could see him in the set of Lucan's jaw, in the steadiness of his hand, in the cold precision of the choice he had laid in front of her. She picked up the authorization slip. "I authorize it." She handed it to Itzel. "Do it now, before anyone else learns Donald is gone." Itzel took the slip. She moved to the telephone in the corner of the room. She dialed. The connection hissed. "This is Itzel Drazen. Authorization code 14, Damber. Freeze the main Drazen shipping account effective immediately. No exceptions. No appeals. Hold all disbursements until countermand is issued in person by myself or the accounts named secondary." A pause. Then she hung up. "It is done." The room felt different, quieter, as if the air had been pulled thinner. Mireya looked at Lucan. "You knew exactly what to do." His eyes met hers. "I knew what I would have done if I were him. And you did it anyway. I did it for you." She heard the words. She believed them. But she also saw the shadow of the man who had said control prevents chaos, and she understood for the first time that Lucan had not abandoned that principle. He had simply aimed it at a different target. She looked down at the courier's letter still pressed against her ribs. Then she looked at Itzel. "Can you get us to Salt Ground before Donald?" Itzel smiled. It was not warm. "I can get you close." "Then we go. Now." She turned toward the door. Lucan's hand caught her wrist. Not hard, just enough. "Mireya." She stopped. "I will follow you anywhere. But you need to know something." She waited. "I can do that again." His voice was low. "Freeze accounts, cut supply lines, turn his own weapons against him. I can do it because he trained me to think the same way he does." He held her gaze. "And I need you to tell me if that frightens you." The question hung between them. Mireya looked at his hand on her wrist. She did not pull away. "Does it frighten you?" Lucan's jaw tightened. "Yes." She held his gaze. "Then we walk each other." She turned. He let go. Just walked out into the dark. Chapter 50. The grain road ran northeast through scrubland where the earth had not been planted in seasons. Mireya walked with the courier's letter folded against her ribs and the shell casing still warm in her pocket. Lucan matched her pace. Behind them, Nicanor kept a distance that let him watch both directions at once. Itzel had stayed at Thorn Ford to manage the fall of the frozen account. She had said nothing when they left. She had simply handed Mireya a waterproof satchel with dried meat, matches, a folded oilcloth, and the bribe ledger. Mireya had taken it without thanks. Some debts could not be paid in words. The sun rose pale through haze that smelled of dust and distant rain. The road climbed through low hills where abandoned granaries stood with doors hanging open and roofs caved inward. This had been Auric land once, before the treaty. The old crown had taxed grain by the bushel, and the estates had stored enough to feed a city through siege. Now, the granaries were bones. Mireya stopped at a ridge where the road split. The left fork curved west toward the coast. The right fork continued northeast into deeper country where the hills grew darker and the trees thickened. She pulled out Sister Amara's marked map. 3 days, she said, if we keep this pace. Lucan stood beside her, eyes on the northern horizon. If Donal reached the cache before we left Ravan, he is already there. Then we arrive after he has burned it and find nothing. Or we arrive while he is still burning it. She looked at him. And you are willing to walk into that? I am willing to walk into anything that ends with him losing. His voice was flat, clinical, the same tone he had used to freeze the shipping account. Mireya studied his face. The shadow was still there. The man Donal had trained. The heir who could calculate casualties and keep moving. She had seen it in the apartment. She had seen it at the customs house. She had seen it when he handed her the authorization slip and said, "Your call." She had not flinched then. She would not flinch now. Then we go. She turned northeast. The road narrowed. By midday, the sun had burned the haze away, and the heat came off the stone in waves. Mireya's boots had worn through the convent's thin leather, and she felt every stone through the soles. She did not slow. Nicanor caught up at a dry creek bed where the road crossed over a stone bridge that had collapsed at one end. He knelt and examined the ground. Someone came through here. 4, maybe 5 hours ahead. Wheels, not a cart. A carriage, Lucan said. Donal's. Nicanor stood, still ahead of us. Mireya looked at the tracks. They were clean, unhurried. Donal was not running. He had left St. Mercy House with no destination filed, no driver log, no guards. But he had known where he was going the whole time. Someone had told him about Salt Ground, the same someone who had turned Nicanor's men, the same someone who had copied Lucan's seal. She pushed the thought down and kept walking. By evening they reached a village called Hollow Ford, where the grain road crossed a shallow river and the houses were built of stone the color of dry bone. A few lamps burned in windows. A dog barked from a yard. Mireya stopped at the edge of the village. Through a line of cypress trees she saw the river bend and the road continue north into thicker forest. The hills rose beyond it, and beyond the hills, salt ground. "Rest," she said. 2 hours, then we move again. Lucan did not argue. They found shelter in a collapsed barn where the roof still held in one corner. Nicanor took the perimeter without being asked. His silhouette moved through the trees, checking sight lines, checking the road, checking the windows of the nearest houses. Mireya sat with her back to a stone wall. She pulled out the courier's letter. She had read it 4 times since Thorn Ford. Each time she tried to find something she had missed. A name, a date, a mark that might tell her who the woman was who had carried her from Santa Alari. The letter gave nothing. The woman who carried you. No name, no claim, no proof. Mireya folded it and pressed it against her ribs. Lucan sat down beside her. "You could sleep." "I do not sleep," I noticed. She looked at him. The corner of his mouth moved. "I am not joking," she said. "Neither am I." She almost smiled. Almost. Instead, she looked at the sky through the hole in the roof. "What happens if the cache is empty?" Lucan did not answer immediately. "Then we find another way." "There is no other way. If Donal destroys my father's name, the birth registry, and my mother's letter, I have nothing but a scar and a statute no judge will recognize. Then we make them recognize it." "With what?" "With the truth." She looked at him. "That has not worked so far. It worked at the convocation. It got a judge killed and the treaty voided. It did not get me free." Lucan held her gaze. "You are free." "I am running." "Running is not the same as caged." She heard the difference. She did not trust it. A sound came from the road. Mireya went still. Lucan was already rising, his hand moving to the knife at his belt. Nicanor's silhouette had vanished from the tree line. Mireya pressed herself against the wall and looked through a gap in the barn's broken boards. The road was empty. But in the distance, coming over the ridge from the south, she saw movement. A line of dark shapes. Wagons, 4 of them, moving slow, with canvas covers that glowed faintly in the dying light. The insignia on the side of each canvas was a white cross on a gray field. Church Relief Convoy. Mireya watched them approach. Something was wrong. The horses were too well fed. The drivers sat too straight. The convoy had no escort, no outriders, no lanterns lit, even though the light was fading. Nicanor appeared at the barn's broken door. Those wagons carry no clergy I recognize. Mireya's hand went to the shell casing in her pocket. Then who is driving them? Nicanor's jaw tightened. Men who want us to think they are church. The convoy reached the edge of Hollow Ford. It did not stop. It did not slow. It rolled straight through the village, past the dark houses, past the barking dog, past the cypress trees, and onto the road north. The same road Mireya had planned to take. Lucan's voice came low and cold. "They're heading to Saltground." Mireya watched the wagons pass. 4 of them. Canvas covers, white crosses. Enough men inside to burn every record in the cache and kill everyone who tried to stop them. "We need to move," she said. But even as the words left her mouth, she saw the last wagon slow at the bend. The driver turned his head. He looked directly at the barn. He smiled. Then the wagon rolled on. Mireya's blood went cold. They knew. They had known she was here. They had not attacked because they did not need to. They were herding her toward the cache and the kill box that waited there. She looked at Lucan. He had seen the driver smile. "We go anyway," she said. He did not argue. They went. Chapter 51. The night air hit her face, cold and sharp with the smell of horses and oil. Outside the granary, a semicircle of men stood in the dark. Some held lanterns, some held rifles. A few had the white cross armband of the church relief convoy, but most wore plain dark clothing that caught no light. In the center stood a woman. She was tall, gray-haired, with a face that had seen decades of weather and probably dealt worse. Her hands were empty. Her coat was the color of ash. She looked at Mireya with eyes that held recognition. "Lady Auric." Mireya did not correct her. "You are not church." "No." "Then what are you?" The woman took a step forward. The men behind her did not move. "I am the one who told Donal about the Saltground cache." Mireya felt Lucan shift beside her, felt Nicanor's hand tighten on his weapon. She kept her eyes on the woman. "Why?" "Because I wanted you to be ready when you arrived." The woman reached into her coat. Nicanor raised his weapon. She stopped, held up her hand. "I am not armed. I am carrying something that belongs to you." She pulled out a folded paper. "It is the other half of your mother's letter. The half she tore off before she sealed the envelope. The half that names your father." Mireya's blood went cold. "The courier did not give it to you because she did not know I had it. I kept it safe for 30 years. I kept it hidden when Donal stripped the estate. I kept it because Alara asked me to." "Alara asked you?" "Yes." The woman's voice cracked on the name. "I was her secretary, her shadow, the one who carried the documents she could not sign herself. I authenticated the false registry. I filed the treaty amendment. I watched her die with a ring hidden in her sleeve and a child whose name she never spoke aloud." Mireya's hand went to the ledger against her ribs. "Aurelian, what is my father's name?" The woman held out the paper. "Read it yourself." Mireya did not move to take it. "You told Donal about the cache. You led him ahead of us. You made us run." "Yes." "Why?" The woman's eyes did not waver. "Because if I had handed you this in Ravan, you would not have believed it. You needed to see the estate. You needed to touch the walls and read the practice book and know that the Auric line was real before you could accept what came with it." She stepped closer. "Your father's name will open doors. It will close others. It will make you a target and a weapon in equal measure. I needed you to be ready to carry it." Mireya looked at the paper, then at the men behind the woman. "And them. My protection. Donal will reach Saltground before dawn. He will find the cache room empty because I emptied it 3 days ago. The birth registry, the treaty draft, your mother's last letter. They are waiting in a safe house 6 miles north, where no man can enter without voiding the seals." The women almost smiled. "I am not a man," Mireya stood still in the cold night air, the child's practice ledger in one hand and the promise of a father's name in the other. She looked at Lucan. He was watching the woman with a cold, assessing gaze, the same clinical calculation he had used to freeze the Drazen shipping account. But he did not reach for a weapon. He did not tell Mireya to refuse. He waited. She looked back at the gray-haired women. "Why should I trust you?" The woman lowered the paper. "Because your mother trusted me with the one thing she could not take to her grave." She held Mireya's gaze. "And because I have been waiting 30 years to give a Belmonte child the truth Donald tried to burn." Mireya reached out and took the paper. She unfolded it. The ink was faded. The handwriting was the same as the letter pressed against her ribs, and at the bottom, beneath a single line of text, a name. Her father's name. She read it once. Then she folded the paper and pressed it against the ledger. "Take us to the cache." The woman nodded. The men behind her parted, opening a path through the lantern light. Mireya stepped forward, Lucan beside her, Nicanor at her back. She did not look back at the granary, but she carried the name with her, tucked against her heart, where no one could take it. Chapter 52. The safe house sat 6 miles north of the granary, a stone cottage dug into a hill slope with a roof thatched low enough to miss from the road. The gray-haired woman unlatched the door and stepped back. Mireya entered first. The single room smelled of dry herbs and older dust. A table dominated the center, piled with stacked papers, leather folders, and a locked metal box the size of a bread loaf. Oil light pooled over the documents. The woman pointed. "Birth registry, treaty draft, your mother's last letter." Mireya touched each one in turn. The registry was bound in faded blue cord. The treaty draft bore marginal notes in 2 different hands. The letter was sealed with old crown wax, unbroken. She did not open it yet. "What else?" The woman hesitated. "There is a 4th document." She moved to the table and lifted a ledger bound in black cloth. The pages were filled with columns of numbers and symbols. No names, no dates, written in plain script. "This is Mother Sorel's account book, the one she kept hidden from the convent audit." Mireya's hand went still on the registry. The Abbess kept a private ledger. "Sant'Ililari was never neutral," the woman said. "It was a holding pen with a prayer book on top. Sorel took payments from both sides. Mireya paid her to keep you hidden. Donald paid her to keep you controlled." She opened the ledger to a page marked with a small red seal. "The payments are encoded. I could never break the cipher." Mireya looked at the symbols. They meant nothing to her. Rows of small marks that could have been dates or amounts or names written in a language she did not know. She thought of Tariq. "Can I send a message?" The gray-haired woman studied her face. "There is a telegraph office in the village, but Doddle's men will be watching it by now." "Not by wire, by hand." Mireya turned to Lucan. "Tariq knows church script. He copied half the vault by hand in one night. If anyone can read this, he can." Lucan's eyes moved to the black ledger, then back to her face. "He is 3 days behind us." "Then we wait." The gray-haired woman shook her head. "You do not have 3 days. Donald will reach the empty cache before dawn. He will know I took the documents. He will come here." Mireya held her gaze. "Then we do not stay here." She looked at Nicanor. "How far to the nearest safe ground that is not on any map?" Nicanor's jaw tightened. "Half a day north, an old hunting lodge, no road to it." "Then we move, and we send for Tariq." The gray-haired woman produced a pencil and a slip of paper from her coat. "Write what you need. I have a man who can reach Ravan by dawn." Mireya took the pencil. She wrote 4 words in the narrow margin. "Bring your eyes. Church cipher." She folded the paper once and handed it back. The woman left without another word. They moved at night. Mireya carried the registry against her ribs and the sealed letter against her heart. Lucan carried the treaty draft. Nicanor carried the metal box. The gray-haired woman's men flanked them through the dark, silent and watchful. The hunting lodge was a shell of stone and timber, abandoned long enough for ivy to claim the eastern wall. But the roof held. The chimney drew. and the door had a bolt that slid home. Nicanor lit a fire in the hearth. Soroya set the black ledger on the floor beside the hearth light and opened it again. The symbols still meant nothing. She traced one with her finger. A small mark like a crossed arrow, repeated every 12 lines. She did not know what it meant, but she knew it meant something. Tariq arrived at dusk the following day. He looked worse than she had ever seen him. His spectacles were smeared with road dust. His coat was torn at the shoulder. He carried nothing but a satchel and a water flask. He did not ask how she had found the cash. He knelt beside the ledger before he sat down. "This is Sorel's hand. You recognize it. I spent 6 years in the Santialari archive. I would know her stroke anywhere." He pulled a candle closer and began reading. His fingers moved down the columns, tracing symbols, murmuring under his breath. The fire popped and settled. Soroya sat across from him and watched. Lucan stood by the window. Nicanor kept the perimeter. The gray-haired woman's men had vanished into the trees. For a long time, the only sound was Tariq's breathing and the scratch of his pencil on scrap paper. He stopped at a page marked with the red seal. "This column is payments from Mireya." Soroya leaned forward. "You can read it." It is a variant of old Auric trade cipher, 4 symbols per character, crude but effective. He pointed to a row of marks. "This is 2000, paid quarterly. The date code matches the year you arrived at Santialari." He turned the page. "This column is Donal, same cipher, larger amounts, paid irregularly." Soroya felt something cold settle in her chest. How much did he pay her? Tariq added a column. His lips moved. Enough to buy the convent 3 times over. She had known Mother Sorel was compromised. She had felt the betrayal in the chapel when the Abbess signed the transfer order. But seeing it in ink was different. It made the betrayal real, dated, itemized. What about the crossed arrow? Tariq's hand stopped. He looked at the symbol. Then he went back 3 pages and began counting. Soroya watched his face change. The exhaustion drained away. Something sharp and cold replaced it. "Tariq." He did not answer. He turned another page, then another. His pencil moved faster. "What is it?" He looked up. The candlelight carved shadows into his face. The crossed arrow marks extraction dates. "Extraction from what?" "From the convent." His voice was flat. "Soroya, these are the dates Donal planned to remove you from Santialari. Every time Mireya's payments stopped or the political wind shifted, Sorel gave him a window." He turned the ledger toward her. "There are 12 marked extraction dates in the last 10 years. Soroya counted them. 12 times Donal could have taken her. 12 times someone or something stopped him. "The last one," Tariq said slowly, "is marked for 3 weeks from now." He looked at her. "He was going to take you anyway. The treaty marriage was just the authorized version. He had a contingency for every year you stayed silent." The fire crackled. Soroya touched the ledger page. 12 crosses, 12 windows, 1 still open. Chapter 53. The light changed first. Not the orange of sunset, but something grayer, thicker, as if the sky had drawn a breath and held it. Soroya stood at the hunting lodge's eastern window, the ledger still open on the floor behind her. Tariq's pencil marks scattered across the margins like fallen birds. She had been counting the crossed arrows again. 12 extraction dates, 1 still open. But the hair on her arms rose before her mind caught up. She turned from the window. "Lucan!" He was already moving. He had been watching the tree line for the last hour, saying nothing, his stillness the kind that preceded violence. "The convoy doubled back," he said. "How do you know?" "I don't, but Nicanor has not signaled in 20 minutes. Nicanor had taken position in the collapsed barn half a mile south, where the road curved through the hollow. He was supposed to lift his hat at even intervals, a signal so subtle no one but Lucan would read it. 20 minutes was too long. Soroya crossed to the table where the documents lay. The registry, the treaty draft, Alara's letter, Sorel's ledger. Tariq looked up from his cipher notes, his spectacles catching the dying light. "What do we do with these?" "Duplicate what we can, burn what we cannot. There is no time to copy the ledger, then we decide which pages matter most." She pulled the cork from the ink bottle and pushed a sheet of blank paper toward him, already ripping a page from the treaty draft, the one with Donald's signature visible at the bottom edge. Start with the signature lines. If the originals burn, the copies still prove the statute claim. Tariq's hands shook, but he dipped the pen. Lucan bolted the door and checked the window shutters, one after another, his movements precise and unhurried. He had done this before, in the embargo, in houses that became kill boxes. "How many?" Mireya asked. The convoy had 4 wagons. If they split their riders, 12 to 16 men. And if they did not split? Then we have 30 armed men 3 miles out and closing. Mireya kept copying. Her hand moved fast, filling the margins with dates and names, the shape of Donald's payments, the pattern of extraction windows. The crossed arrow symbol repeated in her memory, 12 small wounds. The first shot came from the south, not at the lodge, distant. A warning or a kill shot, impossible to tell. Mireya's hand did not stop. Tariq's did. "Keep going," she said. "That was Nicanor's position." "I know." She pushed another page toward him. "We have maybe 5 minutes before they reach the ridge. Write what you can. I will burn the rest when you finish." He bent his head and wrote. The second shot came closer. Lucan drew the pistol he had carried since the customs tunnels and moved to the western window, where the shutters had a finger-wide gap. He did not raise the weapon. He watched. 3 riders, he said. "Coming through the tree brick. No crossbows. Rifles." "How long?" 2 minutes before they reached the outer wall. Mireya glanced at the hearth fire. The pages she and Tariq had filled lay stacked beside her, ink still wet. She touched the corner of Alara's sealed letter, the one she had not opened yet, the one with her mother's last words inside. She did not burn it. She slid it into her bodice, pressed against the shell casing and the strand of pale gold hair she still carried. The rest she could lose. "Tariq," she said, "when I tell you, feed everything on the table into the fire. Not before." He nodded, his face pale. Lucan's voice came low and steady from the window. "They are not stopping." Mireya crossed to him and looked through the gap. 3 riders had emerged from the tree line, their white cross insignia still visible over the dust. They halted at the edge of the clearing. Behind them, the wagons appeared. 4 of them. The last wagon driver sat still in his seat, reins loose in his hands, watching the lodge the way a hunter watches a den. "He knows we are here," Mireya said. "He has known since Hollow Ford." "Then why did he wait?" Lucan's jaw tightened. "Because he wanted to see what we had. He wanted to know if the cache was already empty or if we were carrying it with us." Mireya turned from the window. "Tariq, burn them." Tariq moved without hesitation, gathering the treaty draft pages, the ledger leaves she had marked, his own cipher notes, and feeding them into the hearth. The flames caught the dry paper and curled the edges. The riders advanced. Lucan raised his pistol. "Get to the rear room," he said. "There is a second door that opens onto the slope. If they breach the main hall, you go. Take Tariq. Take the letter. Leave the rest." "And you?" "I hold the landing." She wanted to argue. The words formed in her throat, sharp and ready. But she saw his face in the firelight and the argument died. He was not offering to sacrifice himself. He was offering her time. She took it. She pulled Tariq toward the rear room, his ink-stained fingers still trembling, and shoved him through the low door. The space was small, a storage alcove with a floor of packed earth and a single narrow window overlooking the eastern slope. The door to the outside was bolted from inside. Mireya slid the bolt. She did not open the door. She pressed herself against the wall, Tariq beside her, and listened. The first rider reached the lodge. She heard Lucan's voice, calm and clear. "You are on private land. Turn around. Pause." Then a voice she did not recognize, younger than she expected, almost polite. "We are not here for you, Drazen." "Then you are wasting your ride." "We are here for her, the one with the name that does not exist in any registry." Mireya's breath stopped. The voice continued, closer now, as if the speaker had dismounted and was walking toward the door. "The last Auric daughter, the convent girl who was never supposed to be born." Mireya heard Lucan's weight shift. the creak of the floorboards under his boots. She is not here. That is not what the convoy driver saw. The convoy driver saw 2 travelers and a guard, no woman. The voice laughed, soft, familiar in a way that made Soroya's skin crawl. Then why did you just burn documents in the hearth? The smoke changed color, ink and old paper. You are destroying evidence, Drazen. That is not the act of a man with nothing to hide. The door splintered, not the front door, which was bolted, but a side panel near the hinge, kicked inward by a boot that had tested its weakness before committing. Wood cracked, iron groaned. Lucan fired. The shot was close, flat, and final. Someone hit the floor. Soroya gripped Tariq's sleeve and pulled him toward the bolted door. She reached for the latch. Then she heard the voice again, closer, inside the main hall. You do not have to die for her, Drazen. She is not worth it. My choice. Your mistake. More wood broke. Footsteps crossed the floor. A body hit the wall. Soroya unbolted the door and pushed Tariq through into the open air. Run, she said. Do not stop until you reach the road. Find Nicanor, or find the gray-haired woman's men. Tell them where we are. Tariq's eyes were wide, his coat torn. What about you? I will follow. She pushed him again and he went, stumbling down the slope, his spectacles catching the last light before he vanished into the trees. Soroya turned back to the alcove. She did not run. She crossed to the gap in the door and looked into the main hall. Lucan was on one knee, his pistol trained on a man in a white crosscoat who lay motionless near the hearth. 2 more men stood at the broken side panel, rifles raised. A 4th man stood in the center of the room. He was looking at the fire, at the ash, at the scraps of paper that had curled and blackened beyond reading. He turned. His eyes found the alcove door, found her. Soroya Belmonte. She did not move. He smiled. That is not your name, is it? The one on the registry, the one Sorel filed. That was a fiction, a convenient fiction. He took a step toward her. She held her ground. No one alive knows your birth name, he said. But I do. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper. The woman who carried you told me. Soroya's world tilted. The woman who carried you from Santa Lirari, the courier. She gave me your name 3 days ago, along with your location and the exact number of men protecting you. He unfolded the paper. Soroya Ilara Drazen. He smiled again. Your mother named you. Your father never knew. And the woman who took you from the convent sold your name to me for the price of her passage out of Heir. Chapter 54. The convoy leader held the paper like a trophy. Soroya Ilara Drazen. The name hung in the smoke-thick air between them. Soroya did not move. She kept her hands visible, her weight balanced, her gaze on the center of his chest, where the white cross coat stretched over a holster. You bought a name, she said. You do not own what it means. I own the paper the courier signed. That is enough for the courts. What courts? Donald emptied the ecclesiastical bench. The convocation is void. There is no authority left in Ravan that recognizes Drazen jurisdiction. The convoy leader's smile flickered. She pressed. You are riding for a dead man. Donald is 4 hours ahead of you at an empty cache. The woman who sold you my name sold you a ghost. She is already gone. You have no payment left. He stepped closer. I have you. No. You have an alcove with 1 exit and 3 dead men outside. The lawyer ran. The guard at the barn is alive. How long do you think it takes for the gray-haired woman's men to trace the gunfire? She watched him calculate. Your employer paid for information, she said. You delivered it. You killed no one of value. You can still walk out and tell whoever hired you that the target escaped into the marsh. That is a clean report. No one verifies a failure. The convoy leader considered her. You talk like someone who has been negotiating for her life longer than most soldiers. I have been negotiating for my life since the day I was born. You are not the first man to hold a gun on me. You will not be the last. She held his gaze. He looked at the paper in his hand, at the fire, at the body near the hearth. Then he folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. I will deliver a message instead of a corpse, he said. Tell your employer the hunt failed. Tell them the girl vanished into the marsh with the Drazen heir. That is what they will hear." He turned. The other two men followed without a word. Mireya waited until the horse's hooves faded into the tree line before she let herself breathe. She crossed to Lucan. He was on one knee, his pistol still trained on the empty door. Blood ran from a cut above his eye, dark against his skin. "Help me stand," he said. She took his arm and pulled. He rose, unsteady, and braced himself against the wall. "Nicanor, I know." She moved to the broken side panel and looked out. The eastern slope was empty. The last light was dying behind the ridge. She found him 30 yards from the barn, face down in the grass. The back of his coat was wet. She rolled him over. His eyes opened. They were unfocused, but alive. "Took you long enough," he said. His voice was thin. The blood was not his own, most of it, but his left arm hung at an angle that meant the shoulder was gone or the collarbone was shattered. "You are alive. Disappointed?" She pulled him up. He bit down on a sound that could have been a curse or a prayer. Lucan appeared at her side and took Nicanor's weight. They moved east. The hunting lodge burned behind them. Not a cleansing fire, a tactical one. The convoy would see the smoke and assume the job was finished. The gray-haired woman's safe house had been compromised. The courier had sold everything. The route, the numbers, the names. Mireya carried her mother's sealed letter against her chest, the shell casing, the strand of pale gold hair. What she did not carry was proof of her father's name. It had gone into the hearth with the rest. They reached a farmstead at dawn, abandoned and stripped of doors. Nicanor collapsed in the corner the moment Lucan lowered him. His face was gray. Lucan found a pump in the yard. The water ran rust-colored for a full minute before it cleared. He washed the cut above his eye and drank from his cupped hands. Mireya sat on the packed earth floor and pulled out the letter. Alara's letter. The seal was intact. The wax was dark red, old and brittle. She had not opened it. She had carried it through everything and never broken the seal. She turned it over. The name on the back was not Mireya's, it was Alara's. Her mother had written her own name on the outside, as if she had meant the letter to return to her someday. Mireya held it. The sun rose through the missing roof. She heard horses before she saw them. 2 riders, not the convoy. They stopped at the edge of the yard and did not dismount. One of them raised a hand. "Mireya Belmonte." She stood. "Who asks?" "Magistrate of Thornford. I carry a message from the Belmonte house." Her blood went cold. "Mireya." The man dismounted and walked toward her, his boots dry in the morning dust. He was old, with a face that had seen too many compromises. He handed her a folded paper. She opened it. The handwriting was Mireya's. She recognized the slant, the pressure of the pen, the way the letters leaned forward like a woman in a hurry. "I know who sold your name. I can give you the source, the price, and the proof. Meet me at the Thornford Magistrate House at noon. Immunity and passage out of Heir in exchange." Mireya read it twice. Mireya knew. Of course she knew. Mireya had been paying Mother Sorel for 12 years. She had brokered the treaty. She had watched Alara die. She had sold nothing, but she knew who did. Mireya folded the paper. "Tell her I will come." The magistrate nodded and mounted. The 2 riders turned and rode east without another word. Lucan appeared at her side. "You are going." "Yes, it is a trap. Everything is a trap. The question is, whose trap I choose to walk into." She looked at him. "Mireya wants immunity and passage. I want the name of the person who sold my birth to the convoy. That is a trade I can make. And if she lies, then I learn what the lie costs her." Lucan did not argue. He did not try to stop her. He simply stood beside her in the ruined farmstead and watched the direction the riders had taken. "You will not go alone. I will go with you at my back, and Nicanor at the farmstead with a loaded pistol he can barely lift. Then we go together." They walked east. The sun climbed. The Thornford Magistrate House appeared at the edge of a wheat field, white stone and a red tile roof, a building that had seen better governments. Mireya stopped at the gate. Mireya stood in the doorway. She looked older than the last time Mireya had seen her. The gray in her hair had spread. The lines around her mouth had deepened. She was holding a folder. "I know what you think of me," Mireya said. "You think I sold you to Donal. You think I chose the treaty over your life. I think you kept me alive and hidden for 23 years, Mireya said. And I think you did it for reasons that had nothing to do with love. Mireya's jaw tightened. I sold a list of possible auric aliases 5 years ago. 14 names. Yours was the only one that mattered. I sold it to keep Belmonte creditors from exposing us both. The man who bought it is dead. The list died with him. Then who sold my name to the Convoy? Mireya held out the folder. The courier did not act alone. She sold your location and your birth name for passage. But she did not know your birth name until someone told her. Someone who was there the night you were born. Mireya took the folder. She opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was careful, practiced. The hand of someone who wrote slowly to avoid mistakes. Sister Amara sold your mother's last letter to the convocation for the price of a sealed church pension. Mireya's world stopped. Sister Amara, the woman in the ash veil, the archivist who had led her to the salt ground cache, the woman who had claimed to preserve Ilara's records. She had sold the letter. She had sold the name. She had sold everything. The chapter ends with Mireya staring at the name on the paper. Mireya watches her from the doorway. Lucan waits at her back. And the horizon beyond the wheat field shows the smoke of a burning farmstead that might be Nikanor's, or might be something else entirely. Chapter 55. The paper trembled in her hands. Sister Amara's name. The woman in the ash veil who had led her to the cache. The archivist who had claimed to preserve Ilara's records. She had sold everything for a pension. Mireya folded the sheet and pressed it against the folder. Sister Amara knew my mother. Mireya did not flinch. Sister Amara knew your mother's handwriting, your mother's seal, and your mother's fear. She kept the letter 30 years. She sold it the morning the convocation convened. Who bought it? The church delegate, Vasquez. He paid the pension into an account she opened 3 weeks before the convocation. She signed the receipt. The bank has a copy if you need more proof. Mireya's throat tightened. The woman who had led her to the salt ground cache. The woman who had touched her shoulder in the ruined chapel. The woman who had watched her read the fragments of Ilara's life. All of it staged, all of it sold. Why? Mireya's expression did not change. Because she was old, because she was tired, because she had spent 30 years waiting for the world to remember the auric line, and the world forgot. She chose a pension over a promise. The horizon beyond the wheat field was darker now. The smoke had spread. The burning farmstead Nicanor had been resting in was gone. Where is she now? Gone. The morning after the courier delivered the letter, she collected her pension papers and left the convent. No one knows where she traveled. Mireya took a breath. It tasted of ash. Thank you. Mireya's chin lifted. I did not give you the name to be thanked. I gave it because I owe your mother a death that makes sense of her life. If I cannot have that, I will settle for not being the one who buried her daughter alongside her. The magistrate cleared his throat from the doorway. There is transport arranged. 2 horses, a cart, provisions. The road east toward the foothills is still clear. You will have 6 hours before the next patrol. Mireya looked at Lucan. He was watching the wheat field. 6 hours is not enough. It is what I can give you, the magistrate said. The convoy that passed through here yesterday returned to Ravan. They are regrouping. Someone is telling them where you are. Sister Amara, or the pension she bought. Footsteps approached from the yard. A young man in a magistrate's clerk coat appeared, breathing hard. Officers at the North Road, 8 mounted, 2 wagons. They are carrying printed sheets. Warrants. Mireya's hand went to her potus. The shell casing, the strand of hair, Ilara's sealed letter. She would not be caught with them. She would not be caught at all. Where is the cellar? Mireya's eyes sharpened. How did you know? Because magistrate houses built before the tariff war all have cellars, grain storage, water caches, escape routes. The old builders knew power changed hands fast. Mireya's mouth tightened. The trapdoor is in the back room, behind the ledger cabinet. It leads to a drainage tunnel that empties into the creek bed. From there, you can follow the dry channel east for 2 miles before the terrain rises. Mireya moved toward the back room. Lucan followed. The magistrate did not stop them. Mireya did not stop them. At the doorway, Mireya turned. You could have stayed silent. You could have let me walk into the convoy blind. Mireya stood in the middle of the room, a woman who had spent 12 years paying a convent to hide a secret she helped create. I could have done a great many things, Soraya. I chose the one that lets me look at your face when I die. The first shouts rose from the north road. Soraya did not wait. She pushed through the back room door. The ledger cabinet was against the far wall, heavy oak with iron bands. She found the seam where the floor met the cabinet and pulled. The cabinet shifted. The trap door was visible beneath it, a rusted iron ring set into the wood. She hooked her finger through the ring and pulled. The door opened. Darkness, stone steps, the smell of damp earth. Lucan dropped to his knee beside the opening, his eyes adjusting. I will go first. No, we go together. She did not wait for his answer. She lowered herself onto the first step, her hand against the wall, the stone cold through her palm. Lucan followed. The trap door closed above them, sealing out the light. The darkness was absolute. Soraya stood still, her breath slowing, her hand against a wall she could not see. The corridor stretched ahead. The air was wet and cold. Above them, wood scraped stone. The cabinet had been pushed back. Mireya, or the magistrate, or the young clerk who had brought the warning. It did not matter which. The door was closed. The cellar was dark. The only way forward was to walk into the throat of the earth and trust that Mireya had not lied about the channel. Lucan's hand found hers in the dark. We walk until it ends. She did not answer. She walked. The tunnel narrowed. The walls changed from stone to packed earth. The ceiling dropped until she had to stoop, then crawl, her knees pressing into wet ground, her fingers finding roots that had grown through the soil above. She crawled. Behind her, Lucan crawled. Her world became the scrape of her own breath, the smell of mud, the weight of the earth above her. And then the ground sloped upward. The air changed. The wet soil gave way to gravel and stone. She pushed upward with her hands and found air. Sky. The creek bed was dry, the sun high, the wheat field behind them. She pulled herself out of the tunnel and rolled onto her back, her chest heaving, her hands raw. Lucan emerged beside her. He was bleeding again, a fresh cut on his palm, blood mixed with mud and gravel. She looked at him. He looked at her. And in that moment, in the dry creek bed with the smoke of a burning farmstead behind them and the Warrants hunting ahead, Soraya understood what she had become. She was no longer a treaty bride. She was no longer a claimant. She was a woman who crawled through the earth to survive, who had burned documents and carried letters and trusted no one, and who had just watched the last woman who could have been called ally choose to stay in a house that would fill with guns. She did not know if Mireya would live. She did not know if the tunnel had been salvation or a sentence. She only knew that she was still moving, still breathing, still carrying her mother's unopened letter against her chest, and that somewhere north of the wheat field, the man who had built the cage was still hunting. She climbed to her feet. The dry channel stretched east. They walked into it as the first gunshot rang out from the magistrate house behind them. Chapter 56. The dry creek bed gave them 2 miles before the terrain rose and the cover ran out. Soraya's boots were wet, her calves burning from the crawl, the raw places on her palms singing with every step. She did not stop. She could not stop. The gunshot from the magistrate house still rang in her skull, a single note repeating. Lucan walked beside her. The cut on his palm had stopped bleeding, but the wound was still open. Dirt caked in the edges. They moved east through the wash of late afternoon light, staying low where the channel shallowed, stepping where the gravel did not hold prints. By dusk, the sky had turned the color of old iron. The storm came in from the sea, fast and cold. Rain broke over them in sheets, flattening the wheat, turning the dry ground to mud within minutes. The wind carried salt and the smell of wet rock. Soraya's teeth began to chatter. Lucan grabbed her arm and pulled her toward a dark cluster of roofs ahead. A fisher village. A dozen buildings huddled against the coast, boats pulled high onto the shingle, nets hanging from poles like wet ghosts. They moved through the alley between 2 shuttered houses. The windows were dark. No lamps, no voices. The village had boarded itself against the weather. At the far end, a single structure sat apart from the others. A net-mending shed with a stone foundation and a door that did not quite close. Lucan pushed it open. Inside, coils of rope, stacked floats, a workbench, a single oil lamp with a cracked chimney. The floor was packed earth. The roof held. He lit the lamp with a match from his coat. The light spread thin and yellow across the walls. Mireya stood in the center of the room, her hands shaking, her dress soaked, her mother's sealed letter still pressed against her chest beneath the wet fabric. Lucan closed the door. The wind pressed against it, but the latch held. "We stay until the storm passes." She nodded. She could not find words. He moved to the workbench, found a roll of oilcloth and a length of twine. He wrapped the cut on his palm without looking at it, his movements mechanical, his eyes on the door. Mireya watched him. The silence stretched. She should be thinking about the next move. The warrants. Donald. The hostages Paloma had warned about. The cash. The letter. But she was thinking about his hands. The way he had wrapped his own wound without asking for help. The way he had followed her into the tunnel without hesitation. The way he had not asked what she was carrying when she pressed the letter against her chest. He looked up. "You are staring. You are bleeding. I wrapped it. Badly." She crossed the room before she could stop herself. She took his hand, unwrapped the oilcloth, and rewound it tighter, pulling the knot with her teeth. He did not pull away. When she finished, she did not let go. "Lucan?" He looked at her. "After this, if we live, what do you want?" The question hung in the air between them. He did not answer quickly. He did not look away. "I want to stop being able to answer that question." She did not understand. He pulled his hand free but gently. "I told you once that I could walk into anything that ended with Donald losing. I meant it. I still mean it. But I cannot tell anymore whether I am protecting you, loving you, or simply becoming a man who burns cities for one person." The lamp flickered. "And that terrifies me more than any kill box my father ever built." Mireya felt the words land in her chest like stones. She had wanted honesty. She had asked for it, negotiated for it, built a marriage on the cracked foundation of it. But this was not the honesty of strategy. This was the honesty of a man who had looked at himself and found a stranger. "I am not asking you to burn cities." "I know. Then why did you say it?" He stepped closer. The rain hammered the roof. The lamp threw their shadows against the wall. "Because I need you to know what you are walking beside." She did not step back. "Then let me walk beside it. I am not afraid of what you can do. I am afraid of what we will become if we do not stop." He reached up and touched her face, his fingers cold, his palm rough with the fresh bandage. "Then we stop. Together. When this is over, we stop." She leaned into his hand. "Promise me." "I promise." The word hung between them, fragile and absolute. The storm howled. The shed held. And then the telephone rang. Mireya's whole body went still. The sound came from a wooden box on the workbench, an old shield phone with a crank on the side. It was ringing. No one in a fisher village would have a field phone wired to a net-mending shed. Lucan crossed to it in 2 strides. He picked up the receiver. "Yes." A pause. He looked at Mireya. "It is Paloma." Mireya took the receiver from him. The plastic was cold against her ear. "Paloma, thank the salt." Paloma's voice was tight, stretched thin. "I did not know if you would reach a line." "Where are you?" "Safe house. Thorn Ford. Itzel's people pulled me out before the house sealed." "Tell me." A crackle. Paloma's breath came fast. "He has them, Mireya. Donald. He took the household staff. All of them. Cook, the stable boy, the clerk who never raised his eyes. He has them locked in the west wing." Mireya's grip tightened on the receiver. "How many?" 12, 14. I do not have a full count. Does he know where I am?" "I do not think so, but he does not need to. He sent word to the harbor. He will start releasing names tomorrow morning. 1 every hour until you surrender." Mireya closed her eyes. The storm, the shed, the promise Lucan had just made, they meant nothing if she let people die for her. "Paloma, who is the first name?" The pause stretched. "Paloma, your maid." Paloma's voice broke. "The one who changed your sheets the first morning. They took her first." Mireya remembered her. A girl with rough hands who had not met her eyes, who had folded the corners of the sheets with military precision, who had answered Mireya's question about the harbor view with a single word. "Lucan seals," she said. "Does Donald have them?" "He has everything. He has been planning this since the night we broke the convocation." Mireya looked at Lucan. He was watching her, his face unreadable, his bandaged hand resting on the workbench. She had just promised them they would stop together, but Donald had just made stopping impossible. "Paloma, I am coming back. You cannot. The warrants." "I am coming back." Silence. "Then I will be waiting." The line went dead. Mireya set the receiver back in its cradle. The lamp flickered. Lucan did not ask what she was going to do. He already knew. "When?" "Dawn. You have no transport, no weapons, no route past the warrants." "I have you." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Old, discolored. A harbor map marked with a single route through the drainage tunnels. "I took it from Itzal's safe before we left St. Mercy House. I did not know why until now." He laid it on the workbench. Mireya looked at the route. Then she looked at him. "What are you?" He met her eyes. "I do not know anymore, but I know what I am becoming." He slid the map toward her. Chapter 57. The map was old. The ink had faded to rust along the fold lines, and the paper smelled of salt and storage. Mireya traced the drainage tunnel route with her finger, following the line from the harbor edge to a point beneath the east wing, the wing Nicanor used to control. "Dawn is 4 hours, Lucan said. "Maybe less if the storm clears early." She did not lift her eyes from the map. "Then we need to move before dawn. The warrants are printed. Every patrol has a copy of your face." "I know what my face looks like." He did not argue. He stood at the workbench beside her, his bandaged hand flat on the wood, and waited. She had asked him what he was becoming. He had answered. Now she needed to decide what she was becoming. The field phone did not ring again for 40 minutes. Mireya spent those minutes memorizing the map. The drainage entry beneath the customs house, the service tunnel that connected to the old maternity wing, the stair Itzal had marked with a single crossed line. Lucan watched the door. The rain kept falling. When the phone rang the second time, Mireya caught it before the first note died. "Yes, 14 names." Paloma's voice was steadier now, focused. "I have them all. They are not all staff." Mireya pressed the receiver tighter to her ear. "Read them." Paloma read. The cook, the stable boy, the clerk who never raised his eyes, 3 maids from the east wing, 2 drivers from the motor pool, a gardener who'd been at St. Mercy House since before Lucan was born, a sewing woman who mended the household linens. Mireya memorized each name as it came. "Those are 12, she said. "The 13th is your maid. I told you already. And the 14th? A pause. "Father Sorel." Mireya's hand went still. "She was delivered from Santa Lila yesterday evening, under guard. Donald had her brought by carriage. Does she know why? No one knows anything. They are all locked in separate rooms. No light, no water. He is letting them wait." Mireya closed her eyes. Mother Sorel had been confined at Santa Lila after the ledger was discovered. Confined meant restricted, not imprisoned. It meant she still had access to the convent's resources, to its archives, to its network of informants who wore ash-colored cloaks and answered to ecclesiastical authority. Donald had not taken her to torture her. He had taken her to use her. "She knows everything," Mireya said. "The payments, the extraction dates, the cipher, every name she encoded in that ledger." "She will not talk," Paloma said. "Everyone talks. Donald knows how to make them. He has not started yet. He is waiting for you. My surrender. He wants you inside the house. He will not hurt them until you refuse to come." Mireya looked at the map. The drainage tunnel route ended beneath the east wing. If Nicanor still held the east guard, the tunnel was a viable entry point. If Donald had turned Nicanor's men since the farmstead burned, the tunnel was a burial shaft. "Paloma, is the east wing still Nicanor's?" "Half. Donald's men hold the corridor between the wing and the main hall, but the tunnel exit is clear. Itzal's people checked it before she went dark." "Where is Itzal now?" "I do not know." She sent the map with me and vanished. Mireya set the receiver down on the workbench and stared at the map. Lucan stepped closer. What are you thinking? She is the 14th name. Mother Sorel. She kept me hidden for 10 years. She took payments from both sides. She trained me to be silent and still and obedient. And she did it because she believed containment was protection. Mireya paused. Donald does not need to make her talk. She already knows everything. He just needs to keep her alive long enough to stage a witness. A witness to what? To an accounting, a full record of my life, where I was born, who raised me, what I was trained to be. He will put her in front of the church council and she will testify that I was never a free agent, that every choice I made was scripted. Lucan was quiet for a moment. Can she prove it? She kept the ledger. You burned the ledger. The copies. The originals are in her memory. Every date, every payment, every instruction Donald gave her. She can recite them under oath because she never trusted paper to hold the full truth. The lamp flickered. The shed smelled of salt and rust and wet rope. Mireya picked up the map and folded it along the creases. We go before dawn, not to surrender, to collect the witnesses. Lucan looked at her. 14 people locked in separate rooms, armed guards, no light, no water. Donald will have the corridors wired. He will expect you to try a rescue. I know. Then what is the plan? Mireya looked at the map. The tunnel leads to the maternity wing. The wing Donald built when he thought Lucan's mother would give him sons. Itzel marked a route through the old nursery, a route her father never inspected because he refused to walk where his wife bled. She looked up. We enter through the one place he never goes. Lucan met her eyes. And after we enter, we find them before he starts the executions. That is not a plan. That is a hope. It is a direction. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a second piece of paper, smaller than the map, folded tight. I took this from the safe too. He opened it. A list of names, handwritten, Donald's own hand. Mireya read them. Every name Paloma had just spoken. Every name except one. Mother Sorel was not on Donald's list. Where did you get this? It was in Itzel's safe, tucked beneath the map. She left it for me. Then how did Paloma know about Mother Sorel? They looked at each other. The lamp flickered, the rain slowed, and the field phone rang a third time. Mireya picked it up. Paloma, something is wrong. Paloma's voice was thin now. Itzel is not answering. Her line has been dead for 2 hours. Where is she? I told you, I do not know. Then who gave you the 14th name? A pause. The courier. The woman who carried you from Santa Lilari. The gray-haired woman, the one who had betrayed Mireya to the convoy, the one who had sold her birth name for passage out of Heir. She is here, Paloma whispered, at the safe house. She says she has come to finish what she started. Mireya set the receiver down. The map lay open on the workbench. The list sat beside it. And somewhere in the dark, between the betrayer and the unread letter, Mireya understood that the trap was not waiting at St. Mercy House. It was already here. Lucan's hand closed over hers. What do you need? She looked at the map, the list, the silent phone. Time. She did not have it. Chapter 58. She stood there for a long count after the line went dead, the phone still warm against her palm. The map lay open on the workbench, Donald's list beside it. The lamp threw their shadows against the salt-stained wall, and somewhere beyond the shed, the rain had softened to a drizzle that smelled of wet stone and harbor rot. Lucan did not speak. He waited. She picked up the map and folded it along the creases Itzel had marked. The tunnel route ran beneath the east wing, surfaced in the old nursery, then threaded through a service corridor that opened into the west wing storage hall. From there, 14 doors, 14 hostages, 14 rooms with no light and no water. Can Nicanor still hold the east guard? Half of it. Lucan's voice was flat. The half Donald has not bought. And the corridor between wing and main hall? He holds one end. Donald holds the other. She traced the route with her finger. The old nursery, the service corridor, the storage hall. Each step a gamble on whether Nicanor's men still held their ground or had been turned while the farmstead burned. We cannot take 14 people through that corridor. Then we do not take them through the corridor. She looked up. The tunnel exit is in the storage hall? 3 feet from the door. Itzel marked it. Then we bring them down, one at a time, into the tunnel, out beneath the east wing. And then we move them through the drainage route to the harbor. Paloma will have boats. Lucan studied her face. You are planning to leave the city. I am planning to leave the cage. She said it without heat. A statement of fact, stripped of hope and fear alike. The cage had walls of stone and contracts and surveillance, but it also had a drainage tunnel, a maternity wing, and a patriarch who believed his son would never walk where his wife had bled. I will expect a frontal assault. Then we do not give him one. We give him a rescue. We give him an extraction. She set the map down and picked up Donald's list, every name except Mother Sorrel. The omission was a statement. He did not need to hold her. She was already his witness. Do you trust me? Lucan's eyes met hers. I am becoming yours. Then we go now, before dawn breaks, before the executions begin. He reached for his coat. The harbor map was already inside it. The drainage tunnel route drawn in Itzel's hand, every turn and ladder and exit marked with the precision of a woman who had spent 12 years mapping the house her father built. The shed door opened. A figure stood in the frame, tall, dark, one arm in a sling. Nicanor. He looked like a man who had crawled through hell and found it empty. You are both insane. Mireya did not flinch. You are alive? Barely. He stepped inside, kicking the door shut behind him. The farmstead is ash, my men are split, and Donald has 14 people locked in rooms with no water. I know. Then you also know the maternity wing is a death trap. Itzel marked a route. Did she mark the guard she did not know about? A pause. Nicanor pulled a folded paper from his coat. Older than the map, the ink had bled at the edges. Donald's original building schematics, before Itzel was born, before he walled off the wing. He opened it on the workbench. The maternity wing was larger than Itzel had marked. A second corridor branched north, connecting to a room labeled Consultation. Another east to a door with no designation. That door, Nicanor said, tapping it, goes nowhere on the current plans. Itzel never saw it. Is it sealed? No. Mireya looked at the schematic. The unmarked door sat at the end of a corridor Donald had built, then walled off, then pretended did not exist. A room his wife had used. A room he had refused to enter after she died. What is in there? I do not know, but Donald knows you do not know about it, and he will have planned for every route you think you have. The lamp flickered. The rain began again. Mireya looked at the schematics, the map, the list. Itzel sent the map. She did. She marked the route through the maternity wing. She did. Then she knew about the second corridor. Nicanor said nothing. Mireya met his eyes. She did not tell you. She told me enough. She told you to bring the schematics. A silence. Then Nicanor nodded. She said you would need to see the whole house before you walked into it. Mireya looked down at the schematics, the unmarked door, the second corridor, the room Donald had erased. So, City of Trastic? She did not know what waited inside. But she knew one thing. The trap was not waiting at St. Mercy House. It was waiting in the room Donald had built and then buried, and Itzel had sent the key to find it. She folded the schematics into her coat. Let us go. Lucan took the map. Nicanor reached for the door, and somewhere in the dark, between the betrayer and the unread letter, Mireya understood that the rescue was only the beginning. Chapter 59. The dust lay thick as ash on the nursery floor. Mireya stepped over a fallen cradle, the wood cracked and splintered, its paint flaking into pale curls. The maternity wing smelled of sealed windows and old linen, of something left to rot in silence. Behind her, Lucan's boots made no sound on the floorboards. He moved like a man who understood that noise carried in dead spaces. She stopped at the first desk. Papers, stacked in neat piles undisturbed by the years. A ledger bound in dark leather, its spine unbroken. She pulled it toward her and opened it under the lantern light. Consulting physicians, monthly entries, names she did not recognize, signatures that blurred into medical script. Her hands moved without permission, turning pages she already knew she should not read. Fertility schedules. The words sat on the page in clean ink. Her cycle, tracked before she had arrived. Projected windows of conception, notes on diet and movement and sleep. She kept turning. Draft names. A list of hypothetical heirs, each one crossed out and replaced. A column for sons, another for daughters. The ink had been dry for years, written before the treaty, before the marriage, before she had ever heard the name Drazen. She stopped breathing. Lucan reached past her and turned another page. His jaw tightened. The file was hers. Marriage file, the header read. Mireya Belmonte Drazen. Beneath it, the projected schedules for the first 5 years. Physician consultations pre-approved. A list of Drazen-controlled clinics. A note in Donald's hand at the bottom. Heir extraction priority 1. Maintain neutral public profile until first pregnancy confirmed. She did not move. The room Donald built, she said, and then buried. Lucan nodded. It was not a nursery. It was a ledger. A record of everything Donald had planned for her body before she had ever set foot in St. Mercy House. The schedules, the clinics, the draft names, a child's name written in ink before its mother had been told she would be married. She closed the ledger. Her hands did not shake. "Keep it," she said. Lucan folded it into his coat. They moved deeper into the wing, past empty cribs and sealed cabinets, past a row of chairs where consulting physicians had sat and drafted the future in neat columns. The infirmary door stood half open. Light bled through the crack, yellow lantern light, not natural. Someone was inside. Mireya stopped. Lucan's hand found her arm. She did not move. The voice came through the gap, low, measured. The cadence of a woman who had spent decades choosing her words like instruments. She was never meant to survive this long uncaptured. Mother, Soleil. Mireya's breath caught. The voice continued, unhurried. I trained her for obedience, not survival. The convent was supposed to soften her, break the will before anyone needed to test it. But she found edges I did not see. A pause. She found the edges, and she walked through them. Mireya stood in the dark. The lantern light fell across her hands. She did not know who Sorel was speaking to. She did not care. The truth was enough. She had not been hidden to keep her safe. She had been hidden to keep her contained. And every prayer, every silence, every hour of kneeling in the chapel stone was a thread in the rope they had tied around her will. She stepped forward. Lucan's hand tightened. She shook her head. Then she pressed her palm against the infirmary door. The wood gave. The light spilled across her face. Mother Sorel looked up, and Mireya stepped into the room where the woman who had raised her was finishing a confession meant for someone else's ears. Chapter 60. The infirmary air was cold and sharp, iodine and old linen. The lantern on the table threw long shadows across the floor, and Mother Sorel stood on the far side of it, her hands still resting on the edge of a chair as if she had been interrupted mid-sentence. The woman facing her was unknown to Mireya. Dark dress, a veil that fell past her shoulders, a silver cross at her throat. The stranger turned. Sorel did not turn. She watched Mireya step through the door and into the light, and her face did not change. That stillness, that practiced flatness, was the first thing that had ever looked honest on her. Mireya, she said, not daughter, not child, not the soft names she had given through years of chapel sermons and midnight confessions. Just the name, stripped of warmth, as if the mask had been lifted and the stone beneath had been there all along. Tell me again, Mireya said. Sorel's chin lifted a fraction. What I heard from the hall, Mireya continued. Say it to my face. The veiled woman took a step toward the door. Mireya did not look at her, did not move. The woman hesitated, then slipped past her into the dark wing beyond. The door swung shut. They were alone. Sorel pulled the chair out and sat, her hands folded on the table beside the lantern. The gesture was so familiar that Mireya's chest tightened. Sit down, Sorel said. I will not. then you will hear this standing." The old woman's voice was dry as prayer book paper. "You were never meant to be safe, Mireya. You were meant to be kept. There is a difference, and I taught you that difference every day you knelt in my chapel." The words landed like stones. "Ungoverned claimants do not live long," Sorel continued. "They are assassinated before their first flowering, married off to men who understand only what blood can produce. Used to start wars that men call righteous, and widows call Tuesday. The Auric line produced 3 such wars in 60 years. 3. Each one began because someone with your blood decided they wanted something the church had not given them permission to want." Soroya's hands stayed at her sides. "You were protecting me. From you." Sorel's eyes did not waver. "From the people who would use you. From the fate that waits for every woman whose body carries a crown she never asked for. I kept you small so you could stay alive. I kept you silent so no one would hear your name. I kept you obedient so that when the moment came, you would do what needed to be done instead of what you wanted to do." "And who decided what needed to be done?" Sorel's mouth pressed thin. "I did." Soroya stepped closer. Her shadow fell across the table. "You were supposed to deliver me when you could dictate terms," she said. "That is what the ledger meant. The extraction dates, the payments from both sides. You were waiting for the right price. I was waiting for you to survive long enough to be worth delivering." "Don't," Soroya said. Her voice did not rise. It was the stillness that stopped the room. "Do not dress it in care. You trained me for containment. You fed me silence and called it virtue. You made me believe invisibility was the only form of safety I deserved." Sorel's jaw tightened. "And I was right," she said. "Look at what happened the moment you became visible. Shoot on sight warrants, 14 hostages, a man who will burn this city to ash if he cannot lock you in a room and breed you. Do you think I did not know what Donald Drazen was? I knew. I knew the day Mireya brought you to my gate. I knew what he would want, what he would take, what he would build if he ever got his hands on you." "Then why did you let him?" Sorel's hands tightened on her folded fingers. "Because the church votes that protect Santa Lilari's neutrality were bought," she said. 3 weeks ago, Donald paid off the ecclesiastical council that was supposed to keep the convent outside his reach. The same votes that made us neutral territory, untouchable by dynastic seizure, gone. He paid for every one." The words hung in the air. "He bought them 3 weeks before the convocation," Soroya said, "before you ever knew you would be married." Sorel's voice was flat. "I did not deliver you, Soroya. He took you. He paid for the right to reach through the church and pull you out of my hands. I had planned to move you before the extraction deadline. I had a route, a destination, a network that would have put you beyond his reach for years. But he moved first. He bought the leash that held you, and I could not cut it fast enough." Soroya heard the words. They did not land like comfort. "You had a plan," she said, "but you never told me, never warned me, never gave me a choice about whether to be kept or set free. I was keeping you alive. You were keeping me yours." Sorel's expression cracked. It was small, a fraction of a second, but Soroya saw it. "I raised you," Sorel said. "I held you when you woke screaming from dreams you did not understand. I taught you to read the old treaties, to count the exits in every room, to eat nothing you had not seen prepared. I gave you the tools to survive a world that would eat you raw. I created my mind from that exactly way. I divided me between it. You are got to get to the college if the equilentum needed to be flawed, or anyway I do. I watching a fever revealing why peace was learn. So Mireya mitching for rigor have its take the terrifier. I met them tickled to my arc, and conflicted this tour. I mean not, which we have only freezed and weren't. A 5-year projection from my body before I ever heard the name Drazen. Do you know what is in this book?" Sorel's mouth opened, closed. "It is a record," Soroya continued, "of everything Donald planned to do with me. And you enabled it. Every year you took his payments. Every quarter you counted Mireya's coins. You built the infrastructure that made this possible. You did not protect me from Donald. You stored me until he was ready." The lantern flame flickered. Soroya leaned forward. "Tell me one thing," she said. "The room Donald built for his wife, the one he walled off after she died. She was Alara Drazen, my mother. What is in the room he buried?" Sorel looked at her. The silence stretched. She was not dead, Mireya said. Mireya's breath stopped. When Donald walled that room, Mireya said slowly, Ilara was still inside it, breathing, bleeding, alive. The lantern caught the old woman's face. She was alive, Mireya said. The word was not a question. Sorel's throat moved. She is still there. Chapter 61. The silence in the infirmary had edges. Mireya stood with the ledger still in her hand, the leather warm from her grip, and watched Mother Sorel's face settle into something older than confession. The lantern flame threw shadows across the wall that looked like bars. She is still there, Mireya repeated. The words felt hollow, too small for what they carried. Mother Sorel did not answer. She did not need to. The truth was already written in the old woman's stillness, in the way her hands had stopped trembling, in the quiet of a secret held so long it had calcified into bone. Mireya turned. Lucan stood in the doorway. His face had gone pale beneath the lamp glow, his winter water eyes fixed on the space where the words still hung. He had heard. She saw it in the way his throat moved, in the way he did not speak. Ilara Drazen, his mother, alive. The moment stretched, thin as wire, and then a sound broke it. Footsteps, fast, coming from the corridor. Mireya's hand went to her coat, found the grip of the pistol Nicanor had given her at the shed. Lucan moved before she could, stepping past her into the hall, his shoulder brushing hers as he went. A figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Paloma. Her face was streaked with dust, her rough hands pressed against the wall to steady herself. She was breathing too hard. "Alarms," she said. "The east wing. Someone tripped the perimeter lines." Mireya's chest went cold. The hostages. Still locked, but the guards know someone is inside the house. Paloma's eyes moved past Mireya to the infirmary door, to the figure of Mother Sorel still seated at the table. "They are sealing the corridors. You have minutes, not hours." Nicanor appeared behind Paloma, his injured arm pressed tight against his ribs, his good hand gripping the doorframe. His face was grim. "Clean retreat," he said. "Now, before they lock the stair doors." Lucan looked at Mireya. She saw the question in his eyes, the same question she was asking herself. The hostages were still in the West Wing storage hall. 14 people, locked in darkness, waiting for dawn. "There is no retreat," Mireya said. Nicanor's jaw tightened. "If we stay, we die in these walls. Donald will burn the whole wing before he lets you take the witnesses. Then we take them faster." She was already moving. Past Lucan, past Paloma, into the corridor where the dust still hung and the walls smelled of old plaster and rot. Her boots struck the stone in a rhythm that felt like counting. Behind her, she heard Lucan follow. The West Wing storage hall was 3 corridors over. Mireya counted doors as she passed. 14, each locked, each holding a person who had been dragged from their bed, their kitchen, their stable, and thrown into the dark because Donald needed leverage. She found the first door and tried the handle. Locked. The second. Locked. The third door had a bolt. She threw it open and found the cook huddled against the far wall, a woman in her 50s with flour still under her nails and terror in her eyes. "Out," Mireya said. "Follow the maid with the lamp. Do not stop." The cook scrabbled. Mireya moved to the next door. Behind her she heard Nicanor's voice, low and sharp, giving orders to Paloma. "Get them moving. Single file. No noise." The old fire stair at the end of the east corridor leads down to the service yard. She opened the 4th door, the 5th, the 6th. Each face that emerged was the same. Shock, then hope. Then the desperate movement of someone who had been given a chance they had stopped expecting. The 7th door was the maid, the young woman who had changed Mireya's sheets the first morning, who had stood beside the wardrobe with her hands clasped and her eyes lowered, trembling because she did not know what kind of mistress she had been given. "Come," Mireya said. The maid did not need to be told twice. By the time she reached the 10th door, Mireya's hand was raw from twisting bolts, and the corridor behind her was filling with shadows. The hostages moved in a silent line, pressed against the wall, following Paloma's lamp toward the east end where the old fire stair waited. Tariq appeared at the head of the line, his spectacles crooked on his face, ink still fresh on his fingers. He had been working, copying, recording. the man who carried the law in his hands. 10, he said. 4 still locked. Mireya turned back. The 11th door flew open as she reached it. The sewing woman emerged, clutching a roll of fabric like it was the only thing she had left in the world. The 12th. The 13th. The 14th door was at the far end of the hall, set back from the others, its lock newer than the rest. Mireya reached for it. The first gunshot came from above. The sound cracked through the stone, sharp and flat, and the line of hostages pressed against the wall in a wave of frightened silence. A second shot followed. Then shouting, voices she did not recognize. They had found the perimeter. Nicanor appeared at her side, his good hand already drawing his weapon. They are coming down from the main hall. 3, maybe 4. If they reach the fire stair before we clear it, we are trapped. Then we clear it. Mireya pulled the bolt on the 14th door. It swung open. Empty. The room was dust and old blankets. No hostage, no light, just a chair overturned in the corner and the smell of something rotting beneath the floorboards. Donnell had lied, or the list had been bait all along. Lucan's voice came from behind her, low and controlled. Fire stair. Now. She turned. He was standing at the end of the corridor, one hand raised, the other gripping the pistol at his hip. His eyes were on the stairwell door where the shouting was growing louder. Lucan, we move or we lose the line. He was right. She knew he was right. Mireya pushed the empty door shut and ran. The fire stair was narrow, the walls close, the air thick with the dust of decades. The hostages moved ahead of her, a chain of bodies pressing downward, their breathing loud in the dark. Paloma led with the lamp, her voice steady as she called each step. Mireya counted. 12. The cook, the maids, the clerk, the sewing woman, Tariq, Palomo, the gardener, the drivers, the stable boy. They were all there. All except the one who had never been locked in a room at all. She heard the stair door above crash open, boots on stone, multiple sets, moving fast. Go, Nicanor said. I will hold the landing. No, Lucan's voice cut through the dark. You cannot hold anything with one arm. Get them to the yard. And you? Lucan looked at Mireya. For a moment, the stairwell was silent, except for the breathing of the hostages. Keep them moving, he said. I will hold. Nicanor's face went tight. That is not the plan. I know. Lucan turned and started up the stairs. Mireya watched him go. She saw the way his shoulders settled, the way his hand found the grip of his weapon without hesitation, the way his boots struck the stone in a rhythm she had heard before. The morning of her wedding, when he had stepped into the chapel with the same cadence. Controlled, measured, unstoppable. He had used that stride to cage her. Now he used it to buy them time. Lucan. He stopped, did not turn. Do not die on this stair. He said nothing, but his hand lifted just once, and then he was gone, climbing into the dark where the voices were closing in. Mireya turned and followed the line down. She heard the first exchange of fire when she was 3 floors from the yard. The sound was muffled by stone and distance, but she felt it in her chest. A rhythm she recognized. Lucan's rhythm. Cold. Precise. The cadence of a man who had been trained to hold ground until the ground was no longer worth holding. Below her, the service yard door swung open, and the night air hit her face. The hostages spilled out into the dark, their figures swallowed by fog and salt wind. Paloma was already counting them, her voice sharp with relief. Mireya stood in the doorway. The sound of gunfire had stopped. The stair above her was silent, and she did not know if he was still standing. Chapter 62. The service yard dissolved into fog the moment the last hostage cleared the door. Mireya stood at the threshold, her hand still gripping the iron frame, her ears straining for sound from the stairwell above. Nothing. No gunshots, no boots on stone, no voice calling down through the dark. The fog swallowed everything. Paloma appeared at her elbow, breath coming fast, the lamp swinging in her grip. We cannot stay in the open. There is a counting room, old customs records, no windows, one door. They will not search it before dawn. The hostages. Already moving. Mireya made herself turn, made her feet follow the line of bodies as they pressed through the fog, past the collapsed garden wall, into the narrow alley that ran behind the estate's old administration wing. She did not look back at the fire stair. Could not. The counting room was smaller than she remembered. A single desk, 3 chairs, shelves of ledgers so old the spines had cracked and bled dust. The hostages filled the floor, sitting against the walls, their breathing the only sound in the dark. Paloma bolted the door and lowered the lamp. 13 bodies, 13 faces, 1 missing. Mireya stood at the desk and let the silence settle around her. The cook was weeping quietly into her apron. The sewing woman had not let go of her roll of fabric. The stable boy stared at nothing, his hands shaking against his knees. They had been locked in rooms with no light and no water. They had heard Donald's voice in the corridor outside their doors, and they had survived because someone chose to open the locks. Mireya reached into her coat and pulled out the ledger. Not the nursery ledger. That was in Lucan's coat, wherever Lucan's body had fallen. This was the smaller book she had taken from Mother Sorrel's desk before leaving the infirmary. Accounts, payments, names. She laid it flat on the desk and opened to the first blank page. "I need to record what you saw," she said. The cook looked up. Her face was swollen from crying, her knuckles white where she gripped her apron. "I need your name," Mireya said. "Your position, the date you were confined, what you heard before the door closed." The cook's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "I was in the kitchen," she said. "He came down himself. Donald, not a guard. He told me I would be released when his daughter-in-law arrived to collect me." His daughter-in-law. Not Mireya's name, not even the treaty bride. A designation, a function. What else did he say? The cook's eyes flicked to the other hostages. "He said you would come. He said you were predictable that way." Mireya wrote it down. The words looked small on the page. The clerk spoke next. He had been taken from the estate office at midday, he said, and locked in a room on the west corridor. Before the door closed, Donald had given orders to a man in a gray coat, instructions about phone lines, and a woman who was not to be reached under any circumstances. Itzel. The clerk did not know the woman's name, only that she was dark-haired and wore rings on both hands. Mireya wrote that down too. One by one, the hostages spoke. The gardener had heard Donald speaking to someone about a room with a newer lock, a room that was not meant to be opened. The driver had seen papers on Donald's desk, lists of names crossed out and rewritten. The sewing woman had been told to prepare a set of curtains for a room that did not exist on any estate plan. Mireya filled 3 pages. Patterns emerged. A network of informants that stretched through every wing of St. Mercy House. Confinement orders signed before the hostages were taken. A list of names that matched almost perfectly with Paloma's earlier warning. Almost. She looked up. "Paloma." The maid was standing by the door, her rough hands clasped in front of her, her eyes moving too fast. "The list you gave me," Mireya said. 14 names, but Donald's own list had 13. Paloma's throat moved. "You told me Mother Sorrel was taken as a hostage, but Donald did not write her name down. He did not count her among the ones he was willing to trade." Silence. 13 faces turned toward Paloma. "She was not a hostage," Mireya said. "She was a witness. Donald brought her to testify at a convocation he already controlled. But you told me she was one of us. You told me she was locked in a room with no light and no water." Paloma's hands were shaking. "I had to get you inside. You lied to me." "I had to." Paloma's voice cracked. "You would not have come if you knew she was already with him. You would have found another way, and there was no other way. The east wing was sealed, the guards were everywhere. The only route that was open was the one Donald wanted you to take." She stepped forward, her eyes bright with something that could have been fear or guilt or both. "I knew you could get the hostages out. I knew you would try. But I also knew Donald was waiting for you to go to Mother Sorrel first. He wanted you in that infirmary. He wanted you to hear her confession before you saw the empty room." Mireya's hand tightened on the ledger. "How did you know about the empty room?" "I did not until I saw you open the door." "But you knew Mother Sorrel was not a hostage." "Yes, and you did not tell me." "No." Soroya set down the pen. The room was very quiet. Who else is not on Donald's list? Paloma's face went pale. Paloma. Who else? My brother. The word dropped into the silence like a stone. He rerouted the informant chain, Paloma said. The one you exposed in your first week, the servants who reported to Donald through the laundry and the kitchen and the night watch. After you planted the letter and watched who reacted, Donald knew the chain was compromised. But my brother told him he could rebuild it. He could make it invisible. She swallowed. He is the reason Donald knew where you were. Every time you moved, every safe house you reached, every road you took, my brother fed it to him through a route no one else in the house could trace. Soroya did not move, and you knew this. I knew. How long? Since the night Ixel's line went dead. Soroya looked down at the ledger. 3 pages of testimony, names, dates, patterns, evidence that could destroy Donald in any court that still had jurisdiction over St. Mercy House. But it was not the only evidence in the room. She closed the book. Where is your brother now? Paloma's hands were trembling at her sides. I do not know. A boot scraped on the floor outside the door. Everyone froze. The counting room went still. 13 bodies pressed against the walls. 13 held breaths. The lamp flame flickered once and steadied, and Soroya watched the shadow beneath the door for movement. Nothing. Whoever stood on the other side had not knocked, had not called out, had not retreated. Soroya set the ledger down and moved toward the door in silence. Her feet found the floorboards she had memorized on entry, the ones that did not creak. 3 steps. 4. Her hand reached for the bolt. The shadow shifted. A voice came through the wood, low and hoarse. Open it. Soroya's hand stopped. She knew that voice. She pulled the bolt. The door swung inward, and Lucan stood in the frame. His coat was dark with blood at the shoulder. His face was pale, his jaw tight, his eyes the color of winter water and just as cold. He was alive. He was standing. And behind him, in the corridor, the sound of boots on stone was growing louder. He stepped through the door, and Soroya slammed the bolt home behind him. The counting room filled with the sound of his breathing, ragged, deep. The breathing of a man who had held a stairwell against pursuers and walked away with his body still intact. Lucan! He raised a hand, not to stop her, but to show her what he carried in his fingers. A key, brass, old, the metal worn smooth from years of use. It was in the wall, he said, behind the stone I was using for cover. Someone hid it there, someone who knew the fire stair was not meant to hold. Soroya took the key. It was warm from his grip, warm from the fire that burned above them. She turned it over and saw the symbol etched into the bow, the same crossed arrow mark from Mother Sorrel's ledger, the extraction date key. Donald had not built the fire stair to trap her. He had built it to make her take the one door she had not yet opened. Soroya looked up at Lucan, the key cold in her palm, and knew the trap was not behind her anymore. It was in her hand. Chapter 63. Soroya turned the brass key over in her palm. The crossed arrow mark caught the lamplight, the metal worn smooth at the edges, old enough to have been cut before the maternity wing was built. Lucan leaned against the doorframe, one hand pressed to his shoulder where blood had soaked through his coat and begun to dry. Where does it go? She did not answer. She looked at Paloma instead. Paloma stood with her back to the wall, her hands still trembling at her sides where they had been since she spoke her brother's name. Her face was the color of ash. You knew about the key? Soroya said. Paloma shook her head. I knew about the tunnel. Silence. Where is he? Below the counting room, Paloma said. There is a passage. It runs under the old chapel foundation and meets the drainage route Nicanor used. He has been sleeping there for 3 days. Take me to him. Lucan pushed off the doorframe. I am coming. The shoulder can wait. Soroya looked at him. His jaw was set, his eyes clear despite the blood loss. She did not argue. Paloma crossed to the far wall where a shelving unit held ledgers and old shipping manifests. She pressed her palm against the 3rd shelf, and something clicked beneath the floorboards. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase that dropped into darkness. The air that rose from the gap was cold and damp. It smelled of stone and salt and something metallic Mireya had learned to recognize as old blood. She took the first step. The stairs were steep, the stone worn concave by decades of use. Paloma followed close behind, then Lucan, his weight landing heavier on the steps, one hand braced against the wall. At the bottom, a single lantern burned on a crate. The tunnel was low and narrow, the ceiling so close Mireya could feel the rough stone scrape against her pinned hair. Water seeped through the walls. The floor was dirt, packed hard by feet she could not see. A figure sat against the far wall, knees drawn up, hands resting loose on his thighs. Young. Dark hair that needed cutting, eyes that tracked Mireya's movement as she stepped into the lantern light. "You are him," Mireya said. He did not stand. "I am Ornan Verdu, Paloma's brother." Yes. He looked at Paloma first, something passing between them that Mireya could not read, then back at Mireya. "You have the key." It was not a question. Mireya held it up. "Tell me what it opens." Orran's mouth tightened. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased and stained, the ink smudged at the edges. He held it out without rising. Mireya took it. She opened it. It was a cargo manifest, dated that morning. Addressed to the church delegation's accounting office in the capital, listed contents, sealed crates, ecclesiastical archive materials, transfer of permanent custody. The consignee field read, Drazen Holdings, Port Authority Division. The consignee field, Holy See Depository, Foreign Vault. The departure time, dawn. The ship, a freighter already docked at the customs pier, loaded and waiting. Mireya read it twice. "He is moving the originals," she said. "Every Auric record that still exists in Heir," Orran said. "Birth registries, death records, the treaty copy, your mother's church file, everything Donald could not destroy without admitting he had it. He is shipping them out before the convocation resumes, before anyone can subpoena them, before you can use them." Mireya's hand tightened on the paper. "Why are you telling me this?" Orran looked at Paloma again. For a long moment he did not speak. "Because my mother is dying," he said, "and Donald owns the debt on her house. He told me if I fed him the schedules, he would clear it. I did it. For 2 months, I rebuilt the informant chain he lost. I gave him your locations. I gave him the names of everyone who helped you." His voice cracked on the last word. "And he lied. The debt is still there. He never signed the release." Mireya said nothing. "He is leaving on that freighter," Orran said, "with the records, and with the key to the room where Lucan Drazen is still breathing." Mireya's blood went cold. "The key I found in the wall," Lucan said from behind her. "It only opens one door. The fire stair was built to make her take it." Orran nodded. "It opens the passage to the sealed room, the one Donald walled off, the one only he and Mother Sorel knew how to enter. But Sorel gave him a second key years ago, and he keeps it on his person at all times. The key in your hand is the copy Sorel hid in the fire stair. She knew someone would come for Ilara eventually." Mireya's fingers closed around the key until the edges bit into her palm. "He is leaving at dawn," she said. "With the records and with your mother," Orran said. "If he reaches the freighter, she disappears. The records disappear. And the only thing left of the Auric line is the name on a warrant." A sound came from the top of the stairs. Boots on stone. Voices. Orran's head snapped up. "They found me." He scrambled to his feet. "The paper, keep it. It is the only proof of the manifest. I have nothing else." He turned to run. Orran. He did not stop. He vanished into the dark mouth of the tunnel, his footsteps fading until they were swallowed by the sound of dripping water and the distant groan of the harbor. Paloma stood frozen, her hands pressed against her mouth. Mireya folded the manifest and pushed it into her bodice beside the key. Then she turned and climbed the stairs toward the voices. Chapter 64. The boots at the top of the stairs belonged to a man Mireya did not recognize. He stood with his back to the open panel, a lantern in one hand and a revolver in the other, barrel pointed at the floor. Mid-30s, lined face, a harbor worker's coat over a shirt that had once been white. He did not raise the gun when he saw her. "You are Mireya Belmonte." It was not a question. "I am." He looked past her at the empty tunnel, then at Lucan braced against the stair rail, blood darkening his coat at the shoulder. Donald Drazen's freighter leaves in 3 hours, the man said. The cargo crates are already on the pier under church seal. I cannot move them without a customs override, and I cannot get a customs override without the Port Authority's night clerk, and he will not lift his pen without a signature from someone he believes has authority to give it. Who are you? Mireya said. Someone who worked for your mother. The words landed like a stone in still water. Lucan Drazen kept a network of harbormen who owed her nothing but memory, he said. I am one of them. I have been watching the customs pier since the manifest was filed. I know what is in those crates. I know what happens if they leave there. You know where the override signature lives? I know the clerk. He will sign for Lucan Drazen's seal, but he will only sign once, and he will not sign for a dead man. If your husband walks in bleeding, the seal means nothing. The clerk will run. Lucan stepped past Mireya, his hand pressed against his shoulder. I will walk in bleeding or not. The seal is mine. The man studied him. You lose consciousness on that pier, the deal dies with you. Then I will not lose consciousness. Mireya watched the exchange and felt the ship at the decision forming before either man spoke it aloud. A customs override would open the pier. It would not stop the ship. It would only buy them access to the crates before loading. The freighter has armed guards, she said. Church delegation security. Donald will have men on the pier. The harborman nodded. That is why you need more than an override. You need a blackout. Lucan's head turned. What kind of blackout? The kind that kills every light on 2 piers, paralyzes the crane crews, shuts the gates. The kind that makes every ship captain decide whether to shelter in place or run for open water before the harbor master calls a full inspection lockdown. Lucan said nothing for a long moment. The customs computer logs every transaction, he said. A blackout means every ship waiting for clearance sits dead in the water. Legitimate cargo, perishable goods, medical supplies. Everything Donald claims he is protecting when he says the ports need strong management. The harbor man did not flinch. Yes, and you are asking me to be the one who triggers it. I am asking you to decide what you are willing to break. Mireya felt the weight of the key against her ribs, the folded manifest beside it. Her mother was breathing in a sealed room somewhere inside St. Mercy House. The freighter would take her if Donald reached it first. If we do this, she said, every dock worker who loses wages tonight will remember the name Drazen. Every captain who misses a tide will hold you responsible. Donald will use it to prove you are exactly what he always said you were. Lucan looked at her. I know. Then say it aloud, what you are choosing. He held her gaze. The bleeding in his shoulder had slowed, but his color was bad, gray at the edges of his mouth. I am choosing to stop the cargo, he said. I am choosing to let the city see what happens when a Drazen chooses a sealed room over a functioning port. And I am choosing to do it knowing that every dock worker who loses a shift tonight will blame me, and every one of them will be right to. Mireya held the key out. Then do it. She turned to the harborman. Where is the override station? South Pier Gate. The night clerk keeps the seal register in a locked drawer under his desk. He will not hand it over without a signature. But if the lights go first, he will sign anything to get the authority out of his hands before the harbor master arrives. Lucan moved toward the ladder. You have 3 hours, the harborman said. Less if the tide shifts. The freighter captain will not wait past first light. Mireya climbed first, the brass key warm against her skin. The pier was a different world. Fog lay thick over the water, swallowing the lanterns on the freighter's deck. The crane booms were dark, the loading crews nowhere in sight. Mireya counted 4 men on the dock, 2 at the gangplank, 1 on the bow, 1 pacing the edge with a cigarette glowing. They moved through the service lane between stacked cargo containers, Lucan's breathing steady but shallow. The harbor man led them past a row of shuttered ticket offices and into a narrow alley that opened onto the South Pier Gate. A single window glowed yellow in the customs booth. The night clerk sat inside, spectacles pushed up, a newspaper spread across his desk. He did not look up until Lucan tapped the glass. Then he did. His face went through 3 expressions in quick succession: recognition, confusion, something close to fear. Mr. Drazen, open the gate. The clerk's hand hovered over the latch. "There are procedures for after-hours access. I need to call the port authority." "Call them," Lucan said. "Tell them Lucan Drazen is at the South Pier with a wounded shoulder and a customs override request. See how fast they answer." The clerk's mouth tightened. "Your father left instructions that no sealed cargo is to be opened without his personal authorization. My father is not here." The clerk looked past Lucan at Mireya, then at the harbor man standing in shadow. He made a decision. "I cannot override a church seal without a signature from someone with standing." Lucan pulled a folded paper from his coat. The seal was already stamped. The signature line was blank. "You have 2 minutes to fill this." The clerk stared at it. "That uniform is dated 1917. Where did you—" "2 minutes." The clerk took the paper. His hand shook as he uncapped the ink. Mireya watched the fog shift around the freighter's hull. The guard on the bow had not moved. The one with the cigarette was pacing the same 3-meter stretch. "Harbor blackout sequence requires a separate authorization," the clerk said, his voice thin. "It is not something I can initiate from this booth. The master control is in the Central Customs House, and they will not engage it without a confirmed emergency." "Then give us an emergency." The clerk's pen stopped. "If I file a false emergency report, I lose my license. I go to prison." "You lose your license either way," Lucan said. "The question is whether you lose it because you helped or because you did not." The clerk signed. The paper slid back across the counter, ink still wet. Lucan folded it into his coat. "Where is the Central Customs House?" 300 meters north, gray building with the blue lantern above the door. You will need the master key to access the control room." "I have the key." The clerk's face paled. He looked at Lucan as if seeing him for the first time. "You are actually doing this?" Lucan did not answer. They moved through the gate, past the shuttered ticket booths into the fog. The customs house door was locked. Lucan pulled a heavy brass key from an inner pocket, older than the one Mireya carried, worn smooth at the edges. It turned with a resistance that spoke to years of disuse. The door swung open. The control room was small, dominated by a panel of switches and dials that hummed in the dark. Lucan crossed to it without hesitation, his hand finding the master circuit breaker before Mireya had finished counting the exits. "Once I pull this, we have 10 minutes before the harbor master sends an emergency crew to investigate. 10 minutes to reach the freighter, open the crates, and find what we need." "Then pull it." He looked at her. "When the lights go, the broadcasts will start. They will name us. They will call it an act of terrorism. There will be no walking back from this." "I know." "Say it aloud." She held his gaze. "I am choosing to burn the port. I am choosing to make the city pay for what is in those crates. And I am choosing you, knowing that every dock worker who loses wages tonight will curse your name, and every one of them will be right to." He pulled the breaker. The lights died. The hum of the pier shut off like a held breath, and from the radio mounted above the control panel, a voice crackled to life. "Repeat. A harbor-wide blackout has been reported at the South and Central piers. Emergency protocols are in effect. The following individuals are wanted for questioning in connection with this incident." Mireya's name came first, then Lucan's, then the word terrorists. Chapter 65. The fog swallowed the sound of their footsteps as they moved along the customs pier. The freighter loomed ahead, dark and silent, the church seal visible even in the blackout, a wax crest fixed to the main cargo hatch. No guards at the gangway. No movement on the deck. The crew had abandoned ship when the lights died, leaving the crate where it sat. Lucan reached the hatch first. He pulled a knife from his boot and worked the seal loose, the wax cracking in the cold air. "Help me with the lid." Mireya pressed her shoulder against the wood beside him. They heaved together. The nails groaned, then gave. The crate opened. Inside, stacked in neat rows, were ledgers, files, folders bound in twine and church ribbon. More paper than she had seen in the archive vault, more names than she had ever imagined. Tariq stepped forward, his spectacles catching the faint glow of a distant emergency lantern. He lifted the first folder, opened it, and went still. "These are the Auric registries." His voice was barely a whisper. "Originals, the birth records, the death records, every claim filed since the fall. Mireya reached past him and pulled a second folder. The name on the tab was not Auric. It was a girl's name she did not recognize. She opened it. Inside, a photograph, a birth date, a notation in Donald's handwriting. Tested, negative, released to Belmonte custody. She opened another girl, another photograph, another notation. Tested, inconclusive, held for observation. The third folder made her stomach turn. Tested positive. Claim neutralized. There was no photograph after that line, only a date of death and a church burial seal. "These are not registries," Mireya said. "These are dossiers." He catalogued every girl with Auric blood he could find, every claimant, every possible heir. Lucan opened a folder near the bottom of the stack. His face lost color. "He tested them." Mireya looked at him. "He made them prove their bloodline. And when they failed, or when they passed in a way he could not control, he documented the outcome." Lucan held up the folder. "There are 42 names in this stack alone. 42 girls." Mireya thought of the convent, the girls who came and went, the ones who disappeared without explanation. She thought of herself. Why was I kept alive when the others were not? The question sat in her chest like a stone. Tariq had moved deeper into the crate, pulling files, scanning, stacking. His hands shook. There is a pattern here. He did not test them all the same way. Some were tested young, church medical examinations, blood draws, measurements of the coronet scar. Others were tested through marriage contracts, heir negotiations, fertility projections. He looked up. He was building a catalog of viable Auric wombs. Mireya heard the word and felt it land like a blow. Wombs. Not daughters, not heirs, not people. Wombs. She pulled another folder. The name on the tab was her own. Mireya Belmonte. She opened it. Inside, a photograph from Santa Ilari, taken without her knowledge. A full medical report. A diagram of her scar with measurements inked beside it. A fertility projection. A list of potential Drazen matches with Lucan's name circled in red. And at the bottom, a single line in Donald's handwriting. Primary candidate. Extraction priority 1. Maintain neutral public profile until first pregnancy confirmed. She had known. She had read the ledger. She had stood in the nursery and seen the evidence with her own eyes. But seeing it here, in her own file, in his hand, made it real in a way the ledger did not. This was not a plan he had built after the treaty. This was a plan he had been running her whole life. Mireya closed the folder and pressed it against her chest. "We burn this. Every page, every name. We burn it here, on this pier, and we let the ashes tell the city what he did." Tariq shook his head. "We cannot. These are evidence. If we burn them, we lose the only proof that he ran a systematic operation. The girls who survived need these records to claim restitution. The families of the dead need closure. Then what do we do? Copy what we can. Move the rest to a secure location. Use the originals when we need to prove the case. Where do we hide a crate of evidence in a city that is hunting us?" Lucan spoke. "The rendering yard. The boathouse your mother's man controls. It is off the grid, off the customs registry, and no one will search it because no one knows it exists." Mireya looked at him. "Your father knows everything." "My father did not know my mother kept a network of harbor men. He did not know about the boathouse. He did not know about the key." Lucan met her eyes. "There are things he does not know. We use them." She nodded. "Then we move the crate. Now, before the emergency crew arrives and the lights come back." They worked in silence, lifting folders, stacking ledgers, passing them to Tariq, who packed them into oilcloth bundles. Paloma appeared from the fog with a hand cart she had found in a maintenance shed, and they loaded it with the evidence of Donald's catalog of stolen lives. Mireya carried her own file against her chest, separate from the rest. She would read it later, in the dark, when no one was watching. When the cart was full, Lucan wiped his hands on his coat and looked toward the customs house. 10 minutes before the emergency crew reaches the pier, we need to move." They pushed the cart into the fog, and then the lights came back. Not the harbor lights, those were still dead, but a single beam, mounted on the customs house roof, cutting through the fog and landing directly on them. A voice, amplified by a loudspeaker. Lucan Drazen, Soroya Belmonte. You are ordered to halt and stand down. Any attempt to flee will be met with lethal force. Soroya's hand went to the key in her bodice. Lucan stepped in front of her. And from the customs house door, a figure emerged. Donald Drazen. He walked slowly, deliberately, his hands visible at his sides. No weapon, no guards behind him. He stopped at the edge of the light and looked at his son, then at Soroya. I am not here to fight you. Lucan did not lower his stance. Then what are you here for? Donald's gaze settled on Soroya. I want to speak to my daughter-in-law. Alone. Chapter 66. The harbor fog had thinned to a damp gauze. Soroya stood at the edge of the light, her file still pressed against her chest. Donald waited 10 feet away, hands open at his sides. Behind her, she heard Lucan's breathing, uneven, the wounded shoulder pulling air through his teeth. Don't, she said, without turning. I won't let you face him alone. He is asking for me, not you. If he wanted you in this conversation, he would have said so. Lucan's silence was heavier than an argument. She walked toward Donald. He led her to the customs house door and held it open. She stepped into a small office, a desk, 2 chairs, a lamp with a cracked shade throwing yellow light across stacks of paper she did not bother to read. Donald closed the door. She did not sit. He did not offer. You have 40 seconds to tell me why I should not walk out of this room and let the harbor watch shoot you where you stand. Donald pulled a single sheet from his coat and laid it on the desk between them. It was a letter of guardianship, predated, with her name already typed into the blank space. I am not here to threaten you. You are here with a document that treats me as property. I am here with a document that gives you a way out of the life you do not want. Soroya looked at the paper. The language was clean, legal, ecclesiastical. She had seen enough of Donald's handiwork to recognize the pattern. If I sign this, what do I get? Lucan's name cleared. Paloma Verdu's immunity. All warrants rescinded. The radiant broadcasting apology for the terrorist label, printed in every paper in the Republic. A life in which you are never hunted again. And in return? Your claim will pass under church guardianship. You will retain the title, the household, the dignity of the position, but the legal force of the statute will be vested in a council of trustees. You will not be able to invoke it again without their consent. She studied the letter. The trustees were named. 3 church delegates, 2 port committee chairs, 1 retired judge. All men, all known to Donald. She lifted her eyes. And if I refuse? Donald did not flinch. Then the warrants stand. Lucan will be arrested and tried for terrorism, harbor sabotage, and conspiracy against the Republic of Heir. Paloma will be charged as an accessory. The evidence you found in the crate will be seized as contraband, not proof, and the families of the dead will receive nothing but your name on a wanted poster. That is not a negotiation. That is the law as it stands. I did not write it. I simply know how to use it. Soroya's hand went to the key in her bodice. You killed 42 women. The file count is 42. I saw the dates of death. Those dates are correct. You are telling me to sign away my voice so that you can keep using the statute to run your empire. Donald sat down slowly. He did not lean back. He sat forward, hands flat on the desk, and looked at her with an expression she could not name. I built this port from nothing. I held it through 3 embargoes, 2 wars, and a succession crisis that would have collapsed the Republic if the Drazens had not stood firm. I kept the grain moving, the ships sailing, the currency stable. I did it by making choices that no one else would make. You bought girls, tested them, killed the ones who did not fit your plan. I made sure that when the treaty collapsed, it collapsed on my terms, not the city's. If the Auric bloodline had been exposed without a controlling hand, every faction in Heir would have gone to war over it. You would not have survived the month. I survived 23 years of your control. You survived because I kept you alive. Soroya felt the words land like a stone in her chest. She thought of Santa Lilari, the white walls, the silence, the liturgy she recited under her breath when the fear rose. She had called that survival. He had called it storage. I am not signing this. Then Lucan dies in state custody. Paloma disappears into the system, and the crate you moved to the rendering yard will be found by the harbor master's men before dawn, because I have already sent a messenger to the main pier office. Soroya's breath stopped. You do not know where we moved it. I know my son. He goes to ground in places his mother showed him. The rendering yard boathouse is the only one he never told me about, but I am not a man who relies on his children's honesty. I have people watching every point of egress within 2 miles of the customs pier. She looked at the guardianship letter. The ink was dry. The blanks were filled. The trustees were named. It was ready. It had been ready for years. The last extraction date was 3 weeks from the convocation. Donald nodded. That date has not passed. You would have taken me from St. Mercy House if the marriage did not work. I would have taken you from wherever you stood. The marriage was the cleanest path, not the only one. Soroya picked up the letter. She read it again, every word, every clause, every signature. Then she looked at Donald. Lucan will not survive a state response. You said that. He has already been named as a terrorist on the radio broadcast. The warrants are signed. The harbor master's emergency crew will be here in 6 minutes. After that, every man on the pier will have orders to shoot on sight. You are telling me your son is dead if I do not sign. I am telling you that I cannot stop the machine I built once it is moving. The warrants exist. The broadcast has aired. The emergency crew is already on its way. I can only offer you the off switch. Soroya set the letter down. She did not pick it up again. You had my mother sealed alive in a room. She was a liability. She was your wife. She was an auric claimant who would not submit to containment. I did what the situation required. You killed 42 women to find the one who could be controlled. I tested candidates until I found one viable. You are that candidate. You are alive because you are useful, not because I have a conscience. Soroya heard the words. She heard the absence of apology in them. And she understood for the first time that Donald Drazen did not believe he had done anything wrong. She stepped back from the desk. I will not sign. Then you have chosen Lucan's death. I have chosen not to trade my voice for a promise from a man who has never kept one. Donald stood. He did not move toward her. He reached into his coat and pulled out a second document, a folded sheet with a red seal. This is the emergency custody order for Lucan's arrest. It will be executed as soon as the harbor master's men arrive, unless the watch receives a countermand signed by the patriarch of the house. You are the patriarch? Yes, and you will not countermand it. I will not, unless you sign. Soroya looked at the door. She thought of Lucan, standing in the fog, bleeding from the shoulder, waiting for her to decide. She thought of Paloma, alone in the dark with a handcart full of evidence and nowhere to run. She thought of the crate at the rendering yard, the dossiers, the names, the proof of 42 murders that would be seized and buried if she did not buy the off switch. She put her hand on the door. Send your men to the rendering yacht boathouse. Tell them to wait for my word. For what purpose? Because I will give you my answer when I have seen Lucan safe, not before. Donald studied her. His face did not change, but something in his eyes shifted. I will give you until the harbor master's men arrive. They are 5 minutes out. Soroya opened the door. She stepped into the fog, and she walked toward Lucan, who stood exactly where she had left him, his hand pressed to his bleeding shoulder, his pale eyes fixed on the customs house door as if he had been holding his breath the whole time. She reached him. She did not explain. She took his unhurt arm and turned him toward the fog. We need to move. Did you sign? Not yet. Then what did he give you? She looked over her shoulder at the customs house, where Donald had not followed her out. He gave me time. It is a trap, but it is the only time we have. Chapter 67. The fog swallowed the sound of their footsteps. Soroya led Lucan along the pier edge, past the customs house where Donald had not followed, past the empty guard posts where no one stood watch. The harbor emergency lights flickered back in patches, casting long shadows across the wet boards. The handcart stood where Paloma had left it, the crate lashed with rope, the dossiers stacked inside. Tariq emerged from behind a stack of shipping pallets, his spectacles catching the weak light. His men are moving toward the rendering yard. Good, Soroya said. Let them watch an empty boathouse. She turned to face the customs house. Donal stood in the doorway, his silhouette sharp against the yellow light inside. He had not moved. He was waiting. Mireya walked back toward him. Not fast, not slow. The way she had learned to walk through Santa Larai's corridors when she knew the Abbess was watching from a window. Lucan caught her arm. Whatever you are about to do, I am about to read. She pulled the first dossier from the crate. Not her own file, not the one pressed against her chest, the one on top of the stack, a thin folder with a name typed on the tab. Amara Velez's, age at intake, 17. She held it up as she walked, letting the harbor lights catch the cover. Donal's eyes tracked her. His face did not change. Mireya stopped 10 feet from him, close enough to see the burn scar on his wrist, close enough to see that he had not brought a weapon. You want me to sign a compact that hands my voice to 6 men you chose. I want you to survive the night. You want me to sign, she said, because you know the dossiers cannot be answered. You have no defense for 42 dead girls, so you need me to trade my silence for Lucan's life. Donal said nothing. Mireya opened the dossier. She read the first line. Subject Amara Velez, identified as auric positive during routine parish screening, age 17, transferred to St. Mercy House for observation. Her voice carried, not loud, not shouted, but clear enough that the harbor men at the edge of the pier, the dock workers emerging from the shadows, the customs clerk standing in his booth, all heard it. Observation period, 6 weeks. Results, viable. Recommendation, retain for breeding program. She turned the page. Subject transferred to auxiliary facility. Date of neutralization, 3 months post-transfer. She looked up. Neutralization. That is the word your father used in every file. Not execution, not murder. Neutralization. The dock workers were gathering now. 12 men, 24. Their faces hard, their hands still holding the tools they had been using when the harbor blackout hit. One of them stepped forward. What the hell is she talking about? Donal raised a hand. This is a family matter. Dispersal order is in effect. Every man not employed by the customs house. The hell with your dispersal order, the man said. I want to know what she is reading. Mireya held up the dossier. Your patriarch tested girls for auric blood. He catalogued them like livestock. He recorded their fertility projections, and when they were no longer useful, he marked them neutralized and had them buried under church seal. The dock worker looked at Donal. His face went still. Is that true? Donal's jaw tightened. This woman is a fugitive. She has been declared a terrorist by the Republic of Heir. Anything she says, she is reading from a crate of files your men loaded onto that freighter. The dock worker pointed at the vessel. That crate came from your warehouse. I saw it. I helped strap it down. Mireya watched Donal's face. She saw the thing she had been waiting for. Not panic, not guilt. Calculation. He was measuring the crowd, counting the witnesses, deciding which lies would hold and which would not. She pulled a second dossier from the crate. Subject Elena Muro, age at intake 14. She read the intake date. Transferred to St. Mercy House for evaluation. Results, viable. Recommendation, retain. She read the neutralization date. 3 months after intake. She read a third dossier. Subject Celia Venn, age at intake 19. Results, viable. 3 months. Every one of them. A pattern so clear that even the dock workers, who had no reason to trust her, began to murmur. More still feature has obel in this intile pertinful dollar sholo. She's regiment to night-nighter to the sea. She read the ones test the scrate, even all of them son P8 all the time. She read the standard third dossier, the 6,000, Containment Tosh, and 7, age at intake 19. Results, viable. 3 months, every one of them. A pattern so clear that even the dock workers, who had no reason to trust her, began to murmur. She is reading dead girls' names, someone said. That is a list of dead girls. Donal stepped forward. His voice dropped low enough that only Mireya could hear. You are making a mistake. I am making a record. You are turning a crowd against a man who controls their wages, their births, and their family's access to this harbor. Do you think they will stand with you when the sun rises? Mireya looked at the dock workers. She looked at the customs clerk, still standing in his booth. She looked at Tariq, who had the 4th dossier open in his hands, ready to read if she faltered. Then she looked at Lucan, He was leaning against the cargo winch, his hand pressed to his shoulder, his face pale. But he met her eyes, and he nodded. She turned back to Donal. "I am not asking them to stand with me." She held up the dossier. "I am asking them to see what you are." The silence stretched. Then the dockworker who had spoken before turned to the men behind him. "Get the harbor master." Donal's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted. He looked past Mireya, past Lucan, past the dockworkers and the customs clerk, toward the crane gantry that rose above the pier. Mireya saw the direction of his gaze. She turned. The crane gantry was dark, but there was a shape against the metal ladder. A man, too still, too positioned. She opened her mouth to call out. The crack tore through the fog. A single shot. Lucan's body jerked. Chapter 68. The crack was still in the air when Mireya's legs moved. Not thought, not decision. The body went before the mind caught up, her boots striking the wet pier planks as the fog swallowed the shot's echo. The dock workers were scattering, some dropping to the ground, one shouting for cover, but the sound was already thinning and Mireya was already running. Lucan had not fallen. He was against the cargo winch, one hand braced on the iron housing, the other pressed to his shoulder. Blood moved between his fingers. Dark. Fast. But he was standing. She reached him as the second shot came from the crane gantry. This one hit the crate behind her, splintering wood, and before the splinters settled, a third shot cracked from somewhere to her left, lower, flatter, and the figure on the gantry jerked sideways. Nicanor. He was on the customs house roof, one knee down, rifle braced against the chimney stack, already working the bolt for a follow-up shot. His left arm hung useless at his side, the sling gone, the sleeve black with old blood, but the right hand moved like it had never been injured. The gantry figure crumpled. The dock workers were shouting now, some running toward the customs house, some away, and in the middle of it, Mireya's hands found Lucan's shoulder and pressed hard. He winced. "Do not," she said. "I am not," he said. "It went through." She looked. The coat was torn at the shoulder, the fabric dark and wet, but the exit wound was there, a ragged hole above the collarbone, not the chest. The bullet had passed clean. She pressed harder. He let her. The fog was thickening, mixing with smoke from somewhere, a fire she had not noticed being set. The harbormaster's emergency crew was shouting orders at the far end of the pier. Tariq was pulling the fourth dossier from the crate, his spectacles crooked, his hands shaking. Mireya looked for Donal. He was still in the customs house doorway. He was watching her. Not the chaos, not the shooter on the gantry, not his bleeding son. Her. His iron-gray eyes held hers for one breath. Two. Then he turned and vanished into the customs house. No. Mireya was on her feet before she knew she had moved. The crate keys were on his desk, the remaining files, the sealed church documents that would let him start again somewhere else, with different names, different girls, different. "Nicanor," she said. He was already moving down from the roof, sliding along the gutter, dropping to the pier with a grunt that cost him. He straightened, rifle in his right hand, left arm pressed against his ribs. "Donal is inside," she said. "He has the keys." Nicanor's jaw tightened. "The building has 3 exits. Front, side service door, basement hatch to the drainage channel." "Block the front, and the others?" Mireya looked at Lucan. He was still on his feet, his hand now pressed to the bandage she had not had time to tie, but his eyes were clear, and he was already reading her the way she had learned to read rooms. "I can take the side door," he said. "You are bleeding. I can take the side door." She wanted to argue. The word was in her throat, hot and sharp, but there was no time, and he knew it. And the look he gave her was not defiance. It was the same thing he had done on the fire stair, the same thing he had done every time he stood between her and the men who wanted to own her. He was choosing. "Go," she said. "Do not engage him. Block the route. Let Nicanor flush him." Lucan moved. His gait was uneven, his hand still clamped to his shoulder, but he was moving. Nicanor was already at the customs house front door, rifle raised, calling for the men inside to step out with their hands visible. Mireya turned to the crate. The bottom layer was still there. She pulled the next dossier free and opened it. Gracia Lemiro, age 16. Intake date. Results, viable. Neutralization date, 3 months. She set it aside and pulled the next. Flora Velez, age 22. The same pattern, the same 3 months. She pulled another. Emilia Soren, age 15. She pulled another. Koa Ven, age 18. She pulled another. The dossier had no name. The photograph showed a girl of perhaps 12, dark hair, dark eyes, a face Mireya recognized because she had seen it in the mirror 23 years ago. The scar at the hairline was the same, the angle of the jaw, the stillness in the expression. She opened the file. No intake date, no neutralization date, no viability rating, just a single word in Donald's hand across the top of the first page. His. She read it twice. Then she heard the shot. Not from the customs house, from the side door. She was running before she knew she had moved, the unnamed dossier still in her hand, the fog thick enough to choke on. The side door was open, the frame splintered, and Lucan was on the ground. He was sitting up. His hand was pressed to his shoulder again, fresh blood seeping between his fingers, but his eyes were on the drainage hatch at the edge of the pier. The iron cumber was open. The channel below was dark. Donald was gone. Mireya dropped to her knees beside Lucan. What happened? He had the keys in his hand. I was faster. He fired, I fired. He dropped them. Then he dropped through the hatch. She looked at the drainage channel. The water was moving fast, the current carrying toward the outer harbor. There was a skiff somewhere down there, or a man waiting, or a prepaid route out of Heir she would never trace. Lucan held out his hand. The keys were in his palm, 3 of them, brass, warm from his grip. I kept him from the crate, he said, but he is gone. Mireya looked at the keys. She looked at the dossier still in her hand. She looked at Lucan's blood on the pier. Then she looked at the fog, the smoke, the dock workers shouting, the harbor master's emergency crew finally arriving, and she understood that Donald had not run because he was beaten. He had run because he had already hidden what mattered most, and she had no idea where. Chapter 69. The clinic smelled of iodine and old salt. Mireya stood against the far wall while the doctor worked, a woman in her 60s with steady hands and a lamp angled at Lucan's shoulder. The bullet had passed clean, she had said twice already, as if repetition would make Mireya believe it. The wound needed cleaning. The bleeding needed watching. He would live. Lucan sat on the exam table with his shirt cut away, watching Mireya instead of the needle. You are staring, he said. I am counting your breaths. Still here. She did not answer. The unnamed dossier was still in her hand, the photograph of the girl who looked like her pressed against her palm like a brand. Tariq appeared in the doorway, spectacles crooked, coat streaked with harbor grime. The dock workers are talking, he said. The harbor master has the crate. He is not handing it to anyone without a court order. How long does that buy us? Until dawn. Maybe less, if Donald's men reach him before the judges wake. Mireya heard the word if and knew what it cost him to say it. Tariq was a man who dealt in certainties, in paper trails and sealed depositions. The harbor master's conscience was not a document he could authenticate. The doctor finished the bandage and stepped back. He should not move for 12 hours. I will be moving in 10, Lucan said. The doctor looked at Mireya as if she might enforce sense. Mireya said nothing. A knock came from the front of the clinic. 3 short beats, a pause, then 2 more. Tariq went to the door. The man who entered was old enough that his hair had gone white at the temples and thin at the crown. He wore a coat that had been expensive 20 years ago, the wool worn smooth at the elbows, and he moved with the careful weight of someone who had learned to enter rooms without being stopped. He looked at Mireya. I am here, on behalf of the council you did not ask for. Mireya did not need to ask which council. The Auric loyalists. The men who had knelt to her on the pier and offered her a crown she had refused. I gave my answer, she said. You gave an answer to a question you misunderstood. The old man stepped further into the room. He did not look at Lucan or Tariq. His eyes stayed on Mireya, and there was something in his face that was not quite respect and not quite calculation. He was measuring her. She had been measured by men like him her whole life. "Explain it to me," she said. "Donald Drazen is alive. He has a drainage route, a hidden asset, and enough church seal to start again in any port that does not ask questions. The city is in chaos. Parliament meets at dawn, and they will vote on emergency powers before noon. If they vote for a traditionalist bloc, every Auric sympathizer of Vivir becomes a legal target. That is not my problem. It becomes your problem the moment they decide the easiest way to stabilize the ports is to declare your claim void and your blood forfeit." Mireya felt the weight of the dossier in her hand. The girl in the photograph. His. "What are you asking me?" "Accept emergency regency authority. Not a crown, not a throne. A temporary command structure that lets the militias unify under a single name. Yours. The old crown's name still carries weight with men who have been waiting 40 years to use it. And if I say yes, then by morning, every Auric loyalist between Ravan and the eastern marshes knows who to follow. The harbor master holds the crate. The dock workers heard you read the names. The city is watching to see whether you were a voice or a symbol." Mireya looked at Lucan. He had not moved. His face was pale, his hand resting on the fresh bandage, but his eyes were clear, and he was watching her the way he had watched her at the customs house, at the fire stair, at every moment when the choice was hers alone to make. "Do not ask me what to do," she said. "I was not going to." "Good." She turned back to the old man. "What happens to the militias if I refuse?" "They scatter. Some fight. Most run. Donald's people pick them off one by one, or the traditionalist bloc arrests them before the week is out." "How many men?" 300, if they rally. Maybe 4. 400 men waiting for a name to follow. 400 men who would die for a symbol she had not asked to be. She thought of the girl in the photograph, 12 years old, the same scar, the same stillness. She thought of the 42 names she had read on the pier. Amara, Elena, Celia, Graciela, Flora, Emilia, Cora. She thought of the blood still wet on the customs house floor. "Give me the paper," she said. The old man reached into his coat. Tariq stepped forward. "Mireya." She stopped. Tariq's voice was low, careful, the voice of a man who knew he was about to say something she did not want to hear. "You are bleeding from the same wound." "I do not have a wound." "You do not have a bullet hole, but you have a scar at your hairline that matches the girl in that photograph, a file that calls you a primary candidate, and a marriage contract that was never signed by your hand. The machine that did that to you is the same machine the old crown used for 4 generations. It just wore different robes." The old man's hand stopped mid-reach. Tariq did not look away from Mireya. "You said you did not want a cage. You said you would not let them make you a symbol instead of a woman. You take command through inherited force. You rebuild the same machinery. You just put your name on it instead of Donald's." The room was very quiet. Mireya looked at the old man's hand, still frozen halfway to his coat. She looked at Lucan, who had not spoken, who was letting her find her own answer. She looked at the dossier in her hand, at the girl who was her and not her, at the word his that meant ownership and theft, and a question she had not yet answered. "How long do I have to decide?" "Until dawn," the old man said. "Then come back at dawn." He studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once and turned toward the door. When he was gone, Mireya sat down on the floor. Not because she was weak, because the ground was the only thing that did not ask her to be something. Tariq lowered himself beside her, his old coat brushing her shoulder. 400 men, she said. "Yes. And if I do not lead them, they die. Some of them, not all. But some." Tariq said nothing. She looked at the dossier, the photograph, the scar, his. "Who is she, Tariq?" He did not answer. She turned the dossier over and opened it. The first page was blank. The second page was blank. The third page had a single line written in Donald's hand. The ink faded, the letters neat and small, as if he had written it a long time ago and never expected anyone to read it. "She was never supposed to be you." Mireya read it twice. Then she heard the knock at the clinic door. Not the signal, not the old man returning. A single knock, hard and urgent. Paloma's voice came through the wood, barely a whisper. Mireya, open the door. I found where he went. Chapter 70. Paloma's hand was still on the doorframe, her chest heaving, her face pale in the lantern light. St. Mercy House, she said. He went back to St. Mercy House. Mireya did not move from the floor. Why? Because it is the only place he still controls, the only place with walls thick enough to hold a convocation he can stage without witnesses. Paloma's voice cracked. He has Mother Sorel. He has the church delegates who voted for the escort. He has a notary from the old quarter who owes him 3 generations of debt. And the guardianship instrument. Yes. Mireya looked down at the dossier in her hands, at the photograph of the girl who was her and not her, at the words, "She was never supposed to be you." She closed the dossier. Where exactly in the house? East wing, his private study, the one with the bolted door that leads to the old chapel corridor. Mireya remembered that corridor, remembered the bolted door she had found her first week at St. Mercy House, the one she had never been able to open, the one Donald had probably built to hide something worse than a nursery. How many men does he have with him? 10, maybe 12, the ones who stayed loyal after the harbor. And the witnesses? 3 church delegates, the notary, 2 port committee chairs who were already in the house when he arrived. Mireya stood up. Her legs were steady, her hands were steady. The only thing that was not steady was the quiet voice in her chest that kept asking her what she thought she could do against 12 armed men and a notary and a patriarch who had already escaped her once. I need to see the gate, she said. Paloma blinked. What? The gate, the main gate to St. Mercy House, the one I walked through in a white dress that smelled of convent soap. She turned to Lucan. He was still sitting on the exam table, his hand pressed to the fresh bandage, his face pale. But his eyes were clear, and he was watching her the way he had watched her at the customs house, at the fire stair, at every moment when the choice was hers alone to make. Can you ride? I can walk, he said. That is not what I asked. He met her gaze, held it. I can ride. She turned to Paloma. Find Hitzel. Tell her I need the main gate open in 1 hour. You are going back. Yes. You are going to walk into St. Mercy House with a wounded husband and a dossier of dead girls and face Donald Drazen in his own study. Yes. Without an army? Mireya looked at Tariq. He was standing near the door, his old coat hanging loose, his spectacles pushed up into his hair. He had not spoken since Paloma arrived. You told me the Regency is the same cage with a different lock, Mireya said. Yes. I am not walking in to take a crown. I am walking in to finish what I started in a customs house office with ink that was still wet. Tariq studied her. You will not have legal standing. I will have the truth. The truth does not stop bullets. It stopped the harbor master. Tariq was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled his spectacles down and rubbed his eyes. There is a side gate, he said, behind the chapel. It opens to a service road that runs past the old gardener's shed. If Ixil can distract the guards for 3 minutes, she can leave it unlatched. Can you reach her? I can reach a field phone connected to a line she used when we were still working together. Whether she answers is a different question. She will answer. Tariq looked at her. How do you know? Mireya thought of Itzel in the chapel, sliding the key across the stone floor. Thought of Itzel at the convocation, standing at the back of the hall with her hands folded and her face unreadable, watching Donald's world collapse. Because she has been waiting her whole life to be the one who opens the gate. Tariq nodded once and reached for his coat. I will find the phone. 1 hour. 1 hour. He was gone before she finished the sentence. Mireya turned back to Lucan. He had stood up from the exam table. His face was still pale, and his hand was still pressed to the bandage, but he was on his feet. You do not have to come, she said. Yes, I do. I mean it. You took a bullet today. You are bleeding through the bandage. I am bleeding through the bandage because I chose to stand between you and a bullet. I will choose it again. You cannot stop another bullet if you collapse before we reach the gate. Then do not make me run. Make me walk beside you. That I can do." She looked at him, at the blood darkening the white cloth at his shoulder, at the steadiness in his winter water eyes. She did not tell him he was being foolish. She did not tell him to stay. She reached up and took his unhurt hand. "When this is over," she said, "we stop together." "I remember." "Do you?" He tightened his fingers around hers. "I am not stopping until you do." Mireya turned toward the door. Paloma was waiting. The lantern light caught the edge of her jaw, the shadows under her eyes. "Itzel will open the gate," Mireya said, "but I need you to do something else." "Anything." "Stay at the harbor. Watch the crate. If Donald's men come for it, burn the dossiers before they reach them." Paloma's face went very still. "You are trusting me to burn evidence. I am trusting you to know when to destroy, when to preserve. You lied to me to get me inside the house. You lied to protect your brother. I understand why you did it, but I need to know you will make the right call now." "I will." "Then go." Paloma did not hesitate. She turned and disappeared into the dark. Mireya stood in the clinic doorway, Lucan's hand in hers, and looked out at the street. The fog had thinned. The harbor lights were visible again, pale and flickering against the far water. Somewhere in that direction, Donald Drazen was sitting in his study with a notary and a guardianship instrument, and the last pieces of a machine he thought he could still control. Mireya stepped forward. The ride took 40 minutes. Lucan did not speak the whole way. His hand stayed at his shoulder, and his breathing stayed shallow, but he did not slow, did not ask her to stop, did not give her any reason to turn back. Mireya counted the landmarks as they passed: the dry creek bed, the hay barn, the old mill with the collapsed roof. Each one was a step closer to the gate. When they reached the tree line above St. Mercy House, Mireya pulled the horse to a stop. The estate lay below. The main house was dark, no lights in the windows, no movement in the courtyards. But the chapel was burning. Flames licked through the stained glass windows, casting red and gold light across the stone courtyard. Smoke rose in a thick column, black against the night sky. And the main gate stood open. Mireya dismounted. Lucan dismounted beside her, his jaw tight, his hand still pressed to the bandage. "She did it," he said. "She did it." They walked forward together, through the gate, past the burning chapel, toward the house where she had been married, the house where she had been caged, the house where she had learned that silence was armor and that the only way out was through. The front door was unlocked. Mireya pushed it open. Donald Drazen was waiting at the end of the hall, silhouetted against the firelight from the chapel. "You came back," he said. "I told you I would give you an answer at dawn." "Then you must have decided." Mireya stepped forward. "I have decided." Chapter 71. The archive room smelled of old paper and sealing wax, the only light coming from the chapel fire through the single high window. Mireya stood in the doorway, Lucan a half step behind her, and let her eyes adjust. The room was smaller than she expected. No grand desk, no portrait of Donald's father on the wall, just shelves, rows of them, floor to ceiling, filled with ledgers and bound documents and stacked folders tied with faded ribbon. A single lamp burned on the center table, its flame turned low. Donald had left it burning. Mireya moved to the nearest shelf and began pulling folders. "Tell me what you are looking for," Lucan said. "Wills, succession drafts, anything with his handwriting that names an heir." She opened the first folder. Invoices, ship manifests, nothing. The second folder, port committee minutes from 3 years ago. The third, a bound ledger labeled Household Disbursements, 1914-1918. She set it aside and kept going. Minutes passed. The fire outside crackled. Lucan's breathing stayed shallow, but he did not sit down, did not lean against the shelves, did not give her any reason to stop. She found them at the bottom of the fourth shelf, behind a stack of church bulletins, a leather folder, unlabeled. Inside, 3 documents. The first was Donald's will, dated 1912, naming Lucan as sole heir to the Drazen shipping interests, the port seats, the parliamentary alliances, and the family trust. Itzel was mentioned once, in a clause that granted her an annual allowance and the use of the East Wing for as long as she remained unmarried. The second document was a succession draft from 1915. Donal had written in the margin, in his own hand, "Itzel has the mind for governance but not the will. An heir must command obedience through threat, not negotiate it through patience. She would reason with enemies. She would compromise. She would let the house bleed while she searched for a solution that satisfied everyone. The house would not survive her mercy." Mireya read it twice. Then she read it a third time because she wanted to be certain she understood what Donal had done. He had seen Itzel's competence. He had simply decided it was not enough. She turned to the third document, a contingency paper from 1918, 6 months before the treaty negotiations began. It listed 3 possible heirs. First, Lucan. Second, any male issue of Donal's sister's line, should the convocation reject Itzel on grounds of sex. Third, an adopted male from a loyal allied house if both primary and secondary lines failed. Itzel was not listed anywhere, not even as a regent. Mireya looked up. Lucan was watching her. "He never considered her," she said. "Not once." "Let me see." She handed him the succession draft. He read Donal's marginal note, and his face changed. Not surprise, something closer to recognition, as if he had always known but had never been forced to look at it written in his father's hand. "He told her she was too valuable to risk in the succession battles," Lucan said slowly. "That he needed her inside the house, managing the staff, keeping the accounts, being the face of the family when he was occupied with the ports." "He lied." "Yes." Mireya took the documents and placed them on the table. The sound of footsteps stopped her. Not Donal's measured stride. Lighter. Quicker. The door opened. Gilded Drazen stood in the doorway, her face half lit by the chapel fire, her hands empty, her eyes on the papers spread across the table. "You found them," she said. "Did you know he wrote this?" Itzel stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. "I knew he had an archive. I did not know what was in it." Mireya held out the succession draft. Itzel took it. "Read it. Read it again." Her face did not change, but her hand, the one holding the paper, trembled once, then stilled. "An heir must command obedience through threat," she said, reading the words aloud. "Not negotiate it through patience." Her voice was flat, clinical. "I spent 12 years running this house. I balanced the accounts that kept the ports open during the embargo. I negotiated the grain contracts that fed the city when the church cut supply lines. I did everything he asked, and I never asked for credit, never demanded a seat, never threatened his control." She set the paper down. "He did not even put my name in the contingency list." Mireya said nothing. Itzel looked at her, and for a moment, something flickered in her eyes. Not grief, not rage, recognition. "He walked into St. Mercy House 3 weeks ago, and in that time you have done what I could not do in 12 years. You made him afraid. I made him angry. Anger is fear in a different coat. He is afraid of you, Mireya. That is the only reason he is still here, still fighting, still trying to control the outcome. If he were not afraid, he would have already killed you and moved on." Mireya held her gaze. "I need the safe code." Itzel did not hesitate. 7, 4, 22. Left, right, left. He changed it after the convocation. "I know. I watched him do it." Mireya turned toward the safe, set into the wall behind the table. Then she stopped. "The footsteps, in the corridor, were they yours?" "Yes." "Did anyone follow you?" Itzel's face went still. "I came through the side stair, the one behind the old chapel corridor. No one saw me." "Are you sure?" "I am sure." Mireya turned back to the safe. The combination clicked under her fingers. The door swung open. Inside, a single folder. She pulled it out and opened it. The guardianship compact, the predated fertility contracts, the sealed adoption instrument naming any child of the marriage as Drazen Ward, regardless of Mireya's will, regardless of her survival, regardless of anything but Donal's name on the paper. And beneath it, a letter. The envelope was plain, No mark, no seal. Mireya opened it. The handwriting was Donal's. To whoever finds this after I am gone, you have already lost. The compact is witnessed by 3 church delegates, notarized by a judge who owes me his seat, and registered with the ecclesiastical court under a filing number that cannot be traced to the Drazen name. If you are reading this because I am dead, then the compact passes to the trustees I named, and they will enforce it whether or not my son stands beside you. The only way to void it is my signature, and I am the only one who can give it. Mireya folded the letter. She was never supposed to be you. Itzel's voice was quiet. What? Mireya looked up. The girl in the photograph, the one who looks like me. Donal wrote that she was never supposed to be me, but I do not know who she was supposed to be. Itzel was staring at the letter in Mireya's hands. The compact cannot be traced, she said. He filed it under an unregistered number. Yes. That means even if we burn it, he has a copy somewhere else. Yes. Then we need his signature. Mireya looked at her. Or we need him to admit in front of witnesses that he signed it under duress or with a false purpose. Itzel's eyes met hers. Can you make him do that? I can try. They stood in the silence of the archive room, the fire crackling beyond the window, the papers spread across the table between them. Itzel was the first to move. She reached into her coat and pulled out a key. The side stair, she said. It leads to the old chapel corridor. From there you can reach the study without crossing the main hall. Why are you giving me this? Because I have spent 12 years waiting for someone to open a door I could not open myself, and I do not intend to wait 12 more. Mireya took the key. The footsteps in the corridor stopped. All 3 of them went still. The door handle turned. Itzel stepped back, her hand reaching for something at her waist. The door swung open. Gilded Drazen stood in the doorway. His iron-gray eyes moved across the room, taking in the open safe, the papers on the table, the key in Mireya's hand, and his daughter standing at Mireya's side. His face did not change. You found the archive, he said. You knew I would. Yes. He stepped into the room, and the door clicked shut behind him. Chapter 72. The door clicked shut, and the lock turned. Donal did not raise the gun. He held it at his side, barreled toward the floor as if he had carried it so long the weight was part of him. His iron-gray eyes moved across the room. The open safe, the papers on the table, the key in Mireya's hand. Itzel, standing at her shoulder, no longer hiding. He looked at his daughter last. You came through the chapel stair. Itzel did not answer. I will have it sealed tomorrow. You will have to find someone to seal it, Itzel said. Your men followed me once tonight. They will not do it again. Donal's mouth tightened. That is a declaration. That is a fact. He turned to Mireya. You have the compact. I have it. And you have read it. I have read enough. Donal set the gun on the table between them. Not a surrender, a statement. He did not need it to make her afraid. Then you know the only way to void it is my signature. And you know I will not give it. Mireya held his gaze. You will. No, I will not. Because the city can survive hating me. It can survive the scandal, the investigation, the lost seats and frozen accounts. What it cannot survive is a woman who refuses to be governed. She did not flinch. You mean a woman who refuses to be governed by you? I mean a woman who refuses to be governed at all. He stepped closer, and she smelled the salt on his coat, the smoke from the burning chapel. You think freedom is an absence of chains. It is not. Freedom is knowing which chains you will wear and choosing them yourself. I wear the chain of this city's survival. Lucan wears the chain of his name. You wear the chain of what you were born to be, whether you acknowledge it or not. I was born to be nothing but a vessel for your bloodline. Yes, when that was the kindest use of you anyone ever planned. The room went still. Lucan moved before Mireya could speak. He stepped between her and Donal, his wounded shoulder bleeding through the bandage, his face pale but his voice steady. You do not get to call what you planned kind. I am not asking for your approval, Lucan. I stopped asking for it the night you chose her over the house. I chose her because you gave me no other way to keep my conscience. Conscience? Donal said the word like a foreign thing. I gave you an empire. I gave you 3 ports, a parliamentary bloc, a name that opens every door between here and the northern straits. And you tell me you chose your conscience? I tell you, I chose her. Mireya moved around Lucan, her hands steady, the compact still in her grip. The girl in the photograph, she said. The one marked, his. Who was she? Donald's face did not change. A contingency. A contingency for what? For you. He said it flatly. I bred candidates for 15 years. Tested bloodlines, tracked parish records, paid midwives to keep live births off the registers. She was the first viable match. Pure auric line, strong constitution, correct age window. I kept her at a separate property, trained her in isolation. What happened to her? She died at 13. Infection from a routine procedure. Mireya's stomach turned. You killed her. I did not kill her. I preserved her line, and when she died I had to find another candidate. He looked at her without apology. That was you. And the note. She was never supposed to be you. She was supposed to be the vessel, clean, contained, raised without questions. But she died, and I had to settle for the girl who had already been hidden at Santa Lilari, already shaped by Sorelle's training, already carrying questions no one had answered. You were never supposed to be the one. You were the one I had to make work. Itzel's voice cut through the silence. You kept a child in isolation for 12 years and called it preservation. I called it necessity. You called it breeding. Donald turned to her. You ran this house for 12 years. You balanced the books, negotiated the grain contracts, kept the servants from talking. And you never once asked what I did in the rooms you were not allowed to enter. Itzel's face went pale. Because I trusted you. Then you were a fool, and I raised you to know better. Mireya set the compact on the table. Sign it. No. Sign the voidance, Donald. End this. I will not. Then I will read it aloud. Every clause, every predated date, every name of every girl who died so I could be the one standing in this room with your documents in my hands. You will not. I will. He stared at her. I will read it in the harbor, she said. I will read it in the square. I will read it in the church assembly hall when your delegates sit down to breakfast. I will read it until the city cannot pretend it does not know what you built. You have no proof I signed it. I have your handwriting on every page. Handwriting can be forged. It can. She held his gaze. But the judge who notarized it knows it is real. The delegates who witnessed it know it is real. And when I name them in public, they will either confirm the forgery and lose their seats, or confirm your signature and lose their souls. Donald's hand moved toward the gun. Lucan reached it first. He did not raise it. He held it at his side, the same way Donald had, as if the weight were already familiar. Do not, Lucan said. Put it down. I will not. You told me once that power is the willingness to act when no one else will. I am acting. Against your father, against what you became. Donald's smile was thin. I did not become this. I was always this. You simply did not look. The crackle of fire grew louder beyond the window. Itzel moved to the door, her hand on the key. We have 3 minutes before the chapel fire reaches the east wing, she said. Maybe 4. Mireya picked up the compact. 1 signature, she said. That is all I need. Donald looked at her, and he moved. But his hand went not to the pen. His hand went to his coat, and when it came out, it held a second gun, smaller, the one the first had hidden all along. He aimed it at Mireya's chest. Your mother asked me once, he said, what I would do if I ever had to choose between the house and a person I loved. I told her the house is the only thing worth loving. She did not believe me. Mireya's breath was slow. She believed you, Mireya said. That is why she locked herself in her room and let the wall grow around her. Donald's finger tightened on the trigger, and in the silence between them, a key turned in the lock behind him. Chapter 73. The key turned fully. The lock clicked open. Donald's hand did not waver. The smaller gun stayed level at Mireya's chest, his finger white against the trigger guard. Behind him, the door swung inward. Nicanor Exi stepped through. His left arm was bound tight across his ribs, blood darkening the bandage. His right hand held the rifle he had used on the gantry. He did not raise it. He did not need to. Put down the weapon, Donald. Donald's smile did not reach his eyes. You chose her side then. I chose the side that does not keep children in isolation and call it necessity. Then you chose poorly. Lucan moved. He did not rush. He stepped around the table, the first gun still in his hand, and placed himself between Nicanor's rifle and Donald's smaller weapon. Not blocking, not shielding, simply occupying the space where the shot would pass. Donald, his father's eyes flicked to him. Put it down. I will not. Then shoot me. The words hung in the smoke-thick air. Saroya's breath stopped. Itzel's hand went still on the doorframe. You want the house, Lucan said. You want the compact. You want the line to continue. But you cannot have it through her. You will have it through me, or you will have nothing at all. Donald's jaw tightened. You would die for her. I would live for her. Lucan's voice did not shake. That is the difference between us. The gun did not lower. Saroya watched Donald's finger, the fine tremor at the edge of the metal, the calculation behind his eyes. He was weighing, counting, deciding whether a dead son was worth the shot that killed the last viable vessel. She knew the answer before he did. Nicanor, she said. The archive door. Nicanor moved without question. He stepped sideways, the rifle trained on Donald's center mass, and Saroya saw what he was doing, clearing the path to the side stair, the one Etzel had given her the key for. Running again, Donald said. Always running. I am not running, Saroya lifted the compact. I am choosing where to stand. Donald's gaze dropped to the document in her hands, the pages that would undo everything, the signature he would never give. And in that pause, in the space between one breath and the next, Ixel moved. She grabbed the archive lamp. It was brass and heavy, the oil reservoir still warm from hours of burning. She did not swing it at Donald. She swung it at the drapes. The glass shattered against the window frame. Oil sprayed across the old velvet, and the flame caught with a sound like a gasp. Fire raced up the fabric. Donald turned. The gun turned with him. Itzel had already stepped back, her face pale, her hands empty. She did not try to escape. She simply stood there, watching the fire climb, as if she had been waiting for this moment her entire life. What have you done? Donald's voice cracked. Something you never taught me. Itzel's chin lifted. I chose. The fire spread across the ceiling. Smoke rolled down the walls. The room was already too hot, too bright, the light flickering across Donald's face in shattered amber. Lucan grabbed Saroya's arm. The side stair. The compact is in your hands. That is all that matters. He pulled her toward the door. Nicanor moved with them, the rifle still trained on Donald, who stood frozen between the fire and the fleeing witnesses. The gun in his hand had not moved, but his eyes had. He was not looking at Saroya. He was looking at Itzel. You, he said. She met his gaze. Yes, me. The fire reached the bookshelf. Papers curled, blackened, turned to ash in seconds. The heat was unbearable. Donald raised the gun, not at Saroya, not at Lucan, at Itzel. Then you burn with the archive. He fired. The shot cracked through the smoke. Itzel stumbled back. Her hand went to her shoulder, came away red. She did not fall. The second shot never came. Nicanor's rifle butt caught Donald across the wrist. The small gun clattered to the floor. Donald twisted, roaring, but Nicanor was already dragging him back from the flames. One-handed, the rifle dropped, his bound arms screaming against the effort. Go, Nicanor said. Saroya did not move. Lucan pulled her. The side stair was a dark mouth in the wall, the key still in the lock. Itzel was already there, her hand pressed to her shoulder, blood seeping through her fingers. She was alive. She was breathing. They went down. The fire roared behind them, and above the roar, Saroya heard it. Not screaming, not cursing, not pleading, just the sound of Lucan Drazen laughing, low, steady, as if he had already won. Chapter 74. The side stair was not a stair. It was a knife cut in the stone, so narrow Saroya's shoulders brushed both walls as she descended. The compact pressed against her ribs, the pages slick with sweat from her palm. Behind her, Lucan's breath came in short, measured pulls, the shoulder wound working against him, the climb down harder than the climb up. Above them, the fire ate. Itzel moved ahead, one hand clamped over her shoulder, blood painting a dark stripe down her sleeve. She did not slow. She did not speak. She simply kicked the next door open with her heel and kept moving. The servants' passage opened into a storage room, crates of old candles, a rack of wine bottles gray with dust, a door at the far end that led to the east garden, the one beyond the chapel wall. Mireya could smell the salt from the harbor, faint through the stone, and beneath it, the acrid bite of burning cloth. "Wait!" She stopped. Lucan stopped beside her. Nicanor was not with them. She turned. The stair behind her was empty. No boots on the stone, no shadow following. "Where is he?" Lucan's jaw tightened. He stayed. He stayed for Donal. He stayed to make sure Donal did not follow. The fire crackled somewhere above them, muffled by the thickness of the walls. Mireya stood in the storage room, the compact in her hands, and felt the weight of what Nicanor had chosen. Not the dynasty, not the house. The last clean exit, bought with his own body. Itzel's voice came low from the doorway. "He is not coming." Mireya knew. She moved. The east garden was a strip of dead grass and cracked flagstones, the old gardener's shed listing at the far wall. Beyond it, the service road led down the hill toward the harbor. The chapel was still burning, the orange glow painting the undersides of the clouds. Mireya stopped at the shed and pressed her back to the wall. The compact was still in her hands. She looked at it. The ecclesiastical seal, the notary's stamp, Donal's name at the top of every page. "This is not the only copy." Itzel's voice came from behind her, thin with pain. "There is no registry number. He told you. Untraceable." "He is still laughing." Mireya looked up. Itzel's face was pale, her hand still pressed to her shoulder. The blood had slowed to a seep. She was watching Mireya with an expression Mireya had not seen on her before. Not calculation, not wariness, something closer to recognition. "He is laughing," Itzel said, "because he had a way out you did not see. The fire blocked the study door. The windows are shuttered. We saw the walls." "The study door." Itzel's mouth twisted. "He does not use the door." Lucan straightened. "What does that mean?" Itzel looked at them both. Her eyes were dark, the pupils wide, the pain making her voice thin and precise. "There is a panel behind the map of the old harbor, the one in his study. It opens to a passage that runs inside the wall. It comes out at the old cistern below the east wing." Mireya's breath caught. "You knew." "I knew there was a passage. I did not know where it led." Itzel's laugh had no humor in it. "He told me once that a man who builds one hidden door builds two. I believed him. I never found the second one. But he did. He built it." Mireya looked back at the house. The flames had reached the upper windows now, licking through the stone mullions, blackening the carved crest above the entrance. The east wing was burning. The archive was burning. The room where Donal had stood, gun raised, laughing, all of it going to ash. And Donal was already gone. "Then he is still alive," Lucan said. Itzel did not answer. "He will go to the harbor. He has the freighter. He has the church seal. He has 5 minutes," Mireya said, "before the fire reaches the cistern passage. If he is already there, he is already gone." Lucan's hand found hers. The touch was warm, despite everything. The fingers curled around hers, the grip steady. "Then we go to the harbor." "We do not have the crate. The harbor master holds it until dawn." "Then we get the crate." Mireya looked at him. His face was smoke-stained, his shirt dark with blood he would not acknowledge, his eyes pale in the firelight. He was offering her the only thing he had left, not his name, not his house, not his inheritance, just himself. Nicanor knew what he was doing. He chose. Lucan's voice was quiet, "And we carry that with us. But we do not waste it." Mireya held his gaze. Then she turned to Itzel. "Can you reach Tariq?" Itzel's hand pressed harder against her shoulder. "For I find a field line before I bleed out. There's a clinic in Thorn Ford, the one where Lucan was treated. The doctor there owes me nothing. He owes me." Mireya's voice did not waver. "Tell him I sent you. He will seal the wound and give you a line to Tariq." Itzel studied her for a long moment. The firelight flickered across her face, and something shifted in her expression. Not gratitude, not loyalty, something harder, cleaner. A decision made. "If I die on this road, you will not. You do not know that." "I know." Mireya stepped closer. "Because if you die, I am the only one left who read Donal's will. and I will burn the city down to find the copy he hid." Itzel's lips pulled into something that was almost a smile. "Then I suppose I had better live." She turned and walked toward the service road, her steps steady despite the wound, her back straight despite the blood. She did not look back. Mireya watched her go. Then she turned to Lucan. "The harbor." The harbor. They moved together, down the hill, through the dark, the fire roaring behind them and the city spread below them like a held breath. And somewhere ahead, through the smoke and the fog and the salt, Donald Drazen was already running. Chapter 75. The fog had thinned by the time they reached the harbor. Mireya's boots scraped against wet stone. The salt smell was stronger here, cut with smoke from the burning east wing, carried downhill on the night wind. Behind them, St. Mercy House glowed orange against the black sky, a funeral pyre for a dynasty that was not yet dead. Lucan walked beside her, his breathing steady despite the wound. He had not asked to stop. He had not asked for anything. The harbor lay dark and quiet. The freighter's mast lights were visible at the customs pier, still docked, still waiting. No crew on deck, no movement on the gangway. Mireya's hand found the compact in her coat. The pages were warm from her body, the ecclesiastical seal rough under her thumb. "He is not on that ship yet." "How do you know?" "If he were, the crew would be preparing to cast off. There would be steam. There would be men moving." Lucan's eyes tracked along the pier. "Then he is still in the city. Or he is waiting for something." They moved past the first warehouse. The door was padlocked. The windows were dark. But Mireya felt it. The weight of unseen eyes, the pressure of a held breath. Tariq was not at the customs booth. The booth was empty, the lamp extinguished, the logbook closed. Mireya's chest tightened. "Where is he?" Lucan tried the door, locked. "He was supposed to be here." "He was supposed to be here," Mireya repeated. The words felt hollow. She turned and looked at the pier. The freighter's gangway was still lowered. The cargo hatch was still sealed. The church seal was still intact. But the crate was not here. The crate was with the harbor master, under court order, unreachable until dawn. And dawn was still 2 hours away. "We need a clerk." Lucan's voice was low. "We need someone who can stamp a release order without a judge. The night clerk, the one who helped us with the override. He will not help us twice. Then we find someone who will." Mireya started walking toward the customs house. Her legs ached. Her hands were cold, but she did not slow. The customs house door was unlocked. She pushed it open and stepped inside. The hall was dim, lit only by a single lamp at the far end. The counter was empty. The ledger was open, pen laid across the page as if the clerk had stepped away for a moment and never returned. Mireya walked to the counter and looked at the ledger. The last entry was dated today. The time was written in careful script, 3:47. The entry read, "Harbor Master's Directive. Crate 47B, contents ecclesiastical archive materials, hold for court order only. No release without judge's seal." Below it, a fresh line had been added in a different hand. Crate 47B released to Tariq Messena, authorized by Acting Port Registrar. Time, 4:12. Mireya's breath caught. "Lucan." He was at her side in 2 steps. She pointed at the line. He read it. His jaw tightened. "Tariq got here first. Where is the crate now?" Mireya turned from the ledger and walked to the back door of the customs house. It opened onto a narrow alley that led to the old warehouse district. The alley was empty. But at the far end, near the corner where the street met the main road, a handcart sat against the wall. The same handcart Paloma had used. Mireya crossed the alley. Her steps were fast now, her heart beating against her ribs. The handcart was empty. But on the cart's wooden bed, weighted by a stone, a single piece of paper lay folded. She picked it up. The handwriting was Tariq's. Ink-stained fingers, cramped letters, the pressure of a man writing fast. Crate secured. Old Harbor Depot, Bay 12. Key under loose brick at northeast corner. Conloan if you can. Donald's men are sweeping the pier every 20 minutes. Do not trust the Union foreman. T. Messena. Mireya read it twice. Then she folded it into her coat beside the compact. Bay 12. Lucan's hand found her elbow. That is half a mile north, through the old crane yard. Donald's men are sweeping the pier. Then we move between sweeps. They moved. The old crane yard was dark, the machinery rusted and still. The fog had settled in low, curling around the iron legs of the lifts, pooling in the hollows between tracks. Mireya counted her steps. 100. 200. The northeast corner of Bay 12 came into view, a low building with a corrugated roof and a single door, padlocked. She found the loose brick. The key was cold in her hand. She unlocked the door. The crate was inside. Resting on the concrete floor, the church seal still intact, the wood still smelling of salt and ink. Mireya stood over it. The names were inside. Graciela Miro, Flora Viles, Emilia Soren, Cora Venn, 42 dead girls, 42 records of viability and neutralization. The proof that Donald had spent 15 years breeding, testing, and discarding auric blood. And somewhere, in a separate file, the photograph of a girl who was her and not her. Tariq did this. Lucan's voice was quiet. He moved it before anyone else could claim it. He risked everything. He chose. Mireya looked at the crate. Then she looked at Lucan. His face was smoke-stained. His shirt was blood-dark at the shoulder. His eyes were pale in the dim light, fixed on her with a steadiness that had nothing to do with control. He will not stop. Who? Donald? She moved closer. He will not stop until he has this crate, or until I am dead. Lucan did not look away. I know. Then you know what we are about to do. I know. Mireya reached out and took his hand. The touch was brief. A single squeeze. A promise that did not need words. Then she turned and looked at the crate. Help me move it. They pushed the handcart through the fog, down the empty streets, past the sleeping warehouses and the closed shops and the silent houses where the city was still breathing, still unaware that the morning would bring a story it could not bury. The courthouse steps were empty. Mireya stopped at the bottom. Lucan looked at her. What now? She opened the crate. The dossiers were stacked in neat piles. The paper yellowed, the ink faded. She pulled out the top file, Graciela Miro, and laid it on the step. Then the next. Flora Viles, Emilia Soren, Cora Venn. She kept stacking them, one by one, until the steps were covered in paper. Then she pulled out the compact, the guardianship compact, the 15-year plan, the ecclesiastical seal. Donald's name at the top of every page. She placed it on the top step. The sun will rise in 40 minutes, she said. When it does, every paper in the city will have a copy of these documents. How? Mireya reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet. Tariq's list. The names of every editor, union delegate, and court clerk who could be reached before dawn. I have a network. Lucan looked at the list, then he looked at her. You planned this. I prepared for it. He did not ask when. He did not ask how. He just looked at her, and something in his face shifted. Not fear, not pride. Something closer to recognition. Then we have 40 minutes. Mireya turned and looked at the city. The fog was thinning. The first gray light was bleeding over the rooftops. Somewhere in the courthouse a lamp flickered on. 40 minutes, she said. Make them count. Chapter 76. The fog had begun to thin. Mireya stood at the base of the courthouse steps, the dossiers spread across the stone like a shroud. The names faced upward. Graciela Miro, Flora Viles, Emilia Soren, Cora Venn. 42 dead girls whose families had never known where they went. Lucan stood 3 steps above her, his wounded shoulder dark through the bandage, his eyes fixed on the street where the first figures were beginning to move. Someone is coming. Mireya did not look up. She was counting the files, making sure every name was visible. How many? 4, maybe 5. She finished the count. 42. Then she straightened. The men who approached were not harbor patrol. They wore long coats and carried no visible weapons, but their walk was measured, deliberate, the gait of men who expected to be obeyed. The one in front was old, silver hair, a face cut with deep lines, eyes the color of slate. He stopped at the bottom of the steps and looked at the dossiers without touching them. Miss Belmonte, The name was deliberate, the old name, the one that meant she was still standing outside the Drazen claim. Mireya met his gaze. "You have me at a disadvantage." The old man inclined his head. "I am Councilman Harold Venn. I represent the poor traditionalists who have watched the Drazen dynasty consume this city's legal soul for 30 years. Venn. The name sat in the air between them. Mireya looked down at the dossier nearest his foot. Cora Venn. Intake age 19. Neutralized 3 months later. She did not point at it. She did not need to. Councilman Venn followed her gaze. His jaw tightened, once, so briefly that anyone not watching for grief would have missed it. "You knew her." "I knew her name." His voice was flat. "I did not know what happened to her until your man Tariq brought the records to my house at 3 in the morning. Mireya said nothing. Then looked at the steps, at the paper, at the dead girls laid out like a church floor. "You have done what no one in this city had the spine to do. You have pulled the bodies into the light." "That was never the hard part." "What was?" Mireya looked at him. "Staying alive long enough to put them there." Then almost smiled. It was not a warm expression. "That is why I am here." He reached into his coat. Lucan moved a half step forward and Venn stopped with his hand visible. "Papers, not a weapon." He pulled out a folded document and held it out. Mireya did not take it. "Tell me what it says." Venn lowered the paper but did not put it away. "The traditionalist bloc is prepared to offer you protection. Formal protection. Residence in the old quarter under church neutrality. A stipend. Legal counsel. A seat at every parliamentary session that concerns Auric blood rights. And in exchange? You legitimize the restored crown, ceremonial only, no executive power. You would be the figurehead of a constitutional monarchy that exists to protect the bloodline from further exploitation." Mireya looked at the paper in his hand. She did not reach for it. "I refused this before." "Then you understand the offer." "I understood it the first time." She did not raise her voice. "A cage with a different lock, a title instead of a chain, but still a leash." Venn's eyes did not waver. "It is the only leash that comes with armed men who will die to keep you alive. The same armed men who stood by while Donald Drazen murdered 42 women." The silence stretched. Venn's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A small adjustment, like a man taking a blow he had braced for. "We did not know. You did not look. We were not in a position to look. Donald controlled the church records, the port registries, the adoption filings. Every path we might have followed was sealed." Mireya let the words settle. Then she bent down and picked up Cora Venn's dossier. She held it out to him. "You can look now." Venn stared at the file. His hand moved, stopped, moved again. He took it. The paper trembled in his fingers, barely, the way a man's hands tremble when he is holding something he cannot put down and cannot bear to hold. Mireya watched him read. She did not look away. When he raised his eyes, they were wet. "I cannot undo what was done to her." "No, but I can ensure that no other girl in this city is fed into the same machine." Mireya looked at him. Then she looked at the courthouse steps, at the dossiers, at the guardianship compact still resting on the top step like a crown she had refused to wear. "I will not be your figurehead." Venn's mouth tightened. "I am not offering you a cage. I am offering you a platform. I do not need a platform. I have paper. I have witnesses. I have 42 dead girls whose names will be read aloud in every port in this republic before the week is out. That will make you a target. I am already a target." Then looked at her for a long moment. Then he folded the paper and put it back in his coat. "You are making a mistake. Perhaps. Without the crown, you have no legal standing. The compact Donald holds can still be enforced by his trustees." Mireya touched the compact on the top step. "Then I will find a way to break it." "How?" She did not answer. Venn studied her. The silence between them was not hostile. It was the silence of a man measuring whether to cut his losses or press further. "You have 40 minutes until the city wakes. You have a list of editors. You have the evidence. That is a good hand." He paused. "But Donald Drazen has been playing this table longer than you have been alive. He has also lost his house, his archive, his daughter, and his son. Then's eyes flicked to Lucan, who had not moved from the steps. Not all of them. Lucan met his gaze. "I am not lost," he said. "I am standing where I chose." Ven nodded once, acknowledging. Then he turned back to Mireya. "The offer remains open, if you change your mind." "I will not." Ven looked at Cora Ven's dossier in his hand. Then he looked at the steps, at the dead girls, at the woman who had brought them into the light. "You are braver than I was." He turned and walked away. His men followed. The fog closed behind them. Mireya stood alone on the steps, the names at her feet, the compact in her hand, the city waking around her. Lucan came down to stand beside her. "That was not a refusal they will forget. I know. They will not protect you now. I know. Every faction that wanted a symbol will see you as a threat." Mireya looked at the dossiers. "Then they will see me as I am." She picked up the first file. Graciela Miro. She thought of the bread woman Gata, the scar on her hand, the salt that remembered. She thought of the harbor man in oilskin, waiting with a motorboat for a mother who had been dead for years. She thought of the girl in the photograph, the one who was her and not her, whose name she still did not know. "I need a runner." Lucan looked at her. "Tariq's list." Mireya pulled the folded sheet from her coat. "The first editor lives 3 streets from here. If I get the documents to him before the morning bells, he will have them typeset by noon. You cannot be in 3 places at once." "I do not need to be." She looked up at him. "I need you to find Itzel at the clinic. Tell her to make the field line call. Tell Tariq to start the distribution from wherever he is hiding." "And you?" Mireya looked at the courthouse steps. "I will stay with the evidence until the first editor arrives." Lucan was silent. Then he reached out and took her hand, not to guide, not to claim, just to hold it, briefly, before he let go. "I will find you." Mireya watched him go. The fog swallowed his shape. She stood alone on the courthouse steps with 42 dead girls and a compact she could not break, and a city that was about to learn her name. The first gray light touched the rooftops. Somewhere a bell began to ring, and in the silence between the notes, she heard something else. Footsteps, coming toward her out of the fog. Not heavy enough for a patrol, not hurried enough for a messenger. Deliberate, measured. She turned. The figure emerged from the mist. A woman, tall, dressed in dark gray, a veil pulled low over her face. The same veil Mireya had seen slipping out of Mother Sorrel's infirmary. The woman stopped at the bottom of the steps. She did not look at the dossiers. She looked at Mireya. "I have been waiting for you to be alone." Her voice was low, familiar in a way that made Mireya's chest tighten. "Do I know you?" The woman reached up and lifted the veil. Mireya saw the face beneath, and the world stopped turning. Chapter 77. The safe house smelled of salt, rust, and someone else's fear. 2 rooms above a chandler's workshop, windows painted shut, a single oil lamp burning low. Mireya sat on the edge of a cot with her back to the wall, the veiled woman's face still burning behind her eyes. She had not spoken the name aloud, could not. The woman had pressed a folded paper into her palm, held her gaze for 3 heartbeats, then vanished into the same fog that had delivered her. Mireya unfolded the paper now. 1 line. Salt ground was never the last cache. She read it 3 times. Then she folded it and put it in her coat beside the guardianship compact and the shell casing she still carried from the customs house roof. Lucan stood at the window, his unhurt shoulder pressed against the frame, watching the street through a crack in the paint. "The chandler's boy went out 10 minutes ago. He came back with a newspaper and a loaf. He did not stop at any other door." "You checked?" "I counted his steps." Mireya looked at his back, the line of his spine, the careful stillness he wore like armor. "Your shoulder hurts, not bleeding. That is not the same as healed." He turned. His face was pale beneath the harbor grime, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He had not slept since before the convocation. "Neither of us is healed." The words landed somewhere between her ribs. Before she could answer, footsteps on the stairs. Not the chandler's boy. Heavier. 2 people, maybe 3. Lucan moved between her and the door before she could stand. The knock came. 3 quick raps. A pause. 2 more. The code Nicanor had used at Breakwater house. Lucan unbolted the door. Nicanor filled the frame, his left arm bound tight against his ribs, fresh blood darkening the bandage. Behind him stood a man Mireya did not recognize, middle-aged, with the weathered face of someone who had spent decades reading wind and water. Nicanor stepped inside. "You need to sit down for this." Lucan did not sit. "Say it!" Nicanor's jaw tightened. "The captains convened an hour ago, all 7. They voted to formally sever you from the succession." The words hung in the close air. Lucan's expression did not change. "On what grounds?" "Abandonment of duty, conspiracy against the house, fraternization with a known threat to port stability." Nicanor's eyes flicked to Mireya. "That is how they phrased it. Who called the vote?" "Marston. He has been Donnell's man for 20 years. He had the papers ready before the fire was out." Lucan was silent. "The succession passes to your cousin Aldrich. He is on a steamer from the eastern province, due in port by noon." "And my father?" "Gone. The freighter sailed at first light. No port authority filed a departure log. He simply left." Mireya spoke. "What else?" Nicanor's gaze shifted to her. The respect in it was hard-won and fragile. "Your name is on every bulletin board from the customs house to the fish market. The warrants were recast overnight. Economic sabotage, harbor disruption, conspiracy to destabilize the Republic's port authority. They are calling you a foreign agent. They are calling Lucan your accomplice." "Not your son," Mireya said quietly. "Not anymore." "No." The man behind Nicanor stepped forward. "I was your mother's harbor master at the old pier." Lucan's head came up. "I remember you. I am the one who did not file the departure log for your father. I held the paper for 3 hours, long enough for the tide to carry him past the Breakwater." "Why?" The man looked at Mireya. "Because your mother once emptied her own purse to pay for a burial when the church refused a drowned girl. 42 dead names, 42 families who never got a service." He paused. "I remember who paid for what." Lucan turned back to Nicanor. "What else did Marston freeze?" "Everything. The trust accounts, the parliamentary seat, the port access licenses. Your name has been removed from every Drazen charter. There is no legal thread connecting you to the house anymore." "And Itzel?" "At the clinic. Tariq reached her through the field line. She is alive. The bullet passed clean. She wants to speak to Mireya when it is safe." Mireya stood. "Tell me what you are not saying." Nicanor met her eyes. "The Unwin foreman is Marston's brother. He has a list of every clerk, editor, and court officer Tariq contacted. He is waiting for one of them to break before noon." "The editors? Still alive, still printing." "The press is being watched. If anyone tries to distribute the dossiers from the courthouse steps, they will be arrested before they reach the first corner." Lucan spoke. "How long do we have?" "Until the noon bells. After that, Marston's men sweep the square and confiscate everything that is not nailed down." Mireya looked at the folded paper in her coat. Salt ground was never the last cash. She looked at Lucan. He was watching her the way he had watched her on the courthouse steps, not waiting for orders, waiting for her to decide what she needed. "Your name," she said. "Your house, your inheritance, everything you were raised to inherit." "Yes." "Gone." "Yes." "You have nothing left to offer me." Lucan held her gaze. "I have myself. No house, no succession, no legal standing, no name that opens a door anywhere in Heir." He paused. "I do not know if that is enough, but it is all I have." The silence stretched. Mireya thought of the girl in the photograph. The dead girl marked his. The 42 names on the courthouse steps, the veiled woman's face in the fog. She thought of her mother, walled alive into a sealed room. She thought of the compact she carried, the one she could not break, the one that would pass to ecclesiastical trustees if Donald died before she found a way to void it. She looked at Lucan. "It is enough." His breath caught, a fraction of movement, barely visible. Then Nicanor spoke again. "There is more." Mireya turned. "The warrant lists you as co-conspirators. Economic sabotage carries a penalty of 20 years in the harbor prison. Marston has already requested the arrest order. It will be signed by noon." "By whom?" "The port magistrate. He is Marston's cousin." Lucan moved to Mireya's side. "Then we have until noon. We have less than that." Nicanor's face was grim. "The Chulners saw me enter. He will report it within the hour. Mireya reached into her coat. She pulled out the folded paper. Salt ground was never the last cache. Lucan read the line. What does it mean? I do not know, but the woman who gave it to me knew my mother. The veiled woman. Yes. Nicanor's man spoke. There is a boat at the old rendering pier, the one your mother's network used. It is still there, fueled, ready. Who knows about it? No one. I made sure of it when I held the departure log. Mireya looked at Lucan. Canals or open water? Canals. They will expect us to run for open water. The canals empty into the inland marsh, and the marsh leads to the old church road. No one watches the church road since the fire. You know the route. I know the route. Mireya turned to Nicanor. Can you walk? I can crawl if I have to. Good, because you are coming with us. Nicanor's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Close. I thought you would say that. Mireya looked at the man who had helped them. What is your name? Joaquin. You held the departure log for 3 hours. You gave us time. That makes you a target now. I know. Come with us. He shook his head. I am too old to run, and someone needs to stay in this city to remember the names. Mireya held his gaze. Then she folded the paper and put it back in her coat. We leave in 5 minutes. Lucan moved to the window and checked the street. Mireya turned to Nicanor. What else do I need to know? Nicanor met her eyes. The woman in the veil. I know who she is. Mireya's chest tightened. Tell me. She is the midwife who delivered you, the one who marked the coronet scar into your temple before Donald could have you killed. The world tilted. She marked me. To hide what you were. She made you look like a failed candidate, like the others. The scar was protection, not damage. Mireya touched her hairline. The scar is the reason you are alive. The noon bells had not yet rung, but somewhere in the fog, a boat was waiting, and somewhere in the marsh, the woman who delivered her was still breathing. Chapter 78. The safe house had 1 room and a single window painted shut, and the bed was a mattress laid across shipping pallets. Mireya sat on its edge, the folded paper from the veiled woman pressed between her palms, and watched Lucan check the street for the 6th time. His back to her, his hand braced against the frame. The shoulder wound had stopped bleeding, but she could see the tightness in his jaw when he moved. How many times have you looked? Enough to be sure. And? Nothing. He turned. The light through the painted glass was gray, the kind of light that came before rain and stayed until the city drowned in it. She had seen that light at Santa Larry, through chapel windows, while Mother Sorel taught her that patience was a form of armor. She had been patient her whole life. She did not want to be patient anymore. Lucan. He crossed the room, sat beside her on the mattress. His weight pulled the pallets uneven, and she tilted toward him, caught herself, and let herself tilt. Tell me again. Tell you what? That you have nothing left. The words came slow. No house, no succession, no legal standing, no name that opens a door anywhere in Veer. He paused. I do not know if that is enough, but it is all I have. She had heard it the first time. She needed to hear it again, because the first time she had answered from instinct, from the part of her that had watched him bleed, watched him choose, watched him stand between her and his father's gun without counting the cost. Now she wanted to answer from something deeper. She turned the paper in her hands. Salt ground was never the last cache. You read it. I memorized it. Does it tell you what to do next? No. She set the paper aside. It tells me my mother left more than one trail, that the woman who delivered me is still alive, that we are not finished. We are not finished, he repeated. It was not a question. The canals, she said. The church road, a boat at the old rendering pier. That gets us out of Ravan. It does. And then? Lucan did not answer. She looked at his hands, the hands that had signed the marriage contract, that had unlocked her door, that had carried her through the safe house threshold when she could not walk. His hands were empty now. No seal ring, no customs key, no gun. You lost everything. I did. And you are still here. Where else would I be? She reached for him. Not the way she had reached before, hesitant, testing, ready to pull back. She took his hand and held it against her chest, where her heart beat steady and unafraid. At the courthouse steps, I told you it was enough. You did. I meant it. She felt his fingers tighten against hers. But I did not say why. You do not have to. I want to. The gray light shifted as rain began to fall, tapping against the painted glass. Mireya spoke. I chose you because you had nothing left to offer. Not the house, not the name, not the protection you were raised to give. You stood on those steps with 42 dead girls at our feet and your father's empire burning behind us, and you did not try to sell me safety. I had no safety to sell. No, you had yourself. You said it plainly, without bargaining. And that was the first time anyone has ever offered me something without holding the other hand out for payment. His breath caught. She kept going. The convent taught me that obedience was protection. The treaty taught me that my body was currency. Donald taught me that my blood was property. But you taught me that I could stand in a burning city with nothing but a choice and still be enough. You were always enough. That is not the point. She leaned closer. The point is that I get to choose. Not because you released me, not because the compact is broken, but because I am here and I am not running, and I am not hiding behind silence. She touched his face. I am choosing you. Now. Not the captive who had no other option. Not the bride who signed a contract she did not read. Me. Free. With the canals and the church road and a boat waiting in the fog. Free, he said. Yes. And you choose me? Yes. He bowed his head. She felt the tremor run through his shoulders, the breath he had been holding since the courthouse steps, and she held him through it. The rain fell harder. The gray light deepened. For a moment, there was no city burning, no noon deadline, no compact waiting to be broken. There was only his weight against hers and the quiet truth that she had spoken. The knock came 3 times, paused. 3 more. Nicanor's pattern. Mireya rose, crossed to the door and pulled it open. Paloma stood in the rain, her dress soaked through, a leather satchel clutched against her chest. Behind her, the street was empty. You made it. Through the kitchen drains and a coal chute. Paloma stepped inside, water pooling at her feet. Marston's men are sweeping the harbor. They will reach this quarter within the hour. Lucan moved to the window. Then we leave now. There is more. Paloma opened the satchel. She pulled out papers. 3 sets. Names, dates, port stamps, and signatures that Mireya recognized as the work of someone who knew the customs forms by heart. Forged travel documents. You and Lucan are a married couple from the eastern provinces, traveling to a sister's wedding in the hill country. Nicanor is your driver. And you? I am not coming. Paloma, you need someone in Ravan who knows where the bodies are buried. Paloma's voice stayed steady. I have been invisible in that house for years. I know where Donald stashed his second accountant, which church delegate took bribes for the adoption filings, and how many port records he altered to hide the missing girls. Marston will find you. Marston will look for a servant. He will not look for a woman who has already burned her service records and opened a small account at the Thornford Bank under a name he has never heard. Mireya stared at her, the girl who had arrived in her room with rough hands and nervous eyes, who had carried messages, fed information, and lied to everyone she was supposed to serve. When did you plan this? Since the moment you gave me the shawl. Paloma reached into the satchel again. She pulled out a folded paper. The boat at the rendering pier is still there, but there is another route, one Donald never documented. Lucan turned. How do you know? Because Itzel told me, before the fire. She said Donald kept a secondary exit route that even his captains do not know. It feeds into the Eastern Canal network and connects to a shipping channel no one has used since the embargo. Where does it lead? Beyond Heir's borders. Mireya took the paper. Itzel's handwriting, cramped and urgent, marked a route through the marsh and into a channel that curved past the old quarry. The channel ended at a cove she had never seen marked on any map. Beyond Heir's borders, she repeated. That is what she said. Lucan moved beside her. He looked at the map. The quarry was closed 20 years ago. The channel should be silted. Itzel says it is not. Paloma closed the satchel. That is all I have. The boat at the rendering pier will get you to the quarry. From there, the map is yours. Mireya took Paloma's hand. Come with us. I cannot. Why? Because someone needs to bury the dead properly. Paloma's voice cracked for the first time. The 42 girls. The families never got to grieve. They never got to place stones. Someone needs to make sure their names are not forgotten. Mireya held her gaze. Then she pulled Paloma into her arms. The rain drummed against the roof. When they broke apart, Paloma was dry-eyed. Now go, before the light changes. Mireya took Lucan's hand. The map was in her coat. The boat was waiting. And beyond the quarry, beyond the borders of Heir, something she could not name was waiting too. Chapter 79. The boat sat low in the dark water, its hull rubbing against the old pier timbers with a sound like a held breath. Mireya stepped aboard first. The wood shifted under her weight, and Lucan's hand found her elbow, studying her without pulling. She did not shake him off. She moved to the bow and turned to face the city. Ravan burned behind them. Not the whole city, just a single tongue of flame still visible above the roof lines where St. Mercy House had been. The fire had gutted the east wing and eaten through Donnell's archive, but the stone walls still stood, blackened and steaming in the morning fog. The bells began to toll. Not the noon bells, something earlier. A warning bell from the harbor tower, 3 quick peals followed by a long one, a pattern Mireya had never heard. Nicanor appeared at the pier's edge, his left arm bound across his chest, a satchel slung over his good shoulder. You are sure about this route? Itzel did not give a route she had not tested. She also did not give me a route that would keep me dry. Nicanor stepped into the boat. The hull dipped, then settled. Lucan cast off the mooring line. The boat drifted sideways into the fog, carried by the current that fed toward the eastern canal network. No engine, no oars yet, just the water taking them where it wanted to go. Mireya watched the pier recede. The fog swallowed the harbor tower first, then the customs house roof, then the blackened ridge of St. Mercy House. One by one, the landmarks of Ravan dissolved into gray. She did not look away until there was nothing left to see. The canal entrance appeared as a break in the stone embankment, choked with reeds and half-submerged debris. Nicanor took the pole from the bottom of the boat and pushed them through, his injured arm braced against his chest. The work done one-handed. Mireya watched him. You should rest. I would rather be useful. You are useful when you can still use that arm. He did not answer. He kept pushing. Lucan sat in the stern, watching the canal walls close in around them. The channel narrowed until the boat scraped against stone on both sides, and the fog thickened until Mireya could barely see Nicanor at the bow. Then the channel opened. The quarry appeared through the mist, a vast hollow carved into the hillside, its floor littered with rusted machinery and pools of stagnant water. The walls rose sheer on 3 sides, and at the far end, a dark tunnel mouth gaped in the stone. The channel Itzel had marked. Mireya unfolded the map. The ink had smeared from damp, but the route was still legible. A single line curving through the quarry and into the tunnel, then emerging at a cove beyond Heir's border. How long? If the tunnel is clear, 2 hours. If it is silted, we turn back. Turn back where? Nicanor did not answer. The boat drifted into the tunnel mouth. Darkness closed around them. Mireya heard water dripping, the scrape of stone against the hull, and her own breath, too fast, too shallow. The walls pressed in. The ceiling dropped until she could stretch out her arm and touch damp rock. She recited the liturgy under her breath. Not the words from Santa Ilari. New words. A list of names. Glacial Amiro, Flora Velez, Amelia Soren, Cora Ven. She said them in order, matching each name to a breath until the darkness stopped feeling like a closing door and started feeling like a passage. Lucan's hand found hers in the dark. She held on. The tunnel opened. Light spilled in, gray and watery, from a low cave mouth ahead. The boat drifted through and the cove opened before them. A narrow inlet ringed by cliffs, its water the color of iron. Beyond the cliffs, open sea. Mireya blinked. The salt wind hit her face, cold and raw, and she tasted freedom for the first time in a way that did not feel like running. Nicanor shipped the pole. That is the border. Heir's territorial waters end 2 miles beyond the cliffs. Lucan moved to the engine. The motor coughed, caught, and settled into a low thrum. The boat turned toward the open water. A sound cut through the wind. Not the engine. Something else. A signal. Mireya turned. A figure stood on the cliff above the cove, too far to make out features, but close enough to see the arm raised, the dark coat whipping in the wind. Tariq. He had found them. The arm dropped. He pointed east toward the horizon, then raised something in his other hand. A scrap of cloth, white, tied to a stick. A signal flag. Then the fog swallowed the cliff, and he was gone. Lucan cut the engine. They drifted. Would they have stopped us at the tunnel? Nicanor looked at the water. The cove is not watched. Itzel was certain. That is not what I asked. I know. Mireya let the silence hold. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out the veiled woman's note. Salt ground was never the last cache. She read the words again, feeling the paper's worn edges. Tariq found us. Nicanor nodded. He knew the route. Itzel would have told him before the fire. Then he knows where we are going. He knows the cove. Nothing beyond. Lucan looked at the horizon. There is nothing beyond. That is the point. No. Mireya folded the note and put it back. There is something. My mother left more than one trail. We just have to find where it starts. The engine restarted. The boat turned east, away from Veer, away from Ravan, away from the smoke and the bells and the names of the 42 dead girls. The wind carried the sound of the city behind them. Itzel's map lay open on the bench seat. The next mark was a port called Warrant, 5 days east, under a different flag, with different laws and no extradition treaty. If the map was right, if the channel was clear, if Tariq's signal meant what Mireya thought it meant. She watched the cliffs recede. Then the radio crackled. Lucan reached for it. The transmission came in short bursts, a voice she did not recognize, coded, clipped. Arik blood, demand confirmed, 2 bids from eastern terminals, asking price for Drazen Heir. Mireya went still. The voice continued. Sellers holding for highest offer. Recommend open auction at Warrant market day. Lucan's hand hovered over the radio. He did not switch it off. He looked at her, and in his eyes, she saw the question she had been running from since the courthouse steps. They had escaped the cage, but the cages had followed them. Chapter 80. The boat rose on the dawn swell, engine cut to idle, drifting in the gray light between sea and sky. Mireya stood at the stern, watching Veer dissolve into the fog. The smoke from St. Mercy House had thinned to a thread on the horizon, indistinguishable from cloud. Somewhere behind that thread, 42 families would wake to names they had buried as rumors. Paloma would be standing at a fresh grave, alone, with a list of names no ledger could erase. She turned. Lucan sat at the tiller, his wounded shoulder braced against the gunwale, his eyes on the open water ahead. He had not looked back once. Nicanor had wedged himself in the bow, his bound arm pressed against his ribs, scanning the cliffs for any sign of pursuit. The cove was empty. The cliffs were blind. But the radio crackled again. Arik blood, auction confirmed for market day. 2 eastern terminals holding. Lucan reached for the switch. Mireya stopped his hand. Leave it. He looked at her. If we know what they are saying, we know what they want. They want us. Then we know what we are worth. The voice dissolved into static, then silence. The sun climbed. The water turned from iron to slate to pale blue. Mireya unfolded Itzel's map and laid it across the bench seat. The route was simple. Follow the coast east until the headland with the broken lighthouse, then turn north into the channel that led to Warrant. 5 days, if the weather held. She traced the line with her finger. Tariq pointed east. Lucan nodded. He knew the route. He knew the cove, nothing beyond. Then he was telling us to keep going. Mireya looked at the horizon. The fog had burred off, leaving a clean line between sea and sky. Empty. Open. But the radio had not been empty. Someone in Warrant was holding an auction for her blood and his name. An auction, she said. Lucan followed her gaze. I heard. They're selling something they think they own. You, and you, Drazen Heir. They are not particular about which of us arrives. Nicanor shifted in the bow. Market day is 7 days from now. We arrive in 5. Then we have 2 days to decide what to do with that information. Lucan said nothing. Mireya folded the map. We are not arriving as merchandise. The morning stretched. The sea stayed empty. No patrol boats, no smoke on the horizon, no shadows beneath the surface. Just water, salt, and the low thrum of the engine when Lucan restarted it. Mireya sat beside him, close enough to feel the warmth off his arm, far enough that neither touched. She watched his hands on the tiller, capable hands. Hands that had held a gun, signed contracts, locked doors, hands that had held her in the dark and not demanded anything afterward. You have not asked where we are going. Lucan did not look at her. You have the map. I have a destination. That is not the same thing, is it not? She let the silence hold. Then she said, Amarand has no extradition treaty. That means we are safe from Heir's warrants, but the auction means we are not safe from whoever bought the information, or whoever is selling it. Marston, or my father. You think Donnell is in Amarand? Lucan shook his head. I think Donnell is somewhere he can watch the auction from a distance. He would not be on the block. He would be holding the bids. Mireya looked at her hands. Then we do not go to Amarand. And Tariq's signal? Tariq pointed east. He did not say stop at the first port. Nicanor called out from the bow. Vessel, port bow, 3 miles. Mireya stood. A shape was taking form on the horizon, low and dark, moving against the current. No flag, no running lights. She reached for Lucan's gun. His hand covered hers. Not yet. We do not know what they want. We know what they want. The question is whether they know who we are. The vessel grew. It was smaller than theirs. A fishing boat, maybe. Or a coastal runner. It did not change course. Mireya watched it come. I am tired of running. Lucan's hand tightened on hers. Then we stop running. And do what? He looked at her. We find out what they want before they decide what we are worth. The boat was close enough now to see a figure at the bow, a man in a dark coat, hand resting on the rail. No weapon raised, no signal given, just waiting. Mireya took Lucan's hand. Together. He said nothing, but he did not let go. The other vessel cut its engine and drifted. The figure at the bow did not move, and Mireya felt the weight of the veiled woman's note against her ribs. Salt ground was never the last cache. Her mother had left more than one trail, and whatever was waiting at the end of this one was not an auction block. It was a choice. She turned to face the unknown vessel, Lucan's hand in hers, the open sea behind them, and the next cage ahead. She no longer needed to know what she was worth. She needed to show them. The figure raised an arm. Not a weapon, a signal. The same signal Tariq had used on the cliff. A white flag, raised once, then lowered. Mireya felt Lucan's grip shift. She did not let go. You want to find out what they want? His voice was low. She nodded. Then we do not run. The sea rose beneath them. The unknown boat waited, and the path ahead was no longer an escape.